Spreading all around my room, my world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the video here on the World of Juice channel. Now I'm gonna do something that I don't normally do, and that is an intro before an intro. So basically, the video that you're gonna be watching is the writing the NFL script video. It's super, super long. It took me a long, long time to film over the course of several months. I'm pretty sure I started this recording session sometime in maybe early February, maybe around that time, and am now just getting finished with it over obviously separate days and stuff of finishing uploading it, editing, uploading it when it's going live now, when you see it now. So I just wanted to come on here and explain something that might go lost if I didn't have this extra little portion right here. So basically, this video took me so long to record and edit that obviously, like I said, it took me a couple months to get done. So you're going to see different hairstyles that I have in the video. You're going to see different beard lengths and all kinds of different things. And you're probably going to hear me reference things at different times that were relevant at the time I was filming. Or at some parts of the video, you might hear me say something that might not sound so relevant nowadays, but it was back when I was recording that. That's just what's going to happen when it took so long to record. I didn't think it was going to take that long to record the video. I very underestimated the length of time that I was going to need to record this video. And so that's the main reason. So I wanted to, if you, so just in case you were watching the video and at some point my hair changed like it has now, or the length of my beard gets shorter or longer or whatever it may be, and you notice it and you're like, what is he changing? This isn't all filmed. No, it was filmed over the course of several months, at different time periods that I had time to record. And yeah, I just want to come on and explain that so you guys didn't think you were going crazy by seeing different things happen and hearing different things that I say that might not be so relevant anymore. So I just want to come on here and say that and prep you guys so that you're ready for the video. Now, hope you guys go and enjoy, and please enjoy the actual intro to the video. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the video here on the World of Juice channel, and welcome to maybe my most interesting slash I don't know what's going to happen type of video I've ever done. Obviously, you know what the video is because you clicked on it. You know what the title of the thumbnail is. So, a little bit of backstory. A couple of months ago, I was watching a Click Productions video, an NBA YouTuber. He's very popular. He's great. He's a great YouTuber, but he does NBA 2K content. And one of the videos that he had done recently was a video where he started back in, I think it was like the LeBron era, maybe it was the Kobe era. I forget exactly when he started. It might have been the Kobe era. I can't remember exactly. It's been a while since I watched the video, but he started back in a certain time period, and he rewrote the entirety of the NBA to his liking. Like he basically, I wrote the script for the NBA for changed history and all that kind of stuff. That's what the title of this video is, except for NBA, it's NFL. But he controlled all the teams. He controlled free agency. He controlled who went where, what trades happened, who got drafted where, all of that kind of stuff. And it was basically just his universe from a certain time period all the way to present day. And I thought, that's a really, really cool idea. I want to do that for football. I want to do that for the NFL. I want to do that for Madden. So thankfully, the fine people in the modding community were able to create a roster from 2002. You guys have already seen this roster plenty of times on my channel already, either in the tutorial video on how to download it or just in actual rebuild videos with this roster. I think we've done the Texans and the Colts so far in 2002 with this roster and with in the rebuild. So you've already seen it. You've seen some of the draft classes, but you haven't seen all the draft classes yet. And I was like, this is the perfect starting point because it's the real beginning of the modern era of NFL football. Because before the 2002 season, the Texans weren't a team. They come into existence in 2002. They're the final expansion team in the NFL. They are the 32nd team. They begin play in 2002. So after after 2002 is modern NFL football. Before that, it's kind of a awkward thing to do because you can't like add a team into the NFL like you can in NBA. So we had 2002 is the perfect starting point, and that's where we're going to be starting today with this change, writing the NFL script from 2002 to modern day to current day. I'm very excited about it. Like in Click's video, if you want to go and check it out, search Click Productions writing the script, and you'll be able to find it. If I can find the video, I'll link it in the description, but down below as well. But basically, what we're going to be doing today is going from the starting point, 2002, simulating every single season, controlling who goes where in free agency, what teams make trades, what teams re-sign players, what teams don't re-sign players. Basically, we're going to have full control of every single team and what they do for the entirety of this video. And that is because I want to shape the NFL to my vision. Maybe I want Adrian Peterson to get drafted by the Patriots because I'm a big Patriot fan. That would have been awesome, but it didn't happen that way. Maybe I want Andrew Luck to get drafted by the Lions instead of them having Matt Stafford. Well, they would already have Matt Stafford. Maybe I want to trade Matt Stafford for the number one overall pick to get Andrew Luck. I don't know. Anything can happen in this video, and it will happen in this video. So if you are excited for this, leave it a like, subscribe to the channel, join the Juice Club. This is my most intensive video I've probably ever done, other than the rebuilding a team from Madden 15 to Madden 24. Those videos took like 5 hours to record in total. I'm assuming this is going to take around that amount of time too. But yeah, I'm super excited for this. I've been wanting to do this for so long, but I've never really had enough of a chunk of time to be able to record it. And here we are. So this is the World of Juice version of writing the NFL's script from 2002 to current day. Hope you guys are going to enjoy. If you do, leave it a like, subscribe to the channel, join the Juice Club, and let's get this started. We have arrived. Now, one bad thing about not having fully modded capabilities, because I'm on PlayStation, obviously, so I just have the roster and the draft classes. You can't like start like you can in NBA, even though it's not modded, it's just a feature they have. You can start in the specific year. We can't do that here, so technically it is 2024, but we've took the time machine back 22 years to 2002. Now, I'm not going to go through the roster as deep as I have before, because you guys should be pretty familiar with this roster. I chose the Cardinals as my team to control the most because they're the worst team. They're one of the worst teams in this roster. They are god-awful. Their best player is a right tackle at 91, and then it's not good else. They got Jake the Snake, but that's about it. But we could go quickly through some of the top teams or some of the top players in each position. So we got Donovan McNabb out of 99 overall. I didn't make the roster. It is what it is. Brett Favre, Peyton Manning, Rich Gannon, Mike Vick, but he's only 22. So maybe Mike Vick leaves the Falcons when his contract is up. Maybe he doesn't want to play for the Atlanta Falcons anymore. I don't know. He's never going to go to prison in this, so who knows what's going to happen. Dante Culpepper, we've seen him develop a lot because we did a Vikings rebuild with Dante Culpepper as well. Jeff Garcia on the 49ers, but he's 32. They're probably going to be looking to move on from him soon. Aaron Brooks, Steve McNair, Drew Bledsoe. A lot of these guys at the top here are pretty old. Tom Brady is available at 25 years old. Is he always going to be the quarterback of the Patriots? Probably. He certainly will. Mark Bolger, Jake Plummer, Kerry Collins, Drew Brees still on the Chargers. Does Drew Brees ever leave the Chargers and go to the Saints? I don't know. Does he instead go to the Saints, go to the Dolphins like he was supposed to do to team up with Nick Saban before that all fell apart? Who knows? Maybe he stays in San Diego. I don't know. We've also got Mark Brunell, and yes, I know that's Ellie McNeil, actually. I know the portraits are not going to be on at 1-to-1 on all of these guys. That's just the way that it is sometimes with these kind of rosters. And I'm not going to go and change all of them because that's too much work. David Carr is a rookie at 23 years old, 75 overall. I don't. Who is the actual? Who is that? I can't. He looks very familiar, but I can't recognize the face. I'm not sure who that is. I want to say it's Jalen Mills, but I don't see the green on the hair. I thought he always had the green on the hair. It could be somebody else. John Kitna, Cordell Stewart. No, that's Jay Fiedler. All right. You got Chris Redmond, Joey Harrington. You got a lot of names in the quarterback position, and obviously a lot to come in future draft classes. Then at running back, you got Priest Holmes, Marshall Falk, Deuce McAllister, some of the top names. LaDainian Tomlinson's only 23. So are we going to get prime LaDainian Tomlinson leaving the Chargers? We'll have to wait and see. You got Ricky Williams at 25. He should be a rookie, right? Oh, no, he's actually been. I thought he was younger than that. Clinton Portis, Edgerrin James, Eddie George, one of my favorites of all time. Maybe we make him a GOAT. That could be fun. And then at the wide receiver position, it's all the guys that you grew up with. It's Terrell Owens, it's Marv Sr., it's Randy Moss, it's Jerry Rice at the end of his career, it's Hines Ward and Joe Horn and Donald Driver and Isaac Bruce, Marty Booker, Jimmy Smith, Keyshawn Johnson. You guys know the drill with these guys already. A lot of guys that you know and you love, and a young Chad Johnson before he became Ocho Cinco. Now, when I do trades, since I have control of every single team, uh, it's going to be go through straight up. So whatever trade I make doesn't have to necessarily be fair if I don't want it to be fair. So we're going to see what happens. This is my universe. Shannon Sharp is 34 years old. Bubba Franks is here. A lot of young tight ends at the top of the league, which is pretty fun to see. So we'll see some development from some of these guys, hopefully, if they simulate pretty well. But overall, the tight end position's kind of thin. Some great left tackles at the top with Orlando Pace, Jonathan Ogden. You've got Walter Jones, Tariq Glenn. You got some great guys at the top, and then it's kind of thin throughout the rest. Left tackle, Alan Faneca, Brian Waters, Larry Allen. Some good players. Steve Hutchinson is here. I mean, you got some good players in the left guard spot, but it's also very thin. Olin Kreutz, Matt Burke, Kevin Malway, Damian Woody, Jeff Saturday. Center's pretty good position, but also thin. A lot of these guys, Dylan Raiola's dad, Dominic Raiola, a lot of these guys are, or a lot of these positions are very thin, but they won't be thin once we start cycling in some draft classes as we get going. Then you got Will Shields at right guard. You got LaCharles Bentley. You've got a lot of good players here, but then it thins out again. And then right tackle, Lincoln Kennedy, Willie Anderson, John Runyon. And then it thins out even more. So the offensive line is probably the most thin at each position. Or maybe not. I mean, you got the left ends where there's not really a whole lot of people here. Julius Peppers, we'll keep an eye on him. Maybe he moves from the Carolina Panthers. You never know. Willie McGinnis. Then you've got a right end with Jason Taylor, Simeon Rice, Michael Strahan, a young Richard Seymour, John Abraham. You've got Kabir Gabaja-Biamila, Justin Smith, Bruce Smith, Dwight Freeney. There's a lot of names at the defensive end spot. Tackle, you got Warren Sapp, Laurie Glover, John Henderson, Ted Washington, and Bryant Young. You got Casey Hampton, Pat Williams. There's some names. Outside linebacker, Anthony Simmons, LeVar Arrington. Oh, I love LeVar Arrington. He's a great player. Julian Peterson, Mike Peterson. We saw him develop really well when we were doing our Colts rebuild. Bill Romanowski. Oh, what a stud. What a stud. Niall Diggs, Mark Simonu. I don't know why they always give... Mark Simonu wasn't a black guy, was he? I don't know why they always give him a black portrait. There's a coach of the Patriots, Mike Vrabel. Outside linebacker, or middle linebacker, you got Brian Urlacher, Zach Thomas, Ray Lewis. I mean, these top three are unbelievable. Then you got Keith Brooking, Al Wilson, London Fletcher, Jeremiah Trotter. There should be some more guys down here in a little bit. Is that Raheem Morris? Oh, no, it's Rob Morris. Who else is here? Oh, Dan Morgan. I didn't even talk about Dan Morgan. Dan Morgan's there. Teddy Bruschi, but he's older and pretty bad at this point. He had his era in the 90s. Derek Brooks is 29 at 94 overall. Joey Porter, Junior Seau, Keith Bullock, Takeo Spikes. There's some big names, some big names. Then in the corner, some of my favorite players of all time. Champ Bailey, Ty Law, PS1, Sam Madsen, Rondé Barber, Troy Vincent. You got some names. Charles Woodson's only 25. You got some names. Antoine Winfield Sr. Then the safeties. You've got Weapon X, Brian Dawkins, Rod Woodson, Darren Sharp, Sammy Knight, Brock Marion, Roy Williams. There's some good names in here, but also thin. Lawyer Malloy, the best safety, as he should be. John Lynch, Darren Woodson, Adam Archuleta, underrated player. Rodney Harrison's 29. Ed Reed, super young. Awesome to see. And then the best kicker in the game is Adam Vinatieri, as he should be. David Akers, Morton Anderson, Automatica Grammatica. Seabass was down there. Punter. There's Shane Leckler if you care. Okay. That is all of the NFL top players. The best player in all of the league right now is Champ Bailey. Then Donovan McNabb, Priest Holmes, Terrell Owens. This is the 99 club. It stops with Brett Favre. So that's your 99 club for the start of this. Now we are technically the Arizona Cardinals, but we're trying to rebuild everybody basically. We're going to take control of everybody, and I'll show you that I have control of everybody if we go to user teams here. And we have control of all of these people. So even I can get a little crazy, even change the salary cap penalty. I can take away salary cap penalties. I can do anything that I want to do because I'm crazy and I'm going to do anything that I want to do. But we have control of all 32 NFL teams. So let's basically just see what happens. Did I load the draft class already? I'm pretty sure I did. I did. Okay, so we have the 2003 draft class ready to go. Charles Rogers, Carson Palmer. Now, in real life, obviously, Carson goes number 1 to the Cincinnati Bengals. Andre Johnson heads to the Houston Texans. Byron Leftwich on the Jaguars. Terrell Suggs of the Ravens. You guys know where these guys go. I don't have to tell you. So we'll see if that happens in real life. Maybe the Bengals don't have the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Who knows? Who really knows what's going to happen? I wish there was an easier way to switch between the teams. Like in NBA and 2K, you can switch between the teams fairly easily. But in this, you got to go all the way over to user teams, then pick the team, then it loads, and it's not as efficient as 2K is, but we'll be able to get through it. So I don't really know what the structure of this type of video is going to be. Like, I don't know how much I'm going to show you per season. I'm probably not going to make any moves in this first year. I kind of just want to see the base simulation and see how these rosters do. Not going to make any trades or do anything like that. I just kind of want to see how. First off, what was my franchise settings? Did I turn auto cap on? Okay, so I did turn auto negotiate contract negotiations on. I thought that I did. Okay, that's good. That's good to know. So I did turn auto contract negotiations because if I'm being for real, I'm probably not going to switch between all 32 teams and sign everybody that I want to resign. So mainly they're going to control that unless I specifically want to either not sign somebody or sign somebody, then I'll intervene. But for the most part, we're just going to let them rock with whoever they want to resign. And maybe that'll make it more interesting uh for free agency. Who knows? But I definitely want free agency to be a little bit more interesting because when you do these rebuilds, not a lot of interesting players make it to free agency, at least in the early stages. So I think I'm going to simulate this first season, just kind of get a baseline of how this season's going to simulate, and then once we get to the playoffs in the off season, we're going to start getting into the depths and really get this video going. So let's get to the end of the first season and see who's on top, who's at the bottom, and who's in between. So we finished the first season, and we'll go through the entire standings in a second. But the Cardinals, the reason why I chose them to be the main team that I'm like on the whole most of the video is because they were the worst, and they went 2-15. So maybe they're in the market for Carson Palmer. That could change their franchise in a big way. But let's take a look at these standings as a whole, see who did good, see who did bad. So the Eagles with Donovan McNabb, Brian Dawkins, all the boys, they won 15 games. The Colts won 14 games. Falcons, Niners 13, 12 for the Titans, Bills, Dolphins, and Raiders, 11 for the Vikings, the Rams, the Chiefs, 10 for the Buccaneers, the Chargers, and the Packers and the Lions, 9 for the Giants. And those are your playoff teams, by the way, except for the Steelers down here because they won their division at 8-9. That's kind of gross. That's kind of gross. Who did the worst? Patriots went 7-10. Who did the worst? So the Cardinals were the worst team in the league. They'll have the number 1 overall pick. Then the Bears. Then the Ravens. Then the Bengals. Very interesting that these teams would be at the bottom here. I would expect the Bengals to be down here, but I wouldn't expect like the Ravens to be down here. But I guess they aren't as good as they probably could be, or at least they are in the future. And the Patriots at 7-10. Not good from New England. but the Cardinals will have the number one overall pick in the draft. This is your official first year playoff bracket. If you're curious, the teams that I'm covering up with my camera are the number 4 seeded Vikings and the number 5 seeded LA Rams. Well, they're the St. Louis Rams at this point, but that is the playoff bracket with the Colts and the Eagles being the number 1 seeds. Funny enough, in my Colts rebuild that I did, the Colts were in the Super Bowl in year number 1. I think that's kind of funny. But let's get to some stats around the league. Let's see kind of who was leading the entire league in yards and all that kind of stuff, because that's what we really care about. So we go to the NFL. So the leader in passing was Drew Bledsoe with 4,900 yards, 33 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. That's a solid season from Drew Bledsoe, especially at his advanced age. Then you got Trent Green with 51 touchdowns. Was that the most? It was by a good margin too. Peyton Manning was close, but that's the most touchdowns at 51. Then you got Jeff Garcia at 4,600. Then Peyton Manning, Brad Johnson, Donovan McNabb, Michael Vick throwing for 4,000 yards and 40 touchdowns. Okay, Mike, I see you out here. Brett Favre only threw 3 picks. That's the most unrealistic thing I've ever seen. 4,100 yards for him. Touchdowns we saw was Trent Green at 51, then Manning, Garcia, Favre, Vick, McNair. Who threw the most interceptions? It was Jim Miller, not surprising, Bears quarterback. Patrick Ramsey, the rookie David Carr with 16. All right, so guys that are in offenses that throw the ball a lot or are just bad quarterbacks, like these guys up here at the top. Who had the best completion percentage? No way. Brett Favre had the best completion percentage. Are you kidding me? All right, whatever. Rushing numbers. Marshall Faulk, in his advanced age, leads the league in yards with 1,700. I wonder if we'll ever get a guy that's over 2,000 in this. That'd be pretty fun. 15 touchdowns, average 6.6 per carry is pretty cool. Sean Alexander was next up, then Amon Green, LaDainian Tomlinson, Charlie Garner, Fred Taylor, Priest Holmes, Ricky Williams. Who averaged the most? It was Falk with 6.6, and then nobody else that really got to play much, or that started. Touchdown leader was LT and Williams tied with 21. Okay. All right, very interesting. Eddie George got a few. All right, all right, all right. I see it out here. Brian Finneran is the leading receiver in all of the NFL. He had Mike Vick throwing to him, and he gets 1,500 yards and 18 touchdowns. Marty Booker was next up. Eric Moulds, Donald Driver, Amani Toomer, Terrell Owens. We should be seeing like T.O. and Chad Johnson and these guys, Randy Moss and all these guys take that next step, I would expect. But we got to get through the muck of the early seasons. Is it Cadre? Cadre? I don't know how to say his name. He had 20 touchdowns, though, from Peyton Manning. He led the league in touchdowns. Then you got Driver, Dante Hall, Finneran, Booker, Bruce, Terry Glenn, T.O., Derek Mason, all the boys. All the boys. Blocking numbers. Who had the most sacks this season? Chester Pitts allowed 20 sacks this season. Not ideal, not ideal. The tackle leader was Kendrell Bell. That's quite the name. Jeremiah Trotter was next up. Jamie Sharper, Chris Claiborne, London Fletcher. A lot of guys over 120 tackles. Not surprising, just a lot of guys over it. I'm surprised that Ray Lewis isn't up here. Whatever. Tackle for loss leader was Leroy Glover with 22. Pat Williams, 21. Trevor Price, Grady Jackson. There's Jason Taylor. And then the sack leader was Hugh Douglas, not who I would have picked. I would have picked like Simeon Rice or Jason Taylor or some one of these guys. Not Hugh Douglas, but good for him. He led it with 20. Okay, interception leader was Jerron Bolden with 6. Falcons corner. Then you got Troy Vincent also with 6. Champ Bailey had 5. Barber had 4. Surtain had 4. A lot of guys had 4. Okay. And the best kicker was Phil Dawson with the highest percentage. No, not the highest percentage. That goes to Mike Vanderyacht. I think Yacht? I don't know. But he had a 94%. He kicked 17 of them, and he made a 55-yarder. Who made the longest? Morton Anderson. Wasn't he the guy that kicked barefoot once? Or was that somebody else? I feel like it was him, but maybe not. I don't know. It could have been somebody else. 56-yarder was the longest in the league this year. Kicked by a few different people. How many blocks were... Oh, Phil Dawson had 3 blocks. That sucks. How many extra points are blocked? Not that many. Actually, you know what? There's more than I would have expected, probably. And there was a lot of people who had 100% extra points. Man, the Browns didn't really kick a lot of extra points, did they? They must not have scored very many touchdowns this year. And then punting numbers, we don't really care about punts. Kick return numbers, no kick return touchdowns this year. and no punt return touchdowns this year. All right, all right. I see how it is. And we can take a look at full team stats really quickly. So the best offense in the league looks like it was the San Francisco 49ers. Hmm. Okay. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm not loaded to. Okay, there we go. I wasn't. They were third. I wasn't loaded to the best thing. It was the Colts who had the best offense in the league. They had 300 first downs. They had 47 passing touchdowns and 14 rushing touchdowns. They averaged 28.2 yards, not yards, points per game. Okay. What about defense? Best defense in the league was Philadelphia. They had 12 interceptions, 10 fumbles, 59 sacks. The team with the most sacks was the Bucks. That's not surprising. They got a lot of pass rushers on that team. And they allowed 400 the Texans allowed 464 points. We only allowed 421 as the Cardinals, but the Texans won. Oh, I didn't sim all the or I didn't go all the way down. So the Cardinals don't have the worst record. The Texans went 1-16, so they'll have the number 1 overall pick, and the Cardinals have the second pick. Interesting. But the Texans don't need a quarterback because they just took Derek Carr or David Carr. So Carson Palmer still could end up in Arizona, which he does end up in real life in Arizona at one point. The conversion rate for teams around the league, the best fourth down percentage was the Titans. They had 13 attempts and they got all of them on fourth down. Very interesting. Very, very. Third down conversion percentage, the Niners and a couple other teams had 56%. How many 2-point conversions do we have? Okay. A lot of teams had 100% 2-point conversion. Who attempted the most? The Broncos attempted 7. Interesting. Red zone efficiency. The most efficient offense was the Niners with 72%. And the most efficient defense was a tie between the Seahawks and the Colts with 69%. Nice. All right, we're starting to get a basis for who's the best teams in the league, other than just stats and records. So the turnover difference, 17 for the Philadelphia, 15, 13. Wow. Very, very interesting. A lot of good numbers. And we will move to the playoffs. We'll move to the playoffs of year number 1 of the simulation. So the first wild card round, it is going to be the Chiefs beating the Bills, Titans beating the Raiders, and the Dolphins beating the Steelers. And then over the NFC side, it's the Packers beating the Falcons, the Bucks beating the Niners. So we saw that the Bucks and the Falcons were two of the better teams in the league. They both get beat in the playoffs. And then the Vikings beating the Rams. So only one of the top seeds in the wild card on the NFC side won, and none of the top seeds in the AFC side won. Very interesting. Very, very, very interesting. What about divisional weekend? Who's moving on? It's going to be the Colts and the Titans. Man, Eddie George and Steve McNair making a case for best duo right now. And then the Eagles beat the Packers pretty handily, 49-20, my God. And then 31-13. So 2 blowouts over on the NFC side and only 1 on the AFC side. So you got the 2 1 seeds and then 2 underdogs. Will we get an underdog matchup, or will we have ourselves a boring 1 versus 1? The Pro Bowl is here. We'll take a look at the Pro Bowl roster in a second. It is, hey, look at that. It is 1 versus an underdog. So the Colts move on. They beat the Titans by a touchdown, but the Eagles fall at home to the Vikings. So Randy Moss, Dante Culpepper, and the boys are playing in the Super Bowl. Who is going to be our first Super Bowl champion of the video? I have absolutely no idea, but we can take a look at the Pro Bowl roster here. The starting quarterbacks are Donovan McNabb and Drew Bledsoe, Jeff Garcia, Trent Green, Mike Vick, Steve McNair. Starting running backs are Marshall Faulk and LaDainian Tomlinson. Okay, very good. Marty Booker, what? Is that Dante Hall? Wow, okay. Donald Driver, Terrell Owens, Hines Ward. Not the guys I would have expected. Tony Gonzalez makes it. Jonathan Ogden, Orlando Pace. Not the starters, though. Faneca, Larry Allen, Damian Woody and Olin Kreutz, Will Shields, John Runyon, Lincoln Kennedy. Very interesting Pro Bowl for year number 1. Jason Taylor and Simeon Rice, Strahan and Seymour, Pat Williams, Warren Sapp, John Henderson. Just crazies. There's Vrabel making a Pro Bowl. Junior Seau, Derek Brooks, Keith Bullock, Troy Vincent, Nate Clements, Champ Bailey at number 3. Disrespectful. PS1, Adam Archuleta. Who's the kickers? It's Jay Feely and Olindo Mare. All right. Weird Pro Bowl rosters. I'll say that much. I will say that much. Let's get to the Super Bowl and find out who is playing in or who's going to win the Super Bowl. I will jump in and do it. I'll pick between the teams. It'll be Colts or Vikings. I guess I'm not gonna control either of the teams, but I will flip a coin here. I have a coin. It's kind of dirty, but I will flip a coin here. Either we're gonna join as the Colts or join as the Vikings here. It's up, and it is. Oh, I didn't sign anything. I'm stupid. uh, Colts, Vikings heads, Colts tails. Vikings heads, Colts tails. There it is. Colts tails. Colts tails it is. We will jump in as the Colts, but not play as the Colts. Just watch the game as the Colts. So here we go. 14-3 versus 11-6. What is gonna happen? I guess we'll wait and find out. Who's gonna be the first champion of this new universe? Okay, here we are in the Super Bowl, and we are gonna simulate the series before we jump in and like slow watch the end of the game. The Vikings lead 7-0. Colts take the tie, so it's 7-7 in the second quarter. Vikings get a field goal, 10-7. At the end of the half, Colts get a touchdown, and the Vikings can't do anything before halftime. So it's 14-10. Colts driving down again, and the Colts will score again. They might just be too much. Peyton Manning might be too much, and there it is, another touchdown for the Colts. It's getting out of hand. It's getting late early here in Minnesota. Well, not here in Minnesota, but for Minnesota. A 1 yard rushing touchdown for Dante Culpepper gets them back in this game, but the defense has got to show up for them, and it looks like they might not be able to. Let's slow play this game. And wait, how do I slow play it? I know how to do it. I should be able to. If I just go, there we go. Okay, perfect. So Peyton Manning, 3rd and 5. What's he gonna be doing here? 28-7. He's gonna pass. Fires. Caught by Marv Sr. And that's probably the game. The Vikings use their final timeout. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. And they will kneel it down. That is the ball game. The Indianapolis Colts will be the Super Bowl champions in year 1 of this rewriting the script. Why couldn't that happen to me when I was rebuilding the Colts? That would have been super nice. That would have been super, super nice. But this is the ball game. Oh, actually, no, they're gonna snap. What are they doing here? I thought they would just kneel it down again. Only 2nd and 11. They snap it. They hand it to Edgerrin James, and he's gonna get brought down for really only a gain of 1. I don't know really what the purpose of that was, but and now they will kneel it again. I'm not really sure what the purpose of handing it off on 2nd and 11 to get 1 yard was, but you could have just kneeled it down again. And there it is. Super Bowl champion Indianapolis Colts. Congratulations all around. Congratulations all around. First champions. All right. There we have it. The Colts are the Super Bowl champions. Fantastic. Absolutely. I thought the Vikings might have had a chance to come back there, but their defense just could not contend with what the Colts were doing. That's for sure. They just could not handle it. So some big upgrades for the Colts. I think Peyton Manning might have just become a 99 overall there. Very interesting. Nope, that's not what I wanted to click on. If I go advanced week, we should be able to start the off season now. We'll take a look at season recap right now as well. We've got Peyton Manning winning Super Bowl MVP. Jeff Garcia takes home first ever MVP of the league. Then you got Deuce McAllister and Hugh Douglas, Offensive Players of the Year, and Clinton Portis and John Henderson win the Rookies of the Year. Interesting. Very, very interesting. All right, now that we are into who's retiring, anybody of note? We've got John Randall retiring, Darrell Green, Bruce Smith, Bill Romanowski, Tim Brown. Okay, so a lot of the 80s and 90s players that somehow snuck their way into the 2000s. Chris Carter also retires. A lot of the guys from the 80s and 90s that snuck their way into the 2000s have called it a career. We'll jump back to the Cardinals here and take control of them so that we can get back into commissioner mode. Okay, so we've got upgrade players for the Cardinals, but there shouldn't be anybody here that's crazy upgradable. We'll just do that real quick. All right. So the Cardinals are going to have the number two pick. The Texans are going to have the number one overall pick. But they don't need a quarterback unless they do need a quarterback. I don't know. Did everybody get re-signed? Franchise tag David Boston. I don't think 25-year-old David Boston at 63 million is something the Cardinals need. So he's going to get left around. Although LJ Shelton, we need to accept his or franchise tag him. They couldn't come to an agreement on him. They could not come to an agreement. Okay, let's get to free agency. The good old fashioned free agency. Who's going to be in free agency? I'm not looking just for the Cardinals. I'm looking for every team. So Donovan McNabb has made it out of free agency. The Eagles didn't want to pay him. The Eagles did not want to pay Donovan McNabb. He has made it here. So has Brett Favre. Since Brett Favre or the Packers are pre Aaron Rodgers in this, I think I'm going to become the Packers and sign him. But Donovan McNabb, does he need to come back to the Eagles? Let me check the Eagles as a roster. Let me just take a look at the Eagles. What do they have as a backup quarterback? They need to get Donovan McNabb back. They don't really have much. They were a really good team this year. Yeah, they'll re-sign. Okay, so McNabb will go back to the Eagles, and we will become the Packers as well, and re-sign Brett Favre. If they already had Aaron Rodgers at this point, then I probably wouldn't have Brett Favre come back. But they need to get him back. The Eagles are 15-2. They need their quarterback. So let's sign. He has no interest in coming back though, but we'll get him back. Nobody else is even offering. This is a massive contract though. This is going to kill their money in the future. But there's nobody else here that is going to offer him a contract. So let's become the Packers, and we need to get Brett Favre. And I think I saw Donald Driver there as well. So we'll get Donald Driver back on Green Bay. And then I'll probably just let everybody else marinate in free agency. I don't think there's anybody else I don't want to go through and turn on auto free agents. That's going to be pretty annoying. So we've got Brett Favre will re-sign on a. I'll give him. So we're in 2002 going to the 2003 draft. I'll give him a 4-year deal because that'll line up kind of with Aaron Rodgers. If we want to go that direction, we might not even go that direction with the Packers. Who knows? But we'll give him a 4-year deal with that, and we'll also get Donald Driver back. Oh, they got a lot of money. They got a lot of money. All right, we get that done with Donald Driver. Everybody else, I guess we should probably sign Mike Allstott back with the Tampa Bay Bucks because they're probably going to need a fullback. So let's go to Tampa Bay, Tampa Bay. And at this point, once free agency is kind of over, we will start getting into possible trades. Do I want to see anybody on a new team? What are we going to do here? McNabb wants to go to the Tampa Bay Bucks. That's kind of crazy. All right, we'll get Mike Allstott back on an exclusive contract where he's not going to go anywhere for a while. So he's going to come back to Tampa. But I don't think there's anybody else that I want to put on a new roster. I might go to the Patriots and make Rodney Harrison come back to the Patriots. That could be pretty funny. Let's see. All right. What kind of trades should we make, though? What kind of trades? Actually, let's do the first week of free agency or the first thing of free agency so that everybody signs. Can I not do that? I'm pressing the thing, the evaluation thing. I guess I can't do that. It's whatever. I'll just simulate the week. Maybe when you're controlling all the teams. Oh, I probably have to be the Cardinals. That's probably why. That's whatever. We'll just advance the week. It doesn't matter. Nobody else is offering a contract, so it's not like they're going to go anywhere else. All right, so McNabb has re-signed. He goes to the Eagles again. Allstott back with the Bucks. Donald Driver back with the Packers, but Brett Favre still being stingy. Because of course he is. Still being stingy. I guess we just have to go with force advance again. And he should sign this time. And he does. I see it up in the corner there. I also probably need to turn on auto upgrade players because I don't want to have to go through and auto upgrade everybody. So, oops, that's not the right thing. We should probably turn on auto upgrade for everybody. That's going to take me a minute though to get auto upgrade for every single team. This is why it needs to be. I should have just done this at the beginning. Auto progress players. That's what we need to have. I think, right? Uh, yeah, I think that we need to have auto progress players on. What's auto progress talents? Your team's talents throughout the season. We'll just do auto progress players. I'm gonna have to go and do that for every single team. Unfortunately, I wish there was just a button you could push for every single team at one time, but it's not the way that it is. So let me go and do that really quickly for every single team so that all their stuff is on auto, and then I'll come back to you when we're ready to start possibly moving some players around. Okay, so I just went through and adjusted all of the other teams in the NFL for auto upgrading their players, so I don't have to worry about that. I should have done it at the beginning before I started or when I started the save, but I forgot. So it's down, it's done now, and so I won't have to worry about that anymore. The teams can auto do that as we simulate. But let's take a look around the league and see if there's any people, any teams that need to get moved. Is there anybody in the league that wants to move around? Who wants to go play in a new market? So the Colts or the Cardinals have the number 2 pick. We knew about that. They have Jake the Snake Plummer. They're looking to get Carson Palmer, so maybe they trade away Jake Plummer. Who needs a quarterback? That's a big question. The Texans need a quarterback, that's for sure. The Jags have Mark Brunell on a last year of his deal, 75 overall. The Jaguars are an option at quarterback for a landing spot. Joey Harrington, I want to see how he develops, so we're going to keep the Lions with him. But the Panthers are god awful at quarterback. They need a okay, so the Panthers are probably the move. The Seahawks don't have a quarterback. Maybe they need a quarterback, but the Panthers are god awful at quarterback. I'd rather not have a quarterback than have the options that the Panthers have. So we're gonna send Jake the Snake to Carolina, and they are going to send back something. What are they going to send back? This Panther team is just gross, just the worst. They are super gross. Let's see. What do they want to send back? They're probably going to have to send back a draft pick. Nothing too crazy. Maybe like a second rounder or something. Although maybe a first rounder because they are kind of desperate for a quarterback. But they do have 2 seconds, so we'll send the Cardinals back a second round pick this year, and we'll also send them a second round pick next year for Jake. But they also probably need to send back at least one player. It's not going to be Steve Smith. It's not going to be Mushin. This Panther team is just horrible. They don't really have a lot of guys that they would be willing to send back. Julius Pepper's not leaving right for this trade, at least. They could send back a linebacker, I guess. Maybe a corner. What's the. Whoops, I didn't mean to take Jake Plummer out of that. What does the cornerback situation for the Cardinals look like? They do need another corner because they don't really have a lot. So it looks like we're going to send a Panther corner back in this trade. Probably going to be Terry Fair, who looks like George Karlaftis, funny enough. But 2 second-round picks and a corner for Jake the Snake Plummer heading to Carolina. Congratulations. Panthers have a quarterback at least for a couple of years. And now the Cardinals can have Carson Palmer when they draft him. So there we go for that. What about around the rest of the league? Who wants to get moved? A lot of teams need a quarterback. This really isn't a quarterback draft class, to be honest. Who else should we move? Who else should we move? Colts just won a championship, so they're not looking to move anybody. They could be looking to bring somebody in, though. Let's see. Eagles had a good year. Look at the cap hit on Donovan McNabb, though. It's kind of insane. Falcons had a really, really good year. Maybe they're looking to get somebody new in to help out with Mike Vick. Maybe they're looking for a wide receiver. I don't know. Terrell Owens had a good year. Strahan's getting a little bit older. What do we want to do? What do we want to do? There's Jake the Snake Plumber. Who was some of the worst teams? It was the Texans. It was the Patriots didn't have that good of a year. The Bears had a bad year. I remember that. The Bears, do they want to move on from somebody? They got one more year of Brian Urlacher. Do they want to move Brian Urlacher to a new team? Yeah, we're going to move Brian Urlacher to a new team. It's just going to be who do I send him to is the question. Let me choose before I switch over to the Bears. So who needs a middle linebacker? I know the Cardinals need a middle linebacker, but we're not going to send him to the Cardinals. Who else in football needs a middle linebacker? So if we go over to middle linebackers, so I'm probably Urlacher would want to go to a contending team, obviously, not a team that would be bad. So the Eagles just had a great year and they have horrible middle linebackers. Maybe we send them to Philadelphia, although a Chicago Philly trade's kind of crazy. We'll keep an eye on that. That might be the thing to do. A lot of teams don't really have a good middle linebacker, so there's a lot of different options here where we could send him. We could send him to Patriots. Patriots could use a middle linebacker other than Teddy Bruschi because he's getting a little bit up there in age. Patriots are an option. Rams are certainly an option. They might need a quarter or a middle linebacker, but he's not really a contender. Rams aren't really a contender. Ray Lewis is good in Baltimore. We got to send him to a team where he would thrive. I'm either thinking the Eagles or the Patriots are probably the two teams that we're going to send Brian Urlacher to. So does he go to the Eagles or does he go to the Patriots? He probably goes to the Eagles. I think I'm going to send him to Philadelphia. We're going to send him to Philadelphia because the Eagles are a contending team. They were just in the Super Bowl, or they weren't in the Super Bowl. They were just in the number one seed in the playoffs. Oops, that's not the one I want to be in. They were just the number one seed in the playoffs. They got bumped in the conference championship. Maybe Brian Urlacher helps them out. So we'll switch to the Eagles. Not well, I guess it doesn't really matter who we switch to. We'll switch to a team, and then we will start the trade. So what do the Eagles get back in return? Probably a draft pick, at least a first rounder. They'd have to give back. So they give back pick number 30 and probably their second round pick as well because Urlacher is going to be actually no, it's probably going to be two firsts. I know he's on the last year of their deal, but they're going to be able to re-sign him. Probably two first round picks for Urlacher and then maybe a player. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do a second round pick in the third year as well just to kind of sweeten the pot a little bit more. They need a quarterback, the Bears do, but Eagles don't have a quarterback that they would give up. They need a tight end. They don't have a tight end. They need outside linebacking help. Sean Barber. No, they don't have linebackers. They need a D tackle as well. They have two D tackles. I could give up one of them. They're both on 1 year deals. Let's give them back Darwin Walker, who looks like Jason Witten. So we'll give back two first round picks, a second round pick, and Darwin Walker for Brian Urlacher from Chicago. There you go. Chicago just got extra draft picks, but those draft picks presumably aren't going to be that bad or aren't going to be that good because the Eagles with Urlacher should be better. But they had Brian Urlacher. Look at that. Brian Urlacher, Brian Thomas. That's kind of, or Brian Dawkins. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. Okay. Who else? What other big names want to get out of their situations? What other big names want to get out of their situations? We're not going to move LT yet. He's fine where he's at. Chiefs. The Chiefs weren't a great team this year. What's their draft pick? They're 27. They were a better team than I thought. There's the Colts, Champ, Alien, the Commanders. The Falcons did pretty well, right? They got pick number 24. They could certainly use a wide receiver. Let's give Michael Vick a wide receiver. So let's look at wide receivers around the league. Who is on a team? Who's a good receiver on a team that is just not doing very well right now? Except for Steve Smith. He's too young. The Rams only have two wide receivers. Joe Horn's an interesting one. Joe Horn on the Saints. How did the Saints do this year? They were a middling team. I could see Joe Horn playing for the Falcons. That's a prime option. Hines Ward probably doesn't leave the Steelers. Not yet, at least, if we do move him. They had pick number 19. He's probably not going to leave. Randy Moss, we're not moving from the Vikings just yet. Chad Johnson's too young. Rod Smith. Keyshawn Johnson's too old. Reggie Wayne's not leaving. Chris Chambers. I think I like the Joe Horn move. So we take control of the Saints or take control of the Falcons, either one. And we move Joe Horn to the Falcons to give Michael Vick an actual number one option. I guess it's just whoever I see first. It's the Saints. So we'll do that. And we will move Joe Horn to the Falcons to give Michael Vick a number one receiver. I mean, he had Brandon Finneran lead the league in receiving yards. So giving him an actual number one who has a little bit of control. He has 2 years of control left, so I think the Falcons are in a pretty good position here. But they'd probably have to give up a good amount of stuff for Joe Horn, although he's a little bit older. They could give up Simmons 26. How about you give up Chris Draft as a right outside linebacker? He could move to middle or right outside if he or left outside is what I mean. He could move there if he absolutely has to. Then you got Patrick Kearney, you got Brady Smith. What about at tight end? They probably don't have anybody, right? They got Algie Crumpler. They got good old Algie. Center, you got Todd McClure. Can't get rid of him. Corner, they don't really have a lot of corners. I guess it's just gonna have to be their first round pick. Does Joe Horn go for a first? Probably. He probably goes for a first, but that's probably it. Maybe a first and a third next year for Joe Horn. And we'll do that. And the Saints have given away their guy, and the Falcons have gotten their guy. All right. So, are there any other moves that I want to make right now? Or do we want to just wait until after the draft? Let's see. Who else wants to go somewhere? Hmm. Who else wants to go somewhere? Do the Colts? I mean, the Colts don't really need anything, do they? I mean, they just won the freaking Super Bowl. They don't really need anything else. What about. And Joe Horn instantly becomes the number two player in this entire team, so that's good for them. And they're on the same timeline, 2 years left on their contracts. Jeff Garcia just won the MVP. Maybe they need to get him a left tackle to cover because they don't have. Who's their left tackle right now? They don't have a left tackle, so they probably need one. The Niners need a left tackle to help out. And some of the best left tackles in the league are Luke Pedigoat. You got Mike Pearson at 23, but the Jaguars probably wouldn't want to let him go. You got Jeff Backus, but he's only an 80 overall. I'm thinking Orlando Pace. That's kind of what I'm thinking. But Orlando Pace would cost a lot to get rid of him. Jonathan Ogden, same kind of deal. Walter Jones is 29. You know what? I could see a world where Walter Jones heads to the Niners. He's 29. He's older than both Orlando Pace and Jonathan Ogden, right? Oh, he's the same age as Ogden. But he's got 3 years of team control. So if we take control of either the 49ers or the Seahawks, whoever we come up against or come up and see first, I could see a world where Walter Jones heads to the Niners to give Jeff Garcia that lockdown left tackle that he's been looking for. Let's go to the trade. It's definitely going to take at least one first round pick, probably two first round picks. So left tackle Walter Jones heads to the Niners, and the Niners give back definitely their first round pick this year and next year, and probably even a two this year. I would have to say to get Walter Jones, but they probably also have to give a player back. The Seahawks need a tight end. Niners don't have a tight end. They need a defensive end. They don't have a defensive end. They need another one. They don't have one. They need a D tackle. They don't have one. Okay, so all the positions of need from the Seahawks, the Niners don't have. Let's see. What can I give them? Is it just going to be a straight up draft pick trade? It might just be a straight up draft pick trade. Let's do a second from 2027. So 2 firsts and 2 seconds gets the Niners a left tackle that they desperately need in Walter Jones. And now that's probably going to be the last move that I make in this first period here. We probably just go to the draft now at this point because we are ready to go. Texans have the number one overall pick. The Cardinals have number two. So let's go to the good stuff. Let's get ready to rumble. We've got private workouts. I'm probably not going to do private workouts. So maybe I will. I don't know. I guess I probably should. Let's do Rodgers and then Terrell Suggs and I don't even know, maybe Jordan Gross. It doesn't really matter too much because we're going to take Carson Palmer. So here we go. Let's keep moving. I guess I should probably upgrade the Cardinal players. I probably should turn auto upgrades on for them too. Okay, so we moved on from Jake Plummer. He's in Carolina now. It's time for the draft. The first draft, the 2003 NFL draft is here. What does the mock draft have to say? What does the mock draft have to say? So it has the Texans going Charles Rogers. Well, that's simply not going to happen. The Texans probably should trade down. That might be good. Maybe if they trade down with the Ravens, they could still get Andre Johnson, and they could probably get another first round pick. That's probably what they do. Yeah, let's do that. Let's have the Texans trade down from number 1 to number 4. But then what do the Ravens get? What do the Ravens trade up? What are the Ravens trading up for? That's the big question. Because Carson's going to go number 2 for the Cardinals. Or maybe they should just swap. Maybe we should just do that. Maybe we should just have the Texans and the Cardinals swap. That might just be smarter and easier. So let's just do that. Let's just swap the number 1 and number 2 picks. We probably don't need to trade that much more. So if the Cardinals give up pick number 2, they have 2 second round picks now from the whatchamacallit, the Panthers. So if we toss in that pick and maybe we toss in a third from next year, that's probably enough value back from the Texans. Oops, probably should go this way. Texans pick number 1. So they're just dropping back 1 spot. They pick up a second round pick this year, pick number 39, and they pick up a third round pick in 2026. I think that's fair because they're going to keep their pick at number 2 anyway. So let's trade that. Bada bing, bada boom. And the Cardinals now have the number 1 overall pick. They will take Carson Palmer with it. That just makes more sense than having the Ravens jump up to number 1. Okay, so here we are. We are here ready to go. Make the selection. Cardinals at number 1 will take Carson Palmer, Heisman Trophy winner out of USC. He's got the measurables. He's got the accuracies. He is the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. Congratulations to him. It's going to be a black guy, isn't it? I think the player model. Yeah, the player model is a black guy. Unfortunately for Carson Palmer, there, he's not the player model in the portrait don't really match up. But he is the number 1 player in the draft. Well, not the number 1. He's the number 1 pick in the draft. He's number 12 in the rating. All right, and the Houston Texans are up next. Do I have to? I think I have to switch to every team to draft who I want them to draft. That's very annoying. Switch, and I could just simulate the picks, but I want at least the first round. I want them to actually take somebody that I want them to take. So number 2 pick in the draft. So they traded down from 1 to 2. They got back an extra second and an extra third in next year's draft. They should probably just take Andre Johnson with this pick. They could take either him or Charles Rogers, and I think they're going to take Andre Johnson. He's going to stay in Houston, just like in real life. Welcome aboard, Andre Johnson. Heading to the Texans. Now we got to switch to the Bears. The Bears. The Bears. Where are they at? They're down the board. All right, Chicago. Chicago, Chicago. Who are we going to take? Who are we going to take with the 3rd overall pick? Their team needs are obviously quarterback. Do they take Byron Leftwich? I mean, they need a quarterback. Either that or Sexy Rexy. It's not a great quarterback class, I'll give you that much. They did scout quarterback, so they would probably know not to take a quarterback. They could probably get one a little bit later down the draft. So other need, they need wide receiver. They have wide receiver listed up there twice, so they probably should take a wide receiver. And let's give them Charles Rogers. He's the best receiver left. He's got good speed. He's going to be a Chicago Bear. Welcome aboard, Charles Rogers. And now the Ravens are up. And the Ravens, in theory, would take Terrell Suggs to pair him alongside Ray Lewis. So that's probably what they're going to do. I kind of like that pairing. I kind of like that pairing a lot. Terrell Suggs, welcome back to the Baltimore Ravens. You are a Baltimore Raven, Terrell. Congratulations, big dog. The biggest of all the dogs. Now we got to switch to the Cincinnati Bengals. The Cincinnati Bengals. Where are they at? They are down the board. There they are. But who do the Bengals take at number 5? Because Carson's not on the table anymore. Who do the Bengals take at 5? They need quarterback, wide receiver, defensive end, middle linebacker. Who do the Bengals take at number 5? They could take Kevin Williams. They could take Dwayne Robinson, Jonathan Sullivan, Terrence Newman. I mean, maybe this is where we take a reach at Byron Leftwich. I don't know. Maybe he's the guy for Cincinnati. He's rated decently high in the class. They could also take a guy like Charles Tillman, but top 5 is probably not the way to go. Um, I think the Bengals are going to take Byron Leftwich. I mean, he's got the build. He's 6'5". He's got elite strength, elite throw power. The accuracies aren't there, but he's going to be a top 5 pick for the Cincinnati Bengals. Welcome aboard, Byron Leftwich. You're now the starting quarterback of the Cincinnati Bengals. Denver's up next. I have absolutely no idea what Denver is going to need. What would Denver need? All right, here we go. I guess we should take a look at what Denver needs first. What are they going to need? They also could use a quarterback. They don't need a running back. They could always use a wide receiver. They need a tight end. Shannon Sharp is getting super old. They could use some more defensive line. And they need safety. Okay. So let's take a look at what's on the board. What's available for Denver? What's available for us? There's defensive line at D tackle. Corner, they're pretty good at. Terrence Newman could always help, but I think this is a defensive end or D tackle pick for the Denver Broncos here. I'm kind of leaning a little towards Calvin Pace, but I'm also leaning towards one of these top guys like Jonathan Sullivan or Dwayne Robertson. I think they need D end more than they need D tackle, so I'm going to have them take Calvin Pace with the number 6 pick in the draft. You've got yourself a D end. Now Carolina comes up. Carolina, the Carolina Panthers. What in the world would the Carolina Panthers need? What on earth do the Carolina Panthers need? They need not a quarterback. They need a running back. Okay. They need an extra wide receiver. They need a tight end. Everybody needs a tight end. They need a left. What was that? A left tackle, left guard. They need a left. Oh, they don't have any left tackles or right guards. Okay, they need offensive line. Let's get Panthers offensive line. Panthers need offensive line. Who's going to be their offensive lineman? I mean, Jordan Gross is available. He probably needs to be the pick. He played here in real life. He's going to come back. Jordan Gross, top 10 pick. Welcome back to Carolina. He can't escape it. The Jets are up next. The New York Jets. The New York Jets. What are they going to need? They weren't like, I don't think they were that bad. I mean, they were top 10 pick, but they don't necessarily need a quarterback or a running back. They need wide receiver. They have 2 wide receivers on roster. They need a tight end. They need a left guard. They don't have any. They need linebacker and safety. Okay, so they need a lot of stuff. They need a lot of stuff. So let's figure out what they're going to need. They could use some corner. The draft isn't really lining up the way that it needs to. They do need a tight end, and Dallas Clark is available. I'm going to give them Dallas Clark. They need a tight end. He is now on roster for the Jets. Who's up next? It is the Cleveland Browns. Cleveland Lantis. Okay. And the Cleveland Browns are a bad football team. What do they need? What do the Cleveland Browns require? A quarterback. A quarterback and a tight end. And defensive linebackers and safeties, defensive backs. They need a lot of stuff. But a quarterback is priority number 1. Unfortunately, this class is not necessarily quarterback heavy. But they're going to take a flyer on Sexy Rexy. Welcome to Cleveland. Add him to the back of that one jersey. where they just have all the Browns quarterbacks over the years on the back of that. Rex Grossman is now a Brown. Seahawks are up next at number 10. And the Seahawks, they just got rid of Walter Jones, so they probably need tackle to replace. Let's just get them a replacement left tackle. I don't know if there's going to be a replacement left tackle, but they're probably going to need one. Kwame Harris is the best left tackle available. The best right tackle available is George Foster. So they're either going to pick him and move him to left tackle or pick Kwame Harris and just have him play left tackle. He looks good physically. He's okay. He's a fine player. What about Foster? George Foster, solid. I think they'll take George Foster. They'll grab George Foster. We can always move him to left tackle if we need to. So he might just play there naturally. And then the Commanders are up next. The Washington football team steps up. Okay. Okay. What do they need? What do they need? They have Champ Bailey. They've got a decent quarterback right now. They've got running back, kind of. I mean, he's 23. Might as well see what he's got. They need another wide receiver. They need a left guard. They need a center. They need a lot of different things, that's for sure. They need a lot of different things. But they might, more than anything, need a receiver. They might need a receiver. Brian Johnson, Anquan Bolden. There's a couple receivers at the top of the board. Do they reach for Anquan? They don't have anybody of these guys scouted, so they don't really know how good they're going to be. Do they take a flyer on Brian Johnson? Or do they go for offensive line? Who did they scout? They scouted right outside linebacker. They scouted safety. They scouted free safety. Interesting. Well, they don't need, I don't think they need a strong safety, so Troy Polamalu is not going to be their pickup. They also scouted quarterback. They need a wide receiver. Brian Johnson or Anquan Bolden is probably the one they would go for. I guess let's just take a look at their measurements and see what happens here. So 4.5 speed, but he's got F catching traffic and catching. Okay, Brian Johnson not looking like the front runner here. Anquan Bolden. What's he got? He's got slower, but he's overall just a better receiver. We could go with Anquan here. Let's take Anquan Bolden. Washington has taken Anquan Bolden. He's picked number 11. Now the Patriots. My favorite team. I'm going to secretly make the Patriots unbelievably good, and you're not going to even care. All right, Patriots at 12. What do they need first? What do they need? A lot of stuff, because they were not a great team. They were a 7-win team. They don't need a quarterback. A running back wouldn't be bad. Another wide receiver, tight end. Offensive line's pretty solid. They need defensive end, though. And D tackle. Ooh, okay. And linebacker. Okay, so they need another wide receiver, but they're probably not going to take a wide receiver. They could take a D tackle here. Who would the Patriots want? They probably would want Kevin Williams. So the Patriots will get Kevin Williams. And now the Saints. We already made a trade with the Saints, but this time they are up to grab another player, or to grab their first player, I guess I should say. Jaguars are up next. Okay, so they traded away Joe Horn to the Falcons. So that probably means they need a receiver. They need some offensive line, some defensive line, and some linebacker. Absolutely. That is absolutely something that they possess or are in needing of. So Ty Warren, Nick Barnett, EJ Henderson. They'll probably go middle linebacker here. And if I was going to go middle linebacker, I'd probably take EJ Henderson. He's just a better athlete. A block shed, A hit power. EJ Henderson, welcome to New Orleans. The Jacksonville Jaguars are up next. Once we get through the first round, I'm probably not going to care too much on who goes where. The first round is just the most important round. So Jags are up next. What do the Jags need? Tell me they need free safety, because Polamalu's getting close to getting taken here. So quarterback, running back. They need wide receiver. They need tight end. They need all of the linebacker spots, but they don't necessarily need safety. So the Jags are not the option. I bet they go either receiver or linebacker here. Either receiver or linebacker. And there's only one linebacker available. They scouted Nick Barnett. He's going to get taken by him. Congratulations. The Cowboys are up next. Troy Polamalu to the Cowboys? That'd be crazy. That would be absolutely crazy. We'll see what they need. What are the Dallas Cowboys, the Callous Cowboys, what are they in the market for? What are they in the market for? So, they could use a quarterback. They could certainly use a running back. Tight end. Everybody needs a tight end. They need a little bit of offensive line. They don't have a single middle linebacker, but they don't need a safety, funny enough. They've got a 24-year-old Tony Dixon, so they don't need a strong safety. But they could certainly use a running back. First running back off the board? I don't know who's in this running back class. It's Willis McGahee. You know what? First running back off the board, Willis McGahee. Welcome to the Dallas Cowboys. He is their starting running back. The Giants, the New York football Giants, are on the board or on the clock. What do they need? They need a lot of stuff, probably. Tight end, I would guess. All right, what do they need? The Giants could use. They don't need a tight end. They're pretty solid everywhere. They don't need a strong safety. Is Palomalu's a strong safety, right? They're pretty solid everywhere. They don't really need a lot of stuff. They could use a wide receiver, but it's not a big need. They need a right tackle. I went through that a little too quickly. Or D tackle. The right tackle or D tackle for the Giants. I know there's a couple D tackles on the board, and we took a good right tackle off the board for one of the other teams. They either take John Stinchcomb. Could be a good pickup for him. Yeah, he's good. He's good enough. Giants take them. The Lions. Welcome to the jungle. Okay. Detroit. What do the Detroit Lions need? Quarterback. We're going to keep with Joey Harrington. They could use a running back. Absolutely. Extra wide receiver. They need offensive line. They need linebacker. They need safety. This is where Polamalu is going to go. Yes, finally, Troy Polamalu. I know the Steelers are coming up, but let's get Troy Polamalu headed to the Lions. Yes, baby. Troy Polamalu with the luscious locks. And now the San Diego Chargers are up. What do they need? I don't know. Let's find out. Let's find out exactly what these boys need. Probably a lot of different things. They've got a running back. They got a quarterback. Need a wide receiver. Need a tight end. Need a right tackle. Need a strong safety. Okay. We just took Troy Polamalu. What kind of strong safety? We got Mike Doss. They probably should use Mike Doss here. So back-to-back strong safeties go off the board, and now the Pittsburgh Steelers are up at number 19. And the Pittsburgh Steelers, what are they looking for? Let's see. Steelers, they've got a need at quarterback, a big need at running back, a need at offensive line, a need at safety. They need a running back is probably their priority here in round number 1. Got to hand the ball off to somebody. So running back is going to be Larry Johnson. He's at the top of the board. He is a Pittsburgh Steeler. Congratulations. You got a running back now. Rams are up next. The LA Rams, yeah. Although there's St. Louis in this. Okay, what do you need? Has anybody picked twice yet? I don't think so. I think the Seahawks are about to pick twice, but I think that's the only team that will have an extra first round pick, right? I think so. All right, what do the Rams need? No quarterback, no running back. Tight end. They do need a tight end. They need a center. Okay, so tight end and center are like the biggest needs that they need that they are looking for. So who's available at both those positions? So starting at tight end, you've got Benny Japru or Jason Witten, and then at center you've got Jeff Fain or Al Johnson or Bruce Nelson. They probably need center a little bit more importantly, so maybe it's Jeff Fain. He looks pretty good. Is he better than Al Johnson though? He looks like it. Yeah, yeah. Jeff is gonna head to the Rams. He's gonna head to the Rams. So they get their center. The Raiders. The Raiders are up next. They just lost Jerry Rice to and I think Rod Woodson to retirement. So they might need a wide receiver or a safety. Quarterback, running back. Yeah, wide receiver's a little bit thin. So is tight end. Everybody's tight end position is thin. They need outside linebacker. But how are they a D tackle? Oh, they need a D tackle. We might take a D tackle here. Those D tackles have stayed on the board fairly longer than they probably should have, really. So Sullivan and Robertson, who's the better of the two? Oh, not a great athlete for Sullivan. Okay. What about Dwayne Robertson? He's a little bit of a better athlete. Raiders are going to take him. Congratulations. You got a D tackle. Now we go to Buffalo. All right. Buffalo Bills. Welcome to the draft. You're on the clock. You are on the clock looking for a certain position. Everybody needs a tight end. What was the position they're missing there? Is that center? It is center. But they're also missing a left outside linebacker and need a right outside linebacker. And oh my god, they desperately need a free safety. This could be the first free safety taken off the board. This could be the first free safety off the board. Eugene Wilson might have to be the guy, or Ken Hamlin. I think it might be Eugene Wilson headed to the Buffalo Bills. They need a free safety. Anything's better than a 55. And now it's the Seahawks. They already drafted, and they are back up again. This is their second first round pick via the trade for Walter Jones from the 49ers. They already took George Foster, the right tackle. What was the other position that they needed? Quarterback, I guess. Didn't they have a quarterback? I guess they need a quarterback. I could have sworn that when we first went through this roster, they didn't need a quarterback. I would have drafted them a quarterback earlier, although they need defensive line too. Yeah, the Seahawks are bad. They need a lot of stuff. There's no way they didn't have a quarterback. Did I completely miss that they needed a quarterback? I mean, they don't have one on roster. It's not like a glitch or anything. But there's not really a lot of quarterbacks left on this board in the first round. You got Kyle Bowler, who is the next best thing. We're gonna take Kyle Bowler. They need to have a quarterback, so they're up. And now the Saints are back up, so they're the other team that has two first round picks. This is the Falcons pick that they got for Joe Horn, and with their first pick, let's see what we need. Another wide receiver. They need, what was that? Was that center? Yeah, center. Linebacker. Okay, they desperately need some linebacking help. Desperately need some linebacking help. Best linebackers available. There's not really a bunch, is there? You got this dude, you've got this dude, and you've got this dude. At least he's around 1 to 2 talent, at least in theory he is. He's got elite speed for linebacker. We're going to take him. Sean Thompson is a New Orleans Saint. Okay, so they took E.J. Henderson with middle linebacker, and then they take Sean Thompson at left outside linebacker. Trying to fill out that linebacking position. Next up are the Green Bay Packers. They re-signed Brett Favre in the offseason. He's back. They got Driver back, Donald Driver as well. So what do the Packers desperately need? They need a D tackle, and just their luck, there is a D tackle available. They also need a middle linebacker. So D tackle, middle linebacker. D tackle, middle linebacker. They're going to have to take the D tackle that's available here. Jonathan Sullivan, welcome aboard. You are a Green Bay Packer. Then Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay. All right, what do the Bucks need? We're starting to get into the teams that are pretty well rounded because they made the playoffs and everything. The Bucks need a tight end. Shocker. They need linebacker. Okay, so tight end or linebacker. This could be a Jason Witten spot. I could see that. I could see that being a Jason Witten spot. Mm. Let's take Jason Witten to Tampa Bay. Welcome aboard. You are now a Tampa Bay Buck. There's a lot of corners on this board. We're going to have to send a corner to one of these coming teams. Maybe it's the Chiefs, maybe it's the Dolphins, who knows. Let's find the Chiefs first, though. Kansas City. Kansas City. Are they in need of a corner? Please say yes. There's a lot of corners on this board. Are they in need of corner? Yeah, I mean, they could use one. They could certainly use one. So let's give them one. Let's give them a corner. Terrence Newman, welcome to the Kansas City Chiefs. Now the Dolphins are up. And the Miami Dolphins, do they also need a corner? They could very well also need a corner. That's possible. Let's find out. They have Surtain and Madsen, so they might not need a corner. They have two good ones. So okay, though they won't need a corner. But they do need another wide receiver. Their wide receiver is very thin. They also need a D tackle and a right outside linebacker. So Dolphins need a lot. But wide receiver is very, very thin. Is there another wide receiver available for Miami to take? You got Nate Burleson or Bryant Johnson. Bryant Johnson is a Dolphin. Welcome aboard. The Titans are up next. Did the Titans already draft somebody? The Titans have not drafted anybody yet, so the Titans are up for the first time. Made the playoffs. Had a good run. Who are they going to pair alongside? McNair and Eddie George and all these boys. So they don't need a quarterback or a running back. They need interior offensive line. They need linebacker. Okay. Okay, so there are some needs. Interior offensive line and linebacker. The interior offensive line, you got Aaron Steinbach. So we'll take him to be a left guard for Tennessee. The Bears, Vikings, and Colts. The Bears already took a player. They took Charles Rogers at number 3 overall, and now they're back up again because this is the other pick they got from the Brian Urlacher trade with the Philadelphia Eagles. So this is their second pick, their second go-round. Last time they took wide receiver Charles Rogers. What do they need now? Do they need, I mean, they need quarterback, but there's not a quarterback in the first round anymore. They could desperately use a corner, and they could desperately use some pass rush. So I'm thinking either corner or defensive end here. It could be a Ty Warren type, or it's going to be one of these corners. And since Charles Tillman is a legendary Bear in real life, they'll take Peanut Tillman in this one as well. Vikings and Colts, the Super Bowl matchup. Vikings are up first because they lost. So what do the Super Bowl champions need? What do the Super Bowl champions require to make themselves a championship, actual championship team? They need a middle linebacker or a right guard or some other stuff. Okay. I'm kind of thinking middle linebacker for them, if there's one available. Right outside. Middle linebacker, you've got Kawika Mitchell. Not a great athlete, but good strength, man coverage, play recognition. He's going to get drafted to the Vikings. And the final pick of the first round, which is the final pick that I will do most likely. We'll simulate the rest of it. And I probably won't do this for every single team. Just make sure that some of the main guys go everywhere that I want them to go. Colts are up, the defending champions. What do they need? I mean, they're not going to need a lot. They're the defending Super Bowl champions for a reason. They're going to need a left end because they don't have one, or maybe a safety. And I think Ty Warren, he's a right end, but I think he might fit perfectly right here as as this pick. So Ty Warren, welcome aboard. You are now an Indianapolis Colt. Okay, so we move to the second round now, and I am going to jump back to the Cardinals so I can choose when to simulate and stuff. And we are going to simulate the draft. There are some other names left on this board, but I don't want to get too down in the weeds here with the draft. So we are going to simulate to the end of the draft, and we are going to, I'm not even going to pick for the Cardinals. We are going to let fate have its way. Who's going to go where? So, draft recap. Cardinals have Carson Palmer, Marcus Trufant, Eddie Moore, Dan Coppin. Okay, they took some decent people. Bears got our two picks, Charles Rogers and Charles Tillman. Then they took a couple other guys. Bengals, okay, nobody of note. The Bills took David Dahl late in the draft in the fourth round. Good for them, 73 overall. The Broncos, we took Calvin Pace, but then they took some other guys. Browns did not have that good of a draft. The Tampa Bay Bucks didn't have that good. They even drafted a free agent. That's not good. We saw the Cardinals, the Chargers. Okay, the Chiefs. Ooh, they took Cato June. Nice. Colts as a Super Bowl champion. They took Brandon Lloyd, but they didn't really have that good of a draft. But to be fair, this draft isn't that good in terms of overalls. So you got to kind of take that for what it is. Cowboys had an okay draft. The Dolphins. All right. Eagles. Falcons. Ooh, Robert Mathis goes round 3 to the Niners. Good for them. Then you got the Giants. Any steals of the draft? You got Nate Burleson going round 2 to the Jags. You've got the Jets taking Osei Umenyiora in the second round. Okay. Some of the names are going. There's Palomalu. Packers, the Panthers. Then you got the Patriots taking Lance Briggs. I like that. They got Kevin Williams as well, so they're building up the defense. Love to see it. Love to see it. Raiders, Rams. The Ravens took Namdi. Oh, I like that. And Wade Smith. Okay. Ravens making some moves. The Saints took Dan Klecko. I like that. Seahawks had a lot of picks, and they took a lot of people. Steelers took Sante Samuel. That's an interesting one. They got a nice 75 overall in the third round. Then you get the Texans, who took a lot of bums. And then you take the Saints, or the Titans, who took a lot of bums. And then the Vikings. All right. So obviously the best player in the class was Troy Polamalu. He went 17th overall. Kevin Williams, and then a bunch of the top guys. You know the drill. All right, so 1 year has been completed in the writing the script. I think the NFL is in for a crazy run here in the next couple of years. We're gonna get the 2004 NFL draft loaded in. Cardinals are gonna be bad again. That's for sure. That is for sure. But Carson Palmer is their new starting quarterback, so we'll see how he develops. And I'm also going to change some settings in terms of like what I can control and not control, what I put on auto for the future, so that I don't have to worry about that kind of stuff. So the rosters kind of fill out and everything. But let's just advance through the preseason. Doesn't really matter who gets cut or anything like that. So we'll get to the preseason. I think season 1 went pretty well. We made some crazy moves. We might make some more moves now. Or I might give it a couple years. Maybe we don't make some crazy moves like Urlacher or anything like that. But I do think the Cardinals are going to be bad again this year. Probably until we start getting a lot of that influx of talent in the draft classes, where it's not like you're drafting multiple 60 something overall players. That's kind of what hurts these early seasons. But we load in the 2004 NFL draft. That is Eli Manning and Ben Roethlisberger, Philip Rivers. Yeah, Philip Rivers. Sean Taylor, Larry Fitzgerald. Maybe this is where Larry Fitzgerald gets drafted to the Cardinals, and then we pair him and Carson Palmer together. That could be a nice little combination. There's some good players in this class. All right. We will go another season and figure out where everybody stands, what teams are doing good. Do we have a rematch maybe in the Super Bowl with the Colts and the Vikings? Do the Colts get back? I don't know. Let's find out. Year two is already done. The 2003-2004 NFL season is finished, and the Cardinals again were very, very bad. Not surprising. I'm not shocked at all. Did they improve? I think they improved, right? Slightly improved from the wins that they had last year with Carson Palmer now at the quarterback position. It looks like the Bears were bad, the Commanders were bad, Panthers, Seahawks were also bad, Packers were actually pretty bad, and the Eagles, after signing McNabb to a big time extension, the Eagles were not great, and they also traded for Brian Urlacher. That is a very interesting result. So the Bears have that Urlacher draft pick that they got back from the trade, the first round pick. So the Bears might be in a good position to rebuild very quickly with two first round picks. The Bears are going to need a quarterback. There are quarterbacks in this draft. It's going to be interesting to see what happens there. But let's take a look around the league before we get anything too crazy. Take a look at stats. See how everybody, that's not the right thing. See how everybody did around the league before we get into playoffs and all that kind of good stuff. So the leader in the clubhouse was again Drew Bledsoe. So it seems like that Buffalo playbook is really helping Drew Bledsoe dominate the league with 4,800 yards and 44 touchdowns. When will we have our first 5,000 yard passer? It's getting close, but it has not happened in the first 2 years. These are MVP type of numbers from Drew Bledsoe. He might have won it. Trent Green was right next to him. Jeff Garcia, who was the defending MVP, had a very good season again. Brad Johnson, Bolger, Aaron Brooks, Michael Vick was up there with 4,200 yards, 34 touchdowns. Who led the league? It was Bledsoe with 44. Okay, so Bledsoe probably won the MVP. And it looks like Coy Detmer was the starting quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles. Why? They have Don McNabb. We re-signed him. He didn't get hurt. There's no injuries on. He didn't play. What? No injuries are on in this universe. Injuries don't exist. So why? Hold on. Now I'm confused. Now I'm super confused. Why did Donovan McNabb not play? Is it because I didn't? I shouldn't have had to generate the lineup. I think that I have that on auto. So it shouldn't have been. He wasn't in the starting lineup, right? They have Coy Detmer as the starting quarterback. I'm not sure why the generate the best. Did I forget to turn? I know I have generate lineup on, auto reorder lineup on for everybody. Did I forget to do it for the Eagles? No, reorder depth chart's on auto. So why did they not reorder the depth chart to get Donovan McNabb as the starting quarterback? I don't know. Eagles made a major sell right there. I have absolutely no idea why they didn't excuse me, why they didn't put their best player in at quarterback, but whatever. They're hurting their progression. It's not my fault. I had everything on auto for them to do it. So we are moving on from that. It's strange, but it is what it is. Touchdown leader was Bledsoe. Interception leader was Detmer at quarterback for the Eagles. Rodney P. Doug Peterson. Look at that, Doug Peterson. And then we've got some interesting ones all around everywhere else. Rushing numbers. LaDainian Tomlinson led the league in rushing yards with 1,400 with 11 touchdowns, as you would expect. Fred Taylor was pretty good. Sean Alexander. Who led the league in touchdowns? It was my guy, Eddie George. That's what I'm talking about, baby. And then you got yards per carry. It was Brian Finneran. Actually, that's a wide receiver. It was LaDainian Tomlinson with 5.1 per carry from the running backs. Then Edgerrin James down here as well. Marshall Faulk. All the guys you would expect to be up there. Touchdown leader we saw was Eddie George. Rushing wise or receiving wise, it was Brandon Finneran or Brian Finneran. Why do I keep saying Brandon? It was Brian Finneran again. So even with Joe Horn being on the team, they had themselves quite the receiving number. So Brian Finneran might be like a stud player. Eric Moulds was good. Isaac Bruce was good. Amani Toomer. The average or the touchdowns was Eric Moulds, Isaac Bruce, Brian Finneran, James Jordan. So the usual suspects that we've seen the last year as well are up here again. Ooh, sack leader was Chad Clifton and Ross Verba. Defensively, Jody Littleton leads the entire league in tackles with 153. Not who I would have expected at all. Dan Morgan, Jamie Sharper, Marvin Jones, Keith Brooking, London Fletcher, Zach Thomas. Tackle for loss leader was Justin Smith. Good for him, 22. Charles Grant at 21, along with Jason Taylor, Brady Smith. Takeo Spikes at 19. Sack leader was Jason Taylor. That could be defensive player of the year numbers, right? I mean, it has to be. 26 sacks. Are you kidding me? 20 for Strahan, 20 for Carter. Warren Sapp at 18 and a half. I mean, those are insane numbers from Jason Taylor. 8 interceptions from Will Allen. 6 from a few guys. Keith Brooking had 6. Darren Schaap had 5. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. So the most field goals attempted this year was Gary Anderson. He hit 71% of them. We didn't have a single kicker make all of their field goals this year. The longest was a 56-yarder by Adam Vinatieri and Jason Elam. We had a few kicks blocked. Actually, a good amount of field goals blocked this year. Did we have any extra points? Yeah, we had a good amount of extra points blocked as well. There was a bunch of guys that went perfect. 50. Who made the most extra points? Dan Straczynski attempted 57 of them things. So it looks like the Chiefs were scoring a lot. Are they at the top? They are at the top. So the Chiefs were the best offense in football for year number 2 with Trent Green leading the way. Then the Bills with possible MVP Drew Bledsoe. Then the 49ers. So it's the usual suspects right now with the teams and the quarterbacks at the top of the draft or the top of the divisions and the league. The most touchdowns in the league was Buffalo with Drew Bledsoe. We knew that. Rushing touchdowns, it was the Raiders. Okay. Defense, was it the Vikings? It was the Vikings with the best defense in football this year. Most interceptions were the Packers. They got 21 interceptions. Who had the best third down percentage? It was the Colts with a 55%, along with the Raiders, 55% conversion rate. And a fourth down conversion rate, the Raiders had a 92%. A few 100%. Who attempted the most two-point conversions this year? The Bucks and the Bengals and the Ravens all attempted six whatchamacallits. 2-point conversions. Red zone efficiency. Who was the most efficient offense? It was the Titans in the red zone. And then the most efficient defense was the Baltimore Ravens, as you would expect. I mean, Ed Reed's starting to play a little bit better. And Ray Lewis is obviously there as well. The most penalized team in all of football was the Cardinals. Not surprising with 104. They are very bad. And then the turnover differential is the Colts. Okay. So that's kind of a surmise, a summary of what's going on around the league. Then we've got ourselves a wild card playoff. Oh, I should have taken a look at the playoff bracket. That's my fault. Let's take a look at it now as we pass the wild card round. So the teams that my camera is going to be covering is the Giants at number 4 and the Vikings at number 5. And the Vikings won that game. So Raiders and Chiefs, Patriots and Titans. Love to see the Patriots finally back in the limelight. The Lions were the number 1 seed going against the Rams. So we have no chance for a repeat of any kind. Well, the Vikings are still battling, but the Colts got eliminated in the first round by the Chiefs. So there is no chance for a defending champion. We are going to have ourselves a guaranteed new Super Bowl champion. Colts are gone. So who's moving on to the division round? Please tell me it's the Patriots. Please tell me it is the Patriots. It's not. They lose by a single point to the Tennessee Titans. That's annoying. Raiders beat the Chiefs, so they go to the AFC Championship. And the Vikings are trying to make it back-to-back appearances. And hopefully this time they could get the job done. We will find out as we go to the Pro Bowl week. Who's playing in the Super Bowl? It is going to be the Titans and the Rams, just like it was a couple of years ago in real life. I'm saying a couple of years ago from the perspective of this era. All the way back in 2000? Yeah, 2000, when it was the Super Bowl where the Rams, the greatest show on turf, get the Super Bowl championship, and they hold the Titan player at the 1 or the 2 or whatever when he rolls and he stretches the ball. You know what I'm talking about. So that's a fun matchup. We'll jump into that after we take a look at the Pro Bowl rosters for year number 2. Jeff Garcia and Peyton Manning at the top with Vic and Bledsoe, Culpepper and Trent Green. The quarterbacks you expect to be there. Tiki Barber is there, Fred Taylor, Brian Finneran, Hines Ward finally makes an appearance. Amani Toomer, Brian McKinney's up there at left tackle. Larry Allen, LaCharles Bentley, Damian Woody, Will Shields. There's some good names in here. Julius Peppers makes an appearance. 89 overall now for him. Strahan's here. Seymour, Warren Sapp, Mike Vrabel again, LeVar Arrington. It's going to be fun to see all of these younger guys turn into the stars that we know they're going to turn into. Derek Brooks and Joey Porter. Will Allen, he had a bunch of interceptions, so that makes sense. Champ Bailey's up there as well. The kickers are Grammatica and Orlando Mare with Shane Leckler punter. Good Pro Bowl teams. Very, very good Pro Bowl teams, but it's time to see the Super Bowl. Titans, Rams. Who's going to win the second ever Super Bowl of this resim? The 2000, technically the 2004 Super Bowl because it's being played in the year 2004, but it's the 2003 season. You know the drill. All right, we're gonna jump in. I'm gonna do the coin flip again. This time I'm actually gonna assign before I flip. So Titans are heads, Rams are tails. Who are we gonna take control of just to jump into the game? So here we go. It's up in the air. It's on the hand. What do we got? We've got ourselves tails. We're jumping in as the Rams. We are jumping in as the Rams for this sim. So switch to the character. The St. Louis Rams at this point. We'll see if we can get, and it looks like Drew Bledsoe has won the MVP, so that's pretty much guaranteed right there. We've confirmed that. But we are jumping in as the Rams, and I might as well put them in their old school unis just for the fun of it. So not that one. I do like that one. I'm a fan of that one, but might as well put them in the classics. Do they not have a classic away? I guess they just have this one. They'll wear this one. It's not the end of the world, or is it? Is it the end of the world? Uh, what should they wear? They'll wear this one. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're gonna jump in, do the same thing that we did. We're gonna skip to the end of the game, and then we'll jump in and like slow watch the final couple drives or final drive, whatever the game is looking like. Okay, here we go. Ready to jump in and watch this Tennessee versus Rams Super Bowl. Peyton Manning and the Colts got it in year one. Titans lead 7-0 already as we enter the second quarter. Rams are driving. They put up a touchdown as well. It's 7-7. Halftime approaching, but the Titans get up on the board again, 14-7. Rams put up a field goal at the end of the half. This one's a little bit closer than that Colts Vikings one was, but it's back and forth as the third quarter ends. We're into the fourth quarter. It's 10-14. No, it's 13-14 because the Rams kick a field goal. Titans have a chance to end this game if they can, and they couldn't do it. Okay, we are going to jump in and slow watch this. Oh, nope, not that. We are gonna jump in and slow watch this thing if I can. There we go. Final drive of the game, 13-14. Rams on a game win or a game, yeah, game winning drive here potentially. What do they got? Bolger, he's got nowhere to go and he's down. Sack. Keith Bullock, huge sack, absolutely massive. Oh my God. That might be the end of the game. Rams got one timeout, a minute to go. Bolger doesn't know what to do. He's in the end zone. Get out of there, Bolger! He throws it away. One play left. One play left to go. This is for the Super Bowl. 4th and 19. Bolger all by himself in the pocket. The snap. He scrambles. Fires. No good. The Titans are going to win the Super Bowl. Oh my God. The Titans are going to win the Super Bowl. The Rams couldn't do it. That sack was absolutely soul-crushing. Steve McNair, Eddie George, the whole crew are Super Bowl champions for year two of this new era, this different universe, my universe. I thought that the Rams were going to be able to drive down the field and do it, but they could not do it. They simply could not do it. We'll jump back to the Cardinals in a second. We'll take a look at the season recap and all that kind of stuff. So it looks like Rich Gannon has ended his career. He is retiring from the league. No more. No more Rich Gannon. He didn't really do too much in these simulations, but no more Rich Gannon. Okay, so let's just quickly upgrade these players. We also have to take a look at what the draft picks are looking like because did we get multiple first round picks for Jake Plummer? I don't think we did, right? I can't remember exactly. All right, so Steve McNair wins MVP of the Super Bowl. Drew Bledsoe MVP of the entire league. Eric Moulds and obviously Jason Taylor with those 26 sacks are the players of the year. And then David Tyree of our St. Louis Cardinals, it's not baseball, Arizona Cardinals, and then Eddie Moore also of the Cardinals. So the Cardinals, even though they didn't have that great of a season just in general with 4 wins, they do have 2 the two rookies of the year. Not what I would have expected from this team, but Carson Palmer was star dev. David Tyree's got star. Okay. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. And then we had there he is more at linebacker with the defensive rookie of the year. I will take all of that. We're looking pretty good now. Well, we're still looking god awful, but the Cardinals are at least having a chance to develop. That's a good thing. All right, retirements. Any big names other than Rich Gannon? Gary Anderson. There's Gannon. Doug Peterson calls it a career. Vinny Testaverde calls it a career. Keenan McCardle. Nobody else. Ted Washington. Okay, some we had some more important names in year number one because that was like Jerry Rice and all those kind of guys. But let's get to the good stuff. Let's get to the off season where we might make some trades. I'm not 100% sure if we will. We might. I'm not sure. Do we have to re-sign anybody, or did it do it for me? It looks like it probably re-signed all of the important guys. We have a lot of money to spend. Thomas Jones is a 26-year-old running back. We will franchise tag him. Might as well. We have enough cap room to be able to do that, so might as well franchise tag him, bring him back, because I don't really have a plan for this Cardinals team at running back just yet. Free agency. What does free agency look like? Free agency last year is pretty important. There's Mike Allstott. I thought I re-signed him to a multi-year contract. I guess the Bucks didn't want him and they cut him. That's probably what happened. Jamal Lewis is here, and he wants to play for the Cardinals. That might not be a bad thing. I did, as you can see, I did turn on auto free agent offers, so the teams around the rest of the league can fill out their rosters. So I think Jamal Lewis might not be a bad idea for this Cardinal roster. We were just talking about getting a running back because I didn't have a plan, so that's why I franchise tag Thomas Jones. But if we can get Jamal Lewis to be here, I mean that's the plan. That's the plan of running back then. So this first period, Jamal Lewis does in fact sign with us. Troy Vincent goes to the Lions. Casey Coleman, Lavernus Coles goes to the Vikings at 26 years old, so he's going to pair up with Randy Moss. Plaxico leaves the Steelers to go to the Panthers. All right, Chad Pennington's still available. What about evaluation period number 2? We get Larry Allen signing with the Falcons. Any other big names leaving? Matt Hasselbeck goes to the Jaguars to be their quarterback. All right, and then the final one, we get nobody else really of note to sign. It wasn't a massive free agent class, I'll say that much. It wasn't a massive free agent class, but doesn't mean that the offseason still won't be exciting with possible trades for teams. Who knows? Possibilities are endless. Possibilities are absolutely endless. Let's take a look around the league and see who was bad and who needs to move on from some players. So we know the Bears were bad. That's not a shocker. We were bad, obviously, the Cardinals. But let's take a look at the Bears. Duh, Bears. So they have Kreutz. They have Marty Booker, who's been dominating like the league for a while as receiver. Their quarterback. They're going to need to draft a quarterback this year. The Bears will. With a top pick. What is their pick, actually? Their draft pick is... They have the number 1 pick, and they have number 11 from Philadelphia. So they're going to be able to rebuild very easily. Or at least quicker than normal. So they're going to get a quarterback with the number 1 overall pick. Whether that's Eli Manning, Ben Roethlisberger, Phillip Rivers, whoever it is, they're going to get a quarterback. But they don't really have any other people that they would probably want to move on from unless they want to trade Marty Booker, but they don't really have another wide receiver option for their rookie quarterback. So I think they should keep Marty Booker around. What about the Bengals? The Bengals, they have pick number 19, so they were a solid enough roster. They probably not. And then Justin Smith had a really good year, so they're probably not looking for moving on from anybody. Not right now, at least. Who's their quarterback again? Their quarterback is Byron Leftwich. They took in the draft last year. That's right. So they're probably not looking to move on from anybody. Drew Bledsoe just won the MVP. Throwing to Eric Moulds, who had Offensive Player of the Year this year. So the Bills are on top of the world right now. They're probably not looking to sell any pieces. Broncos, I don't remember seeing them anywhere. They had pick number 14. I mean, they got good morale going. They're probably not looking to trade. They signed Brad Johnson, it looks like. So he's now their starting quarterback. Who was their original quarterback? It was Brian Greasy. Okay, that's an improvement. He's 35, though, so that's an improvement. The Browns have pick number 5. They might be looking to sell off some pieces, but they don't really have any pieces that people are going to want. They signed Chad Pennington. He was in free agency. They signed him, but they don't have any other pieces that anybody would want, or at least I would want to trade. The Bucks have pick number 23, but they are aging. I mean, you've got 31-year-old Derek Brooks, you've got 30-year-old Simeon Rice, you've got 29-year-old Rondé Barber, 31-year-old Warren Sapp, 32 John Lynch. Their stars are starting to age a little bit. So maybe they want to sell those pieces off while they can, while they actually have some value, and then recoup for the future. That could be something. Instead of just letting them retire and waste away here, maybe they sell them to contending teams for draft picks that might not be good right now, but maybe they draft somebody with that draft pick that ends up being good. That could be an option. So we'll take a look at the Bucks in a second. There's the Cardinals. The Chargers, what pick do they have? They have pick number 17. Pick number 17. They could be on the move of moving Junior Seau. That's a possibility because he is 35 years old and still has a decent amount of value. So they could probably get at least a high second round pick for Junior Seau, maybe a late first, depending on who he goes to. The Chiefs and Tony Gonzalez, they had a pretty decent season. Yeah, they had pick number 26, so they're not probably looking to sell any pieces. Certainly not like Tony Gonzalez. The Colts were just in the Super Bowl this year or last year, but they did just get bumped in the first round in the wild card. But they've got good morale. They're not going to trade Marvin Harrison Sr. No, the Colts are fine. The Colts could be a team that is buying one of the Tampa Bay players. Who knows? What's their right outside linebacker position look like? Marcus Washington. What is their D tackle spot for Warren Sapp? They could use a Warren Sapp. They could certainly use a Warren Sapp or maybe a John Lynch. Possibly, possibly one of they could be buying one of those older, experienced Tampa Bay Buck players. The Commanders are not in a position to sell any pieces. I don't think. What was their draft pick? They have the number 2 pick in the draft, so they're not really in a position to sell. They're probably in more of a position to just stay at 2 and take whoever's available. Do they need a quarterback? They probably do, right? Yeah, they need because Patrick Ramsey's not going to get the job done. He does have quarterback of the future tag, but they'd probably rather have one of the top quarterbacks in this class, I would guess. So the Commanders are in a spot for a quarterback. The Cowboys are certainly a buying team, I would think. I mean, they got their 2 best guys are 24. They've got Leroy Glover. They've got some young guys. This could be a buying team. What does their defense look like? Do they need a Tampa Bay Buccaneer player possibly? They could use Derek Brooks, certainly. They could use. They can't really. They don't really need Warren Sapp or anything like that. What about Rondé Barber? He wouldn't really fit in the. He'd be like the 3rd corner on that team. Interesting. Dolphins have pick number 9. Jason Taylor just had a phenomenal defensive player of the year season. Ricky Williams, 27. The Dolphins are not ready to sell just yet, but maybe in a year or two they are. We'll see how they simulate next year. Dolphins in a year from now might be the team like the Tampa Bay Bucks are this year, where they sell a lot of their older guys because Taylor's 30, Williams will be 28, Surtain will be 29, 31 for Sam Madison, 31 for Thomas. Like they might be in a position to sell because their quarterback is not great, and they might be wanting to move to a fresh era, to a rebuilding era. Here are the Eagles. They didn't have a great year, but it's because Donovan McNabb didn't start at quarterback, so they're going to be back and ready to go for next year. So they might be a buying team actually. What is their? Oh, they need Derek Brooks. The Eagles might be a team that needs Derek Brooks absolutely. What's their D tackle spot look like? They could also use Warren Sapp. Do you think there's a possibility where they could package together that kind of team, that kind of ability? I don't know. Maybe both of them is a little bit of a stretch, but certainly they could use one of them. Falcons are probably not in that spot. The Niners are not in a spot where they need to trade. They're pretty good. They could buy, I guess, but the Giants, what's their draft pick look like? They have pick number 20, so they actually simulated pretty well. Okay, very interesting. The Jaguars are always in a need of a sell their good players off, but they're solid right now. The Jets have Kevin Mawae. If there's a team that needs a center, that could be an option. The Lions, they're pretty young, so the Lions are going to be good right now. Joey Harrington's actually starting to develop, so that's nice. They did just sign Troy Vincent. We'll see where the Giant or the Lions fall here. The Packers are probably in a position next year to sell, just like the Dolphins, because their guys are going to be in their 30s or close to it. We'll see what happens. Panthers, their best player is a punter, which is kind of crazy. Julius Peppers is going to pass that pretty soon. Steve Smith, Jake the Snake Plummer. They signed Plaxico Burress, but they're still kind of a bad team. The Patriots, Tom Brady starting to ascend to greatness. Richard Seymour's good. Ty Law's still doing very good. I can see the Patriots being a buying team. What's their secondary look like? They don't need they could use Rondé Barber. They need another corner. That's for sure. They could use some linebacker help. They don't need a D tackle. They need some pass rush. Okay, so the Patriots are another team that is a potential landing spot for one of the Tampa Bay Buck players. Rams and Raiders are fine. Ravens are fine. Saints are doing good. Seahawks, I want to see them develop a little bit more. Who's their quarterback? It is Kyle Bowler. So they're going to need to draft a quarterback too. What's their draft pick? Number 6. We'll see if there's a quarterback there. Steelers certainly are going to need a quarterback, right? Yeah, they got Tim Couch. They're going to need a quarterback. Maybe they take Ben Roethlisberger. He's probably not going to be available though. The Texans are kind of in an awkward spot, but they're going to get better probably. Hopefully for them. Hopefully the Titans just won the Super Bowl, so they're in a beautiful spot. They don't really need to do much. And the Vikings, they have been very good all simulation for these 2 years. They just signed Lavernius Coles, so they're going to be in a fine spot. And Michael Vick has now ascended to the highest overall player in the entire league. Good for him. Good for him. So let's take control of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because they are going to be the primary source of a lot of different moves for this second off season. They're the team that is selling the most. They've got guys that are advancing in age, and they might want to start looking for a rebuild. Their quarterback is nobody. Their draft pick is 23, so they're in a bad spot to draft a quarterback, which might be how they trade some of these guys to get a quarterback. So Rondé Barber to the Patriots is my first move because the Patriots are in desperate need of a quarterback or a cornerback, and they have probably the ability to give a pick away. I'd give the first round pick for Rondé Barber. How old is he? He's 29. He's doing fine. Rondé Barber, 29 years old. How many years on his contract? He's got 2 years left. Yeah, a first round pick for that's it's fine. They probably need to toss a player in there as well. So the Patriots have a backup quarterback they could give. Nope. They need a left tackle. Matt Light and nobody else. Center, Damian Woody. They're not trading him away. And then middle linebacker, they need a middle linebacker just as bad as the Bucks do. So it looks like it might have to be just draft picks to get Rondé Barber into New England. So how about a first, a third, and a next year third for Rondé Barber for the Patriots? So that's the first move the Tampa Bay Bucks make. Now they're going to be trading away. Who else are they going to be trading away? Probably Warren Sapp. Warren Sapp and John Lynch, definitely. Derek Brooks is a guy I don't know if we're going to trade away, but John Lynch for sure. Who did I say was a team that needed a strong safety? That was a contending team? I can't remember. Can't remember who I said. Where is it at? Was it the No, it wasn't the Raiders. It wasn't the Steelers. I forget who it was that needed a safety. Was it the Eagles? I know the Eagles needed a free safety. No, it wasn't the Eagles. I think they needed the linebacker. Yeah, they need Derek Brooks. So it wasn't them. Maybe the Falcons? I mean, the Falcons could certainly use John Lynch. Maybe you move Derek Gibson to free safety and then have Lynch play strong safety. That's a possibility. How old is John Lynch? He's 32, so he's probably not worth a first round pick. At least not a this year first round pick. I'd take a multiple twos, and a 3 is probably a good package for John Lynch because he's 32. He's on the last year of his deal. He is older. He's probably not worth a first round pick. So we move John Lynch to the whatchamacallits. the Falcons. And then we got to decide basically, do we want to move Warren Sapp? Probably. Just got to find the right team to move him to. Okay, so I took some time and I went through all of the teams, excuse me, and I looked for who needs a D tackle the most. I came down to like three teams. One being the Philadelphia Eagles, another being the Colts, and the third being the Baltimore Ravens. But all three of those teams are really good contending teams in the NFL in this second season, probably going to be in the third season as well. And they're all in need desperately of a D tackle. Now, the problem with the Colts and why I probably won't go with them is that they have Larry Triplett, who is 25, 2 years left on his deal, his rookie deal, and he's a 77 overall. He doesn't have a dev trait, but he is young and decent enough overall. So I'm probably not going to go with the Colts to send Warren Sapp over there. But the Eagles have really no options at D tackle, and neither do the Baltimore Ravens. They have no options at D tackle either. They could certainly use one. So I'm leaning either the Eagles or the Ravens to go in on Warren Sapp here. The Ravens pick at 13 this year, and the Eagles don't have their first round pick because we traded it in the Urlacher trade, I think, right? We traded it to Chicago. If we go up here to the Bears real quick. Yeah, so they have pick 11 from Philadelphia. So the question is, what's the best fit for Warren Sapp? It could be the Eagles because they desperately need a D tackle, but the assets aren't necessarily there because they already traded away a lot to get Brian Urlacher. But Warren Sapp is expensive, 31 years old, and has 2 years of contract. So maybe he doesn't require as much capital as somebody else would that's slightly younger. So I don't really know. I kind of want to send him to Baltimore. I think Baltimore might be the better fit overall. If we find no, I can't find the Ravens. There we go. If we give him to the Baltimore Ravens, they already have a defense that they're putting together with Peter Bulware, Ray Lewis, Ed Reed. They've already got like the foundations of a decent defense. Adding in Warren Sapp for a couple of years might not be the worst thing in the world, and they desperately need a D tackle. It's just a matter of what do they give back to the Tampa Bay Bucks. I think obviously the first round pick from this season has to go in the trade. Do they have any young players that they might be able to send back uh to the Buccaneers, maybe to help them in the rebuild process? It doesn't look like they have anybody that they would be willing to give up. They're not going to give up Terrell Suggs, obviously. No, not Bart Scott or Ed Hartwell. No, it doesn't look like they have any. They're not going to give up Asamoah. I guess they could give up Gary Baxter if that really does anything for the Bucks. Do they need another corner? Do the Bucks need a corner? They could use a corner. You know what? We might send Gary Baxter from the Ravens to the Bucks in the trade. So we send Gary Baxter to Tampa Bay along with probably a second round pick next year, and that's probably going to be all for Warren Sapp. I mean, he's 31. He's going to be 33 by the time his contract is up. So giving up a lot is going to be a little bit hard to argue. I think this is a fine deal for both teams. Ravens get better right away, and Tampa's completing their rebuild or starting their rebuild, and they're getting a lot of assets back. So before we trade Derek Brooks, if we are going to trade Derek Brooks or Simeon Rice, let's take a look at the capital the Bucks have. So they have 3 first-round picks in this draft. They have 2 seconds, 2 thirds. Then they have 3 seconds next year, and they have 2 thirds in the year after. So they've got a lot of capital to maybe even send some of those draft picks to get a star player when they're ready to go. Who knows? I don't know. Or they just take everybody, they just draft where they are at all these picks. So the Bucks are really in a good position to begin their rebuild. They just have 2 more players that they might want to trade away. Probably not Derek Brooks, because Derek has got 4 years left on his deal. So I think they would want to keep him around. Although that might be super enticing for a team that's trying to win a Super Bowl because he's got a lot of control left on his contract. You can keep him around. He is very expensive, so that would be a little bit of a problem. But I do think that Derek Brooks is a enticing trade piece. And then Simeon Rice, he's got 1 year left. Do they re-sign him? Do they not re-sign him? I don't know. Maybe a 1 year rental for a team. Derek Brooks probably goes for multiple first round picks. Simeon goes for at least one since he's only got 1 year left. And since they already have 3 draft picks this year, maybe they could go for another first round pick next year. I don't know. I think I'm going to keep Simeon Rice and Derek Brooks on the Tampa Bay Bucks. I think the guys that they traded away are going to be good enough. They have a very good head start at their rebuild that they're going to be doing. So Tampa's in a good spot now. I think there was one other team that I was talking about we possibly could start a rebuild for. I know that we mentioned the Dolphins were like maybe a year away from a rebuild, from selling off their pieces. The Seahawks are probably in that same kind of territory. Saints are kind of in that territory as well. Not Baltimore. Now Warren Sapp becomes our highest overall player, funny enough, or at least with the morale he is. The Rams are probably a year away from a rebuild, depending on how they do next year. Raiders, same kind of deal. Patriots are in a good spot. They do have a few older guys. They were one of the teams who got a Tampa Bay Buccaneer player. They got Rondé Barber, so we'll see how they simulate next year. Panthers are kind of starting, or they're in their rebuild right now, trying to become a good team. Packers are kind of a year or two away, depending on what happens with Brett Favre. Lions are starting their rebuild. They're looking pretty good. Kevin Mawe is a possible trade piece to a contending team that needs a good center. What teams around football need a center that's a contending team? Um, Titans. The Titans were just in the Super Bowl. What's the Titans draft pick this year? They have pick number 32. They just won the Super Bowl. So we could give them Kevin Mawe and possibly have them try to go back to back. That might be a good idea. So let's simulate, or let's switch to whatever team I see first, and that's the Titans. So with this switch to the Titans, it's probably going to be a first round pick, I would guess, for Mawe. At least one for, well, certainly just one first round pick for Kevin Mawe. They don't need to go too crazy because he is over 30 and he's only got 1 year left on his contract. So maybe they go all in for this next year to try to go back to back. And maybe it's also a third round pick next year. I think that's fine. That's enough value for the Jets to get Kevin Mawe since he's 33 and he's got 1 year left. He is a high overall, but I think that's going to be all of the trading that we do for this second offseason as we switch back to the Colts or the Cardinals here. I think that's going to be all of the trading that we do. We started the Buccaneers rebuild. It's going to be very interesting to see where they go in the draft because the Bears have pick number 1. Steelers, I think, are going to have a top pick. We're going to have a top pick, obviously. We could go Larry Fitzgerald, or we could go quarterback. Well, we don't need a quarterback because we have Carson Palmer, but we could go a lot of different positions here in Arizona. I'm not really sure which direction we're going to go in because we technically need everything. If you think about it, like we are such a bad team that we kind of need everything except for quarterback because we drafted that. So I guess we'll find out if we force the advancement. Bears are going to go quarterback because that's the biggest need they have. So if we take a look at the mock draft number 5 has Eli going 1 to the Bears. That's pretty much what I'm thinking as well. Will Smith number 2 to the Commanders. I don't know if I like that. I think I'm going to give Larry to the Cardinals. That just seems like the right thing to do. So we'll take Larry. Sean Taylor's open then. So then Ben ends up still in Pittsburgh in this mock draft. Maybe that's what we do. Phillip Rivers, they're not going to take 2 quarterbacks, so that's not going to be a thing that they do. Phillip Rivers probably gets taken by, obviously, another team that needs a quarterback. Very, very interesting, this mock draft. I'm not really sure where everybody goes. But let's get into the draft and actually figure out. So, start drafting. The Bears have the first pick, and I'm just going to let them simulate their pick because they're going to take Eli, so I'm fine with that. Eli Manning taking number one overall. That's fine by me. But the Commanders, I'm going to switch to them because I don't think they need Will Smith more than they need something else. Maybe they do. Maybe Will Smith is the right thing to do, but I just want to take their look at their roster and just make sure. So their quarterback right now is Patrick Ramsey. He has quarterback of the future tag, which is probably why they're not mocked to take a quarterback. But I just don't think he's good enough. They took Anquan Bolden last year. I just don't think he's going to be good enough to be their quarterback. Now, I see why they need a defensive end because their defensive ends are garbage, which makes sense why they're mocked to take Will Allen or Will Smith, excuse me, not Will Allen, Will Smith. I just don't think in a draft where the quarterbacks are the quarterbacks that they are, Philip Rivers, Ben Roethlisberger, I just don't think taking a defensive end when you need more when you more so need a quarterback. I think we're going to take a quarterback here. Philip Rivers is going to go number 2 overall to the Washington Commanders. I like that pick. And then we are up, and we're going to take Larry Fitzgerald. I still don't know. I think the Steelers is a good fit for Ben in this universe. He probably goes there, but I'm not 100% sure if that's where I want to go. I guess it depends on if there's a player, if there's a team that needs a quarterback ahead of him, ahead of the Steelers. We're going to take Larry Fitzgerald, give Carson Palmer a legit number 1 receiver to throw to, and he's the best player in the class, so thank you, Larry. I appreciate that. We'll go to Green Bay, because I guess we could just simulate Green Bay's pick because they are probably going to take Sean Taylor, and I don't hate that. Let me take a look at their safety position. Does Sean Taylor fit Green Bay? So he's a free safety. They have Darren Sharper, who's 28. I don't think Sean Taylor fits the Green Bay Packers, so we're going to jump in and take control of them because they could probably. I mean, they don't need Will Smith either. What do they need? Do they need a left tackle? Because Gallery's here. No, they don't need a left tackle. What about a right tackle? No, they're pretty good. The Packers. I don't know what the Packers need. I don't know what the Packers need at number 4. Maybe they trade out of the pick. That's always possible. What do the Packers have here? Let me see. Packers, their biggest need is probably an extra wide receiver, maybe? A center they could use. They need outside linebacker, or they need middle linebacker is what they need, and a corner. I don't think there's a corner or a middle linebacker at the top of this draft worth taking at 4 is the problem. Switch to this team. Is there a middle linebacker? There's a right outside linebacker, DJ Williams. He's not really worth taking this high. D'Angelo Hall at 4 seems a little crazy. Jonathan Vilma is down there, middle linebacker. They could use Jonathan Vilma, but all that seems a little bit too high. So let's trade maybe down with the Texans. What do the Texans need? Probably everything. Let me take a look at the Houston Texans real quick. They don't need left tackle, so Gallery's off the table. They don't need quarterback because we're going to stick with Derek Carr or David Carr. I keep doing that. They need tight end. There's not a tight end at the top of this class though. They don't need Will Smith, unfortunately. But they do need Sean Taylor. Okay, so we'll trade from 4 to 7. Packers trade down. Packers trade down with the Texans so that it makes more sense for the Packers to take either Vilma or D'Angelo Hall, and the Texans can trade up and get Sean Taylor. So the Texans will trade 7, but they probably also have to trade something extra. They have 2 third-round picks, so we'll give them the Packers back one of those, and we'll give them like a 4th-round pick next year to kind of sweeten the pot a little bit. Okay. Boom. Texans and Packers switch. We'll switch over to the Texans just to make sure that they take Sean Taylor, because if you simulate, I'm not sure if they would. They probably would because their safeties are garbage. Okay. Sean Taylor goes to the Houston Texans at 5 or 4, excuse me, at 4. And now it's the Cleveland Browns. I think I might just let the Cleveland Browns do take somebody because they probably need a quarterback, don't they? Who's the Browns quarterback at this point? The Browns quarterback is Chad Pennington. They did just sign Chad Pennington, so they probably don't need one. And they took Grossman in the draft last year, so they probably don't need a quarterback now because they signed Pennington. I don't see why they would take a quarterback. I guess we just let them simulate their pick and see what happens. I can't simulate the pick because I'm not the Cardinals. But if I'm going to switch, I might as well switch to the Browns. I don't think I don't think they're going to take a quarterback. But now that I am them, they're not going to take a quarterback. Do they need what do they need? They need wide receiver for sure, but a top 5 wide receiver in this draft is gone already. Uh, other than that, they need Will Smith. Perfect. We'll give them Will Smith. We will give them Will Smith. And then the Seahawks. What do the Seahawks go? Hmm. I'm not too sure where Seattle goes in this draft. Hmm. What do the Seahawks need? They need a quarterback. Kyle Bowler is 23 years old, 64 overall. He's probably not going to be the answer, especially when there's quarterbacks on the table that are a lot better, or at least one quarterback that's on the table that's a lot better. They need a lot of stuff, though. The Seahawks are in bad shape right now. So we could take quarterback. Roethlisberger's available, but he's the last one. This would be a spot to take Ben Roethlisberger and allow him to go play in Seattle. Do the Seahawks need a left tackle? Because if they need a left tackle, we might take Gallery. They could use a left tackle, but I think they need a quarterback more. I just don't think Kyle Bowler is going to do it. So Roethlisberger is going to head to the Seattle Seahawks, just a few picks ahead of the Steelers. But they desperately need a quarterback. Desperately need a quarterback. So Ben goes to Seattle. The Packers will take um, either D'Angelo Hall or Jonathan Vilma. I guess it depends on which position is in more need, which I think it might be middle linebacker for the Packers. So they will take Jonathan Vilma more likely. Yeah, they're probably going to take middle linebacker. So Vilma goes 7, and then the Steelers are up at 8. I don't really know what the Steelers are going to do. I guess I could just simulate that, let it play where it lies. So Vilma goes 7. Let's switch back to the Cardinals so we can start simulating some picks. We really are going to care about the Bucks. That's the team that we're going to focus on the most because they're beginning their rebuild and they have 3 first round picks this year. So that's the team that I'm going to put a little bit more focus on. So if I go in here just to reset the thing, we're going to simulate a few picks and see what teams take who. So Roy Williams goes to Pittsburgh. Okay. The Dolphins take Robert Gallery. The Panthers take Dante Robinson. The Bears at 11. This is their second pick. They take Vince Wilfork at 11. Okay. I don't hate that. Jets take Udezi. Okay, here's Tampa Bay. Here's their first Tampa Bay pick. D'Angelo Hall still on the table. They did just trade Rondé Barber. So I guess the Rondé Barber replacement might not be a bad idea since D'Angelo's still on the table. And that's probably where they go. So let's give them D'Angelo Hall. We replace uh we replace Rondé Barber, who was aging, with a younger guy, and then we switch back to the Cardinals to start simulating again until we get to the Bucks again. All right. Let me get out of this because every time I switch, it messes up the draft board because that's how good of a game this is. Who just got to? Are you gonna show me? Oh my god, this game sucks, bro. Show me the draft board so I can see what's going on. Stop showing me this pick. What are we doing here? I don't care about this guy. I don't know who it is. I can't see who's getting taken. What's happening here? Oh my god, this is just the worst game ever. Show me the draft board. Stop showing me this freaking loser dude. Who is it? Let me switch back to the Cardinals again. Now, hopefully, it'll show me the draft board. Is I hate this game so much, man. I hate this game so freaking much, man. I can't see who's getting taken because it's showing me this stupid guy's model. I don't even know who it is. Lee Evans got taken up in the corner there. I see that by Jacksonville. Next pick, the Angels, the Chargers take Michael Clayton. I hate that I have to do this way, but this is just the way the game is because the game is booty cheeks, worse than booty cheeks. Junior Savai taken by the Falcons. Then the Bengals will take somebody. Michael Jenkins. Okay, I'm okay with that. The Giants take. Why do I hate to have to wait for this? They take Chris Gamble. All right, I like that pick. Seahawks take. I can't see. It's blurred. I can't see that up there. Marcus Tubbs. Bills will select somebody. Ben Watson. Okay, the Bills probably needed a tight end. We'll switch back to the Bucks because their pick is up next, and this is a great game. All right, what is Tampa gonna take next? What is Tampa gonna take next? They could probably use Jason Babin or Steven Jackson or maybe Bob Sanders. There's a few guys in this class they could definitely use. Let me take a look at the roster one more time so I can kind of get a feel for their big needs. They probably need a free safety because we got rid of John Lynch unless I think he was a strong safety actually. All right. And then at middle linebacker, they need left outside linebacker could be Babin. At D tackle, they desperately need another D tackle to fill the Warren Sapp hole. But the Warren Sapp position is not really available here. There's not really a D tackle. I'm thinking either Jason Babin or Bob Sanders. Let's go Babin. We'll go Jason Babin for the Tampa Bay Bucks. Colts are up next. We'll switch back to Arizona. The Bucks only have one more pick in this round, and then we excuse me, and then we will see where the board lies now. I probably won't simulate, or I probably won't pick anybody's picks in the second round or anywhere else. Vernon Carey goes. Cowboys take Sean Andrews. The Chiefs are up again. I didn't mean to click that. The Chiefs are up next. They take Olshansky. Tampa is up. Sanders is still available, and so is Steven Jackson. What's the running back situation for Tampa Bay? Let's take a look. What is the running back situation for the Bucks? It is Michael Pittman. They could use another running back of the quality of Steven Jackson, so we'll give them Steven Jackson, and they should be okay with that. Starting their rebuild. All right. Last picks of the first round. I'm probably going to let everybody just take what they want and then go back to the Cardinals and try to help them out a little bit because they are in need of everything pretty much. The Cardinals are in need of everything. Okay, so let's simulate some picks here. Lions take Justin Smiley. Vikings take Chris Snee. Raiders take Tank Johnson. Rams take Kellen Winslow. And the Jets take somebody that I didn't see. It'll be Bob Sanders. Okay. Bob Sanders got taken. Bears take Daryl Smith. Commanders take Hardwick. And now the Cardinals are up again. Cardinals need everything. I probably would have taken Bob Sanders if he wouldn't have gotten taken last pick of the first round. I'm leaning towards Carlos Dansby for the Cardinals. I think that might be the pick that we take here. So let's get Carlos Dansby in a Cardinal uniform. We have another pick at pick 10. So let's just skip right to that pick. Uh, oh, I forgot that I'm controlling all the teams. So user pick is my own pick. Greg Jones, Ahmad Carroll, Ricardo Colclau. I don't know how to say that name. Williams. We're starting to get into some bad territory. JP Lossman headed to the Dolphins. All right, this is probably the final pick that I'm going to use myself, and then we'll simulate out of the draft. Matt Schaub is available. Darnell Dockett probably is the way to go for the Cardinals, and I think I might do that. So Darnell Dockett headed to Arizona. That's going to be the final pick that I make. We'll let the CPU handle the rest of these picks. And then we will go to year number 3, the 2004-2005 NFL season. We got teams with some quarterbacks now. The Bears have a quarterback, the Seahawks have a quarterback, and the Commanders now have a quarterback. So that's pretty good. So the 3 picks that I made, Larry Fitzgerald, Carlos Dansby, Darnell Dockett. We'll see how those guys end up playing for the boys. The Bears took Eli Manning, Vince Wilfork, Daryl Smith. Okay, Bears are starting to get some help. Bengals, low overall guys, but maybe they'll turn into something, especially Michael Jenkins. Bills took not a lot of guys. They took Jared Allen, which will be helpful for them, and Benjamin Watson. Broncos had an okay draft. Like I said before, we're still in the early stages of these drafts where they're going to have a lot of 60 overall players. Once we get closer to like the modern day, those 60 overalls will start to be less and less. They'll still be obviously a lot, but not as many as this, I don't think. Will Smith headed to the Browns. So the Bucks, they had a lot of draft picks. They needed to hit on a lot of them. They took Hall, Babin, Steven Jackson, Matt Schaub at quarterback. We'll see how that turns out. They also took a bunch of other kind of bad players, but I mean, they need to start their rebuild, and they got 3 really good players and then Matt Schaub. We'll see how that turns out for them. We saw what we did. The Chargers got Michael Clayton. They didn't have that great of a draft. The Chiefs didn't have a great draft. Colts took Vernon Carey. We saw that the Commanders took Phillip Rivers. They took Nick Hardwick. They took Randy Starks. I like the Commanders draft, at least the top. Cowboys took Sean Andrews, Robert Gathers as well. Robert Gallery heads to the Dolphins with J.P. Lossman, Stepanovich from Ohio State. All right, interesting. Eagles took Kevin Jones. Falcons didn't have that good of a draft. Niners did not have a good draft. Giants took Chris Gamble. Jaguars took Lee Evans. Jets needed to take some good players. They took Odesi and they took Bob Sanders. They also took Luke McCown. Okay, whatever. Lions, Justin Smiley. Packers, they had Jonathan Vilma, Jake Grove. Vilma was really their best pick. Panthers didn't have that good of a draft. They took Robinson, but he's not that great. Patriots had a terrible draft. Raiders took Tank Johnson, but nobody else. Rams got Kellen Winslow, Jim Sorgi. Ravens had a bad draft. Saints, Tommy Harris. He'll probably be pretty decent for them. Seahawks got Roethlisberger. They got their quarterback. There's the Steelers. They got Roy Williams. Texans got Sean Taylor. Titans got nothing except for Craig Krenzel, the Cowboy, Jericho Cotchery. We've seen a few simulations where Jericho Cotchery does amazing. So hopefully the Titans got themselves a good quarterback or a good wide receiver there. And then the Vikings took Chris Snee, and that's about it. So that's where the 2004 NFL draft wraps up. We will move to the 2004-2005 season, get the 2005 draft loaded in, and all of that good stuff. We'll simulate the preseason really quickly. I'm excited to see how the quarterbacks develop. Is Eli Manning going to dominate? Is Roethlisberger going to dominate? Is Phillip Rivers going to dominate? I'm very interested to see. Phillip Rivers, since he's such a low overall, is probably going to need some time and some weapons around him. So the Commanders rebuild is by no means over, but the I think the Bears are probably in the best position to win right away, even though they were. Yes, I know they were the number one overall pick, but they're probably in the best position to win right away. And then you've got the Seahawks who need a lot of help still, and the Commanders who need a lot of help. So all the teams need a lot of help, really. So here we are, the Arizona Cardinals. I say we, that's just the team that I'm controlling. We've got Carson Palmer in year number two. We've got Jamal Lewis, who we signed in free agency. David Tyree and Larry Fitzgerald, nice little wide receiver core. Offensive line's not great, but it's solid enough. And then on the defense, we've got Dansby and Dockett, who are going to need some good development. We've got Marcus Trufant. I think that's Marcus Trufant, right? Yeah, Marcus Trufant. He's 23. We got some time with him. So the pieces for Arizona are starting to come together, but we still need a little bit of time with them, as do a lot of teams. But I'm very interested to see how some of these teams simulate now with a lot of moves being made. I guess we load in the 2005 draft class and then find that out, find that answer out for ourselves. So the 2005 NFL draft has been loaded in. It is Alex Smith, Braylon Edwards. There's a couple quarterbacks in here. Obviously, you got Rodgers and Smith. Then you got Jason Campbell, who could help out a team, but there's really nobody else after that. Maybe Ryan Fitzpatrick. But these two guys are the guys that every team is going to be going after. So we'll see what teams are at the bottom of the barrel this year and who's going to be in play for the Alex Smith Aaron Rodgers sweepstakes. I'm going to simulate this season, and I'll see you guys at the end of it with everything that has happened. Okay, we finished the season, and you can start to see the pieces coming together for the Cardinals. 6-11 for Arizona. It's not great, obviously, but it's a lot more improvement, which is the goal. What we're trying to see here in Arizona. As far as the standings go, I think we had an undefeated team. We did. The Atlanta Falcons have gone 17-0. Okay. Michael Vick is a god, apparently. They have gone 17-0. Then you got the Broncos, you've got the Eagles, a lot of teams with 11 wins. Saints are up here. There's the Ravens. We saw them add a couple of players. They added Warren Sapp. Titans added Kevin Mulway. They make the playoffs again. They're defending champs. Colts make the playoffs again. Patriots are making the playoffs. That's good. The Bucks, even with trading away all of their people, they won 9 games and made the playoffs. Okay, very interesting. That's not what I would have expected at all. Then you got the Jaguars, kind of middling around. The Browns. The Seahawks improved to 6 wins with the addition of Ben Roethlisberger. Commanders with Phillip Rivers get 6 wins. Then you've got the Bears with 6. So a lot of 6-win football teams. And then the Steelers went 3-14, so they're going to be in the Alex Smith, Aaron Rodgers conversation, and so are the Raiders, because those are the 2 worst teams. Oh, never mind. The Texans won 1 game. So it looks like we're going to have to move on from David Carr, unfortunately, for the Texans, because they won 1 game this year. Obviously, they're going to need more than just just one of the quarterbacks, but they're going to need one, because you can't be going 1-16. It's just not possible, or it's not acceptable. Carson Palmer looking to develop, and he's doing a pretty good job at that. If we go to the all of the NFL for season 3, Drew Bledsoe once again leads the league in passing yards. Is he going to win another MVP? I don't know, because Peyton Manning had a killer year this year. 42 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 4,700 yards. That's probably the MVP, although Brett Favre had 45 touchdowns and 1 interception. So I have no idea what's going to happen. Donovan McNabb back from his, we'll call it a suspension, since he didn't start all of last year. He's back from it, and he had a very good year. Got the Eagles in the playoffs. The most touchdowns this year was Brett Favre, then Michael Vick, who went undefeated this year, which is just absolutely insane. Manning, then Bolger, who was in the Super Bowl last year. Most interceptions was Hasselbeck, Cordell Stewart, Joey Harrington, then Palmer, Quincy Carter, Drew Brees. Okay. Best completion percentage was Michael Vick with the 70s. Michael Vick is god tier right now in the NFL. Maybe he wins the MVP. Who knows? Rushing leader was Amon Green. Very interesting. Then LaDainian, Sean Alexander, Fred Taylor, Deuce McAllister. Jamal Lewis was right up there. 1,100 yards for him. 10 touchdowns. Randy Moss led the league in yards per game, or yards per carry, I mean. But the running back who led it was LaDainian Tomlinson with 5.4. Touchdown, Amon Green and Staley had 17. Ricky Williams had 16. All right, so some of the big names are getting a lot of touchdowns. That's good to see. Receiving numbers, Donald Driver. I guess it was worth it to bring him back on an extension because he gets 69 yards and 23 touchdowns. Terrell Owens, Joe Horn absolutely killed it on the undefeated Falcons team. Isaac Bruce, Marvin Harrison Sr., Chad Johnson finally stepping up for the Bengals. Good for them. David Tyree's right here. He had a great year for the Cardinals. We're starting to see a lot of the good names start to be good, and that's what I was looking for. Terrell Owens leads the league in touchdowns with 24. Driver Casper had 23, the friendly ghost. All right, some very good numbers from some of the big names. Defensively, actually, I guess we can take a look at who led the league in sacks. It was the Seahawks left tackle, then Chris Samuels, a lot of left tackles. Whoa, I can't pronounce that name, but he led the team in. Oh, I probably could pronounce it, but I shouldn't because I don't want to butcher it. Let me try. Tino Yasamoa? Tino Yasamoa? I don't know. Pisa. He led the league in tackles 148. Courtney Watson, Jeff Ulbrich, Zach Thomas. Tackle philosophy was Jason Taylor. Jason Taylor's been killing it recently. Jerry DeLoach, Marcellus Wiley had a good year. Junior Seau was right up there. Sack leader was Patrick Kearney. We've seen him do that in other simulations where he's led the league in sacks for a year. There's Derek Brooks and Simeon Rice. They had 17 and a half from Derek Brooks and 15 from Simeon Rice. Wow, no wonder they made the playoffs. Nobody could score because they were getting sacked all the time. Justin Smith is right up there. Kevin Carter, Jason Taylor, Strahan. Very interesting. Urlacher with 7 picks. Not what I would have expected. Patrick Surtain, Champ Bailey. But Brian Urlacher leads the league with 7. Crazy. Field goal percentages, 95 for the Cowboy kicker. David Akers only missed 1. Wow, very strange. Very, very strange numbers. But it's time to simulate the playoffs, basically. So let's get to it. So I realized that before we simulate the playoffs, we should probably take a look at who's in the playoffs so you guys can get a feel for what the playoff bracket looks like here in this third season of simulation. Obviously, the Falcons are going to be the number 1 seed in the NFC. They went 17-0. Broncos are the AFC over on the AFC side. The teams that I'm covering with my camera are the Packers and the Saints. Packers 4, Saints 5. And the Patriots make it. That's very nice to see. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, we talked about that when we looked at the standings. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who traded away a lot of their assets, a lot of their veteran guys. They got a lot of draft picks that they used in this past offseason draft, and they made the playoffs with that. So I guess that's a pretty win-win situation, I guess. I mean, they still have at least 2 draft picks, I think, for this upcoming draft, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember for sure. The results from, oh, that's unfortunate. The results from the wild card round, the Patriots lose to the Bills. Ravens beat the Bengals. Titans beat the Colts, so the Titans have a chance to repeat. That's still on the table. Eagles beat the Giants, the Rams beat the Bucks, and the Saints beat the Packers. So this is your divisional round matchups. Will the Falcons continue their potential historic undefeated run? I mean, they've already done something that no other team has ever done, which is win 17 games in a season. So we will see what happens. Did they move on? They do. They beat the Saints pretty comfortably by 10. The Titans and the Ravens, and it's going to be the Falcons and Eagles. So I'm starting to sense a little bit of theme here in the first few seasons. It's a lot of the same teams at the beginning of this restart of the universe. So the Titans and the Ravens, Falcons and the Eagles. I would guess it's going to be a Titans-Falcons Super Bowl. It was Titans and Rams last year. Will it be Titans and Falcons? Will my prediction be correct? It will be not the Falcons. They fall 1 game short of a Super Bowl run. Oh, that's unfortunate. It'll be, oh, my prediction was completely opposite. It's the Eagles and the Ravens. So we are guaranteed a new Super Bowl champion in this third season. We've had the Colts, we've had the Titans, and now we will have either the Rams or either the Eagles or the Ravens. It's the Battle of the Birds in the Super Bowl. Eagles played in one. They played in that first one, I think, right against the Colts. It was the Colts and Eagles. But then obviously they didn't get back last year because of Donovan McNabb's suspension. So they're back again this year. And Michael Vick obviously is the quarterback number 1 for the NFC in the Pro Bowl. Peyton Manning's over on the other side. LaDainian Tomlinson, Deuce McAllister, Ricky Williams. There's some good names in here. Terrell Owens and Marvin Harrison. Joe Horn makes it, obviously, because he had Michael Vick throwing him the football in, Pace and Glenn and Allen and Mawe as a new addition to the. Where did we send Kevin Mawe? Oh, I forget. I forget. Whatever, doesn't matter. Olin Kreutz is there. Damian Woody, Garza, Anderson, Peppers. There's some names in here. Taylor and Strahan. A lot of the same names we've seen the past couple of years, obviously, because these guys are getting better and better. But these are the names that are in this year's Pro Bowl, if you are ever curious. But let's get to the game that really matters. This is what we play for. We play for a Super Bowl. It'll be the Eagles and it'll be the Ravens. I will again go to the trusty coin to flip to see who we take control. I say take control of, but who we switch control to so that we can jump into the game. So let's go to the trusty coin. My very dirty, rusty coin that I have just for some reason. We've got it right here. I'm gonna say Eagles are heads, Ravens are tails. So we'll flip the coin. I drop it, slap it on the hand, and it's gonna be tails. So Ravens it is. The Ravens is who we jump into to control, not to control, but to view the Super Bowl from. And we'll see who wins the Super Bowl. I would guess it's going to be Philadelphia, but we'll have to jump in and find out. And I think Larry Fitzgerald won the Rookie of the Year on offense, which is super, super cool. That helps us out a lot, and it helps Carson Palmer out a lot. It certainly is awesome. But, I mean, you can see X factors all across the board here. X factors for the Ravens, X factors for the Eagles. You probably can't see the Eagle X factors because my camera's in the way. But McNabb and Dawkins are the ones you probably can't see. You can see Urlacher probably. We'll see who gets the job done. It's the Battle of the Birds. Will the Eagles finally get theirs, or will the Ravens be the next team up? Okay, third Super Bowl of the simulation. It's Ravens, it's Eagles. What is going to happen? Ravens are out to an early 7-0 lead first quarter. Eagles fighting back. They tie it up at 7. Ravens can't score. Eagles get the lead 14-7. Oh, right at the end of the first half, the Ravens take a touchdown. Very awesome for them. It's tied at 14. It's going back and forth. Ravens, Eagles, Ravens, Eagles. Eagles score 21-14 into the third quarter. We enter the fourth. Ravens are driving, but they can't get it done. Eagles have possession. Oh, but they got to punt it away. Baltimore missed 57-yard field goal. David Akers. Wow. Okay, I think that means only one thing now. I think that means we got to jump in and see what happens. Wow. Okay. Hold on. I got to pause it real quick. I can't pause it right now. I think they're snapping the ball. I want to take a look at this Ravens roster in a second. At least the offense. They drive it second. It's Cordell Stewart. That's what I wanted to check. Oops, I can't take a look at the roster just yet. Hold on. I don't want to jump in and play. Don't worry. I just want to take a look at the Ravens roster so we can get familiarized. So it's Cordell Stewart at quarterback. It's Chester Taylor. He's not throwing to a lot of options at wide receiver. I thought that was Jonathan Ogden for a second. He's got Todd Heap, so he's got one tight end he's got two. But they got a solid offensive line, and obviously the Ravens' defense is what they're known for, along with Warren Sapp, who gets to play in a Super Bowl. Good for him. Good for him. So if we simulate to the end of the game, we can jump in here. Okay, perfect. All right, so Cordell Stewart, what's he got up his sleeve? Does he have a drive in him? 2nd and 4. There it is, dropped. Dropped by Chester Taylor. Is that Rondé Barber? We didn't send him. No, that's got to be some other Barber because I think we sent him to the Patriots. There's the snap. The handoff to Taylor. Chester Taylor trying to lower the shoulder. Gets the first down. Oh, baby. Under a minute. Ravens need a touchdown. There it is. Intercepted. Cordell Stewart threw a pick. Is it going to be picked off? It's a pick 6. It's got to be. Oh, we stopped him. Cordell Stewart got it. The Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl. Is that Sam Hubbard? Wow. Wow. The Ravens were driving all the way down the field, looking good, too, to get into field goal range. And Cordell Stewart just made a horrible decision, and the Eagle defender just steps right in front. And it's a pick. Not a pick 6, but a pick for the Eagles, and that is going to end this football game and end this Super Bowl 21-14. Philly gets it done. They have avenged their loss in the very first season of the simulation, losing to the Colts. They do get the job. I'm pretty sure they were in the game. Who cares? I don't care. Because Philly is on top of the world as Super Bowl champions. Man, I can't believe it was a pick, a game sealing pick to win the game. If he would have taken that back to the house, he would have probably been Super Bowl MVP. That's usually how they calculate that. Absolute insane scenes from the Eagles and the Ravens game. Now we got to get back to the Cardinals so we can control uh, simulation and stuff. But we moved to an off season that is very important for the Cardinals. They've got a ton of money, as you can see there by the salary cap. And I mean, presumably Larry Fitzgerald won the Offensive Rookie of the Year. Carson Palmer's continuing to develop. There's a lot of stuff happening for this Cardinals team that could make them a good team in a couple of years. Maybe even next year. Maybe they're a playoff team. They already won 6 games this year. I mean, if you go up to like 8 or 9 wins next year, that could be a playoff team, depending on how the rest of the season goes for the rest of the teams. Donovan McNabb is your Super Bowl MVP. Peyton Manning takes home MVP of the league. Terrell Owens and Brian Urlacher get the Players of the Year. Wes Welker wins Offensive Rookie of the Year for the Jets. So I'm assuming Larry just won some sort of, maybe he won wide receiver, even though Wes Welker's also a wide receiver. I don't know what happened there, but I saw it said breaking news award winner or something, but I don't know. And then Courtney Watson is the Defensive Rookie of the Year for the Chargers. But Brian Urlacher, I'd say that's a W trade for the Eagles, because the Eagles not only get Brian Urlacher, but they also win the Super Bowl. So I think that's a W trade for the Eagles to make that. Any big names retiring? Willie Roaf is retiring. Shannon Sharp is retiring. So a couple big names: Rod Smith, Troy Brown, Annis Williams, Jeff George, Morton Anderson. A lot of the old guard are calling it a career. We will move to the re-sign period. I'm not sure what kind of re-sign period we have for the Arizona Cardinals. I haven't really paid much attention. That's not the right thing. I should probably check to see if there is any uh, dev trait improvements. What do we got here? We've got Larry is an X Factor. He probably just came in as that. Jamal Lewis doesn't go up to star, which is a little bit unfortunate considering the season that he had. Palmer's an 85. We've got Davis, I think, is a superstar now. I think he might have been, maybe he was always a superstar. I don't remember exactly, but I know for a fact that the tight end was not a superstar. David Tyree's having a decent career right now. And then on defense, Dansby's a star. Dockett is a superstar. Wilson moves up to star. Trufant was always a star. Young is okay. So there's definitely some developments on the defensive side of the ball for the Cardinals, which was the side of the ball that needed the most help, I would think. Okay, and now that we took a look at that, we can go to the re-sign period. What do we got? We got Thomas Jones, who's a running back. We did just franchise tag him. We probably can't franchise tag him again. And it looks like they brought back everybody that they needed to bring back. They apparently don't want Thomas Jones back. Maybe we can get something for him. Probably nothing too crazy, but we might be able to get something for him. I can't do trade packages because I'm controlling every team. So who needs a running back? Who needs like a middle tier running back? Nobody that's too great. The Bucks could use a running back of this caliber. The Commanders maybe. Let's see. The Jets and the Lions both could desperately use a running back. Patriots and Panthers, but the Panthers have, okay, I thought they had somebody else. Raiders. Raiders need a running back desperately. Okay, so the Raiders are the option for Jones. I'm not going to be able to get a first round pick, obviously. I could probably only maybe get a third round pick for Thomas Jones. So we'll send him to the Raiders for a third round pick this year. Who knows? Maybe that turns into somebody pretty awesome. I don't know. But let's move to free agency and see what's available. See what is available. We've got Adam Vinatieri. We got Lincoln Kennedy at 34 years old is an X Factor right tackle. Very cool. Kevin Mawe, they chose not to re-sign him, whoever we traded him to. I guess I could take a look at his player card and see what his stats are for where he played. So it was Tennessee. So he made the playoffs again. But they chose not to re-sign him. So he enters free agency. Will Allen is a very interesting option at the safety spot, or at the corner spot, I mean. That might be a decent pickup for the Cardinals here. And he really wants to be in Arizona. He likes the scheme fit and everything. So We might be able to pull in a nice little corner. We got to battle with the Raiders. We'll see if that works. Ooh, 25-year-old left guard with superstar dev is really cool. But 12 teams are also interested. I don't know if that's the right move. I am intrigued by Zach Thomas mainly because we have like a 50 overall player playing middle linebacker right now for us. Because in the 3-4 we have two linebackers, so two middle linebackers. So I wouldn't hurt trying to get another middle linebacker in there. But everybody else, I think we can kind of just let move, except for Chad Johnson. Never mind. I didn't expect Chad Johnson to be here. I've wanted him for a while in some of these rebuilds, and if I can't have him in a normal rebuild, I might as well offer him in this rebuild, even though it's not technically a rebuild. So now that we've got those three offers on the table, do I want to put in some money on Kasim Mitchell? Maybe. A 25-year-old superstar dev guard is something you don't really come across very often. And I know we have to battle like a bunch of other teams, but bringing in a guard with superstar dev at 25 is certainly something we could think about. So those are our targets. We'll see what happens for them. I don't know if we'll get any of them, but all of them have chose to sign somewhere. Did they sign with us? We didn't get. Who did we not get? Zach Thomas is the one that we didn't get. We got Chad Johnson, we got Kasim Mitchell, and we got Will Allen, but Zach Thomas chose to sign with the 49ers. Mawe re-signs with the Titans. Kennedy signs with the 49ers. Garcia's a Dolphin now. Man, I was really hoping we get Zach Thomas. You know what? Out of all the guys that I was going after there, I kind of wanted Zach Thomas the most, considering we needed a middle linebacker. But I guess we'll just have to look for that in the draft. But we add a few extra guys. Not too mad at it. Certainly the Chad Johnson one's pretty cool because he's only what, like 26 or something like that. He comes in now as the number 2 wide receiver over David Tyree. Palmer's got some nice weapons to work with, and now Mitchell jumps in at guard. The offensive line's coming together pretty quick as well. It's just the defense, and that's what I was talking about with this Fisher guy being a 58. We need to figure something out there, but we can look for that in the draft. Which, speaking of the draft, we are coming pretty close to it. Should be ready to go in the next couple minutes. We'll get to the mock draft number 5, see where our draft pick is, see what else is going on around the league, who's going to be the number 1 overall pick. I think the Bears have the number 1 overall pick. Maybe they don't. I can't remember who was bad this year or not. So I don't know who's going to have it, but we are scouting corner. I use that as the Cardinals. Or did I use that? No, I didn't use that as the Cardinals. I used interior offensive line, I think, as the Cardinals' national focus. I think we should probably focus on linebacker, considering we're very, very thin there. There's Lofa Tatupu. We've also got Boomer. I might as well scout Lofa, see how good he is. There's Lights Out Merriman. What about right outside? You got DeMarcus Ware. We've come across him a bunch of times in these rosters. Mark Spears, Erasmus James. We are going to need another pass rusher, so it might not be a bad thing to scout Marcus Spears. We know that Justin Tuck's going to be good. We don't have to waste a scout on him. But Marcus Spears might not be bad to look at. So free agency recap. Anybody else of note gets signed? Adam Vinatieri stays unsigned. Same thing with Mike Allstar. I would expect him to retire pretty soon. A lot of the punters are staying unsigned, which is not a surprise. Larry Allen signed with the Bills. Okay. It wasn't that star-studded of a free agency class to begin with. And I didn't mean to go right back into it. Let's get to the draft. Let's get to the draft and see where all of these new players are headed. So if we go here to the Scout the College Players and we take a look at the mock draft, what does it have? So the Texans, that's who it was. The Texans are the number 1 team in the draft, the number 1 pick in the draft. They want them to take Ronnie Brown. Steelers are taking Alex Smith. Where's Rodgers projected to go? We're at number 9, which is below Sean Merriman, which is kind of who I was thinking about taking. Oh, man, Rodgers is super down here. I mean, that's kind of what it is in real life with him. He fell super far. He's not even in the first round. Okay, Rodgers. That's kind of crazy. Hmm. I think the Texans desperately need a quarterback. David Carr is just not going to get the job done. He's just not going to. So if we turn into the Houston Texans, if we turn into the Houston Texans and we see what we have out here, we're probably not going to be able to trade David Carr. He's an 85 overall. I mean, he's not. Yes, I know that's not his picture. I understand. He's an 85 overall. Why is he not getting the job done? Hmm. They have Sean Taylor. They have Andre Johnson from the past two drafts. This Texans team's not as bad as it seems like they are. Maybe they hold on. He's an 85 overall. Maybe they do hold on to David Carr. They probably should trade Aaron Glenn, though. He's 33, superstar dev. A team with a desperate need for corner might be able to get uh they might be able to get at least a second round pick for that. So what's a team that desperately needs a corner? How what's his overall? He's a 84. So what's a team that desperately needs a corner? I mean, the Falcons just played in the Super Bowl or just played in the NFC Championship. They desperately could use a corner, another corner. I know he's a little bit older. What about the Falcons gave? They don't have a second round pick because I think they gave that for the Joe Horn trade. What about if they gave up a third, a four, and a three? Is that too much for a 30? That's too much for a 33-year-old. Let's go to another team. There's going to be another team that needs a corner, like the Giants. The Giants need a corner. They have Chris Gamble at 22, but they need a number one for right now. So a a three and a four, I think, is fine for Glenn. So they'll trade those picks. They'll get a corner. Texans get rid of that guy, and I will actually go to David Carr and just change his portrait to be more representative of what he looks like. And I think the Texans, do they stay at one? That's the biggest question. Oops, that's the wrong thing. Do they stay at one and take not Ronnie? Well, I mean, I guess they could take Ronnie Brown if they really wanted to, but I don't think that fits. So maybe trading out of the first pick might be the smartest thing they can do. Trade up to a for a team that absolutely needs a quarterback like the Steelers, but they'd only trade down one spot, I guess. Let's see. What should we give Derek Carr or David Carr? Why do I keep doing that? David Carr is going to be. Oh, David. Who do you want to be? You want to be this guy? Yeah, you could be that guy, David. Sure, why not? It don't matter. Okay, so David Carr now looks closer to what he looks like in real life. So I think the move would be to trade out of the number one overall pick to a team that needs a quarterback so they can take Alex Smith number one overall. What's the team that needs a quarterback the most? Like who needs a quarterback the absolute most? The Tampa Bay Bucks because they have Matt Schaub. So the Bucks are certainly an option. I know they took Matt Schaub last year, but the Bucks are the our number one priority right now. Never mind. What is this quarterback room for the Dallas Cowboys? Dallas is number one right now. Although the 49ers don't even have one on roster. Jets are in need of a quarterback. What is going on with the quarterback situation in the league right now? The Ravens lost Cordell Stewart. They have no quarterback. Wow. Okay. So there are a couple teams that do need a quarterback, but I think the Cowboys are the team that need a quarterback the most. It's just where are the Cowboys picking? Because that'll determine how far they have to jump up. Okay. So Cowboys, the Callous Cowboys are picking at 14. So jumping from 14 to 1 is quite a substantial move. It's quite a substantial move, especially for the Houston Texans, who would fall down to 14. But that just means they're going to be getting a whole heck of a lot in return for the number one overall pick. So Texans trade that pick. The Cowboys are the team that we are going to be trading up from. So obviously they got to give their first and second round picks. That's pretty much a guarantee. They also got to give their first and maybe their second round pick next year as well. Or yeah, maybe their second round next year. Uh, maybe a third next year. Two firsts, a two, and a three for the number one overall pick. Is that good value, or is that not enough? for the number one overall pick. It isn't a quarterback class where it's Alex Smith is the number one guy, so maybe this is good enough value. But Alex Smith could end up becoming a great quarterback. Who knows? I think that's fine. I don't think the Texans are going to be bothered by that. They get an extra first round pick next year. I think they'll be good. I think they'll be happy with that. They trade all the way back to 14. Cowboys are now the number one overall pick, and we will start the draft. Actually, I know I'm going to start the draft as the Dallas Cowboys so I can take Alex Smith. Let's start this draft going. I have no idea where everybody else is going to go. I haven't even thought about that yet. I have absolutely no idea where everybody else is going. No, I don't want to simulate, that's for sure. Start drafting. All right, Dallas has the number one overall pick. It will be Alex Smith. So again, the Steelers unfortunately lose out on a quarterback. They lost out to Ben Roethlisberger last year because the Seahawks had the pick ahead of them. Alex Smith goes number one in the draft. Steelers are up next, and I think I might just let the Steelers do some stuff. I don't think I'm going to control their pick. Let me take a look at the draft board really quickly. Is there anybody that I want specifically on a certain team? Probably not. We could probably just let everybody choose who they want to go to, or who they want to pick, I should say. Let's see what happens. Let's roll the dice here. Steelers are up next. They will take Aaron Rodgers, so they do get their quarterback. You know what? I'm okay with that. They needed a quarterback. They get their quarterback. Aaron Rodgers has been grabbed. I'm fine with that. I'm not mad at all. The Raiders are up next. They take Braylon Edwards at 3. The Bears, they take Mike Williams. The Vikings are at 5. They grab DeMarcus Ware. Okay. The Panthers grab Sean Merriman. Not a surprise. The Niners grab Troy Williamson. The Commanders will grab Pac-Man Jones. And now the Cardinals are up. Okay, so the Arizona Cardinals are up. What is the goal? Quarterback done. Running back done for now. Wide receiver, very good. In a very good spot. Tight end could use, even though Freddie Jones is a superstar dev. Left tackle could use some work. Right guard could use some work. But a top 10 pick, I don't know about that. Defensive end needs to be fixed. So defensive end is probably, and free safety. Defensive end and free safety is where we should go with this selection. Those are the two biggest needs. And the best defensive end in the class is Erasmus James. Marcus Spears we know is around 1 to 2 guys, so it's probably a little bit too high to take him. And the best free safety in the class is Nick Collins. So this is not a great free safety class, unfortunately. Where do we go with this pick if it's not going to be Marcus Spears? Is it going to be Erasmus James? Does that seem too high for Erasmus? Maybe he could develop. He's a decent athlete. He's got a block shed, a play rec. He's a decent athlete. I don't know what his true talent's going to be, though. That's the question. We might take it. We know the true talent of Marcus Spears. I might take best player available, which I think is Derek Johnson here. Because we do need another middle linebacker. Don't forget about that. And then we come back and maybe grab Justin Tuck. I think that could be a good pickup. So Derek Johnson, we need another middle linebacker. We're going to be cool with that. The Seahawks are up next. They take Roddy White. I don't hate that. I mean, Big Ben needs a receiver to throw to, so Roddy White going to Seattle. Marcus Spears goes at 11. Heath Miller to the Browns. Carlos Rogers, Chargers. Antrell Roll. Then you got Erasmus James at 15. The Lions will take Thomas Davis Sr. Then you got Jamal Brown, Fabian Washington, Mike Patterson. Okay, so there's nobody like too crazy going off the board right now. Nobody that I'm like objecting where you can't. That's a stupid pick. You can't take that guy or something like that. Saints are up. They take Sean Cody, Luis Castillo. Logan Mankins at 27 to the Rams is a good pickup. We could have used Logan Mankins, but we only had one first round pick this year. Lofa Tatupu goes to the Broncos at 28. Corey Webster, Alex Barron, Marcus Johnson, and Philly took somebody once it loads. Marcus Johnson, yeah, get through it. Come on, Madden. Get through. There we go. Philadelphia selection. Who'd they take? Justin Miller. It wasn't even that big of a pickup. Texans in the first pick of the second round take Khalif Barnes. The Steelers will take Nick Collins. Raiders take David Bass. Matt Roth goes to the Bears. Jonathan Babineau. Ronnie Brown. Finally, Ronnie Brown was projected number one overall, and he goes second round to the Panthers. Seahawks get Kevin Burnett, David Pollock, and now we are up. And this is probably where we get our defensive end, Justin Tuck, if I'm being totally honest. It's probably where we do that. Just not, don't beat around the bush at all. Just take Justin Tuck. We need a defensive end, and we got a defensive end. Justin Tuck, welcome to the squad. And before I simulate out of everything, is there anybody that I specifically want to go somewhere? Mm, no, not really. I mean, the Cardinals could use Evan Mathis at the other guard spot. So that might be something. Maybe we trade back into the second round and get a guard. Let me try to talk to the Browns. Let me talk to Cleveland here. Maybe get a nice little draft pick out of the Browns here. Cleveland has picked 44. We would have to give up our we have two third round picks, which is nice. So we'd probably have to give up both of those and maybe a fourth rounder next year to trade back into the second round, I'd say. And Cleveland gets it. So now we trade back in to get hopefully Evan Mathis as long as everything goes well. Bartell, Kelvin Hayden, and now we are up. We'll take Evan Mathis. That'll be our offense line almost figured out for the Cardinals. So Evan Mathis, he'll play alongside Mitchell that we got in free agency. And I'm probably going to just simulate out of the rest of here. Everybody can just go wherever the CPU wants them to go. And we can look at the recap here. I think the Cardinals are going to be pretty good this next year. Derek Johnson's a 74, Justin Tuck's a 72, 75 for Mathis. So the three picks that I made, home runs out of the park. Absolutely amazing. Rest of the teams, Bears had a okay draft. I mean, their top guys are gonna develop, I think, but it'll take them a little bit. Bengals had a bad draft. The Bills didn't have a great one. Broncos or whatever. Browns, Heath Miller they took because they traded out of the second. The Buccaneers, this is a big one. So they took Travis Johnson, J.J. Arrington, Dan Cody, Charlie Fry. So they had three second round picks this year, and they did not capitalize at all. Maybe I should have taken over the Bucks to control their draft because this is not good. All right, you live and you learn. You live and you learn for the Buccaneers. Cowboys didn't have a good draft except for Alex Smith. We'll see how he develops. What is the overall? He's a 71. Eagles, Falcons, Niners. There's not really one team that like killed the draft. Panthers did pretty well with Sean Merriman and Ronnie Brown. Those two guys are gonna be pretty good very quickly. Patriots got Frank Gore. I like that. That makes me happy. Braylon Edwards, Logan Mankins to the Rams. He's already an 80. Ravens had a bad draft. Seahawks got Ronald Bartell and Roddy White. Rodgers to the Steelers along with Nick Collins. That pickup at number 2 was kind of crazy for Aaron Rodgers. So the Steelers, they finally got their quarterback. They missed out last year not getting Ben Roethlisberger because the Seahawks had a couple picks ahead of them, but they didn't miss out this year. So now we move to the 2005-2006 NFL season, and we will see if the Cardinals can make the playoffs this year. I mean, they're looking pretty good. The offensive line's getting very, very good. The receiving core now looks really good. Palmer's going to keep developing. We add Derek Johnson to the mix at linebacker. Justin Tuck on the defensive line. Yeah, the Cardinals is starting to come together. Certainly. Just need a left tackle over there. But we are going to get to the regular season of 2005. If I don't hit the individual week simulation here, if we actually do the whole postseason, we'll load in the 2006 draft class. That is like Reggie Bush and Vince Young. So maybe Vince Young can turn into something, unlike he did in real life. Okay, so we'll upgrade the players really quickly. Get the good stuff. I'm expecting a playoff appearance from the Cardinals. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I'm expecting a playoff appearance from the Cardinals. They are a much improved team than they used to be. All right, let's get the 2006 draft class loaded in. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, Mario Williams, Reggie Bush, Vince Young, AJ Hawk. You know the drill. This is it's the Mario Williams sweepstakes unless you want to go Vince Young. I don't know. Depends on who gets the number one overall pick. But DeBrickashaw Ferguson in Arizona might not be a bad shout because we do need a left tackle. So we'll keep an eye on that. But we will simulate this season and figure out where everybody falls. What did I tell you? The Arizona Cardinals have improved from 6 wins to 12 wins. And not only that, but we're the number one seed. Won the division. I say we, I'm not really controlling the team too much. I am kind of semi light rebuilding them, but we are the number 12, or we are the number one seed at 12 wins. I knew this team was going to take a massive jump, and it shows right there. So let's take a look at the stats around the league. Carson Palmer had a good year. Carson Palmer had a very, 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 very good year. I shouldn't say that many varies. He had an okay year. Bledsoe, again, this Bills offense is doing wonders for Drew Bledsoe's career. 4,800 yards. We still have not yet had a 5,000 yard passer. I wonder when we'll get our first one. Bledsoe had a great year. A little bit too many interceptions for him, but he did okay. Vick again. Michael Vick is resurrecting his entire career. He's rewriting the narrative that he was not a passing type of quarterback because he's got 4,000 yards, 42 touchdowns, 7 picks. He might win MVP. These are unbelievable numbers. Trent Green's been up here a lot. Aaron Brooks finally makes an appearance in the top 5. Then Brett Favre, Jeff Garcia, Donovan McNabb, Peyton Manning, who won the MVP last year. Most touchdowns go to Trent Green with 46, along with Brett Favre. Most interceptions goes to Matt Schaub. Not surprised. Not surprised at all. And then, do we have a perfect completion percentage? No, we have 74%, which is still insane. But I was hoping for like 100%. That wasn't going to happen, but LaDainian Tomlinson leads the league in rushing yards 1,400, average 5 per carry. And then Jamal Lewis from the Arizona Cardinals. So it ends up being a quality free agent signing. 1,300 yards, 15 touchdowns is crazy. Amon Green, Sean Alexander, Edgerrin James, still killing it. Edgerrin James. And then you got Clinton Portis. You got some good guys. The running back who had the most yards per carry, 5.1 for Michael Vick, is Deuce McAllister with 5, and then obviously LT. Touchdown leader was Deuce with 15, and Jamal Lewis and Edgerrin James all with 15. Okay, so at least we had a guy that was in the top. Receiving is Wes Welker, who just won Rookie of the Year. He has now the most yards in the league with 1,500. Then Marvin Harrison, Joe Horn, Eric Moulds. So putting Joe Horn on the Falcons is doing wonders. Donald Driver, Tony Gonzalez, finally a tight end makes an appearance. Andre Johnson finally getting a shout out. And then T.O. Touchdown leader was Marv with 19 and Driver with 19. Okay. Very, very cool. Blocking sack leader is Bernard Robertson. The tackle leader was Sean Phillips of the Texans with 160. E.J. Henderson 140. Chris Claiborne 140. LeVar Arrington pretty close up there. Urlacher, the defending champion, has 128. Tackle velocity was Leroy Glover. Wouldn't have expected that. Ryan Pickett. There's some names up here. Not as many on defense as there is on offense. Sack leader this year is Jason Taylor again, man. This man is unbelievably good. 21.5 for him. Douglas had 21. Barton has, the Raiders with a couple sack leaders. 18.5 for Bullware. There's Derek Brooks with 15.5. Interception leader is Andre Dyson with 8 for the Titans. And you got Lance Briggs, Cato June. Wow. Okay. Wouldn't have expected 8. But it is what it is. Kicker is Jason Elam. That leads it. There's a couple of 100%ers. Adam Vinatieri. He got signed by us. That must have been just an auto signing because I didn't pick him up. He went perfect. So that was a good signing by the CPU. And the longest kick was a David Akers 56-yarder this year. All right. Very cool. Who attempted the most extra points? It was the Packers and the Colts. All right. There you go. There is your stats for season, what is the season 4, I think? Oops, I got to go to the offensive stats. Or the team stats, I guess I should say. All right, Packers, they have the most offense, so it looks like Brett Favre was just slinging the rock around the field. Not surprising. Packers the most efficient offense. The worst offense in football was the Ravens. Wow, 3-14 for Baltimore after just playing in the Super Bowl. They go 3-14. That's kind of crazy. Panthers are down there. Well, they're going to have a good draft pick this year. Maybe they get Mario Williams and they add that they had Mario Williams to that defense. The best defense was the Raiders. Actually, it wasn't the Raiders. It was the Raiders. It was the Raiders. My bad. I was reading it backwards. The Texans were the worst team. The Raiders were the best team on defense. They allowed 320 points this year. That's pretty cool. Steelers had 282. The conversion percentage is 37 or 35% for the Ravens. Man, they just had a bad year. Colts did okay on fourth down. Packers were perfect on fourth downs. Okay. Red zone efficiency. The most efficient team in the NFL this year was the Cowboys. So it looks like Alex Smith is doing wonders there for the Cowboys. And then red zone defensive percentage. The Falcons had 70%. Most penalized team in football was the Jets with 108 penalties. Oh my God. That's crazy. And then the turnovers. Titans had a lot of turnovers. They had the turnover difference. Okay. So the Ravens played in the Super Bowl last year, lost to the Eagles, and then go and win 3 games the next year. Kind of crazy. We are the number 1 seed. Packers and Niners are down here behind my camera. This is going to be an interesting little playoff bracket. I don't know if the Cardinals are gonna win any games. I keep saying we just because I'm in control of the Cardinals. So we are taking on the Vikings, who are 11-6. Will the Cardinals win the Super Bowl this year? I have absolutely no idea. It'd be awesome if they did. It would be awesome if they did, but it's going to be Cardinals, Vikings, Falcons, Niners, Colts, Eagles. What? No, Colts, Dolphins, and Bills and Chiefs. So the Eagles, the defending champs, don't even get out of the first round. They lost to the 7 seed. So now we are guaranteed a new Super Bowl champion again. We have not had a repeat offender. It's been new champion every year. Will the Cardinals move to the NFC title game? They will. 20-17 over Minnesota. Arizona's on a miracle, magical mystery ride right now. Things could be going their way. It's all coming up Cardinal right now. It's going to be us and the Niners, and then it's going to be Colts and Bills. So the Colts, we could have our first repeat offender. We could have our first two-timer because they take on the Bills. They won the very first Super Bowl in the first year of simulation. All right. Who's playing in the Super Bowl this year? Who's playing in it? It's going to be the 49ers, 35-24 over the Cardinals. So Arizona, a much, much improved season, but they are not playing in the Super Bowl this year. It'll be the 49ers against whoever. I don't know who the other team is, Colts or the Bills. It would be cool to see the Bills do it because Drew Bledsoe's been so efficient. He's been leading the league in passing yards almost every single year these 4 years, so it would be cool to see the Bills do it. And it is. So it's going to be Bills and Niners in the Super Bowl. And once again, we will have a new champion that's not won it yet in this simulation. The Pro Bowl roster, what do we got? We got McNabb and Manning, Vic again, Favre, Trent Green. Rodgers makes it as the number 2 pick in the draft. First year in the league, rookie, third Pro Bowl guy. Very good for him. We get a guy with Jamal Lewis. That's nice to see. Welker makes it. Tony Gonzalez. All right. I might make some more trades this year. We might start tearing down some more teams. I'm not 100% sure. Terrell Suggs makes it finally. Urlacher's still there. Derek Brooks. DeMarcus Ware makes it. Champ Bailey. We might start tearing down a few more teams. Definitely the Dolphins, I think, are starting to get up there. They already lost Zach Thomas. He signed, I think, with the 49ers, if I'm not mistaken. But before we do that, it is time to see who's going to win the Super Bowl. I'll get the coin, the trusty coin, and we will flip for who we're going to jump in as. So we're going to go heads as the Niners and tails as Buffalo. Heads as Niners, tails as Buffalo. Where'd it go? Hit off my face. We got it right here. What's it going to be? Heads. So heads is Buffalo, I think, right? Is that what I made it? I think that's what I made it. All right, heads is the Bills. So let's find the Buffalo Bills. We'll jump in as them. Do we have a history of the team that we've jumped in as when we jump into the Super Bowl? Do they win the championship more than likely? I don't know. Because we were the Ravens when we jumped in last year and they lost to the Eagles, but I can't remember. I think we jumped in as the Colts and they won. I don't remember the other ones though. All right, but it doesn't matter. We're jumping in as the Bills and going to watch the Super Bowl. Niners, Bills. It's either going to be T.O.'s first ring or maybe Bledsoe's going to get one that he deserves on his own because he's been killing it. Let's find out. It's a Bills and Niners Super Bowl. Who's going to take home the crown? Niners off to a hot start, 7-0. We haven't had a blowout Super Bowl just yet in these simulations. This could be one, I guess. Well, maybe not. I mean, we're in the second half now, and it's 7-7. Niners get a field goal, 10-7. Touchdown Bills, 14-10. Buffalo might be able to hold on here. Oh, they've got it, don't they? Yeah, they've got it. They've got it. All right, we're jumping in, slow speeding it. Jump forward to the end of the game. A minute 41. Buffalo 14-10. One timeout remaining for the Niners. I mean, this is pretty much over at this point, right? They're going to hand it off to the running back. Bring him down. It's 2nd and 10. Final timeout used by the Niners. They are in easy field goal range here, so even if they can't get the touchdown or the first down. Another handoff, keeping it on the ground, but shut down. Henry gets only 2. But the clock is going to run. It's a minute now. Niners don't have a good chance right here. No more timeouts. Buffalo might be getting a championship. Bledsoe, milking the clock. I didn't say Alexa. He gets to 4th and 1. Bledsoe's got a touchdown and a pick. But that might be the ball game right there. The clock might just take it down all the way. And they are going to go for it on 4th and 1 to milk that clock even more. I respect it from Buffalo. I respect it. Bledsoe's got this, hands it off, first down, ball game. Bills will win. It would have been ball game regardless, but the Bills will be your Super Bowl champions for season 4. Congratulations, Drew Bledsoe. He gets the championship that he deserves because he's been dominating this entire playoff or this entire simulation so far. He's probably been the most dominant player in the simulation, I'd have to say. He's been killing the game. Absolutely killing the game. All right, let's jump back to Arizona. But then we probably need to discuss some teams that are going to be tearing down their organizations and getting ready for a rebuild. We already did that with the Bucks. The Bucks might need another one pretty soon. I don't know. But the Dolphins are my like number 1 team that I'm thinking about right now because they last time we checked, they were like a few years away, and now it's a few years in the future. And they had some old guys. Jason Taylor's still killing it. Josh Reed is actually the Super Bowl MVP. Vic gets MVP of the league and Offensive Player of the Year. Hugh Douglas is the Defensive Player of the Year. Rodgers wins Offensive Rookie of the Year for the Steelers, and DeMarcus Ware wins Defensive Rookie of the Year. So the Steelers grab Aaron Rodgers with the 2nd overall pick, and he wins Rookie of the Year for them. So good for Pittsburgh. All right, let's get to the good stuff here. Let's get to the good stuff. Is there anybody, that's not the right button. Is there anybody that I need to franchise tag here? No, looks like the team signed everybody that needed to be re-signed, except for Adam Vinatieri. I'll franchise tag Adam Vinatieri. We got the money. It's only $5 million. We got the money. Keep Vinatieri around. I mean, he was the 2nd best kicker in the league this past year. All right. So let's take a look around the NFL. Some of the worst teams in the league this year. We've got ourselves the Bucks, who are trying to do their rebuild. The Ravens, who I think this is going to have to be a fluke type of year. I can't see why they were in the Super Bowl the previous year. Now they won 3 games. The Bears are in the process of rebuilding because they have Eli Manning. They need some other weapons around. The Jets, the Panthers, the Lions. Where's a team like the Dolphins at? The Dolphins made the playoffs at 9-8. Maybe they're not ready for a rebuild just yet. But I don't want them to miss out on getting assets for their players because they thought that their winning window was open longer than it actually was. Oh, this is tricky. This is definitely tricky. Tampa's going to have the number 1 overall pick. They were the worst team in the league this year. We should probably go to the Tampa Bay Bucks and see what their capital is. So they've got the first pick this year. They have 2/3. So they've used all of their picks from their previous trades. They've used all those picks. They've got Simeon Rice. They've got Derek Brooks. Those two probably need to get out of here. if they want to just go full into the rebuild. So we'll probably finally trade those two guys. They absolutely need to get a quarterback though. Matt Schaub's just not going to be the guy for this rebuild. So these two guys are going to get out of here. Maybe they could have got a first round pick for one of these guys a couple of years ago, but we didn't end up pulling the trigger on that. They probably can't get a first round pick for them now. It'd be hard. It'd be hard to get a first round pick for them now. So we got the Bucks looking for stuff. The Chargers are doing good. The Chiefs are doing good. Colts are obviously fine. Commanders, the Cowboys with their boy Alex Smith, they're looking pretty good. Dolphins, I mean, Jason Taylor's 32, Ricky Williams is 29. I might as well just keep them going. I mean, why break up this core when they're making the playoffs? So we'll see what happens. Eagles are fine. Falcons are more than fine. I mean, they've been killing the game. The Niners just played in the Super Bowl, so they're fine, even though they didn't win it. They're fine though. The Giants are not fine. The Giants are more than not fine. Who's their quarterback? It's Kerry Collins. Giants need to probably move on from some of these guys. Maybe Pedigo gets out of there. Strahan gets out of here. I don't know what they could get for those guys, but something maybe. Jags are just always bad. Hasselback's probably not going to be a guy for them much longer. They've got John Henderson. I guess they could probably get a bunch of first round picks for Henderson, but he's got a huge penalty, 80 million penalty. The Jets are bad. They've got a rising star in Wes Welker, but O.C. Manure could be good for them in the future. Bob Sanders could be good for them in the future. There's some pieces here for the Jets, but it's not looking good all the way around. Joey Harrington really hasn't taken that step I was hoping he would. Palomalu, Sean Rogers. Lions are in a weird spot. Packers, the Panthers had a bad year. Steve Smith hasn't taken that jump either. Probably because he doesn't have a quarterback. He's got Jake Plummer. Panthers probably need to dump some pieces. I don't think they dumped Julius Peppers just yet because he's still on his rookie deal, I'm pretty sure. But maybe you dump Chris Jenkins. He's a 90 overall. Maybe you dump Will Peterson as well. I don't know. That's a tough one. Patriots are fine, I think. They got a lot of young guys. They're doing good. The Raiders are another story. The Raiders are looking kind of gross right now. Rams, the Ravens. How did you have such a bad year? You have so many good players. How did you have a bad year? Who's their quarterback again? That's right. That's why they had the bad year because they don't have their quarterback this year. I forgot about that. I forgot that's why they don't have. They had a bad year because they don't have a quarterback. So maybe they need to trade like Peter Bolware for a quarterback or a draft pick to get a quarterback. I'm not sure. Saints are looking fine. Seahawks are interesting. Steelers are looking better. Texans are technically looking a little bit better. Titans are okay. Vikings are doing fine. All right. So I kind of want to do the whole Randy Moss to the Patriots thing. Maybe we do that in the next year because this is the 2005 to 6 season. So maybe at the end of the 2000 end of next year, we trade Moss to the Patriots because I kind of want that to happen. All right. So who's quarterbacks in this league? Because I could definitely see the Ravens trading Bolware along with maybe a couple of picks to get a quarterback for the right now. Do they trade for Chad Pennington? That seems weird. They wouldn't trade for Chad Pennington. I mean Trent Green's been killing the game, but I can't see them trading for a 36-year-old quarterback. I mean, there's Patrick Ramsey. Maybe they trade for Patrick Ramsey. That way Rivers can finally start at quarterback for the Commanders. Yeah, maybe they do that. Who's their outside linebackers? They've got Lamar Washington or Lamar Marshall. They probably need an outside linebacker to pair along with LeVar Arrington. So I could see that. Let's do that trade first. That's fresh in my mind. So let's do the Ravens trading for Patrick Ramsey to get a quarterback. Just to absolutely, they need a quarterback. And they probably, I mean, they could draft one since they're going to have a pretty high pick. But I think trading for a quarterback, at least right now, would be, they're going to have the number two overall pick. But I think right now, trading for a quarterback is probably putting them in a better spot to win right now. So let's trade with the Commanders. Patrick Ramsey heads over. And since he's on the last year of his deal, and Bull wears a little bit of a higher overall, what's Ramsey's overall? 80. Yeah, he's a little bit of a high overall. I'll throw in a third round pick from the Commanders as well, since it's last year of Ramsey's deal. Third round pick sweetens the pot a little bit more. So we swap that. Ravens get a quarterback for the now. He's not guaranteed to be their future, obviously, unless he just like skyrockets and goes crazy. I guess that's possible. What other team was I looking at? The Panthers. I don't think they have any assets that are worth trading away. I mean, obviously they have Peppers, but I can't see a world where they trade Julius Peppers right now. Maybe if they have another season of being bad, because he's going to sign an extension, which does he want to be in Carolina when they're not playing good? I don't know. Maybe he wants to win right away. He's tired of being in a rebuild. Maybe he doesn't want to re-sign with the Panthers. You know what? We could build that storyline. Julius Peppers doesn't want to re-sign with the Panthers, so he's already told him he's not going to re-sign. So he demands the trade. Whatever team trades for him is going to have to give up a bunch of stuff. But he's Julius Peppers, so he's going to go to obviously a contending team because that's what he wants to do. I could see him headed to. I could see him playing for the Colts. I certainly could see that teaming up with Dwight Freeney. The Colts are in a win now mode. They made the playoffs. They've already won a Super Bowl, but they do have Peyton Manning on the last year of his deal, and so is Edgerrin James. So they're a little bit on a maybe they fall off a cliff. Who knows? The Eagles obviously have been Super Bowl champion as well. I don't see the Eagles having the assets to trade. I mean, they've regenerated all their picks, so they could do this if they wanted to. I don't know. We've traded a lot with the Eagles though. Falcons have been. I mean, they went 17-0. They could certainly be a guy, an object of a trade here. Him and Patrick Kearney on the same defensive line might be pretty awesome. The Niners were just in the Super Bowl this year, but they already have Andre Carter. I don't know. Giants aren't the option. Neither are the Jags. Packers have been decent. Packers have been decent. Jonathan Vilma's playing good for them. Brett Favre's on the last year. He's 36 though. They don't have their backup plan in Aaron Rodgers, so I don't think that I would love to trade him to the Patriots, but that I feel like that would be too much cheesing. I'm already going to trade Randy Moss here, so I don't think I'm going to do that. I would love to though. The Raiders are not in a win now mode. The Rams aren't either. I mean, the Ravens are, but we just I can't see them trading for Julius Peppers. The Saints, I think the Saints are ready to have a big season. Aaron Brooks is playing really, really well. They've got Deuce, who's a true 99. The Saints could be a real sneaky good option for Julius Peppers to head here. We'll keep the Saints in mind. Steelers, I think, are on the rise, especially with Rodgers already in 87. I think the Steelers could be a sneaky option to trade him to. Texans are okay. Titans have been in a Super Bowl before. The Vikings haven't really been able to get off the schneid, but they could be a good option to throw. I mean, they already have DeMarcus Ware. That'd be a nice little 1-2 punch. But I kind of like the Saints. The more that I think about these other teams, I think the Saints might be the best option to trade him to. They need a defensive end as their top need. They'd obviously have to send their first and their second. They'd have to send their first and their second next year, and probably their first the year after that. 3 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks for Julius Peppers is probably even a little bit too light. They maybe need to even go for a third in 2030 as well. So all of these draft picks to get Julius Peppers to New Orleans, I'm okay with that. Boom. Massive trade. Probably the first absolutely blockbuster trade we've made in this. Julius Peppers heads to New Orleans. He got out of Carolina. Just he didn't want to be there anymore. Did not want to do it. But now that Julius Peppers has left for greener pastures, allowing for the Saints to have a lot of, or the Panthers to have a lot of capital for the next couple of years to start their rebuild. Maybe Steve Smith wants out too. He's got Jake Plummer, who is just not the answer. Steve Smith might want to say, you know what? I don't want to be here anymore. He's 27. He's got how many years under on his contract? 3 years left. So he's got team control. Who needs a wide receiver? Who needs a wide receiver? A lot of teams need a wide receiver, but what contending team needs a wide receiver? Colts are fine. Let's see. The Eagles desperately need a number one. They desperately need a number one, but we've been doing too much with the Eagles. Joe Horn is dramatically taken a step back. That's crazy. Wait, why do the Falcons need a quarterback? Wait, what? 6 years on his contract, 99 overall, and it says the Falcons need a quarterback. I'm not sure what that means, but let's see. Where does Steve Smith want to go? I kind of like the idea of the 49ers. Let's see. Let's see. I'd obviously love to send him to the Patriots. I want to send every good player to the Patriots. Ooh, the Steelers might not be a bad one either. Pair him with Hines Ward, and then obviously you've got Roy Williams, who they just drafted a couple years ago. That might be a nice 1-2 punch later on. Randy's gonna leave the Vikings pretty soon. Hmm. I kind of like the idea. I kind of like the idea of sending him to what team was it? The 49ers. Him and Terrell Owens. I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all. I think I might send Steve Smith to the 49ers. The quarterback of the 49ers is Quincy Carter, but they just played in the Super Bowl. So, first round pick, second round pick, and probably a first round pick next year. Gets Steve Smith. They probably need a second round pick again. I mean, he's 27. He's got 3 years of control. So, 2 firsts and 2 seconds from the 49ers gets Steve Smith out of Carolina. And the Carolina Panthers are in rebuild mode. They've sold their 2 best players, but they've gotten draft capital on top of draft capital. I mean, you've got 3 first round picks, you've got 3 second round picks for the next 2 years. Plus, they've got 2 firsts in the year after. So the Carolina Panthers are in a beautiful spot to rebuild. An absolutely beautiful spot. They could trade off more guys like Dan Morgan or Chris Jenkins, but we might as well save them, not trade those guys. So the Carolina Panthers have been completed. What other team? Is there another team that we should take some liberties with here? Oh, the Bucks. That's right. We should probably trade these 2 guys for Tampa. They did re-sign them, but I don't know if they could get. They might be able to get 1 first round pick for each of them. It's certainly not going to be what they could have gotten a couple years ago if we would have pulled the trigger on them. But Tampa, we will go back to you and try to keep rebuilding you. All right, you're finally going to move on from Derek Brooks and Simeon Rice. Simeon Rice up first. So what contending team needs a defensive pass rusher here? Let's see. Justin Tuck. The Chargers. Are the Chargers ready to win now? They might be. They've got LaDainian Tomlinson, who's been unbelievable. They've got Drew Brees. Quentin Jammer's been good. They might be a good spot for an aging Simeon Rice. And maybe they send a 1st round pick and a 3rd round pick to get Simeon Rice here to LA, or I guess San Diego at this point. But where do we send Derek Brooks? Where do we send Derek Brooks? It's a big question. So he's a right outside linebacker. He's got 3 years left or 2 years left. He's got 2 years left on his contract. They just re-signed him to an extension. What team needs an outside linebacker? The Bears do, but they're not a contending team. The Chargers do. Absolutely. Let's see. The Cowboys do. I don't think the Cowboys are ready just yet. Jets aren't ready. Packers might be ready, and they could certainly use a guy like Derek Brooks. I might send him to Green Bay. let's toss a second rounder in there. But he's an 89. He might deserve a little bit extra sauce. So we'll give up a third as well. That's Packers can't do it because they don't have any money. Well, what if I clear the cap penalty? Will that work? Or do I have to just pick a different team? Green Bay, Green Bay, Green Bay, Green Bay. Where are they at? Here they are. They only have a 60K cap penalty, so I guess clearing the cap penalty is not going to do much. So I probably have to pick a new team. I wonder how they lost all their money. They're not paying that many people. All right, Green Bay. Yeah, they're still negative, so we have to pick a new team. Let's see. Who could it be? Who could it be? Is it the Patriots? They got Lance Briggs. I mean, it could be the Ravens. We talked about how they had a 1 year slip up because they didn't have a quarterback. I think the Ravens might be in a better spot now, and they don't need to trade their first. They can't. They're not going to trade their second overall pick, so they might be in a good spot here. They have multiple threes, so if they toss a third, and then maybe they convince the Bucks to take a next year one and a couple year two, I could get on board with that. One first round pick, a second round pick. Yeah, I can get on board with that. Derek Brooks heads to Baltimore. So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have now traded away all their assets. And I think those are going to be the two teams. I want to see a little bit more of simulation between these guys, between some of these teams before we commit to doing some more complete teardowns. Like I've seen enough of the Panthers. They've been at the bottom of the table for a long time. The Jaguars are probably next up, if I'm being honest. The Jaguars are probably next up. But I think we're going to let the Dolphins just let it ride. Okay, so Kevin Mawe retires. Eddie George retires. So the Titans losing some people. Marshall Falk retires. We're losing a lot of the guys. Priest Holmes, Junior Seau, Keyshawn Johnson, Musha Muhammad. A lot of the guys, excuse me, from that first season of simulation are now gone, are now entering retirement. I smudged my glasses up. That's my bad. They are absolutely entering retirement. Panthers also lose their highest rated player, which was Todd Sauerbrunn. In free agency, I don't even know what the Cardinals need, to be honest. There's Warren Sapp, so Baltimore let him go. Baltimore let him go. James Harrison is here. I don't think the Cardinals are going to do anything because there's not like a free safety here. Free safety is like the biggest position of need, I think. And there's not a free safety that I want to grab for the Cardinals. So I think we're just going to let everybody do their thing. Sign with whoever you want to sign with. And Pitts goes to the Jets. Pitts? Warren Sapp signs with the Chiefs. Nothing else really too major to talk about. All right, this free agency class wasn't great. But it's time for the goods. It's time for the NFL draft. It's the 2006 one. The number one pick is the Ravens have two. Who has number one? I forget. I guess we can take a look at the mock draft and confirm who has number one. Private workouts. What do we got here for private workouts? We got Vince Young I scouted. What's the free safety? Oops, that's not the right thing. What does the free safeties look like? So we scouted Jason Allen. We might as well do Huff, Manning, and Antoine Bethea just to do that because I think free safety and probably left tackle are probably the two biggest needs for the Cardinals. Yeah, left tackle, tight end, I guess, but he's got superstar dev. And then free safety, yeah. So we could always just upgrade just on pure overall, but for the most part, it's free safety and it's left tackle that the Cardinals are in need of. So that's what we'll scout. Free agency recap, anything crazy happen? Sauerbrunn stays unsigned. Yeah, it wasn't that great of a class anyway. So a lot of kickers, a lot of punters. Okay, let's get to the goods. NFL draft time. NFL draft. Let's look at that mock. What's it got? What's it got for me? Mock draft has Tampa going Mario Williams. Ravens going Reggie Bush. Or did I get Bush? DeBrickashaw Ferguson. Tom Ali. Chad Green. Trey Greenway, I mean. AJ Hawk. Okay. I don't hate this mock draft. We're definitely going to have to take control of the Panthers and the Bucks to make sure that they take guys that they should be taking. They have us taking Jason Allen at 29. I don't hate that. That's probably where we should stay and pick because we need a free safety. So I think this draft we might not have to do much controlling. We might just let it ride with whoever. Let the pieces fall. We don't have to do much drafting or much manipulating. We will, like I said, we will take control of the Panthers and the Bucks, other than pick number one, because they should just take Mario Williams with this pick, and they do. I'm fine with that. They replace Simeon Rice with Mario Williams. Ravens take Reggie Bush. Did I get Bush? The Bears grab DeBrickashaw, so they get a guy to pair alongside Eli Manning to block for him. And the Jets take Wembley. Who did the mock say the Panthers were going to take? Did it say they were going to take Vince Young? I don't remember. I should have paid more attention. They should probably take Vince Young. I might let them simulate this pick and see what happens. They take Tom Ali. All right, I mean they replace Julius Peppers with Tom Ali. I don't hate that. But the Lions, I might jump in and let the Lions take Vince Young here. Because I don't think Joey Harrington's going to get the job done. I don't think Vince, whoops, I don't know if Vince Young will get the job done, but at least he's going to have a better chance of developing than Joey Harrington has. We've given Joey Harrington a lot of time, a lot of room to breathe, and he hasn't really done anything. So Vince Young is the new Lions quarterback at number 6 overall. All right, Vince, enjoy Detroit. Enjoy Detroit. I will go. I might as well go to the. Is it the Panthers or the Bucks that are up most next closest? If I go to the draft board, I think it's the Bucks actually. I don't even know if I can skip. Yeah, I can't even. I got to go to the Cardinals. All right, they got to make this easier to navigate. That's for sure. I wish I could just switch between teams super quickly, but whatever. Okay, so it is the Bengals up next. If they take AJ Hawk, I'm not mad at it. He played there in real life at one point, I think. They take Antonio Cromartie. Okay, whatever. Commanders are up. They take Santonio Holmes. The Giants will take Jonathan Joseph. Seahawks get Haloti Nada. Texans have Dante Whitner. The Jags will grab Chad Greenway. The Browns are up next. Hawk is still on the board. Matt Leinart is still on the board. Jay Cutler is still on the board. So there are still some teams with quarterback issues. We might go here to the Browns and make them draft at least one of the two quarterbacks, whether it's Leinart or Jay Cutler. Which one would they need? Which one would they want? They have Chad Pennington. They took Rex Grossman, Fitzpatrick. I mean, they don't. I guess they don't need a quarterback as much as I thought they would. They need a left guard, that's for sure. Chad Pennington, I just don't think he's gonna make it for them. I know they signed him in free agency. There's not really a guard at the top of the draft, unfortunately for them. Um, I might just let them choose themselves. Just let the Browns choose who they want to take themselves and be done with that. Then it's the Broncos, and I think the Patriots are up next. Hopefully, the Patriots take somebody cool. The Browns will take Kelly Jennings corner. All right, whatever. Vernon Davis heads to Denver. Patriots take AJ Hawk. Okay, that's cool. All right, Tampa's up. We need to take control of Tampa because I want them to not miss on their draft picks. I want their rebuild to go better than it has gone. So they've got chances here. All right. So let's make our selection. Tampa needs a lot of stuff. Tampa needs a lot of stuff. Let me take a look at their roster again. Let me take a look at their roster again just to make sure I know what I'm doing here. So their quarterback is Matt Schaub. They need a number one wide receiver. They certainly don't have a number one wide receiver. They need a lot of stuff. Their kicker and their punter in their top half of their overalls, that's never a good sign. They need a quarterback, they need a receiver, they need a lot of different things. Basically best player available for the Bucks. Which you could think of it as Matt Leinart, you could think of it as Jay Cutler. Maybe it's Bobby Carpenter or D'Amico Ryans. I think it's gonna be Jay Cutler. I know it's a little bit early. He's a round 2 to 3 guy, but I don't. I mean, they need a quarterback. Maybe Jay Cutler's the guy for them. They also have the first pick in the second round, I think, so they're gonna be good to go. They're gonna be good to go. Now we get to the Rams, but we go down to the Cardinals just for a second. All right, skip the pick. The Rams will take somebody. Who'd they take? They took Ty Hill. Okay, let's get to the Panthers because they're up next. And we can't really afford to miss with any of these picks for Carolina. So they already took a player. I forget who it was. They could use another wide receiver because we traded away Steve Smith. They could use an outside linebacker. They took Tom Bali, that's right. What's their free safety situation? I know that we're in the. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save the free safety for the Cardinals. I know that's a little cheap, but that was always the plan anyway. Was for them to take for the Cardinals to take Jason Allen. So we could give them D'Amico Ryans, or maybe we give them Nick Mangold. That might be a better option for them. Yeah, let's give Carolina Nick Mangold. Carolina gets that. So they've got a right end, they've got a center now. They still have one more pick to go. We swap back to the Cardinals. I wish I could just go from the top, but whatever. Switch back to the Cardinals. Okay, so the Raiders are up next. They take Mercedes Lewis. The Titans take Broderick Bunkley. Packers will get Kiwanuka. Texans take D'Angelo Williams. D'Amico Ryans heads to the Steelers. That's a good pickup. DeQuell Jackson to the Eagles. Dolphins take John McCargo. Matt Leinart going to the Chiefs. Davin Joseph to the Falcons. Lawrence Maroney, and now we are up. This is where we'll take the free safety. Hopefully he's decent. Also, Michael Huff is here. I mean, they're both round 1 to 2 talents. I guess we just go by who's the better athlete. Jason Allen's got elite speed. What's Michael Huff got? Michael Huff also has elite speed and better overall. I'm going to go Michael Huff instead of Allen. I think Michael Huff might end up being a better player for us. So, bada bing, bada boom. Take a free safety. Then we got Jason Allen going the next pick, and now Carolina is up again. I might let them take somebody here. I might not jump in. Who are they going to take? They take Marcus McNeil, left tackle. Okay. And then the Bills took somebody, as Tampa is up next. They took Ernie Sims. Okay. They took that man, Ernie. Where's Tampa at? Tampa's right here. This is their only second round pick. Tampa's only second round pick. Bobby Carpenter's available. Daniel Manning. Let's give him Bobby. Let's give him the general. Bobby Carpenter grabbed. And now I might sim out of the draft here. We might just let everybody go where they're going to go. I know the Panthers have at least 2 second round picks, possibly. Yeah, they have 3 second round picks. So the Panthers, we might need to keep playing or keep drafting for the Panthers because I don't want them to take a bunch of bums. I want them to at least capitalize on the picks. That's something I should have done with the Bucks, but I didn't do. All right, so Carolina's up next. We'll jump in for Carolina just to help them out a little bit. I at least want their rebuild to go somewhat good. All right. So who's on the board for Carolina? They did need a free safety, if I'm not mistaken, right? I think they needed one. Yeah, they need one. So they'll take Daniel Manning with this pick. All right. Daniel Manning will be a Carolina Panther. Hopefully he's pretty good. And then they don't pick again for a while. Maybe that's the last pick we make for them ourselves. Yeah, let's get out of the draft here. See what happens. We did a lot for the Panthers. We did a lot for the Bucks. We helped them along. Make sure that at least some of their draft picks are good and decent. So the Cardinals draft was not amazing. Frosty Rucker in the second round, Derek Hagan, not a great draft from the Cardinals. The Bears took DeBrickashaw, Greg Jennings. Okay, Bears, I see you out here. Bengals got Whitworth and Cromartie. That's going to help the Bengals out a lot. The Bills got a bad draft. The Broncos got Vernon Davis. The Browns MJD. The Bucks took Mario Williams. We took Jay Cutler and Bobby Carpenter for them, but the rest of their draft was not amazing. Maybe that'll work out for them. Maybe it won't. Chargers had not a great draft. Chiefs, whatever. Colts got Nink, Santonio Holmes, Sonoris Moss. Dolphins didn't have that good of a draft. Quell Jackson's a good pickup for the Eagles. Falcons did whatever. Niners. Okay. Jags actually had a good draft with Bernard Pollard and Chad Greenway. Jets took Roman Harper. That's a good pickup. Vince Young, 72 overall. They got Anthony Schlegel as well. All gas, no brakes. Kiwanuka, Domata Peko, Tom Biley, Panthers. Here's their draft. I mean, they took Anthony Fasano, I guess. I mean, it's not as it's not great. It could have been better, I guess. Tavares Jackson, they took in the second round. Rest in peace. I'm pretty sure he passed away. AJ Hawk and Winston Justice. Okay, Patriots. Jason Avant. Hopefully that works out for you guys. I hope it does. I want it to. Tim Jennings for the Raiders. Rams didn't have that good of a draft. Ravens only took Reggie Bush. Ashton Yabuti. Haloti Nada, 81 overall for him. Seahawks got a big one. Steelers get Elmas Dumerville and D'Amico Ryans and Cortland Finnegan. Okay, Steelers. The Steelers are ready to go. I mean, they already had uh what's his face? Aaron Rodgers go up to like an 87 overall in one season. So I think the Steelers might be a force coming up in the future. They had a good draft right there. All right, we are into the 2006-2007 NFL season. Cardinals are looking pretty good. I do have to admit, the Cardinals are looking pretty good. They made the playoffs and now they improved because they added a free safety in the draft. All their guys are getting a little bit better. Cardinals could be a dangerous team this next year. And the big blockbuster trade that's going to happen in this offseason is the Patriots trading for Randy Moss. So I'm excited for that. Very excited for that. Randy Moss will go help New England possibly complete what they did in real life, which was go perfect. Probably not, though. I mean, the Falcons went perfect. They didn't even get to the Super Bowl. We'll do some upgrades. A lot of the rookies and young guys getting some good upgrades. That's always useful. All right, so let's load in that 2007 draft class. Jamarcus Russell, obviously the notable guy, notable quarterback at least in this draft. But you've also got Joe Thomas, you've got Calvin Johnson, you've got Adrian Peterson, Patrick Willis, Darrell Revis. I mean, you've got some studs. You've got some absolute, utter studs in this draft class. So be ready for that. Be ready for that. Where do the Cardinals go? Probably Joe Thomas if they can. I don't think they're going to be in position to get Joe Thomas, but that would be the ideal situation. But I'm going to simulate the season, and I'm expecting the Cardinals to be just as good, maybe even better than they were last year, and they made a big playoff run. The most important thing is going to be who's going to get Calvin Johnson this year. We finished up the season, the 2006 NFL season, and Cardinals took a little bit of a step back, not the number one seed this year, but still 9 wins and made the playoffs. They're showing consistency now, at least, which is good. Let's take a look around the league, see what happened here. Palmer had a solid season again. The Bears, Eli Manning did good. Okay, love to see it. Love to see it. NFL. Drew Bledsoe, we finally get our first 5,000 yard passer, and it is Drew Bledsoe. Of course it is. 5,000 yards, 40 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. I mean, that's probably MVP season. Although Michael Vick put up 44 and 5 with 4,600 yards. Michael Vick is going crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. McNabb is right there. Trent Green, Eric Brooks, McNair, Brett Favre, Manning, Brady, Alex Smith. Okay, finally some of our young guys that are starting to get more reps. 4,000 yards for him. Rivers is up there. Eli Manning, Rodgers. Who led the league? It was Peyton Manning again with 45 touchdowns, then Vic, Bledsoe. Interception leader was Doug Johnson of the 49ers. All right, big dog, I see you. LaDainian Tomlinson again leads the league in rushing. He's just the best player of all time. Amon Green, Fred Taylor, Jamal Lewis is right there again. Really good pickup. Really good signing for the Cardinals. The touchdown leader was Edgerrin James with 18. John Kuhn, 6 yards a carry. Edgerrin James, 5.8 yards a carry for him, which is kind of crazy. And then LT with 5.3. Receiving, Daryl Jackson or Darrell Jackson, probably Daryl, 1,500 yards. Then Derek Mason, Marty Booker returns. He hasn't been here since like the second season. Marvin Harrison, Isaac Bruce, Hines Ward, T.O. Kind of wild, kind of wild. Touchdown leader was Marv Sr. with 24. Okay. Most sacks given up was a Joaquin Gonzalez. Then you got Zach Thomas of the 49ers with 134 tackles. I wouldn't have guessed it. LeVar Arrington, Derek Johnson of the Cardinals. Love to see it. Ray Lewis is up here. Tackle for loss leader was Andre Carter, Anthony Weaver, Jason Taylor. Jason Taylor continues to absolutely wreck people. Joey Porter did some stuff. Tamba Ali. Sack leader was Dwight Freeney. Okay, so he's finally ascended. Simeon Rice on the Chargers got 16 and a half. Jason Taylor, Leroy Glover. Interception leader was Archwell Hawkins with 6. A bunch of guys had 4, even including Ray Lewis. Devin Hester, okay. Field goals, John Hilbert, Jason Hanson, Matt Prater, Vinatieri again. Longest field goal was a 56-yarder by a bunch of different people. Okay. Very, very intriguing. Best offense in the league was the Eagles. Not surprising. They've been dominant. Bills have been dominant as well. The best defense in the league was the Seahawks, which is actually a little bit surprising. They only went 9 and 8. Bills are right there. Conversion rate, we had 55% from the Falcons and Bills. On third downs, fourth down, the Bengals and Commanders. Then you got red zone efficiency. Looks like the Vikings are the most efficient team in the red zone on offense. And also on defense. Most penalized team in the league was the Texans, 118. Then Tampa. Falcons had 18 turnover differential. Okay. So it looks like the same teams, the Bills, the Eagles, all those teams are at the top here, like they usually are. Bills and Falcons are the number 1 seeds. But we do have a playoff appearance from the Chargers, which is cool. Playoff appearance from the Aaron Rodgers-led Steelers. It's us versus the Saints in the 4-5, which is what my camera's covering. This is going to be interesting. Will we move on? Will the Arizona Cardinals play more football this year, or will we be one and done? We will play more football, okay. 21-17 over the Saints. Taking on the Commanders. And Phillip Rivers, who got the start this year after Patrick Ramsey got traded to the Ravens. Which, I mean, they won the 2 seed. So I guess they just needed a quarterback. And Ramsey's getting the job done for them. 1 versus 2, or 1 and 2 move on in the AFC. 1 only moves on. The 2 was the Eagles. They lost. All right, well, we'll see if we can get to the NFC Championship game. Taking on Rivers and the Commanders. What's going to happen? It'll be a loss, 16-9. Will the Cardinals ever be able to get across the line there? Over the hump? I don't know. It's not looking good, that's for sure. It is not looking good. NFC Championship games or championship games in general. The Packers are playing in the Super Bowl. So it'll be the Packers and the Bills. A 1 versus a 7. A 1 versus a 7. But this is the first time that we have a chance for a repeat champion. A back to back for Buffalo. It is possible right now. Pro Bowl rosters, McNabb, Vic. Oh, Ramsey, look at that for the Ravens. Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, LaDainian Tomlinson, Clinton Portis. I mean, these are some stacked Pro Bowl rosters, if you ask me. Absolutely star-studded occasions. Ray Lewis makes it again. There's a lot of names. A lot of names. We're getting to the point where you should pretty much recognize every single name. It's probably going to take a couple of more years to get that fully where you recognize every single name on the Pro Bowl roster. But we're getting close. We are certainly getting close. I just realized I didn't even take a look at the standings to see who was the worst team in the league this year. Bills won 15 games. Ravens winning 12 games is nice, considering they won 3 games last year. The Bucks went 0-17. They have started their rebuild, and they didn't win a single game this year. That's crazy. That's absolute insanity. The Browns won 1 game. Texans are 4. Panthers are 5. Wow. So we've had a 17-0 squad, which was the Atlanta Falcons a couple years ago, and now we've had an 0-17 squad. We've had both, although the Falcons did not win the Super Bowl, which would have been pretty awesome if they could have done that. Kind of crazy that we've had both. All right, Packers and Bills in the Super Bowl. Who are we jumping in as? Heads for Packers, Bills are tails. All right, what do we got? Tails for the Bills. Tails for the Bills. We jump in as them, and we will see if Buffalo can win back-to-back Super Bowls. Superfly. Where are the Bills at? Bills. There they are. I don't know why they're at the top. All right, Buffalo. Let's get this bread, brother. Bills got a chance to repeat as champions, but are the Packers going to stand in their way? This is going to be a good one. Okay, so we've got Packers, Bills in the Super Bowl. Who's going to take it home? Will the Bills do it again? I mean, they won 15 games. Packers are kind of a Cinderella 7 seed here. They might not be the same team that they used to be. Although they're keeping it close, 14-7 late third quarter. They're driving again. They get a touchdown. They tie it in the fourth quarter. This could be where we jump in. Let's jump in right here. We got a minute 52. Let's jump in here and see how the Bills handle this. It's 2nd and 1. Bledsoe is the quarterback for Buffalo against a pretty decent Green Bay squad. He throws for a first down. He's got it. Drew Bledsoe, 261 and 2 touchdowns. A minute 30. 3 timeouts for Green Bay. They're going to have to use them probably. Down the field. He's got it. He breaks free. Touchdown, Buffalo. A deep ball. Oh, my God. Just a go route to the receiver. It's Ben Watson. I think it's Ben Watson. Oh, my God. It is, in fact, recent draft pick Benjamin Watson, who just went on a go route and outran 2 Packer defenders for a possible game-winning touchdown. A minute 25 for the Packers to tie it. That was insane. Bledsoe going crazy. The Bills have taken the lead 21-7 or 21-14. A minute 25 for Green Bay. Does Brett Favre still have it in the cannon? Does he still have enough ammunition to get this job done? The return goes nowhere to the 26. All right, here comes Favre. They've got Amon Green, who's been dominating the regular season. They've got Donald Driver. What's Favre going to do? He starts with a throw to the flat, going nowhere, 3 yards in a cloud of dust. Come on, Brett. You're the gunslinger for a reason. What you got? Time in the pocket. Runs out. He scrambles and he has to throw it away. Brett, what are you doing? You can't do that, big dog. You had time in the pocket. 55 seconds, 3rd and 7. It's obviously 4 down territory. Favre with the snap. Stands in the pocket, fires it down the field, knocked incomplete, almost intercepted. The finger wag from the Buffalo secondary. It's Antoine Winfield Sr. And this is it. If they don't get a first down here, Buffalo will win a second Super Bowl. Favre drops back. He's gonna get sacked. That's ball game. Luis Castillo. Wow. And the Buffalo Bills will win back-to-back bowls. Absolute utter insanity. They might even score right here. What a carry by Henry. Wow. I mean, the touchdown throw from Bledsoe to Ben Watson is going to go down in Buffalo Bills history. And then the sack from Castillo. Craziness. Absolute utter craziness. They even scored again just to rub salt in the wound. And the Buffalo Bills, are we seeing the creation of a dynasty right here? And are we seeing the end of one of the greatest careers in NFL history? I mean, is this the final time we see Brett Favre? Does he call it a career after this game? 3 touchdowns and over 300 yards for Drew Bledsoe. He has been killing it. Are we seeing the greatest quarterback of all time? I don't know. A lot of questions up in the air for the Bills and for the Packers. I would not be surprised if we see Brett Favre say, I'm calling it a career. He's what, 36, 37 years old? I would not be surprised if he's retired. I do see my camera's actually covering it. Marvin Harrison has said he's retiring. Brady Smith, Bob Whitfield, Isaac Bruce, Terry Glenn. So no Brett Favre right now. Troy Vincent, Larry Allen, John Lynch, Joe Horn, Marvin Harrison Sr., Will Shields. A lot of legendary names. This Hall of Fame class is going to be pretty stacked. But Brett Favre stays. He's got fuel. He wants to stay a champion. He wants to try to get another championship. So back to back for the Bills. Bledsoe is the MVP this time. Michael Vick gets another MVP. That's back to back for him. Marvin Harrison Sr. goes out as the Offensive Player of the Year, and then he calls it a career. He's retiring. Jason Taylor is the Defensive Player of the Year. Brandon Marshall, yes, that Brandon Marshall, is the Offensive Rookie of the Year for the Texans. And then Tamba Ali, so the 5th overall pick, Tamba Ali ends up being the Defensive Rookie of the Year. I'd say that's a solid draft pick by me then, if I was able to draft the Defensive Rookie of the Year. Okay. Let's do this thing. Let's do this thing. Let's go to the offseason. We also need to do the Patriots-Vikings trade for our good friend Randy Moss. That's going to be probably the big blockbuster for this year. Maybe there could be some more. I mean, do we want to start the Dolphins? Did the Dolphins make the playoffs this year? The Dolphins, they won 7 games. It might be time to call it a career for the Dolphins. Start their rebuild. Might need to start their rebuild. What does the re-sign have for us? They should have franchise tagged everybody. Ooh, it looks like it's starting to get a little bit expensive for the Cardinals out here. Oh, do we keep Adam Vinatieri or do we keep Eddie Moore? Probably Vinatieri. Just keep franchise tagging Vinatieri. Okay, so let's keep moving on to free agency. What's going to happen in free agency? Is there going to be anybody good? Anybody at all? Anybody good? Trey Thomas. I mean, that might be a good one. Jonathan Ogden's here, and he wants to be a bucket, or he wants to be a Cardinal. I mean, that might not be a bad idea. A little bit of an offer here for Jonathan Ogden. I know it's a little bit expensive, but we're going up against the Seahawks. We'll see what happens. And we got Jonathan Ogden. Boom. So we spend the rest of our money to get a left tackle. Thomas goes to the Chiefs. Barber's a Steeler, Rondé Barber. Ty Law goes to the Texans, so the Patriots lose Ty Law. I probably should have jumped in as Patriots and re-signed him. Okay, so very, very interesting. I'm actually going to advance into free agency week 2 just to kind of get some extra free agents loaded in. All right, so we are going to take a look quickly at the Cardinals roster because we should be pretty good right now. Yeah, look at that. The Cardinals do need to get a tight end, that's for sure. But for now, I mean, the team is looking pretty good. We just need to see the development of all those young guys. But for the most part, the team is looking pretty good. Let's jump in as the Patriots for the first time, actually, surprisingly. I've traded with the Patriots, but I haven't been the Patriots. Let's use. Oh, they don't have any money, unfortunately. That's probably why they let Rondé Barber go or Ty Law go because they couldn't pay him. All right, what's this Patriots team look like? Kenyatta Jones, Kevin Williams, Matt Light, Lance Briggs. They re-signed him, paid him a lot of money. This team is old and expensive. No wonder they don't have any money. All right, is this even going to be able to work to get Randy Moss over here? He's $45 million. My God, Randy. My God. He just signed a new extension with the Vikings. Good Lord. That is an expensive contract. We might have to send Kenyatta Jones over. That gets it down to 9.5 million at least. And then we have to get rid of. I mean, it probably needs to be Adrian Clem as well. That gets it down to 4 million at least. At least we're moving some money around. This is an expensive one. Not what I was hoping for. And then probably Reggie Howard. Does that move it? That's down to 1.8, so it needs to be a little bit higher than that. I don't think they have a guy that's higher than that I would be willing to move this into this trade. I mean, maybe Rich Seibert. That barely gets it across. And then we also have to throw in a draft pick at least because he's what, a 90 something overall. He's a 97 at 30 years old. Why does he have to be so expensive? We'll toss their first round pick to Randy. First round pick's a little too rich for a 30-year-old. Maybe a second round pick. So 3 players just to make the money match. A second round pick and a third round pick is the real moves that we make. And that gets Randy Moss to no. Unfortunately, we can't consider this offer. It'll put us over the salary cap. Are you kidding me? I control everything. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. I cannot get Randy Moss to the Patriots. Are you serial right now? Are you straight up serial? Unfortunately, we can't consider the offer. It'll put us over the salary cap. Probably because one of these guys' penalty is too much or something. Man, I really wanted to do that trade, bro. Now Randy's got to stay in Minnesota. I mean, he doesn't have to stay in Minnesota. Financial probation one. Did I get fired from another team? How many teams do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I only have 31 teams. Who's this team? Who did I get fired from? I got fired from the Falcons from financial warning. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, I can't be the owner. Oh no. Whoa. I got fired. That's crazy. I didn't think the financial warning was going to hurt me like that. Wow, that's cray cray. Well, this league is full of users. Please create a join another league. What? Oh my God. Madden! I hate this freaking football game, bro. Financial probation warning. You have ended the season with a negative balance. Well, I know there's a way that I can clear cap penalties. Is the Patriots that bad? I should just go through and clear everybody's cap penalty. I don't know if that does anything. But we should probably clear everybody's cap penalties. I can't. I might just have to go to turning off the salary cap at this point. I didn't realize I was gonna. I wasn't even controlling the Patriots. Like they're in control of their own spending their own money. It's not even my issue. All right, but we'll just clear everybody just to be safe. I don't think this does anything really. I don't know what salary cap penalties, how much that matters, but we'll just clear everything. I haven't seen the Patriots just yet. I don't know what their cap penalty is even. They have 8.19. Let's just start everybody fresh with 0. I can't believe I got fired or I got they kicked me off the Falcons as the owner of the Falcons because I'm assuming same deal. I didn't I had negative money or whatever. Same kind of thing as what the that message was for the Patriots. Wow, that's crazy. And I can't even join back because it said that there was 32 teams in the league, even though there's clearly not anymore. But I guess I can't be the Falcons anymore. I don't know. Maybe I still can be the Falcons. I have no idea. I've never gone. I've never done a franchise with all 32 teams, so I don't I don't know how this is gonna work. All right, I've cleared everybody's cap penalty. Can I be switch to this character? What is this gonna mean? Oh, so if I retire the owner and then create a new character, then I can be the Falcons. Change role. I can't be the owner again. What about if I what if I retire from the league? Does that mean I can be the owner then? Because I would really prefer to be the owner. New character. Falcons, they stick out like a sore thumb. Can I be the owner? I still can't be the owner. Can I at least be the coach? Start playing. Okay, so at least I can control the Falcons again. I need to make sure everything is back to auto though. I can't believe I got kicked out. That's crazy. This is on auto. This is on auto. That's 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 on off. Okay, so they're caught up with everybody else. That's crazy. Absolute insanity. But I can't be fired because actually, you know what? I'm just going to go to the Cardinals. It says that it's on um it says that it's on CPU only, but I'm going to turn it to off just in case. I don't want Raheem Morris to get fired because if Raheem Morris gets fired, I could be screwed. So coach firing is going to be on off just in case. Just in case. I might have to resort to turning salary cap off. I should probably also go to the Patriots and give them some funds. Add 5 million to the Patriots. Add 5 million. So this is like $10 million I've added to the Patriots. Let's add 10 more million to the Patriots just so that I can stay above board, stay in the green and not in the red. Okay, so hopefully they're not negative anymore. I don't want to get fired. Okay, so with all that being done, let me go back to the Patriots. Maybe now I can do that deal. Switch to this character. So they have 12 million now in available money. Maybe now I can make the trade for Randy Moss. 3.4 million. If I trade for Randy, what is that going to do? That's Culpepper. There's Randy. I wish they wouldn't have signed him to such an expensive contract. So it was going to be Kenyatta Jones. It was going to be Adrian Clem. And it was going to be this guy, Stanford. No, not Stanford. It was going to be Rich. It was right. Offensive line. Trading the whole offensive line of the Patriots to get rid of, but it's worth it. It's Randy Moss. Second round pick, and I think it was a third round pick. Is that going to do it? No. Okay, so the trade's not going to happen. Unfortunately, I wish it would. It really makes me mad that it can't happen. I could just go and turn the salary cap off, but I don't really want to do it this early into the simulation. We still got a lot of years left to go. Okay, so with that trade not happening, what other trades can we do? I mean, Tampa, they're in the rebuild. I think it's time to do the Dolphins one. I think I saw Sam Madison. Madison was actually in free agency, so they just didn't re-sign him. But they still have Jason Taylor that they can probably get something for. They still have Ricky Williams. They still have Ricky Williams. So what is this? What is this roster look like here? They have Taylor. They have PS1, Ricky Williams, Todd Wade. Okay, so they're in desperate need of a rebuild here. They got Chris Redmond. They don't have an option at quarterback. They really don't. Jason Taylor, it's time for him to leave. So what contending team needs a right end? There's got to be one out there. There's got to be one out there. The Vikings, I guess, could use one. Commanders are getting better. They made the playoffs this year. Packers were just in the Super Bowl. They could certainly use one. The Raiders, Saints are super negative. Texans are not in a position to trade for him. I kind of like the idea of sending Jason Taylor to the who was it? I don't know because all the teams that I want to send him to have no money, unfortunately, and the Texans just aren't in a spot to win right now. I don't think, especially now with a 33-year-old or however old he is. Bengals don't need him. Bills don't need him. Broncos don't need him. Browns don't need him. I mean, the Commanders would be a good fit, but they don't have money. Cowboys, I guess, could use him. They have Robert Gathers, but he's not going to do much. Let's send him to Dallas. Send him to Dallas. Do the Dolphins need a first round pick for Jason Taylor? Probably. He is 33. Maybe a first this year and a two next year and a four next year for Jason Taylor. He's very expensive, but that'll get the job done for the Cowboys now having Jason Taylor, and Dolphins get capital. Who else goes away? Chris Chambers is very expensive and very old. So is PS2 and or PS1, and so is Ricky Williams. Who wants Patrick Surtain Sr. or the first, I guess? What's a team that needs a corner that is good and can win right away, or has a chance to win right away? I guess Falcons can't take it on. Mm, Packers can't take it on. The Ravens can, and they could certainly use another corner. Hmm. Let's send him to Baltimore. We'll send him to Baltimore. But we're not going to send him to Baltimore because they could use a first round pick, and the Ravens don't have any. So we could send him. No, they don't need in Pittsburgh anymore. They're good here. Texans. Eh, maybe Minnesota. Maybe we send him to Minnesota. Minnesota. How about a first, a three, and a four? Helps Minnesota out. Dolphins get another first round pick. They're going to be loaded this year. And I think they probably also move on from Ricky Williams as well. I know that sounds kind of crazy, but he's 30. He's got years on the deal. They probably even move on from Chris Chambers. And they could probably get a first round pick, maybe even multiple first round picks for Ricky. What what playoff team needs a running back? Unfortunately, a lot of playoff teams have good running backs. And a lot of the teams don't have any money either, so it's not like we can trade them anywhere. The Raiders don't have any running back, but they are not really a playoff team. But maybe the Raiders would give me a high first round pick because they're so desperately. Oh, but they're 27. You know what? They actually were a decent playoff team this year. So how about you give me a first this year a second next year and a second year after for Ricky Williams. You get a running back for a couple years, and the Dolphins get draft capital. All right. We're finally tearing down the Dolphins, but we're also helping out the future of the Dolphins because they have a lot of assets now. They have a lot of assets. I mean, they have 4 first round picks this year, 2 threes. They've got a first and a bunch of seconds next year. Yeah, Dolphins are looking pretty good. I think the final guy that we need to move on from is Chris Chambers. He's very expensive and very old. We could probably send him to a team like Buffalo, who could use an extra wide receiver. But he probably isn't going to go for anything too crazy. So, how about you toss in Drew Carter just to kind of give them back a wide receiver that they could use? And maybe you give us back a 3 and a 5 because he's expensive and he's old at 29 and he's not that high of an overall. We send Chris Chambers to Buffalo. We get a couple extra picks back in return. And I think that's going to be the moves that we make for this offseason. We'll go back to the Cardinals and make sure they're good to go. All right, let's get to the good stuff. Who's going to take Jamarcus Russell? Who's going to take Calvin Johnson? Who's going to take Adrian Peterson? It's all up in the air. Joe Thomas, I scouted just because. Let's see. I don't even know what the Cardinals really would need. I might just scout some guys just for the love of the game. I might just scout some guys for the love of the game. All right. So that is it for that. And now it's time to go to the draft. But we got to take a look at that mock. Gotta take a look at that mock. What's everybody going to do? So mock draft number 5. Bucks are going to take Joe Thomas. You know what? They're 0-17. They probably need him. The Browns and Jamarcus. I don't hate that. I kind of want that to happen just for the fun of it. All of this looks fine. Adrian Peterson of the Giants. We would have to jump in and help the Dolphins out a little bit because I don't think taking LaRon Landry is a good idea. I mean, no disrespect to LaRon Landry, but I mean, Patrick Willis is going to be on the board. Marshawn Lynch is going to be on the board. There's other spots for the Dolphins to go. I don't hate the idea of Jamarcus Russell going to the Browns. I might just let this draft go pretty much unaltered, except for helping out the Dolphins and maybe helping out the Bucks. So let's start drafting here. I kind of want the Browns to take Jamarcus just because I think it's funny. So number 1 pick, Joe Thomas heads to the Bucks. I mean, they need him. They need everything. They went 0-17. Jamarcus goes to the Browns. That's going to be fun. Texans take Levi Brown. Then the Panthers are up next. They take Megatron. Love that for them. The Bengals will grab Ted Ginn Jr. The Bears will take Darrelle Revis. Revis Island now in Chicago. Leon Hall goes to the Jets. The Giants are up next. They take Adrian Peterson. So it's going exactly how the board said it would. Aaron Ross goes to the Chiefs. And now the Dolphins are up next. So it's said that they were going to take LaRon Landry, but I'm going to give them Patrick Willis. I'm going to give the Dolphins Patrick Willis because he's on the board. We know he's going to be amazing. And the Dolphins are starting their rebuild. And what a way to start their rebuild. How else do you want to start your rebuild other than drafting a god? So Patrick Willis heading to the Dolphins. Congratulations. You got a stud. The Panthers are up next. And I think I'll turn into the Panthers just to make sure they're doing the right thing. They might take LaRon Landry, actually. Let me take a look at the roster. Because I do want the Panthers to end up being good. Landry. They've already got a Landry. Oh, they took Daniel Manning last year. That's right. So they don't need another free safety. They could use a corner, I guess. But that's like bottom of the board. They need a right outside linebacker desperately. Okay. So they need a right outside linebacker. They need maybe a left tackle, another receiver. Okay. So there's a couple of things the Panthers need, but they certainly need a right outside linebacker. Is there one for them to take? There's a couple DNs. They don't need a DN. They do need a receiver. So maybe this is Dwayne Bowe, but here's John Beeson. Let's take John Beeson. They need a right outside linebacker desperately. And there's going to be other receivers they could possibly grab. So we will get out of this pick with the Rams and then go to the Dolphins again because they're up next. All right. Rams will take somebody. Oh, they took Bo. Okay. Didn't think he was going to go that high, but he goes right after. I would have taken Bo if he was still there for the Panthers' next pick, but he's obviously not going to be there. Okay. Dolphins are up next, and the Dolphins need running back, wide receiver, tight end, offensive line, everything. They need literally everything. Good God. I mean, this is what that happens when you're a bad team. Did they need free safety? What's their defensive end look like? They need another end to pair alongside, but they also could use a free safety. So this could be LaRon Landry here. Let's do it. LaRon Landry in Miami now. Lions are up. I don't know if the Panthers are going to be able to get a wide receiver in the first round. We might wait a little bit on wide receiver. I'm not sure who's available. Robert Meach, Sidney Rice, Anthony Gonzalez, the other Steve Smith. I mean, it's not an amazing receiver room. Dolphins need receiver. Panthers could use a receiver. There's a couple at the top. We'll see how the board takes. See who goes. The Lions are up, and they took Gaines Adams. Then the Titans. This thing is super slow. They took Marshawn. Okay, Tennessee. I mean, Eddie George did retire, so Marshawn Lynch is in Tennessee now. The Colts are up. They take Greg Olson. And then the Seahawks, Jamal Anderson. Patriots. Patriots take. Ooh, Bobby Meacham. Okay. And now the Dolphins are up. That's a good pickup for the Patriots. Gives Brady another weapon to throw to. If it's not going to be Randy Moss. I tried. I tried. They wouldn't let me give him Randy. Okay, so the Dolphins are up next. They need a lot of stuff. Jarvis Moss is still available. Ben Grubbs is available. So is Joe Staley. We might work on the offensive line for the Dolphins. So we might give him a little Ben Grubbs action. Give him a little Ben Grubbs action here. Okay, so we got a couple more picks before the Panthers are up again. So we'll go all the way down to the Cardinals. They really need to make, I keep saying it, they really need to make this more streamlined so you can do it easier. But Okoye goes to the Jaguars, and then the Pittsburgh Steelers will take Alan Branch. All right. Alan Branch going to the Steel City, and the Panthers are up again. Who will the Panthers grab? Do they need offensive line? They probably do, right? Left tackle. I mean, their offensive line's not the worst in the world. Their offensive line's not the worst in the world. They already have Jordan Gross, so it's not like they need Joe Staley. I mean, there's three guys right here. You've got Khalil, you've got Posluszny, and you've got Eric Weddle. Which one is more of a need? So center, they've got Nick Mangold. They don't need Khalil. Then you've got Posluszny. I mean, they could use a right outside linebacker. And you've got DeJuan Landry, who's only a 74 at 24. I think they take Paul Posluszny and then just have him play right outside linebacker. That's probably the best idea. Or move Merriman over to right outside, either one. But getting another outside linebacker is probably a smart thing to do. All right, user teams. We'll go back to Arizona. I still can't believe I got kicked out of ownership of the Falcons and had to go to the to the coach. That's crazy. Oops. Okay, so the Chargers are up next. They take Justin Harrell. The Eagles take Joe Staley, and now the Cardinals are up. So what do the Cardinals need? Cardinals. Not really in a big need for anything, really. Maybe Eric Weddle at strong safety. Who's the center of this team? It's Dan Coppin. He's 27. He's looking okay. Adrian Wilson, 27. They don't need either of those guys. They don't need Weddle or what's his face? Hmm. Cardinals are in kind of a weird spot. They could use Chris Houston because they don't really have a lot of corners on the roster. So let's take Chris Houston. Is he the best corner on the board? Yeah, he's the number one corner. We'll take Chris Houston. Even if he's not like that good, they just need more bodies at the cornerback position. I might. Let's skip the next round and see what happens. If they simulate through and show me all the picks. So Adam Carricker goes to the Bills at 32. So they're not going to go through every single pick or whatever. We'll end the draft. I think we did right by the Dolphins and right by the Panthers, helping them out. Helping them out a little bit. Draft recap. We got Chris Houston at 72, and then the rest of the picks are kind of garbage. All right. Bears took Darrelle Revis and Lawrence Timmons and Marshall Yanda. Okay, the Bears are probably going to be pretty good in a couple of years. The Bengals, they took Brady Quinn as well. Reggie Nelson's going to be a pretty solid pick for them. Ted Ginn. The Bills, the two-time defending champs, had a god-awful draft. Michael Griffin to the Broncos. The Browns got Jamarcus Russell. I think that's pretty funny. Eric Weddle ended up going in the third round to the Browns. Joe Thomas, Josh Wilson, Justin Durant, Anthony Gonzalez. Okay, Bucks. I see you out here. There's us. Chargers had a bad draft. Chiefs didn't have a great draft. Colts got Greg Olsen. That's about it. Commanders had a god awful draft. So did the Cowboys. Dolphins, they picked up some good players. Patrick Willis, LaRon Landry, Ben Grubbs. They had a lot of picks. And they got a few at the top. Lamar Woodley also was in there. Eagles got Joe Staley. Falcons got Ryan Khalil. Niners had a bad draft. Giants got Adrian Peterson. Jags had a bad draft. Jets had a okay draft. Sidney Rice and Leon Hall's fine. Lions had a bad draft. Packers had a bad draft. Megatron, John Beeson, Paul Posluszny, Eric Wright. Panthers got some names. We'll see if they develop for them. Bobby Meacham goes to the Patriots, but other than that, they had a bad draft. Raiders had a horrible draft. Dwayne Bowe and Brandon Merriweather both go to the Rams. Ravens, bad. Saints, bad. Seahawks, bad. Steelers got Alan Branch. A couple of 71s for the Texans, but one's a fullback. Marshawn Lynch goes to the Titans, and the Vikings had a bad draft. I mean, that's what it is. There's a lot of 60-something overall players in these classes. That's kind of just what happens. That is kind of what happens. All right, so how's the Cardinal roster looking like? We should be a pretty good team again this year, right? We add Jonathan Ogden. The offensive line in general is pretty good. Tight end is still a little bit of a need. Receivers doing okay. And then defense is looking pretty okay. We'll see what happens. This team should be a playoff team again for the third straight year. I don't think they're going to be a 12-win team, but You never know. I didn't think they were going to be a 12-win team the year that they were a 12-win team a couple years ago. But this is now the 2007 2008 season. So we are going to load in the 2008 NFL draft. That has Matt Stafford in it, right? No, that's Matt Ryan. Matt Stafford's '09. Matt Ryan is in this class, along with, I think, Darren McFadden also in this one. Should be some big names. Should be some big boy names in this one. Let's load it up. 2008. Bada bing, bada bang. And we've got Jake Long, Matt Ryan, Chris Long, Darren McFadden, Gerard Mayo. Well, okay. Okay. There's a few names in here. Just a few names in there. We'll see where that leads us. But I'm going to simulate this year, the 2007 season, and we will see if we get more of the same with like the Eagles, the Bills, Drew Bledsoe keeps dominating. We'll see what happens around the league. The 2007 2008 season is in the books, and Cardinals did pretty good, 11-6 on the year, made the playoffs in the wild card round, taking on the Cowboys. If we go around the league to see who has been dominating, we kind of know already who's been some of the top players in football in this simulation. But if we go to the NFL, the leading passer is Trent Green, so it's not just him being on the Chiefs that's getting it done. He's just really good. 4,700 yards. He leads the league in yards. Michael Vick has been dominating since we started this. Doug Johnson leads in some passing for the 49ers. Aaron Brooks is up there. Drew Bledsoe, as he continues to be unbelievable in the Bills playbook. Aaron Rodgers, we're starting to see some new guys, some fresh faces make their consistent emerges and consistent appearances on this list, like Aaron Rodgers. We'll probably see Ben Roethlisberger up here pretty soon. Peyton Manning's right there. Carson finished in the top. Joey Harrington, Bolger. Touchdown leader for this year was Michael Vick with 47, Brooks with 41. Interception leader was Matt Schaub with 17, along with Doug Johnson. So Doug Johnson was just slinging the rock. He was just going crazy. Think of Jameis Winston, just not the 30-30. Steve McNair had 16 picks. Not a very good year for Steve McNair. He's getting a little bit older, though, to be fair. Rushing leader is Willis McGahee with 1,400 on the Cowboys. Then LT, Jamal Lewis on the Cardinals, Clinton Portis, Deuce McAllister, Ricky Williams, Larry Johnson, Sean Alexander. Some good names up here, as you would expect. The most yards per carry was that wasn't a quarterback, was Clinton Portis with 5.4, and then Deuce with 5.3. Touchdown leader was LT with 21. No surprise there. He's goaded. Clinton Portis, 18. Same thing for Jamal Lewis, 17 for McAllister. Receiving numbers, Terrell Owens, who is in his mid-30s at this point, gets 1,800 yards. Doug Johnson he found him and just threw it to him every time. Then you got Malcolm Floyd, Darrell Jackson, Hines Ward, Mark Clayton, Jabbar Gaffney. So Trent Green spreading the wealth a little bit. Wes Welker, Dante Stallworth, Chad Johnson, Donald Driver, Roddy White. The most touchdowns was Darrell Jackson from Falcons with Michael Vick, obviously. Then Malcolm Floyd, Mark Clayton, Josh Reed, Chad Johnson, Donald Driver, Terrell Owens. You know the drill. Offensively, the most sacks given up this year was Andy King, right tackle on the Ravens, and then Joaquin Gonzalez on the Browns. Defensively, Ray Lewis and Julian Peterson and Kirk Morrison lead the league in tackles with 133 apiece. Leroy Hill had 132. Leroy Jenkins. Urlacher on the Eagles had 131. Barnett had 126. Tackle for loss leader was John Henderson with 22 for the Jags. Craig Terrell had 20 as well as Tommy Harris. Tom Bahali had 19. Sack leader was Jared Allen with 19. That's pretty impressive. Charles Grant had 18.5. Seymour had 17.5. Carter 16.5. Jason Taylor 16. Interception leader was Rondé Bomb with 6. Cato June had 5. So did Ahmad Brooks. Champ Bailey 4. Vilma 4. A bunch of guys with 4, including Patrick Willis, who is a rookie this year. Okay, some big boy numbers. Some real big boy numbers. But we should probably take a look at the overall team stats. So best offense in the league this year looks to be the Saints. Good to know. Colts are right up there. Steelers, Cardinals, Falcons. The best defense in the league looks to be the Cowboys. Then the Steelers, Falcons, Bengals. The best conversion rate, third down, was the Falcons with 59%. They went for it 13 times on fourth down, got it 69% of the time, and they completed every single 2-point try that they did, which was 5 of them. Red zone efficiency, Steelers the most efficient red zone team with 75% and a 52% defensive rate. And then you got penalties. The most penalized team in football this year was the Lions and Broncos with 109 penalties. Turnovers, Chargers lead that with the best differential and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so we kind of get a feel for who's leading the league right now in terms of who the best teams are and all that kind of good stuff. Will the Arizona Cardinals actually move on and win a playoff game? I mean, they've got a pretty solid team. I wouldn't be shocked. And they do, only by a single point. But hey, a win is 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 a win. Beat the Cowboys. Frosty Rucker also gets an upgrade point. Good for him. But now we play the Saints, who are one of the best teams in football this year, stats wise at least. Does that matter on the field? It certainly does, as the Cardinals fall in the NFC divisional round. Sad trumpet plays. That's okay. It wasn't the Cardinals' year. It wasn't the Cardinals' year, but who's going to play in the Super Bowl this year? Will it be the Bills and Drew Bledsoe? Will they continue to dominate? It'll be the Steelers and the Saints. This is what the bracket looked like. It was the Steelers as the one seed, then the Colts, Chargers, Patriots, Broncos, Bengals, Bills, and then the Saints were the one seed, then the Cowboys, Seahawks, Bears, Falcons, Rams, and then us. We were the seven seed. So it's a one versus one here in the Super Bowl. Who's going to get it done, though? Will it be the Saints, who are one of the best offensive teams, the best offensive team in the league this year? Or will it be the Steelers? It will be the Saints who get the job done. No, the Steelers, never mind. I looked at it the wrong way. The Steelers get the job done. Very impressive. Pittsburgh gets a championship in this simulation. Joey Porter's the MVP. Peyton Manning's the MVP of the league. Mike Tomlin, Coach of the Year. Deuce McAllister and Richard Seymour are the Players of the Year. And then Marshawn Lynch and Patrick Willis are the Rookies of the Year. Bills were on a hot streak. They were two in a row, but they don't even make it back. Steelers take it. Steelers take it. And it looks like Terrell Owens has decided to retire. Over in the top right of your screen, top stories, I'm retiring. I was going to actually move Terrell Owens to a new team, but forget about that. He has called it a career. Wow. That's kind of crazy. All right. So goodbye to Terrell Owens. We will move on to free agency. The Cardinals have no money to sign anybody in free agency. Simeon Rice, Jason Witten. There's some decent players here available. Jason Witten's probably the best one available. We'll see where all these guys go as we move on to the draft. I don't think I'm going to make any trades. I was going to trade Terrell Owens, like I mentioned, but he's now retiring. So I don't know. I guess we could take a look at who some of the worst teams in the league were this year. If we go to the standings, who were some of the worst teams this year? The Bucks were bad, but they're continuing their rebuild right now. The Dolphins were bad, the Titans were bad, the 49ers were bad. So it would have made sense for Terrell Owens to get out of there, but he just calls it a career. So let's take a look at the Dolphins and the Titans. I feel like I already did the Dolphins started their rebuild. That's probably why they're bad, right? Let's take a look at the Dolphins roster real quick before I have to switch to them. The Dolphins and the Titans. Okay, so Dolphins, they have, yeah, I think I started their rebuild already. They don't have any of the guys that were on their team originally, but they do have Patrick Willis. They're gonna have another top pick this year. They're still gonna be in a rebuild. What about the Titans? Did I start their rebuild already? It looks like I haven't. They still got some older players. They do have Marshawn Lynch, who just won Rookie of the Year. They still have Steve McNair, so they need to get a quarterback, that's for sure. They need to get a quarterback. But they have Albert Hainsworth, who's young. They've got Kirk Morrison, who's young and really good. Keith Bullock is a little bit aging, but there's not really anybody on this team who's tradable. I mean, Andre Dyson, I could see maybe getting like a second round pick or something for him. Maybe we switch over to the Titans really quickly and move Andre Dyson for a possible first round or a possible second round pick. That could be a reasonable thing. If we go to the trade center, that's not the trade center, that's the trade center. They have cap room. I don't know if they signed anybody in free agency, but Andre Dyson, he's a 94 overall. He's got 1 year left on his deal. He probably deserves to get moved. There's not a whole lot of options, but the Eagles would be willing to give me a first round pick, which is kind of intriguing. Is it this year? Was it this year, 2030? 2031. Okay, so it's next year's first round pick. So it's the 2009 draft class. All right, but do we want to trade him to the Eagles? I mean, we want to trade Andre Dyson to a team that's actually good. So maybe we trade him to the defending champions, the Steelers. Maybe they want to. Do they need a corner? They have Asante Samuel, Rondé Barber, Nathan Vasher. So they only have three corners that are decent, and Barber's on the last year of his contract. So maybe that would be a good idea to send him to to the Steelers, who just won a championship. Now, obviously, a first round pick wouldn't be amazing, or they wouldn't be able to get a first round pick. I don't think, even if it is the last pick in the draft, especially because he doesn't have a lot of control left on him. I bet a second round pick and a third round pick is good for Andre Dyson. I know he's a 94 overall. He's 29. He probably deserves a first round pick, but the Steelers aren't necessarily in need of a corner. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do here. Maybe Andre Dyson does go for a first round pick. Maybe a first and a third instead of a second for Andre Dyson. Yeah, let's do that. That's a little bit better. That way the Titans at least get a first round pick out of it. All right, so they swap Dyson for a first. It's going to be the final pick in the draft, but it is still a first at the end of the day. We'll take back over with the Cardinals, and we will continue moving on. So the mock draft has Matt Ryan going number one to the Bucks. That probably needs to happen. Jake Long going back to the Dolphins. Gerard Mayo. They need a quarterback. The Titans need a quarterback because Steve McNair is not going to get it done. Even though Gerard Mayo is a great player and a top five talent, although this might not be a quarterback class. It's really just Matt Ryan, isn't it? Who else is in this class at quarterback? You've got Ryan, you got Flacco. It's really just Matt Ryan and Flacco and John David Booty. I didn't see Flacco mocked in the first round, I don't think. Was Flacco my Cracko in here? Joe Flacco, Joe Flacco, Joe Flacco. No, Joe Flacco's not in the first round, so maybe the Titans can get lucky and still get him in the second round because they do need a quarterback. But we will start drafting. Matt Ryan should go number one to the Bucks. I'm okay with that because they need a quarterback too, and he does go in fact number one overall. The Dolphins will take Jake Long. Okay, the Titans will take Gerard Mayo. I mean, they need talent everywhere, so I might as well take whoever they need to take. Chris Long goes next, then Donnie Avery, then DRC. Then we got Aqib Talib and Ryan Clady. Leotis McKelvin goes to the Lions. Derek Harvey goes to the Jaguars. Devin Thomas to the Panthers. And Antoine Cason to the Chiefs. Where do we pick? We pick at 25. Vernon Goldst. I say we. I'm not really that involved with the Cardinals. They're just the team that I happen to be. Darren McFadden goes to the Jets. That's kind of cool. Dwayne Brown. Gosder Cherilus. Glenn Dorsey to the Bears. Bills get Curtis Lofton, and now the Patriots get Tracy Porter, Cedric Ellis. Bengals take Sam Baker, Chris Williams to the Cowboys, and then we are up next with the Cardinals. So Joe Flacco's still available. Keith Rivers wouldn't be bad. I need to take a look at the team, though. What do the Cardinals need? What do the Arizona Cardinals need? This is not the screen that I want to be on. Manage roster, adjust the lineup. Do we need Keith Rivers? Because I'll take Keith Rivers if they need him. Offensive line's looking really good. Tight end is this a tight end? Who is this? Freddie Jones, X Factor tight end. I don't know why he's here, but he's bad. So they do need a tight end. Wide receivers are looking good. Oh, quarterback is no longer. Carson Palmer's gone? Or they couldn't sign him? I don't know. Oh, I should have paid attention to this Cardinals team. I didn't really even see. Carson Palmer's no longer here. Defensively, they need a middle linebacker because Carlos Dansby is playing both positions. So they need a middle linebacker, or I guess we could take Keith Rivers and get Carlos Dansby just to play middle linebacker. So Joe Flacco's here. They need a quarterback. Do I really want to do the Titans dirty like that? I think I might. Joe Flacco is going to go to the Arizona Cardinals in the first round. Maybe a little bit of a reach, but we needed a quarterback without having. I didn't realize Carson Palmer was gone. He must have not. They must not have had the money to re-sign him or something. All right, so now we will have to pivot for the Titans. They can't take. Uh, they can't take Chad Henne. That just can't happen. This quarterback class is not very good after the top two. And Chad Henne goes to the Dolphins. Why are the Dolphins drafting everybody that they drafted in real life? So the Titans are up next. There's a couple running backs available, a lot of good running backs available. The best quarterback left in the class is Kevin O'Connell, current Minnesota Vikings head coach in real life. I can't I can't ask them to take any of these guys. They're just gonna have to do it themselves. They're just gonna have to do it themselves. I can't ask them to take it. They're gonna take Jordy Nelson, so they're gonna pass up on a quarterback again, which is probably for the best. Jordy Nelson's the better pick there. He's going to actually end up developing probably pretty well once you end up getting a quarterback. In the 2009 class, you could maybe grab Matt Stafford. I don't know how bad the Titans are going to be, but they could maybe grab Matt Stafford. A couple of running backs going off the board. Chiefs are up next. Jerome Simpson. Then you've got Matt Forte. So this is the big running back round. The second round's where all the running backs are going. We need to get the Cardinals a tight end or a middle linebacker or outside linebacker. I guess it doesn't really matter. We need to focus on one of those two positions, and then we can be helping out the Cardinals here. So let's go back in and see who's available at those positions. So we've got middle linebacker, Dan Connor, Tavares Gooden. There's nobody. Okay, so it's not middle linebacker. Outside linebacker, Geno Hayes, probably the best one. Philip Wheeler. Do I really want to go Philip Wheeler, though? Probably not. And then tight end, they also need. Dustin Keller. Oh, God, Dustin Keller. Gary Barnage. Oh, no. I guess I'll go Dustin Keller in the second round. That feels gross. But they need a tight end that's a better overall, and he might not even be a better overall than the tight end that we have currently. Okay, let's just sim out of the draft here. I feel like it wasn't going to have a lot of good depth in it anyway, so let's get out of it. See how bad the Titans are going to be next year. That's going to be very interesting to see. Flacco ends up being a 66. Okay. Josh Sitton they took in the third round. That's good. Is that Colt Brennan I just saw? Yeah, they took Colt Brennan. Nice. Um, Best players in the class. Matt Ryan's an 80. He's the best player. Then Gerard Mayo, DRC, Chris Johnson, Josh Sitton. So they ended up getting Josh Sitton, who's a top player in the class. But the offensive line's already pretty solid for the Cardinals. So it's not like Josh Sitton was a massive need for Arizona. Where did Carson Palmer end up? Did he sign a new contract with a new team? Or did he just retire? He couldn't have retired. Where did he end up? There, I see him down there. He signed with the Jaguars. Okay. So he picked the Jaguars to sign with. I didn't even realize he was gone. They needed a quarterback because Jason Campbell wasn't getting the job done. He probably wasn't ever going to develop, to be honest. So I'll leave him on the Jaguars. He can keep that contract that he signed. All right, but is there anybody else? I guess we'll keep an eye on some of the teams and see if there's anybody that maybe needs to move on from their current situation. We'll do with that what we need to. Maybe Randy Moss finally moves on from the Vikings. I don't know if we can make the contract work. Megatron's going to continue to get better. Who's his quarterback, by the way? Who's the Panther quarterback? It is Jake the Snake. Oh no. So, Calvin Johnson's getting thrown to by Jake the Snake Roberts. Or Jake the Snake Roberts, Jake the Snake Plumber, not Jake the Snake Roberts. All right, I guess we'll simulate this year and go to the 2008 2009 season. Load in the 2009 draft class, which has Matt Stafford in it. I think also the 2009 baseball draft class has Clayton Kershaw in it. If I'm not mistaken, because Kershaw and Matt Stafford like went to school together, high school together, which is just absolutely wild to think about. That two of the better quarterbacks or two of the better athletes in professional sports over the last like decade and a half went to school at the same time in the same class. That's kind of cool. I don't think they went to college together because I don't think Kershaw went to college. I don't remember. But 2009, we will load, and it's got Stafford, it's got the Sanchez, the quarterback room in 2009 is not ideal. Let's just be real. It's Stafford and everybody else, and nobody else really. So whoever needs a quarterback the most, they're going to have to either trade up or hope they get the number one overall pick. But we will simulate the 2008-2009 season and hope that the Arizona Cardinals and Joe Flacco maybe can do something. We simulated the year. Cardinals make the playoffs again, so it looks like Carson Palmer wasn't the problem keeping us down because Joe Flacco, we insert him in there and we make the playoffs again. And Joe Flacco, look at Joe Flacco. He's up to an 80 overall. He was like a 60 something when we drafted him. That's what happens when you throw into Larry Fitzgerald, Chad Johnson, David Tyree. I mean, you got a great offensive line behind him, so or in front of him, I guess. We didn't get a middle linebacker that we needed, but it's fine. We'll figure that out later. Figure that out sometime. But this Cardinals team, I mean, they made the playoffs again. They're doing something right. Joe Flacco is developing like crazy, and he put up 3,900 yards, 31 touchdowns, 10 interceptions on the team for the Cardinals. The overall NFL numbers, the leader was obviously Michael Vick. I mean, are you shocked at any point? He had an unbelievable season. Then you got Drew Bledsoe still rocking, Donovan McNabb, Steve McNair. Okay, Steve. In your advanced age, still put up 4,400 yards. Bolger had 43. Smith had 43. Favre came back and randomly had 4,300 yards. Phillip Rivers, Peyton Manning. Where's Rodgers at? There's Brady. Aaron Rodgers won the Super Bowl, and now he threw 3,700 yards this year. Kind of crazy. Touchdown leader is, oh, I thought it was going to be obviously Michael Vick. It is Alex Smith with 45. Good for A. Smith. Okay. Favre had 42, 41 for McNabb. 20 interceptions led the NFL. Ryan Fitzpatrick, Joey Harrington, Jake Plummer. Oh God, I feel bad for Megatron, man. We got to get the Panthers a new quarterback. Same thing with the Lions. They got to get a new quarterback. We tried the Joey Harrington experiment. It's just not going to work. Rushing numbers, LaDainian Tomlinson led the league in rushing with 1,600. Larry Johnson, Jamal Lewis, Frank Gore on the Patriots. That's cool. Ricky Williams, Clinton Portis. The best yards per carry that was actual running back was Willis McGahee with 5. 11 touchdowns for somebody, for Willis McGahee. 20 touchdowns for Edgerrin James led the league. Tomlinson had 16, 15 for Lendale White. Dominic Davis had 12. Some weird names in here. Then we got receiving. Darrell Jackson again leads the league in receiving yards because Michael Vick's just balling out. Donald Driver's right next to him. Malcolm Floyd, Mark Clayton, Hines Ward, Eddie Royal, Steve Smith on the Niners. So he's getting more usage now that Terrell Owens retired. Touchdown numbers. Donald Driver leads with 23. Floyd had 20. What about defensively? We had Leroy Jenkins, Leroy Hill, lead with 136 tackles. Then Al Wilson had 134. Urlacher 129. Michael Okwo had 128. Thomas Davis Sr. 128 as well. Tackle for loss leader is Brett Kiesel. Not what I would have expected, but hey, nice beard. 28 tackles for loss for him. Terrell Sands, we know him, or Turdell Sands, excuse me, from the Packer rebuild that we did in this era. He goes crazy. Jonathan Babineau had 21. Justin Smith had 21. 21. Sack leader was Justin Smith with 19. AJ Hawk was 16.5 on the Patriots. Let's go, big dog. 16 for Freeney. Simeon Rice had 14, so he's still balling out a little bit. Tommy Harris, 14.5. Kearney had 14. Tuck had 14, I saw. And then Revis Island finally starting to assert himself with 7 interceptions, lead the league. Lito Shepard, 6. 5 for a few jabronis. And that is the stats. What about the overall team stats? So the Falcons were the best offense in football. No surprise there. Steelers were the best defense in football. The third down conversions, the Chargers had the best conversion rate on third down. Not the best fourth down conversion rate because the Eagles, 95%, only missing 1 fourth down. And they went for a good amount of them, 22 fourth downs. But the highest 2-point conversion rate that actually went for a bunch of them was the Bears. They went for 8 2-point conversions, got 87%. Red zone efficiency, the Browns most efficient in the red zone. Defensively, it was the Jets. Defensively. And then the penalties, the most penalized team in football was the Buccaneers with 109, but they're still doing their rebuild. Steelers, best turnover differential, and those are your numbers for this 2008-2009 season. What are we going to do in the playoffs? Here, I'll show you the bracket really quickly before I forget. So it's going to be Steelers and Packers are the 1 seeds. Then you got Patriots, Colts, Raiders, Chargers, Broncos, Bengals, and then Eagles, Cardinals, Falcons, Cowboys, Rams, Saints. Those are your individual teams in the playoffs this year. Who's going to win? Will the Cardinals get another playoff victory with Joe Flacco? No, they won't. They lose immediately. Good job, Joe. I can always count on you. Oh, okay. Cardinals, will they ever win? Will the Cardinals ever win? I don't even know. Again, the Cardinals have no money. Not a surprise. They're paying a lot of people. Pretty expensive contracts. The Super Bowl is the Packers and the Saints. Or not the Pack. What? The Packers and the Steelers is who I wanted to say. I knew I wanted to say the Steelers. I just said the Saints for some reason. Joe Flacco gets another upgrade point. He's now an 81 overall. True. That's awesome. Good for him. Looks like he was a good pick to take. I wish the Titans would have got him, but I didn't know Carson Palmer didn't resign. Who's going to win the Super Bowl this year? Will the Steelers go back to back? They will. The Pittsburgh Steelers and Aaron Rodgers, Aaron. I mean, the Steelers made the right choice going after him because they are now the best team in the league, it looks like. Rondé Barber gets a Super Bowl MVP. Michael Vick gets a league MVP. Jonathan Gannon, for our coach, is the coach of the year. Donald Driver and Justin Smith are the players of the year. Joe Flacco wins Offensive Rookie of the Year, and Calais Campbell for the Falcons wins Defensive Rookie of the Year. So the Steelers are on top of the world right now, and Jonathan Ogden has said he's retiring. Well, that's kind of frustrating because now the Cardinals don't have a left tackle. Oh, no. This isn't good. The Cardinals, yeah, you got nothing, do you? I mean, we could move Mitchell over and then have Sitton start at left guard. That's probably what we'll do because we don't have any money regardless. So that's probably what's going to happen. But we will move on to the draft. See what kind of players are making any moves. I don't know if I want to make any trades this year. Do I want to make any trades this year? I might want to. I might want to. So if we take a look at the standings, who were some of the worst teams this year? It was the Chiefs. Oh my God. The Chiefs won one game. The Browns won three. Jets won three. Lions won three. Lions need to get their quarterback. But the Chiefs might get their quarterback. I mean, this is basically Matt Stafford. The Chiefs might have just locked themselves into Matt Stafford. Who's on this Chiefs roster? They've got Tony Gonzalez, Brian Waters, Cato June. I mean, yeah, it makes sense why they lost. They won only one game. They've got a lot of older guys that are past their prime, I would think. And who's their quarterback? Matt Leinart. Yeah, they're going for Stafford this year. They don't have a running back either. Oh no. Chiefs are in a bad way. Chiefs are in a bad, bad way. The Browns are also in a bad way. Who's their quarterback? Jamarcus Russell. Oh God. They have Jamarcus Russell as their quarterback. MJD's here. The Browns don't really have anybody that would be willing to get traded. I mean, they could trade Heath Miller, but is that going to bring you a first round? Is anybody going to trade a first round pick for a tight end? Probably not. Cozy Coleman's not going to be worth a first round pick, so that's out of the question. I guess we just let it ride. I mean, are there any players that are like really good that are tired of their situation? Are there any players that are really good? Are there any quarterbacks that are really good that are tired? Donovan McNabb has been here on the Eagles for a while. They haven't won. Michael Vick's not going anywhere from the Falcons, that's for sure. Rodgers isn't leaving the Steelers. McNabb, I could see leave Philadelphia. Alex Smith's not leaving the Cowboys. He's a 99, though. Manning, I could see him leaving the Colts. Maybe they move on from him. They're tired of him. Manning's not Eli. The other Manning, Eli's not leaving the Bears. Brady's not leaving the Patriots. Culpepper, I could certainly see leaving the Vikings. Palmer's not leaving the Jags. Bolger probably needs to move on from the Rams. Breeze probably needs to move on from the Chargers. There are a couple quarterbacks in here that maybe need to move on to different situations. How were some of those teams this year? If we go to the standings. So teams like okay, so the Eagles were 14-3, so McNabb probably stays around. Mm, Colts were 12-5, so Manning probably stays. Chargers were 10-7. Um, Drew Bledsoe finally didn't have that good of a year. Maybe they're tired of him. And Dante Culpepper went 4-13. Okay, so maybe we send Dante Culpepper away from the Vikings, and maybe Drew Bledsoe leaves the Bills. Let's go take a control of the Vikings first, wherever they're at here. There they are, Minnesota. Minnesota. Okay, so they are moving on from their quarterback Dante Culpepper. Now, this is probably not a great situation or timing to move on from their quarterback because there's not a quarterback to replace him. But I think it's time to move on from him. You went 4-13. You need to move on. Is there a team that is absolutely desperate for a quarterback? Okay, Bledsoe's not going anywhere. He's 71 overall. He's going to stay on the Bills. The Broncos could use a quarterback. The Broncos could certainly use a quarterback. The Chiefs, obviously, but they're going to draft Matt Stafford. The Commanders desperately need a quarterback. Who's on this Commanders team to help out? So they got Anquan Bolden, Santonio Holmes, Matt Jones. Okay, I think the Commanders would be a nice spot for Culpepper to fit. So obviously, it would take number one. It'd probably take number two, two overall, or first round pick and a second round pick, and maybe even a first next year to get Dante Culpepper. I know he's 32, but he's a 95 overall. Two first round picks and a second round pick to get Culpepper. I think that's a good enough trade. Never mind, the Commanders can't take that contract, so we'll have to throw in somebody that's making a good amount of money. Who do they have that they don't really want that's paid a lot of money? Who's older? Is there anybody that's old? I mean, they have Fitzpatrick. I don't really need Fitzpatrick. I guess they send Fitzpatrick back to Minnesota. So they make that trade. Trade decline. Unfortunately, we can't consider this trade because it's put up. Okay, so maybe the first round picks are putting the Vikings over the salary cap. That's the only thing I can think of. You know what? I'm going to turn salary cap off. We're getting crazy. I'm going to turn salary cap off. We're going to get a little crazy in the simulation here. I was debating it a couple of years ago in the sim to turn salary cap off. We're turning it off now. Salary cap. Oh, I can't. Oh, I have to be the Cardinals. That's right. We're turning salary cap off, and then we'll make the move for Culpepper to go to the Cardinals. That way, just it allows me to do whatever I want. I can be free to do whatever I want. So let's go back to, and since this is my writing the script, I'm telling the NFL league offices there's no more salary cap. So that's off. Now we can't turn that back on ever, but that's okay. I don't care about that. So no more salary cap for anybody. Yay! Let's trade Dante Culpepper and maybe now Randy Moss. Maybe the Vikings are starting their rebuild. All right. So with the salary cap off, now we don't need to trade Ryan Fitzpatrick because they don't need to worry about that. So let's go to the Commanders and we will trade them number 8, number 40, and number 1 from 32. And that trade offer is accepted. Dante Culpepper is now a Washington Commander. And they're starting their rebuild. Now we trade probably Randy Moss from the Vikings because he's going to be wanting off of this team now. He's 32. So who desperately needs a wide receiver that has a decent quarterback? The Bears, right here, they might need a quarterback or they might need a wide receiver. They've got Marty Booker and Greg Jennings. They desperately need a number one wide receiver. Well, not a number one wide receiver, but they need somebody. What about who's a contending team that has good options at wide receiver already? Hmm. I mean, compare alongside Megatron. That'd be kind of cool. The Ravens need a wide receiver. Who's the Ravens quarterback at this point? It's Patrick Ramsey. Ravens need a new quarterback soon. The Saints. We're not going to send him to the Falcons. That's for sure. We don't need Randy Moss on the Falcons. I think the Bears might actually be a pretty solid option. I mean, they've got Greg Jennings. They need a wide receiver. They got Eli Manning for him to throw to. So I think this is a good choice. They're going to give up number one. They're going to probably give up number one next year as well to the Vikings, and that is probably enough. Maybe a third round pick this year to get Randy Moss out of Minnesota. He goes to Chicago, and the Vikings now have 3 first round picks this year. They're not great first round picks, but they're first round picks, and they have 3 next year as well. Talk about a rebuild. Look at that. You got number 5, you got number 8, you got number 18, plus 2 seconds, 2 thirds. Then you got 3 firsts next year. So, tell me about it, baby. Vikings rebuild, ready to go. Ready to go. All right, that's probably since I'm not going to trade Drew Bledsoe from the Bills. That's probably the only trades that we're going to make. So the Vikings have started their rebuild officially. And we will go to the draft. So I'm assuming the Chiefs are going to take Matt Stafford. I hope that they do. If they don't, I'm going to be frustrated because I'm not going to turn into them. So I hope that they take him. Number one pick, Chiefs. They take Matt Stafford. Thank you, Chiefs, for doing the right thing. The Browns take Jason Smith, who's a right tackle. The Jets are up next. They take Mark Sanchez. Oh no. The Lions take Andre Smith, and the Vikings are up next. I should probably jump in and do their draft for them so that they take the right people because they're gonna need a quarterback, but there's not a quarterback left. You're not gonna take Josh Freeman. Okay. Let's turn into the Vikings. They have two picks in the top 10. Let's switch to Minnesota and make sure that they get this draft somewhat right. Okay. So let's take a look at the roster first. Now that you don't have Moss or Culpepper, who's on your team? You need a quarterback. You need a wide receiver, obviously. Those are the two things they traded. But your offensive line looks really good right now. Like, really good. And then they need a right tackle. So there's a few options. And then they need a middle linebacker. They need a defensive end. They need a corner. Okay, so there are some holes on this Minnesota team. But will they be able to be filled in this draft? There is Tyson Jackson, defensive end, Aaron Curry, Darius Hayward-Bay, BJ Raji, Michael Crabtree. This could be a Michael Crabtree pick, but it might be a little too high for that. I think this is Clay Matthews. I think this is Clay Matthews. We can just move somebody else over to middle linebacker. I think this is Clay Matthews. They're going to take him with number 5 overall. Welcome aboard, Clay. You're now a Minnesota Viking. So he stays in the NFC North. And now I can't simulate. I have to go to the Cardinals. I really wish they would make switching teams so much more fluid because doing this every single time is very hard to do, very difficult, very boring. And it looks like the draft board is gone because that's what happens in this game. We'll switch back. Okay, so the Niners and Bucks are in between the Vikings' next pick. Niners take Jeremy Maclin and Aaron Curry for the Bucks. Okay. So we will switch back to the Vikings to take their number 8 overall pick. Since they took Clay Matthews, James Laurinaitis is on the table still. But I don't think they need James Laurinaitis as much as they need something else. They have now DeMarcus Ware and Clay Matthews. We could put DeMarcus Ware on the D line. That could be a viable strategy. But they also need a wide receiver, and Michael Crabtree's right there. Darius Hayward-Bay is also available. I think I'm going to get them. There's a couple big names in here that they could use. I mean, Laurinaitis is a good pick. Brian Cushing's a good pick. Vontae Davis, Robert Ayers, or Arakpo, they're both good picks. Crabtree. I think I'm going to take Crabtree. I know they don't have a quarterback for him to get thrown to, but they need to get a wide receiver to replace Randy Moss. So Crabtree goes to Minnesota. We'll switch back to the Cardinals. Switch back to Arizona. And we'll see how the board plays out. It's going to be Darius Hayward-Bay goes to Houston. The Bills take BJ Raji. Gotta love a good BJ. Panthers take Eugene Monroe. Titans grab Vontae Davis. Dolphins grab Brian Arakpo. That's a big pickup. The Ravens take Michael Orr. The Giants take Ziggy Hood. Jaguars take Darius Butler. And the Seahawks take Robert Ayers. I was probably going to grab Robert Ayers with the Vikings pick, but he gets grabbed already. So we swap back to Minnesota. Minnesota. And we will take a look. So James Laurinaitis is still available. He might be the pick. So is Brian Cushing. One of those two guys is probably the pick. They're not going to take Josh Freeman in the first round. That's absurd. I think they're going to take James Laurinaitis here. So they get Clay Matthews and James Laurinaitis, two big-time linebackers. We can move DeMarcus Ware to the D-line if we have to for Minnesota. We will swap back to Arizona. I just hope that, I mean, a second-round pick for Josh Freeman's probably not, like, despicable. We could probably get away with that. Next user pick. I mean, are they... I hate this game so much. It's showing me the James Laurinaitis pick. Show me the board again. Show me the board. Stop being stupid. Oh my god, this game. I hate this game, man. I despise this game so much. All right, get through the first round here. Get through the first round. I don't know who's going where. I don't know who's going where. We got the Jets up. We got the Lions up. The Vikings are up again. Okay, that gives me a chance to switch back to Minnesota. And hopefully it'll fix the freaking game. God, this game, just the stuff that happens in this game is just so annoying. And it hasn't fixed it. I, I just. All right. Josh Freeman's still available. It says he's around 3 to 4 guy. He probably is around 3 to 4 guy, but the Vikings are desperate for a quarterback. They need to get one. So they will grab one. And that's probably going to be the draft for me. We're going to let the CPU handle the rest of the draft because all the people that I kind of care about have already gone to their certain teams. So we will sim to the end of the draft and everybody goes where they go. We kind of fixed the Vikings a little bit. Should we put DeMarcus Ware on the D line for a season or two? It might be a good idea. They took Donald Brown, 72 overall, Jared Cook, 71. Okay, the Cardinals had a bad draft. The rest of the NFL, best player was Clay Matthews. Okay, look at that. And then Matt Stafford's a 77. Vontae Davis, Arakpo was good. Okay, the Vikings had a pretty solid draft. I will say that. The Vikings had a pretty solid draft. I'll swap back to them one more time so that I can make sure their lineup is better. And I'm also curious to see how the Bears do with Eli Manning and Randy Moss now. All right, so Josh Freeman's obviously not going to be a very good quarterback unless they simulate well around him. I don't know. Crabtree's a good player. They did draft TJ Lang, which is nice. They got that tackle spot fixed. They've got Clay Matthews. Oh, okay, they might not need anything because they got Melton, who's a dev trait player. This team actually looks a lot better right now. We rebuilt them pretty quickly in one singular draft. So we'll see how the Vikings do next year. It's the 2009-2010 NFL season. We will simulate the season, load in the 2010 draft class, which is who's the 2010 draft class? Why am I blanking on is the 2010 draft class isn't it's not Cam, is it? I think Cam's 2011, right? Because then Andrew Luck's 2012, and then the really bad 13 draft class. Who's 2010? 2010's Ndamukong Suh, is it not? So then it might be Cam. I don't know. I guess we'll find out when we load it in. I don't know why I'm blanking on the 2010 draft class. Probably because it's been what, like 15 years now since that class was in the league. Import the local file. The 2010 NFL draft. Who do we got? We've got. Oh, it's Sam Bradford. That's right. How can I forget about Sammy B's? I got Sue right though. It's Sammy Bradford. That's right. And Trent Williams. Okay, there's some pretty good players in here. There's some pretty good players. Cardinals are looking for a new left tackle since Jonathan Ogden retired, so maybe Trent Williams is the guy. I don't know. But the Cardinals roster as a whole, it looks like offensive line's taking a pretty big hit. Running back. So Jamal Lewis is no longer here. That's probably why they drafted him in the first place. Joe Flacco went up to superstar dev, though. Okay, the Cardinals are kind of falling apart a little bit. But we're going to simulate the year 2009 season, get to the off season, and figure out who wants to get traded somewhere. Okay, we finished the 2009-2010 season. The Cardinals keep making the playoffs. I don't know if it's because Joe Flacco is just that good or what, but Cardinals keep making the postseason. They probably won't go very far, but they keep making it. 3,800 yards, 24 touchdowns, 6 picks for Joe Flacco. We got Donald Brown doing nothing. What about the rest of the NFL? If my things would load. There we go. NFL. So Donovan McNabb, a good thing we didn't move on from him because he had a bounce back season. 4,600 yards, 40 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. Good for McNabb. David Carr, what? 4,500 yards, 35 touchdowns, 3 picks. Who is this? This got to be Derek Carr, not David Carr. Michael Vick finally has a little bit of a down season, but it's still unbelievably good. Alex Smith is killing the game. Peyton Manning, good thing we didn't move on from him. Jason Campbell on the 49ers had 4,300 yards. Patrick Ramsey on the Ravens. How did Eli do? Bledsoe had a bounce back year, but he threw 20 picks. He's washed. How did Eli Manning do? Dante Culpepper on the Commanders, 3,800 yards, 27 touchdowns. Josh Freeman on the Vikings, 3,800 yards, 29 touchdowns, 15 interceptions. I'm not seeing Eli anywhere. Oh my God, Eli Manning, 3,600 yards, 25 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. You got Randy Moss to throw to. What are you doing, big dog? LaDainian Tomlinson leads the league in rushing yards again. No surprise there, 1,400 yards. Michael Turner, first appearance up here at the top. Then you got Willis McGahee, Clinton Portis, a lot of the same suspects. Best yards per carry was Clinton Portis again with 5. Touchdown leader was Willis McGahee with 21. That's a big difference. And then we've got receiving. Darrell Jackson has been leading the league in receiving yards the entire time he's been in the league. Michael Vick is just a freak. Then you got Michael Jenkins, Jeremy Maclin, Jericho Cotchery, Todd Heap. Okay, some strange names at the top here. Not the guys that I would have thought to be at the top. How did Randy Moss do? Larry Fitzgerald had 1,000 yards. Where did Moss go? Moss is not at the top. He didn't have 1,000 yards. Wow. Jordy Nelson had 947. Where is Randall Moss? 906 and 9. What are they doing in Chicago? Absolutely crazy. Most sacks given up in the league this year was John Stinchcomb for the Saints. Kwame Harris, Zach Strafe, the usual guys. David Harris leads the league in tackles, 134. Kendrell Bell, 131. Keith Bullock, 130. Then you got tackle for loss leader was Jason Taylor. How did he get to Philadelphia? He must have signed a contract. He goes to Philadelphia, gets 26 tackles for loss. Justin Smith had 21. Sack leader was Clay Matthews. Look at the big dog. Rookie Clay Matthews leads the league in sacks. It was a great pick for the Minnesota Vikings, 19 and a half. Justin Smith had 18. So did Aaron Campman. Sack leader, or pick leader was Travis Fisher with 6, along with Cato June. Oh, I didn't even see how did Matt Stafford do. I didn't even see him on the side. That's not a good sign that I didn't see him at the top because we scrolled down all the way to Eli Manning and I didn't see him. He's still not up here. Where is Stafford at? Oh, he's right here. I passed him. 3,500 yards, 22 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. That's not bad. He doesn't. He don't. I don't think he has that much to work with, but that's not bad numbers. The best offensive team was the Cowboys this year. Best defensive team was the Steelers. Good for them. Good for them. The conversion rate was the third down conversions. The Ravens had it, but the most percentage was the Steelers with 57%. They also had a great fourth down conversion, but the Cowboys had 9 for 10, so that's pretty good. Although the Seahawks went 13 for 16, which is arguably a little bit better because they went for more of them. Red zone efficiency, the Jets were pretty efficient. Best defensive efficiency was the Dolphins. Penalties, who's the most penalized team? The Dolphins, 110. Turnovers, the Steelers are at the top along with the Seahawks. Okay, some big numbers. Some big numbers around the league, around the college football world, or the NFL world, not the college football world. The bracket. Steelers once again the 1 seed. I mean, they're the 2-time defending champs. I'm not surprised. The Eagles are back at the 1 seed. Then you got Texans, Jets, Chiefs, Patriots, Ravens, Colts, and the Seahawks, Vikings, Saints, Cowboys, Commanders, and Cardinals. So the Commanders with Dante Culpepper made the postseason. Good for them. Will the Arizona Cardinals win a playoff game and have a little bit of chance, a little bit of hope? They do beat the Seahawks. They're moving on to play the 16-1 Philadelphia Eagles. Wow. Okay. This is quite the test. Quite the test. What will happen? Will it be a Cardinal victory? Let's go. Just like the Giants did back in their couple Super Bowl runs where they won like 9 games and made the postseason, still won the championship. Maybe we can do that. Joe Flacco is God tier, but we have to get past the 15-win Dallas Cowboys. Can the Cardinals do it? Oh my God, they did! We're playing in the Super Bowl! This Arizona Cardinals team is not that good. I will say that. This Arizona Cardinal team. And we're playing the Steelers. The Steelers have a chance. And I realize that I forgot to jump in for the past couple of Super Bowls. That's my bad. We will jump in for this one since we're kind of involved in it, technically. Another 50. I mean, we're the Giant Slayers this year. No pun intended. Let's go beat the Steelers, stop their three-peat, and maybe Cardinals get a championship. Joe Flacco king? I don't know. This is actually a pretty funny matchup because around this time in real life is when the Steelers and Cardinals had their actual real-life Super Bowl matchup, and the Steelers obviously got it done. But maybe in this universe, when I'm writing the script, maybe the Arizona Cardinals can get the job done and win a championship. That'd be pretty awesome. Joe Flacco, he was kind of an afterthought draft pick. Didn't think he was going to be on the team. And yet he's here leading his team to a Super Bowl potentially 17-6 in the fourth quarter. Oh my God. Oh my good God. Can we jump forward to, I need to switch the speed to slow and then jump forward to the end of the game. Here we go. 22 seconds. It's second and 13. Oh my God. Joe Flacco is just a few minutes or a few seconds away from a Super Bowl. Steelers will call their first time out. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. I didn't think the Cardinals would be in this spot, but they've taken down a 16-win team, a 15-win team, and now possibly another 15-win team as the rookie Donald Brown. He's going crazy. Oh my God. 11 carries, 50 yards. And that's the final timeout for the Steelers. Oh my God. They did it. They did the thing. They won the championship. Wow. I didn't think this Cardinals team was that good, that's for sure. They go and I mean, think about the teams they beat. The Eagles were 16-1. The Cowboys were 15-2. The Steelers were 15-2. I mean, the teams they took out were crazy. Just a phenomenal performance from the Arizona Cardinals, and they get a championship. I didn't think that was ever going to happen, but they got it done. Congratulations to Arizona. Okay, so I had to go through, and I saw a message down here on the bottom of my thing here that said that there was a penalty coming that I would have been kicked out as the owner of the Eagle or the Cardinals because negative funds or whatever. So I had to go through and add funds. As you can see, now I have positive funds. So I had to go and add funds. But I also noticed that I was losing control of a lot of different owners around the league. So I went and I changed to a bunch of head coaches. So now I have control of all the teams again. But I'm probably going to lose ownership of the rest of these teams at some point during this sim. So I'll just have to switch them all to head coaches. I guess I could go through and add funds to every single team, but I don't really want to do that. I'll just let it go until they get kicked out as owner, and then and then we will switch to a head coach. Season recap, though, we get our first ever Super Bowl in this sim, and first overall as a team, I guess. Joe Flacco gets MVP, no surprise there. He's been a revelation since drafting him a couple of years ago. Donovan McNabb is the MVP of the league. Nick Sirianni, Coach of the Year. Darrell Jackson and Justin Smith are the Players of the Year, and Jeremy Maclin and Clay Matthews are the Offense and Defense Rookies of the Year. I don't remember if I said that before I cut the video to do all that management stuff, but I just repeated just in case. So let's get to the re-sign period, all the free agents, all that kind of good stuff. Are we going to make any trades for any teams this year? I'm not 100% sure. I did see that Simeon Rice is calling it a career. He's going to retire. So we got him out of Tampa Bay. He ends up winning 2 Super Bowls with the Steelers, so I guess he wins in the end. There's a lot of older guys in free agency this year. We're not going to be making any moves, I don't think, because we're the defending Super Bowl champions. Do we need to make any moves? Do we need to make any moves here? I mean, we probably do need a left tackle, but we just want a Super Bowl with the left tackle we have. We need a center desperately. We need outside linebacker help as well. Okay, so we do need a little bit of help. Al Wilson goes up to or not Al Wilson. Wait, what is his name? Why am I blinking on his name? Who am I thinking of? Adrian Wilson. That's who it is. Yes, Adrian Wilson. I don't know why I was blinking on his name for a second. I've been thinking too much of my All-American dynasty with Al Wilson on that team. We need to sign a center in free agency. Is there any centers available? There are a couple, 34-year-old Matt Burke and Jeremy Newberry, but Matt Burke wants to be here, so I guess we could give him a nice little contract. That might help out a little bit. Hopefully he accepts that. We are beating the Ravens on that. What about other positions? Ooh, Ernie Sims, 25-year-old outside linebacker. Don't mind if I do. He really wants to be a Cardinal. We need a position, or we need that position. Don't mind if I do. Middle linebacker. We might have to just draft somebody or maybe sign somebody. Let's just sign Jeremiah Trotter to fill the role. We don't need to pay him too much. Just sign him in case I don't find a replacement for him. And then defensive ends. Cameron Wembley would be cool. Ninkovich would be cool. Let's go for Wembley first. Maybe we can grab him. That'd be a pretty solid free agent class if we were able to get all these guys. All right, so let's go to the top 100 targeted. We're going for 4 different players, all young except for Trotter. Will we be able to get them all? They all signed, and they all signed with us. Okay, Cardinals, the Super Bowl champions, coming back with a vengeance. Coming back with a vengeance. And now I'm going to have to go and add more positive funds so I don't get kicked out as the owner of the team. Let's go and generate the best lineup. All right. So we just need a left tackle now, but I mean, we won the Super Bowl with him. We add in Sims, we add in Trotter, we add in Wembley. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We're looking pretty good now. Looking pretty good. Let's get to the draft. Get to the draft. I don't think I'm going to make any trades with any other teams. I guess we can take a look at who was really bad this year. So if we take a look at the standings, who was bad this year? It was the Dolphins again. They need to get a quarterback, but this is the Sam Bradford draft. The Giants were bad. The Broncos were bad. So some new teams down here we haven't seen very often. The Giants, the Dolphins continue to be bad. The Dolphins are probably going to have the number 1 pick. They're probably going to take Sam Bradford. What's the Giants roster look like? Do they have anybody that's needs to get moved? The Dolphins roster, they have Patrick Willis. They need to get a quarterback. They have Chad Henne. He's just not going to be good enough. So they're going to probably take Bradford, but he's probably not going to be good enough either. The Giants roster, who's their quarterback? It's Byron Leftwich. He hasn't been able to get it done. The Giants are kind of in a bad spot. They do have Adrian Peterson, which is kind of cool, but they don't have a lot of talent. I can see why they didn't win many games. What about the Broncos? We haven't mentioned the Broncos very much this sim, except for when we talk about Clinton Portis. They have a pretty solid team. Who's their quarterback? Oh, it's Ryan Fitzpatrick. That's why they haven't won any games, because they have Ryan Fitzpatrick at quarterback. But once we get into the era of NFL where the quarterbacks are more, there's more good quarterbacks in each draft, then we will be able to have teams with actually good quarterbacks. But right now, it's a little bit of a struggle. The Dolphins are going to pass up on Bradford for Ndamukong Suh, which I don't hate, because I don't think Sam Bradford's going to be that good. But they do need a quarterback. They might just wait another year, just ride it out with Chad Henne, I guess. We do need a left tackle as the Cardinals. Trent Williams is going to get taken. There's a lot of left tackles that are going to get taken. Gronkowski's right up there. Maybe we could find a left tackle late in the draft. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to do any trades this year. I don't think I'm even going to. I might jump in as the Vikings and make sure that their rebuild continues to go well. They pick at 17, 23, and 25. So number 1 overall pick is Ndamukong Suh to the Dolphins. I don't hate that as much as I initially thought I would. I think it's fine. Eric Berry goes 3. Brandon Graham goes 4. Jason Pierre-Paul to the Bucks. Panthers get Joe Hayden. The Bengals get Kareem Jackson. The Niners are going to grab Trent Williams. The Browns are going to grab Derek Morgan. Titans get Gerald McCoy. Anthony Davis, yes, that Anthony Davis, the basketball player. He goes to the Lions. Oh, no. Oops. I simulated the round. They took Golden Tate. You know what? I don't hate that. I accidentally simulated the round. That's not what I meant to do. Not what I meant to do. That's all right. We'll get through it. We'll take a left tackle. Oh, Rob actually didn't go. Rob Gronkowski goes to the Buccaneers in the second round. He was projected first round, but they didn't take him. I forget who he was projected to. I think it was the Rams, I want to say, but I can't remember exactly who he was projected to. Whoever it was, they didn't grab him. And Tim Tebow goes to the Lions. Maybe he's the quarterback of the future. Maybe that's who the Dolphins should have grabbed instead of Ryan Matthews. I don't know. But I'm just getting to my second round pick here with the Cardinals, and then we'll probably sim out of this draft and go on to the Cam Newton draft. Maybe that's where the Dolphins get their quarterback. They get Cam Newton. I guess they have to also be bad again to be able to earn themselves the right. I hope the Vikings didn't screw up their draft picks now that I skipped them on accident. I wasn't trying to do that. I went down too far. Wasn't trying to do that. We'll just see what they draft here. They draft Nate Allen, strong safety. All right. Maybe they can make themselves into a team without me helping them, because I already helped them pretty much in the last draft. Brandon Spikes. All right. Now we're up again. Finally. It took a long time since you're controlling every single team. So TJ Ward, Taylor Mays, What about tackle opportunities? We've got nobody. That's good to know. I missed out on all the good left tackles because I accidentally skipped. Oh, Alejandro Villanueva. You know what? I'm just going to grab him in the second round. It's a heavy reach, but I'm going to simulate the round anyway, so it doesn't really matter. It's a heavy reach, but he might be able to play left tackle for us for the future. Who knows? We'll end the draft there and hope and pray that we got ourselves a good draft. I don't even know who they took in the first round. Oh, they took Golden Tate. That's right. It's a solid pickup. They needed an extra wide receiver. 73 for him, 63 for Villanueva. They took nobody else. Mike Kafka, who I think is on the staff in Northwestern, if I'm not mistaken. Possibly. Indomitiansu's the best player. It was pretty obvious number one, even though they didn't need a quarterback. It was a pretty obvious number one option to take them. But now the Cardinals are the defending Super Bowl champions. Can they make something of this team? I don't know. We'll get to the regular season, the 2010-2011 regular season. Cam Newton's in this draft class in 2011, along with like Von Miller is in this class as well. So there's some really good players, some Hall of Famers in this draft class that the Cardinals could come away with, or other teams that might be bad. I do have to add some more funds to the Arizona Cardinals. I'll do that while we're simulate. Joe Flacco's turned into one of the highest rated quarterbacks in the league, which is kind of crazy. All right, the 2011 draft class. Let's load that bad boy in. Here we go. It is Von Miller, Cam Newton, Julio Jones, Jake Locker, J.J. Watt. I mean, there's some big names in this class. Colin Kaepernick. There are some big names. So the Dolphins quarterback options are Cam Newton, Jake Locker, Andy Dalton, Blaine Gabbert, Colin Kaepernick, Ryan Mallett, rest in peace, Christian Ponder, Terrell Pryor, Greg McElroy, who's doing coverage for like, what's he do, SEC coverage or something like that. It would make sense. But obviously, the white whale, the big fish in this draft is Cam Newton. So we're going to simulate the year, the 2010-2011 NFL season. Maybe the Cardinals can win another Super Bowl. I don't know. Let's find out. The 2010-2011 season has wrapped, and this Cardinals team is kind of crazy good. A 15-win year? Are you kidding me? Absolutely insane. We could be seeing a dynasty being formed here. Joe Flacco is becoming a god. 3,600 yards, 29 touchdowns. It's kind of crazy how good he's becoming in just a short amount of time. Rushing wise, Donald Brown had 1,000 yards with 10 touchdowns. Larry Fitz, 1,000 yards with 11 touchdowns. David Tyree even put up some decent numbers. But it doesn't seem like the passing game was what we were winning games because of. It looks like the defense is why we won games. Derek Johnson with 114 tackles led the team by a lot. Kyle Vanden Bosch, 16 tackles for loss, led the team. Okay, Kyle. Darnell Dockett had a good season. Wembley had a good season. Vanden Bosch also led the team in sacks. Oh my God. 13.5 for him. Wembley had 10. 8.5 for Dockett and Carlos Dansby. And then 5 interceptions for Chris Houston. The defense definitely won us a bunch of games. I will tell you that much. And we make it to the playoffs as the number 1 seed, obviously. Taking on the Seattle Seahawks. Will the Arizona Cardinals move on? They will. Against the Philadelphia Eagles in the NFC Championship, what's going to happen? It is a loss, 35-25. The Eagles go down. That's kind of cray-cray. That is kind of cray-cray if you ask me. I thought the Cardinals would be able to get the job done. But they don't. We go to the Super Bowl with the Eagles versus somebody. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? It's going to be Eagles and Chargers in the Super Bowl here in the 2010 NFL season. 2011 technically is the year. But before we jump into seeing who's going to win this Super Bowl, we might as well take a look and see if there's any depth trade upgrades for the Cardinals. We've got ourselves a big-time offensive line. I mean, everybody's got superstar except for Brewster at left tackle. But we've got Andre Villanueva, who we took in the draft last year. Jared Cook's a superstar. This team is wildly weird. Then on the defensive side of things, we've got some weird players on defense, but they've got some X factors. I mean, Kyle Vanden Bosch has X factor now, so we're talking absolute insanity. But we're going to jump in as probably the Philadelphia Eagles. Yeah, we'll jump in as the Eagles because they were the better team. And we will see the game. Maybe we'll have ourselves a little bit of uh, a victory here for the Eagles. Who knows? Who knows? They had a good season. They had a really good season. But it's time to see who's going to win the Super Bowl here in 2010, 2011. Will it be the Chargers or will it be the Eagles? It's funny, as we jump into the Super Bowl here, the Eagles were one of the first teams that we actually started to build up at the very beginning of this writing the script video. We started to build them up. We added some pieces to them, and we made them go for a push. And it seems like it has worked to an extent because the Eagles are in another Super Bowl here later in the save. It's 28-13 though. Eagles are driving again, and we might not even have to jump in here. There's a minute to go. You know what? Let's switch this to slow and jump in and watch this. Never mind, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to jump in and not do that. There we go. Okay. I didn't hit the right thing, though. I think I screwed up. But we'll watch this play and see what happens here as the Chargers are on offense. 52 seconds left. They're down 35-13. There's going to be almost impossible to come back, and he's going to take a sack as well. He goes down. I don't know who the quarterback is for the Chargers at this point. But he goes down, and we might not even need to watch the end of this game. Timeout called by the Chargers, and I exited on accident. I'm still getting familiar with the sim settings. I'm not super familiar with them. I've done them before, obviously, but in this episode or this video. But here we go. 43 seconds. It's 3rd and 18. Can the Chargers get some sort of dignity? I think it's still Drew Brees, actually, who's the quarterback of this team. He's going to take another sack by Frosty Rucker, who gets a sack on Brees. It's 4th and 24. There's no chance. There's no chance. He's going to scramble. 3rd straight sack. No, he's going to actually... Oh, he stays on behind the line, and he just runs out of bounds on 4th and 24, Drew. Oh, that's absolutely insane. 4th and 24, he decides to scramble out of bounds. And the Eagles will win the Super Bowl. Congratulations to them. Drew Brees could not do anything. And weren't we discussing a possible rebuild for the Eagles by moving on from Donovan McNabb? I think we were. And they win a Super Bowl with him, so congratulations to Philadelphia. They get the job done, and they win a Super Bowl. They have won a Super Bowl. Super Bowl. We'll take a quick peek at the season recap. Donovan McNabb is the Super Bowl MVP and the league MVP. Jonathan Gannon, coach of the Cardinals, is the coach of the year. Darrell Jackson and Mario Williams are the players of the year. And Antonio Brown and Ndamukong Suh are your rookies of the year. Congratulations to those rookies. They get the job done. We will switch back to the Arizona Cardinals since they are the main team that we are in control of here. Even though we're rebuilding technically everybody. This is an off season now. Obviously, we turned off the salary cap so that we don't have any problems like that happen, like we had in the past. I think I see on the right side of the screen there that Steve McNair is calling it a career. Yeah, he's done. The Titans are going to need a new quarterback, ladies and gentlemen. The Titans don't have Steve McNair anymore. He has retired. As we get to the re-sign period, do we have anybody to re-sign? We've got franchise tag on James. Okay, so we don't really have that many people to re-sign. I will re-sign Adam Vinatieri, or I guess I'll franchise tag Adam Vinatieri. It looks like I missed my opportunity to do that. That's okay. We'll move on to free agency. Free agency. And is there anybody on this in this league that the Cardinals need or anybody else needs? It doesn't look like it's that good of a free agent class this year, and I think the Cardinals are going to stay put with where they are. They don't have super amounts of money. I know that the salary cap is off. They have unlimited money, but they don't have crazy amounts of money. Andre Johnson could be a fun one to add to this Arizona offense, but I don't think they need him. They've got Larry Fitzgerald. They've got David Tyree. They've got Golden Tate. Chad Johnson's getting super old now at this point. I don't think they need. Ooh, we lost our center to retirement, I would assume. That's we got Ramon Foster, but I don't think he can play center. I mean, he can a little bit, probably. Very interesting. We'll have to get a new center for the Cardinals. But I don't think they need a wide receiver. Another one, at least not old Andre Johnson, who's 30. If they're going to get another wide receiver, it'd probably be in the draft. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to, speaking of the draft, sim right to it and figure out where Cam Newton is going to go. Is he going to go to Tennessee? They just had a retirement in Steve McNair. I don't know how good the Titans were. I don't remember. Let's take a quick little peek at the mock draft and see where everybody's got projected to go. So the number 1 pick is J.J. Watt. I don't know about that. Do the Packers need a quarterback? Cam's going to go 3, assumingly, to the Browns. Then Julio. Okay. We'll have to take a look at some of these teams and see who needs a quarterback, because obviously Cam is should be the number 1 overall pick if the Packers need a quarterback. But I can't remember who's on that Packer team. Do the Packers need a quarterback? Is that the big question? Because if they do, then they're going to take Cam. They do need a quarterback. Derek Anderson. It's funny that Derek Anderson's the quarterback here because he was the quarterback for Carolina when Cam got there. So that's kind of funny. But they do need a quarterback. It's almost a guarantee that they're going to take Cam Newton number 1 overall. I know the Browns probably need a quarterback too. That's why they've had Jamarcus Russell. He's just not going to get the job done, but they're not going to be in the position to take Cam Newton because they're number 3 overall. But the Packers most certainly need to change their franchise, get a franchise quarterback. They got the number 1 overall pick for a reason. They need to get themselves Mr. Cam. And before we go into the draft, I'm actually going to give them positive funds. As you can see in the top of the screen there, the top right screen, they have negative 109 million. I'm going to go over here to user teams, and I'm going to give them positive dollars to help them out. So I'm going to do that really quickly, and I'll be back. Okay, so I've gone from negative 109 million to positive 106 million for the Green Bay Packers, just so I don't lose control of the Packers by the game kicking me off as the owner because we had negative money for too long. So that's basically all I did there. And now we are going to draft Cam Newton to the Green Bay Packers because they desperately need a franchise quarterback. Derek Anderson's not going to be the guy. So congratulations, Green Bay. You've got your franchise. Green Bay Packers select Cameron Newton out of Auburn, formerly of Florida, to their team. Congratulations there, ladies and gentlemen. You have your franchise. And now I guess we'll take a quick look at the Chiefs. I don't really want to have too much input on who the rest of the teams draft. I just wanted to make sure that I wanted to make sure that I was gonna say I don't have control of the Chiefs. I wanted to make sure the Packers got Cam because they needed a franchise quarterback. So we're gonna see what the Chiefs need. They could take Von Miller right here. I need to go to the roster first before I make the pick. What do the Chiefs need? They could use a linebacker. They don't need a quarterback, obviously, because they have Stafford. Let me look at it via the lineup screen, not the roster screen. Okay, what do we got here? Do they need offensive? So they desperately need offensive line. My God, this team's bad. Okay, they could use a running back, but not 2nd overall. They could use an extra wide receiver. Von Miller would probably start at outside linebacker for them. And he could probably replace Cato June. It probably is best if they take Von Miller number 2 overall. That's probably for the best. So we will take them, Von Miller. But they need a lot of help. They are not that good of a team. They could also use Julio Jones. You know what? They might actually need Julio more. Now that I think about it. Because they were desperate for a second wide receiver. I'm going to give them Julio. I'm going to give them Julio Jones. They desperately need a second wide receiver, and Julio is a god. So the Chiefs just got Julio Jones. Matt Stafford's got his weapon. He's got his new Megatron. And we're going to switch back to the Arizona Cardinals and let the rest of the draft play out however it may, with whoever wants to take who. Where are the Cardinals at? Oh, they were at the top, weren't they? Let me find. Okay, there we go. Switch back to the Cardinals, and we'll let the odds play where they may. We'll sim to the end of the round. I don't even want to be in control of what the Cardinals do. I just kind of want to let it play. Let's just let the draft go. I don't want to have. We're gonna let the fate take over and see who takes what position or what player. So who'd the Cardinals grab? The Cardinals got Mike Pouncey, which is good. They needed a center. That's good because they lost their center. But everybody else is kind of bad. So they only had one player really that's worth talking about. The Browns took Von Miller 3. I like that. The Rams take J.J. Watt. Patrick Peterson goes to the Raiders. Marcel Darius to the Bucks. Cam Jordan to the Panthers. And obviously we saw Cam go to the Packers. Julio went to the Chiefs, we knew. Okay, I'm happy with that draft. I think that was pretty good. And now we go to the 2011-2012 season and the 2012 draft, which is Andrew Luck. So I don't know who else is going to need a quarterback, but I guess we'll find out by the end of the season who's really, really bad. It is a good year for the Packers. They add in the addition of Mike Pouncey. At some point, Villanueva will grow in overall enough to be able to pass Brewster, but right now he's not there yet. Is this team good enough to be back to a 15-win season? Probably around that part. I don't know if they'll be exactly 15 wins. They're good enough to be a playoff team again. We'll see what happens. I will simulate the season and catch up with you at the end. The 2011-2012 season is finished, and we are not as good. The Cardinals did not have that good of a year. I keep saying we. I'm controlling every team, but I'm just kind of maining the Cardinals, I guess. But they had a 12-5 season, which, I mean, is still a good season, just not compared to what they did previously. 3,800 yards, 36 touchdowns, 3 interceptions for Joe Flacco. Very, very good. And I realized when I was simulating this season that I never showed you last year's overall stats. I just showed you the Cardinal stats. So we might as well do that. That's my bad. This is what happened throughout the regular season for every other team. Michael Vick has been dominating for a decade. Basically, he's had a crazy, crazy start. 5,100 yards is absolutely insane. It looks like he probably led the league in touchdowns as well. Then Jay Cutler, so maybe they don't need a quarterback. The Titans had Steve McNair retire. Jay Cutler steps in and is a god. Philip Rivers on the Bengals. Aaron Brooks, 4,400 yards. Matt Ryan. Cam Newton in his first season with the Packers, 4,200 yards, 36 touchdowns is kind of crazy. Alex Smith, Mark Bolger still around. There's still some remnants of the older days. And Michael Vick does lead the league with touchdowns. Interception leader was Kellen Clemens. Rushing numbers, Clinton Portis leads the league with 1,200 yards. Matt Forte, Marion Barber, Reggie Bush, Adrian Peterson on the Giants, kind of cool. Touchdown leader tied LaDainian Tomlinson and Jamal Charles, the two guys that battled in the Super Bowl last year. That's kind of cool. Receiving Jericho Cotchery. So he's getting thrown the ball from Jay Cutler. He had 1,600 yards. Daryl Jackson, he just keeps dominating because Michael Vick is a god. Antonio Brown had 22 touchdowns, by the way. That's kind of crazy. Roy Williams, Pierre Garçon, Jordy Nelson also getting involved. So the Titans had a crazy good year. I don't know if they translated that to wins, but they had a crazy good year. Adam Hayward with 134 tackles for the Chiefs. Curtis Lofton right up there with them. Tackle for loss leader Sean Cody with 21 along with Aaron Campman. Sack leader was Calais Campbell, 22.5. Okay. And then the pick leader pick was Antra O'Roll and Derek Ross, all with 6. Very, very good. Adam Vinatieri, even in his advanced age, had 92% field goal percentage, kicked a 56-yarder. Good for him. Any kick return touchdowns? No kick return touchdowns or punt return touchdowns throughout the year. It's kind of boring. Don't you want to see some big-time kick return touchdowns? The best offense was the Falcons. No surprise there. The best defense was the Steelers. Conversion rates look pretty good. Chargers at the top of that. Red zone efficiency looks like the Steelers are the most efficient in the offensive side of things. And then penalties. Cardinals had a lot of penalties, but not that many. 73. And then the Cardinals are with the turnover differential. Okay. Maybe the boys be boying right now. I don't know. And we will go to the postseason here. See what can happen. Will the Cardinals win a Super Bowl? Probably not. But they do beat the Commanders. So now they play the defending Super Bowl champions, the Philadelphia Eagles. Didn't we play the Eagles last year and lost? I can't remember. We might have. Here we go. And we lose again. Yay! Yay, we lose again. Woo! And it's going to be probably the Eagles. I don't know. It'll be the The Titans and the Bucks. So, I mean, we talked about possibly the Titans needed a quarterback. They don't need anything. They're in the Super Bowl. We'll jump in. Who's the better team? We'll jump as the Titans, since they're kind of on top of mind since Steve McNair retired. And they're playing in the Super Bowl. Who needs Steve McNair when you've got Jay Cutler? Smoking Jay, baby. And they will play in the Super Bowl against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Will they win it? Let's find out. The Bucks and the Titans in the Super Bowl. I'm kind of rooting for Tennessee here to get the championship after losing Steve McNair. He retired, and now they've got Jay Cutler, they got Jericho Cotchery and Jordy Nelson. They're kind of on a roll here, and they're winning 15-0, 22-0. Oh my God, this Tennessee team might be the real deal. They're gonna shut out the Bucks. No, okay, they get a touchdown at the end there, and I forgot to jump in officially. But Tennessee does get a championship. Congratulations to Tennessee. Jay Cutler might be the real effing deal. Okay. I didn't think Tennessee would dominate as much as they did. I thought it'd be a little bit more of a close competition. But Tennessee cruises to a championship. Is that their first of this series? I can't remember. Michael Vick wins another MVP. My God, he's going crazy. He's busted. He's absolutely busted. But he probably won't be going for too much longer, right? That is their second Super Bowl of this series. Like, what was their first one? Did Steve McNair get them one? I forgot. Oh, he got them one in a few years into the rebuild or into the series. Okay. So he did get him a championship. I forgot all about that. But it's been a while. It's been a while since the Titans were on top of things and they got back to it with a championship. And we will go to back to Arizona here. Back to the Cardinals. Yes, sir. And we do have to give them more funds because they're back into the negative. So we will quickly give them more millions of dollars just so they can so I can keep control of them. I don't want to lose them. It looks like I have been kicked off of a few teams. I don't have control of all the teams anymore. I will get control back to them if I need it. If it like becomes important where I want to like tear down their team, start a rebuild for them, I will take back control. But for now, it takes a lot of time to go back through every single team and and regain control of them and do all that kind of stuff. The menus are super slow. It takes a while. So if I don't absolutely need to be in control of whatever team it is, then I'll let them kind of just go off their own. We've kind of done a lot of stuff throughout these first few seasons, the beginning of this script video. We've kind of put the foundation now. We can kind of let the CPU take control for at least a few years. All right, we should be good there with the Cardinals back around 70 million. We'll take a look at the season recap just quickly. So Michael Vick gets another MVP. Brian Callahan, the Titans coach, gets Coach of the Year. Antonio Brown and Calais Campbell are the Players of the Year. That makes sense. And Torrey Smith and J.J. Watt. So I'm surprised Cam Newton didn't get Offensive Rookie of the Year because of the season that he had. But it goes to Torrey Smith. And now it's the Andrew Luck draft. Now it's the Andrew Luck RG3 draft. Who's going to need a quarterback? That's the big question. Who is going to need a quarterback? I guess we can find out. How did I think I have auto re-sign, right? How did the team do in re-signing? Okay, looks like they re-signed everybody. That's perfect. Okay. So we'll go to, we have a financial probation warning for who? For me? You have ended the season with a negative balance. What are you talking about? I guess I technically ended the season with a negative balance, but I fixed it right away, so I don't know. I don't know. I guess we'll have to keep in mind that I wish the negative the financial warning thing was not a thing in Madden, but it is. We'll take a quick look at free agencies here and see if the Cardinals need anybody in free agency, but it doesn't look like there's going to be anybody that great. I mean, Pierre Garçon at 26 might actually be a decent. You know what? I might go after that. Pierre Garçon at 26 could certainly help this team in the right now, the immediate. We'll have to battle against a few teams, but we should hopefully be able to get him. We're in the lead for him. And it looks like... Okay, he hasn't decided to sign yet. Okay, he picked the Cardinals. That's a decent one. I like that. That's a decent little pickup there. We'll go to the draft. I did see that we were negative again in the funds. I will make sure that we don't end the season with negative funds. Don't worry. Now we're back to 50K. All right, it's the draft time now. We will take a look at the mock draft to make sure that the teams that are picking at the top need quarterbacks. We know that the Chiefs don't need. How did the Chiefs? They took Julio Jones last year. They have Matt Stafford, but they're the number one overall pick. We will turn into the Chiefs because Mark Barron is not going number one overall. Don't worry about that. But Andrew Luck doesn't need to go to the Chiefs. So maybe the Chiefs trade out of the pick. That could be smart. Maybe they trade out of the pick because they don't need the number one overall pick if they don't need a quarterback. So they might trade down. We'll take a look down here around this range. Maybe there's a team in this range that needs a quarterback that just doesn't have it. Let's take a look at the Lions and the Dolphins, though, because those are the two teams that are mocked to take Andrew Luck and RG3. Are those two teams desperately for need of a quarterback? Let's find out. Chad Henne's a 27-year-old, 84 overall. He's not like... The Dolphins don't need a quarterback in the super immediate, and the Lions don't have a quarterback on roster. The Lions don't have a quarterback on roster, so they definitely are going to take Andrew Luck at number 2 overall. Unless there's a team that wants to trade up to get a quarterback. The Patriots are really desperate for a quarterback because Brady's dropping in overall. I may have to go in and edit Brady to make sure that he stays good. But he might just retire anyway. I don't think I can keep him from retiring. The Ravens need a quarterback. They might be a team to trade up. Who else needs a quarterback? None of these teams need a quarterback. The Browns have needed a quarterback for a few years now. Obviously, the Lions need one. The Giants and Niners need one, but they don't need one as immediately as the Lions do and the Ravens do. Okay. So I got a little bit of game plan. The Chiefs could trade out of the first overall pick to the Ravens. That's a possibility. Where are the Ravens at? The Ravens are, they're pretty far down. They're at 17. That'd be pretty expensive to trade up to the number 1 overall pick. It could happen, but it could be a little expensive. The Lions could just swap 1-2. You know what? Let's just do that. Let's just swap the Lions and Chiefs pick. The Chiefs trade down from 1 to 2. So let's go to whoever I find first. I might not be in control of the Lions or the Chiefs. I know I'm in control of the Chiefs, right? Because I just was them. Let's switch to the Chiefs. They're gonna swap. Although I probably should take control of the Lions. Now that I think about it, I can't figure out who the Lions are. Unfortunately, I think I have to retire these people. All right, let me go and take control of it. I wasn't gonna do this, but let me just go back and take control of everybody again, so I can make it easier for me. All right, I did take control of every team again, so that's good. And now that we are in control of both the Chiefs and the Lions, we can do the simple swap 1 for 2. The Lions probably are going to have to give something a little bit extra to trade up to get to the Chiefs pick, but they shouldn't have to trade anything too crazy. So 1 for 2, and then they'd probably have to give up maybe like a 3rd round pick this year as well. So let's do that. Boom, bada bing. The Lions now have their franchise quarterback, and the Chiefs will have, I don't know, whoever they want. So we'll see what happens here. Okay, perfect. Oh, and I realized that I need to trade the Dolphins pick to get to a team probably like the Ravens to get RG3. So let's do that. But first, we're going to make the trade or make the draft pick. Andrew Luck going number 1 overall. Congratulations, Andrew. He's going to be the quarterback of the Lions because the Lions literally had no quarterback on their roster. So congratulations to them. The Chiefs are up next, and I think we're going to be the Chiefs to make this pick. So let's go and find the Chiefs. Switch to the character. And they took Julio last season, so they don't need a wide receiver. They could use defensive. Like Kuechly could be a good pickup for them. You know what? I'm going to take Kuechly 2 overall for the Chiefs. That's a big pickup. But now we're going to trade with the Dolphins and the Ravens because the Ravens need a quarterback. They've been looking for one for a while. So we're going to swap the Ravens and the Dolphins picks. Now the Dolphins are going to get a haul for this third pick. That is for sure, because I mean it's pretty lofty trade up. But they need a Ravens need a quarterback, and the Dolphins don't necessarily. I mean, they have Chad Henne, he's 84 overall. They could use a quarterback in the future, but not in the immediate future. So they're going to trade down from 3 to 17, but they're going to take the Ravens' second-round pick, and they might even take the Ravens' first-round pick next year as well. I think that's a fair trade. And boom, the Ravens trade up. It's costly, but if you can secure your franchise quarterback, I think you'd be happy about that. So bada bing, bada boom. The Ravens take themselves RG3. Welcome aboard, Robert Griffin III. And the Patriots up next. I don't think I need to alter any other trades or any other teams. I think we're just going to go to the Cardinals and sim the draft and be good there. I think that's probably what we're going to do. So let's figure out who goes where. Maybe there's some good players going to some good teams, some interesting teams. We'll figure it out. So the draft recap. We took Riley Reif, Brandon Brooks. Okay, so they took some offensive linemen. They needed to. They needed to take some offensive linemen. The rest of the NFL, Andrew Luck goes number 1 overall. Kuechly goes 2. Bobby Wagner went to the Eagles. Great. That's nice to see. The Chiefs take Dontari Poe. Stephon Gilmore to the Vikings. Okay. I like where these guys went. I'm happy with it. Ravens got their franchise quarterback. Lions got their franchise quarterback. That's really all that matters. But now it's the 2013 NFL draft. And the 2013 NFL draft is not that good. So it is going to be a little bit of a down year. But maybe this offseason we can start to rebuild some other teams. Maybe this offseason we switch. We start rebuilding maybe a team that starts to be really bad. Like maybe the Chiefs finish bad again and they need a full rebuild. Who knows? We'll figure it out. I will see you guys at the end of the year with the results and possibly some ideas for maybe rebuilding a team or two or tearing it down. The 2012 season is in the books and Cardinals make the playoffs again. This Cardinals team's kind of crazy. They went back to 15 wins, so maybe that Pierre Garçon trade or signing in free agency happens to be really, really good, I guess. I don't know. I guess it seems like it is. Joe Flacco, 4,200 yards, 36 touchdowns. He's been really good since we added him to this Cardinals team. Who led the league, though? That's the big question. Who led the league? It was Andy Dalton. Okay. Andy on the Bills leads the league. Also had 45 touchdowns. Probably led the league in that as well. Then Alex Smith, Phillip Rivers. Yeah, Phillip Rivers. Carson Palmer, Michael Vick. So Mike had a little bit of fall off, but he also had 48 touchdowns. So he probably led the league in touchdowns again. He's just so good. Aaron Brooks, Mark Sanchez, Cam Newton, Chad Henne, down to McNabb, Joe Flacco, Bolger. All right. Touchdown leader was Vick, then Dalton, then Rivers. Interception leader was Rivers with 19. So he was just gunslinging. He was just chucking things. And it was working or not. Rushing numbers, Chris Johnson, CJ 2K. Didn't have 2K, but he does have 1,200. Adrian Peterson, Steven Jackson, Ray Rice. Good numbers from all those guys. 16 touchdowns for Jackson and for D'Angelo Williams. First time we've heard his name in a while. Frank Gore, Ryan Matthews. Then we have receiving numbers. Demaryius Thomas with 1,600 yards. Des Bryant, Matthew Slater, my GOAT, with 1,300 yards. Clayton at 13. Julio Jones right up there. Good for Julio. Stephen Hill. Touchdown leader was Demaryius Thomas. Demaryius Thomas definitely is going to win Offensive Player of the Year, I would assume. He has to. Those are unbelievable numbers. Defensively, yes. A Buckeye, baby. Big James. James Laurinaitis with 135 tackles leads the league. Then you got Tamba Ali with 22 tackles for loss. Justin Tuck, Darnell Dockett. Sack leader was Justin Smith, even in his veteran age, his advanced state of decay. 23 sacks. Calais Campbell, 20.5. Seymour still rocking things. He got 19.5. Dakota Watson had 6. Darrell Reeves had 5 interceptions. Good numbers. Good numbers for the boys. All around good numbers. Cowboys had the best offense. Cardinals had the best defense. Oh, maybe. Bills were very efficient this year. The Texans had the least amount of penalties. Turnovers. The Commanders were pretty good at that. Okay. The boys are kind of killing things here in Arizona. But will they actually get to a Super Bowl? They've been denied the past couple of years. They beat the Saints. Good for them. Now they take on the Bears. and we'll see how they react, how the Bears do. They're only 9-8, so they're not having that good of a year, but they're in the divisional round, so obviously they're playing pretty well right now. And they will lose. It'll be the Falcons, who also went 15-2 against the Arizona Cardinals. This Falcons team is so crazy good. I kind of can't wait for Vic to retire because he's been so good for this entire video. What's going to happen? Are the Cardinals going to play in the Super Bowl? I can't tell because it's showing me the Bills are playing in the Super Bowl, but I can't tell if the Cardinals are playing in it or not. So we know that it's either going to be Falcons-Bills or Cardinals-Bills. It is Cardinals-Bills. Oh my God. The Cardinals and the Bills are playing in the Super Bowl. Obviously, we're jumping in. We were going to jump in anyway, but because it's the team that we're in control of the most. All right, this is going to be crazy. The Bills and Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton led the league in passing yards. Can he win a Super Bowl? Let's find out. Super Bowl, Cardinals and Bills. Who's going to get the job done? Will it be the young Andy Dalton passing to a dominant Demaryius Thomas, or will it be the more experienced Joe Flacco, Larry Fitzgerald, and Pierre Garçon? I guess we'll find out. 14-10, Bills are leading, but the Cardinals driving 17-14. Come on, Cardinals. I mean, I don't really care who wins because I'm technically in control of everybody, but I'd like to see the Cardinals win, and they might have just done it right there. If we switch this to slow and then jump to the end of the game, we might be seeing the Arizona Cardinals end this game. Flacco in the shotgun. What's going to happen? He hands it off. They're trying to milk this clock, and the Bills will use their timeouts. And it looks like a field goal attempt on 4th and 6 to make it a 20-14 game. It's up. It's wobbling. It's off the right upright and not good. Adam Vinatieri, who's been clutch his entire career, doinks it off the right upright and gives the Bills hope. They have no timeouts, but a young Andy Dalton and a great Demaryius Thomas, who's also young. Is this time for the Bills to dominate? It's intercepted! Oh my God! Oh! It's Ahmad Black, the first play of the offensive drive for the Buffalo Bills, and the Cardinals might have just won themselves a Super Bowl. You can't make this stuff up. Oh, that's the inexperience. That's the inexperience of Andy Dalton, man. He thought that he had more separation. He throws it to the flat. It gets jumped by Ahmad Black, and the Arizona Cardinals will win the Super Bowl. Wow. Absolute, utter insanity in the final minute of the Super Bowl, but the Cardinals have done it. The Cardinals have done it. The team that we are technically the most in control of has won a Super Bowl. I don't remember if they won one previously. I guess we could take a look at the season recap and see if they did, but that's kind of crazy. What a way to end it, too, on an interception. The first play of the drive for the Bills after missing the field goal and giving the Bills great field position. Oh, what a final minute. Tony Gonzalez is calling it a career, and that is the second Super Bowl won by the Cardinals. So we must have won one earlier. I don't remember. Did they get one? The Arizona Cardinals. They won one a couple of years ago with Joe Flacco. I forgot about that. That's right. That's right. It looks like it was the 2009 year because that's Clay Matthews as Defensive Rookie of the Year. Okay, so it was a few years ago they won a Super Bowl. They get another one. Congratulations to the Cardinals. Tony Gonzalez is calling it a career. Wow, absolute craziness happening in the Super Bowl. Absolute, utter craziness. I didn't even see who won MVP. I kind of glanced over it. It was Andy Dalton who won MVP. Demaryius Thomas won Offensive Player of the Year. We kind of assumed those two things were going to happen. Justin Smith is Defensive Player of the Year. Stephen Hill and Fletcher Cox are your Rookies of the Year. So congratulations to all of those people as we move to the offseason. The 2013 draft is coming upon us, and we might be making some rebuilds happen right here. Let's take a look around the league. Who was some of the worst teams? Who needs a rebuild? Who needs a fresh start? The Vikings were the worst team at 2-15. The Ravens were bad, and the Chiefs were bad. Why are the Chiefs so bad? I don't understand it. They have Stafford. They have Julio Jones. They shouldn't be as bad as they have been. I'm not sure. And the Ravens don't even have their first-round pick this year. That goes to the Dolphins, who have had a pretty good season, actually. Where are the Dolphins at? They won 10 games. They're going to have 2 first-round picks this year, and one's going to be pretty high up, so that's good for the Dolphins. But the Ravens went all in. I mean, they went in for RG3. They had to get a franchise quarterback, and they did. Let's take a little gander at Minnesota here before we simulate to the draft and all that kind of stuff. So let's find... Oh, I lost control of a team. I lost control of multiple teams. I got to stop doing that. Let's take control of the Vikings. They won 2 games this year. What does their team look like? Why are they so bad? Do they need to sell off some pieces? Go into full rebuild mode. So they have Vince Young as quarterback. I'd like to keep Vince Young around as their quarterback, although he's 30. Never mind. I thought he was still younger. I guess we are in 2013 now, or 2012, 2013, so it makes sense. They don't have really any receivers. You know what the problem with the Vikings is? They're old. They do have James Laurinaitis and Clay Matthews and DeMarcus Ware. Wow, their linebacking core is kind of crazy. But all these guys are pretty old now at this point. That's the problem. The problem with the Vikings is that they have old people on their roster. So maybe they should trade off some of these pieces. Let's take a look at the trade market and see what's going on here. So Clay Matthews is 27. He's got a year left. Brian McKinney's 33. DeMarcus Ware's 31. Joseph's 29. I mean, they're pretty old. They're pretty old at some positions. They do probably need to move on from Vince Young. So maybe they trade for a first-round pick, get another first-round pick, get a quarterback. They should probably trade Brian McKinney. Last year of his deal, he's old. He's needs to go to a contending team like maybe the Falcons. The Falcons could probably use a left tackle. What's their left tackle situation look like? Yeah, they could definitely need a left tackle. So the Falcons are going to give up their first-round pick for Brian McKinney. They probably don't have to give up anything else too crazy. Maybe a third-round pick and maybe a fifth-round pick because he's 33. So, but a first-round pick definitely needs to happen. So Falcons get a left tackle for a little bit, and the Vikings trade off, get an extra first-round pick. It's number 30, but it does get them an extra first-round pick. DeMarcus Ware probably also needs to get traded because he could probably be worth a pretty high first-round pick because he's still got years on his contract. So let's trade him to a team that might have a little bit of a higher first-round pick. Maybe like Tampa at 7. They need an outside linebacker. Let's trade number 7 and then number 71 and then maybe a 4th rounder in 2036 for DeMarcus Ware, 31 years old. Boom. He goes to Tampa Bay. The Vikings have 3 first-round picks in this year's draft. They sold off a couple of older pieces, but now they have 3 first-round picks, including number 1 overall, number 7, number 30. So they're going to take, they can't take a quarterback in this draft because, the quarterbacks aren't that great in this draft. But maybe they turn out to be good. I don't know. Let's go back to the Cardinals, simulate to the whatchamacallit, the draft, because we're probably not going to do anything in free agency. I guess we could take a look at free agency and see if there's anybody to add to this team. I mean, this team just won a Super Bowl, so obviously pretty good, but maybe there's somebody here that could help us out. Evan Matthews is here. Paul Posluszny. Ooh. Let me take a quick look at the team and make sure that we're not missing out on anybody. So let's take a look at this roster. What could we need here? All right. Offensive line's doing good. We don't really need Evan Matthews. Wide receivers are looking fine. Running back's looking fine. Do we need Paul Posluszny? We have Sims. We have Dansby. Posluszny could fit right in over Carlos Dansby. That's certainly a thing that could happen. Although we have Ernie Sims. Is it Ernie Sims? Who is it? Yeah, Ernie Sims. He's playing both linebacker and outside linebacker. So they definitely could use Paul Posluszny. So let's sign Paul Posluszny to the defending Super Bowl champion Cardinals. And that'll probably be the only signing that they make this year. So Paul Posluszny is going to get signed to a big deal. He's 28 years old. He's really needs to play. So bada bing, bada boom, he's going to come here. What about another possible middle linebacker? There's Urlacher, so he's finally left the Eagles, but he's super old at this point. I might sign... Let's offer Adam Hayward a contract just as a body. Just as a body. So let's target... Go to the targeted. We got Posluszny and Adam Hayward. And they both signed with the Cardinals. Okay, so we add a couple linebackers to this Cardinals roster. help them out a little bit. Let's go to the draft. We'll switch back into the Vikings to make sure that they take the right people they need to take. But everybody else should be allowed to take whoever they want to take. Let's go and make sure we got what we need here. So adjust the lineup. Does the defense look better now? Yeah, there we go. So Postlesny's jumped over there. Hayward jumps into middle linebacker so that Sims doesn't have to play both positions. Okay. Cardinals are back. Cardinals are back ready to go. But let's take a look at this mock draft. Make sure that we know what we're doing here. All right. So the Vikings, they are projected to take Eric Fisher. I mean, it makes sense because there's no quarterbacks that are that good in this class. The Vikings definitely need something here. I need to go back to the Vikings roster and make sure I know what I'm doing. There's no quarterbacks projected in the first round. Is that right? That's kind of crazy. I mean, I know that they're bad, but that's kind of crazy. All right. So what's the Vikings game plan here? They have number 1 and they have number 7. Maybe if we trade out of number 1, we can compile a bunch of draft picks from a team that needs, I don't know, maybe a tackle. Who needs a tackle is the big question. Let's first switch back to the Minnesota Vikings. Okay, let's switch back to them. Now let's take a look at who needs a tackle to take Fisher or Jokel. So who needs it? The Cardinals need a left tackle, but I think we're good with Villanueva and whoever we have else. Tampa, but they already gave up their first round pick, didn't they? The Colts need a left tackle to protect their quarterback, whoever their quarterback is at this point. Oh, it's Peyton still. So they need who's their left tackle currently? Oh, they don't have a left tackle. Okay, so the Colts definitely could be in position to trade up, but the Vikings trading down to 27 seems a little bit steep. Maybe they could still make this work. They have Torrey Smith, Brandon Lloyd. They need a center. Who's their center? Alex Mack. They need a right outside linebacker. DeAndre Levy's 26. The Colts don't have a middle linebacker. How about the Colts trade a first-round pick, DeAndre Levy, and a first-round pick next year to the Vikings for number 1 overall? Probably have to be a little bit steeper than that. How about number 2, their second-round pick as well? They get number 1 overall. They get a left tackle. That's pretty steep to trade a lot. They traded a lot to get the number 1 overall pick, but I mean, it just makes the most sense, right? It just makes the most sense. So let's switch to the Cardinals for now so that we can sim, because we can't sim unless we're the Cardinals. So let's sim some picks. And the number 1 overall pick, the Colts take Eric Fisher, so they do get their left tackle. The Dolphins will take Deion Jordan, so just like they did in real life, but just a pick earlier. Jonathan Cooper goes to the Chiefs. The Giants will grab themselves Tavon Austin. The Broncos grab Ziggy Ansah. And the Panthers will grab Desmond Trufant. All right, so we'll switch to the Vikings to make sure that they pick the right people that they should pick. All right, Minnesota, back on the clock. Let's take one final look at the roster before we choose who they're going to take. Okay, so we know that they need to take a quarterback. They need a center and a right tackle. That's certain. They need a tight end. They need a lot of stuff. They need a middle linebacker. They need D tackle. They need corner. They need safety. Okay, they need basically everything. They need basically everything. That's why they were the number 1 pick in the first place. Jokel is still here, but center's more of a need than tackle for them. I know that DeAndre Hopkins is here, but I think Sheldon Richardson might be a better grab for the Vikings. So we're going to take him at 7. He's number 9 in true value. So they get a franchise-level D tackle. Let's switch back to Arizona real quick. I wish you could start advancing without having to switch back to the main team. But who got taken? I didn't see who it was. It's DeAndre. So DeAndre goes to help. I mean, I'm pretty sure Cam said that he needed a wide receiver. The Packers take a wide receiver with DeAndre Hopkins. That's pretty big. I probably would have done that if I was in control of the Packers, or if I would have switched to the Packers. Datone Jones goes, the Niners. We might just let this go. Actually, you know what? Let's keep going down to the Vikings. I was going to let them just go, and let the CPU take whoever the Vikings want to take, but we should probably help them out because they need a lot of stuff. They need a lot of stuff. Warner goes. Sharif Floyd goes. Watson. The Bears take Kyle Long. Eric Reed. Okay, so let's, now that we're back with the Vikings, let's switch back to them, and we'll figure out what they need. We know that they need a lot of stuff, so we'll figure out what they need exactly. All right, they took a D tackle. They could use an outside linebacker, but they need a middle linebacker, I think. They do need a tight end, and Tyler Eifert's right here, but they also need a center. I wonder if Tyler Eifert would make it. They need a center more than they need a tight end, so let's take Travis Frederick for them. That's a big pickup. Does Tyler Eifert make it 2 picks? He might. He might make it 2 picks. I guess I could just switch to the Jags and make them not take. Let's just do that so we don't have to run the risk. So the Jaguars are up. And let me take a quick look at the roster so that I can see who they need. They need a free safety as their number 1 piece. Well, I guess let's draft them a safety then. Kenny Vaccaro's right there. Boom. They take themselves a safety that they needed, a free safety, and the Browns are up next. Well, what do the Browns need? Hopefully it's not a tight end. All right, where are the Cleveland Lantis Browns? Are they? Oh, they might. I was gonna say that might be one of the teams that I lost control of, but nope. The Browns are right there at the bottom. And what do the Browns need as their number 1 position? They need a center. Well, we just took Travis Frederick with the Vikings, so he's gone. They need a center and a free safety as their top 2 needs. Schwenke's probably not a first-round pick, unfortunately. Matt Elam. Do I take one of these guys for them? I mean, they probably do need a safety. Let's take Jonathan Cyprien as their pick. That's probably not going to end up being a great pick for the Browns, but hey, it's the Browns. They always miss on their picks, don't they? And then let's go back to the Vikings, take Tyler Eifert. So then they've gotten a D tackle that they needed. They got a center that they needed, and they got a tight end that they needed all in the first round. Their rebuild is coming along very strong already with these picks. They just need a quarterback to replace Vince Young in the future, and they're going to be good to go. So Tyler Eifert's done, and now I'm going to let the CPU handle the rest of it. I just wanted to make sure that the Vikings hit on all of their first-round picks, and I think they dominated that first round. I'd be super happy if I was rebuilding the Vikings just alone, because that would be a really good first round for me. But we'll simulate the rest of the draft, see what the Cardinals do, see what everybody does. We do finish with positive money, so that's good. We shouldn't get one of those financial warnings, probation warnings anymore. The Cardinals had kind of a bummer draft. that's okay. The 13 draft is not great anyway. Trufant goes he goes number 6 overall. He's a 77. Hopkins. The Packers are going to be good pretty quick because now they got Cam Newton starting to develop a little bit, and now they got DeAndre Hopkins. But the Vikings, they killed their first 3 picks. The rest, I mean, they're kind of not good, but hey, you got some big positions of need filled by those 3 first-round picks. Plus, they got a first-round pick next year as well from the Colts. So Vikings are in a good spot. But we will now add in the 2014 NFL draft, which is obviously like Odell Beckham Jr., Aaron Donald, Jadeveon Clowney, Derek Carr, all those guys. Cardinals are looking good right now. Cardinals are looking real good. The team is pretty solid. Wilson probably doesn't make it much longer. He probably retires, so we're going to have to look for a replacement there. Villanueva in a season should be able to pass Reef and be the starting left tackle for this Cardinals team. But we're going to simulate the year. I'll load in the 2014 draft class, and we will get ready to go. The season's over. The 2013-2014 season has wrapped up. We've made the playoffs again. The Cardinals made the playoffs again, 11-6 this time. So it seems like we go back and forth. Either we're a 15-win team or we're like a 10-11-win team. It's kind of crazy, kind of funny. But that is how the team has been simulating so far. But hey, we won the Super Bowl last year, so I guess I can't complain too much. As 3,500 yards, 28 touchdowns for Joe Flacco. We'll go to the NFL, see who led the league. Oh, shocker, it's Michael Vick. And then Jay Cutler, then Matt Ryan, Alex Smith, Phillip Rivers, Andy Dalton. Cam's up there. Jamarcus Russell! Okay, he's up there now. Very strange. Touchdown leader is Alex Smith, Cam Newton, Vick. Interception leader is Patrick Ramsey because he still must be a higher overall than what's-his-face. RG3 even play? No, RG3 hasn't played yet, or at least not played this season. So that's kind of annoying. Maybe we'll have to trade him away, trade Patrick Ramsey away, so that RG3 starts. Matt Forte led the league in rushing yards, then Marshawn Lynch, Adrian Peterson. This Titans team's kind of crazy, by the way, if you think about it. Adrian Peterson, CJ2K, MJD. There's Donald Brown. Touchdown leader is Lynch and Ryan Matthews, both with 18. Le'Veon Bell's a rookie, had 15 touchdowns and 1,100 yards. That's kind of awesome. Good for him. Receiving, Antonio Brown led the league with 1,800. Matthew Slater again. Michael Floyd, Demaryius Thomas, Steve Smith. The other Steve Smith, not the Panthers Steve Smith. Julio Jones, Des Bryant. Touchdown leader is Matthew Slater. Matthew Slater and Alex Smith are a Hall of Fame connection right now. Defensively, Kiko Alonso tied with David Harris for tackles, 141. Michael Okwo with 140. Urlacher signed with the Cowboys. Okay, good for him. BJ Raj, you got to love a good BJ, man. He gets 25 tackles for loss. Everett Brown has 24, 23 for Ndamukong Suh. And then sack leader was J.J. Watt with 24. Mario Williams, 22. So did Elvis Doomerville. Interception leader was Terrence McGee, 5 for Peanut and Andre Dyson and Asante Samuel Sr. Good for them. Prater had the kicks. And then we go to the offenses. Titans had the best offense. Chargers best defense. Steelers were pretty good on third down and fourth down. Dolphins had the best red zone efficiency. Cardinals had a pretty decent amount of penalties. And then the Jaguars had the pretty good turnover differential. All right, good for everybody here. The Titans are kind of a wild team if you think about it. Kind of a wild team. But can the Cardinals get back to the Super Bowl and defend their crown? They beat the Bears. Good for Arizona. Duh, Bears. But what's going to happen in the next game? Will the Cardinals win that one against Tampa Bay? Who is it going to be? It'll be Tampa beating the Arizona Cardinals. So the Cardinals got themselves a second Super Bowl, but they could not get a third. They lose, unfortunately, in the divisional round. That's okay. That's okay. Who is going to be the Super Bowl champion? It'll be a matchup between the Chargers and the Bucks. Who had the better year? The Bucks. I guess we'll jump in as them. We've already jumped in as a Charger Super Bowl, and they did not win it. They did not win the Super Bowl that year. Ooh, the Bucks are negative 350. I'm probably going to get kicked out of them. I'll probably have to redo that. All right, let's jump in and see who's going to win this Super Bowl here in the 2014 calendar year, but it's the 2013 season. We'll see who gets the job done. It's Super Bowl time, Bucks and Chargers. Who is going to get this one here in 2013-2014? Chargers take a 9-7 lead, but the Bucks fight back with a field goal, 10-9, 16-10 Chargers lead into the second half now. Chargers take a 24-10 lead. Then we have the Bucks fighting back. It's 24-17, and the Chargers are driving, making it 27-17. It might be too little, too late, and it is. The Chargers are Super Bowl champions, so Drew Brees ends up getting a title over Matt Ryan. Something that they couldn't do a few years ago. Congratulations to all of those boys. LaDainian Tomlinson's still around. He got himself a championship. That is super, super duper awesome sauce for the Chargers to get themselves a title. We'll take a look at the good old season recap. It looks like Alex Smith won the regular season MVP. Not a surprise. He had a kind of a crazy good year. So the season recap is as follows. LaDainian Tomlinson gets himself MVP of the Super Bowl. Alex Smith won MVP of the league. Matthew Slater won Offensive Player of the Year, and J.J. Watt won Defensive Player of the Year. Le'Veon Bell and Kiko Alonso both won the Rookies of the Year. So Matthew Slater, this Alex Smith-Matthew Slater combination is kind of lethal. It is kind of crazy lethal right now. When are we going to see the end of an era? And you know what I just realized? I don't think I loaded in the 2014 draft class. Did I not? Oh, I did. Okay. I couldn't remember if I did or not. I did. Okay, perfect. Is it the end of an era for some players? Will we see guys like Aaron Brooks and Michael Vick retire? So Michael Vick's not retiring. What about Donovan McNabb? Is he gone? No, they lose somebody, but not Donovan McNabb. What about the Saints? No, a couple of big names, but nobody. No Aaron Brooks, no Michael Vick. These guys are still fighting. We get another financial probation warning. Stop it with the financial. Even if I turn off the salary cap, we still get financial probation warnings. I get it. I will make sure we don't have negative money. Don't worry. You don't gots to worry. We go to free agency. Is there anybody that we need to sign here in free agency? What kind of free agency class are we looking at? No, it's actually not that big of a class. Although Deshaun Goldston is 29 years old, X Factor. Carlos Dunlap makes it to free agency. Actually, there's some interesting names in here. Darnell Dockett must not have got re-signed by us. I guess I'll put an offer in on Darnell Dockett. I didn't realize that he didn't get picked back up. Let's re-sign Darnell Dockett for a couple of years. I might go and offer Carlos Dunlap a contract. That might not be too bad of a deal. Get Carlos Dunlap here in Arizona. That might be a pretty solid offer if he accepts it, obviously. Let's see what happens with those two guys. We got only Darnell Dockett. So Carlos Dunlap chose to go to Cleveland. Okay. So at least we get Darnell Dockett back. That's good. We get him back. But let's go to the draft. I want to make sure that we don't need to rebuild anybody, or at least start a rebuild, blow anybody up. We'll take a look at the mock draft here. Where's everybody projected to go? So the Ravens are projected number 1 overall. Obviously, they don't need a quarterback because they have RG3. The Vikings are at number 2. They don't need Greg Robinson, do they? Do they really need a left tackle when there's all this talent down here like Khalil Mack, Odell Beckham Jr.? We might need to take control of the Vikings again. Make sure that they hit on their picks. I need to take a look at the Vikings. I'll let Jadeveon Clowney go to the Ravens if that's what they want to do. But I need to take a look at this Vikings roster one more time. I need to make sure that they don't need a tackle. All right, the Vikings. Do you really need a left tackle? Oh my God, they do need a left tackle, but you can't take him number 2 overall when there's Khalil Mack available. They could really use a defensive lineman to pair alongside Sheldon Richardson. Yeah, they need Khalil Mack, so they're not taking Khalil Mack, or they're not taking a left tackle. They're going to take Khalil Mack. We're going to turn into the Vikings and make sure that they take the right player. Let's start the draft. The Ravens are up first. We're going to let them take Jadeveon Clowney if that's who they want to take. They might, I guess they could take somebody else, but they do take Jadeveon Clowney. We're going to swap to the Vikings and make sure that they take Khalil Mack because you're not doing that. You're not taking. I know you need a left tackle. Trust me, I do know you need a left tackle, but you're not wasting number 2 overall when there's Hall of Fame players available. You're not wasting number 2 overall. So let's go. You can take a left tackle with your 27th pick or whatever it is. You're taking Khalil Mack. You need an extra defensive lineman to pair alongside Sheldon Richardson. That's a big pickup. We'll switch back to Arizona. I might just let the simulation happen here. I don't think we need to alter anybody else. I think we can just let it go the way that it is. We'll see what happens. Who's going where? I don't know. I guess we'll take a look. So, draft details. The Cardinals took Deion Buchanan, which is kind of funny because I think they took him in real life. If we go over here to the NFL, we've got Jadeveon Clowney going number 1 overall. Odell went to the Broncos. Aaron Donald to the Niners. So it seems like the mock draft went pretty much how it said it, or the draft went how the mock draft said it was going to go. Everybody goes pretty much where they go. The Ravens also got Zach Martin. That's a pretty big pickup. How'd the Vikings do? They took Joel Bitonio. He can play left tackle for you in the future. Or we could just switch to you and trade for a left tackle. I guess that's possible. I guess that is possible. So let's get to the preseason. And you know what? Let's just do that right away. Let's just switch to the Vikings, trade for a left tackle, and make sure that they're good to go. So switch to the Vikings. This team should be pretty good, right? Let's take a look at it, what it looks like right now. They've rebuilt themselves pretty solidly. We know that they need a left tackle. Joe Bitonio is going to play there, but he's going to move over to right tackle when we trade for a left tackle. So they do need an extra wide receiver. They have Martavis Bryant and Quincy Enunwa, but they need a receiver in the immediate. And then defensively, they have Christian Kirksey as another middle linebacker. Yeah, in the meantime, they're still not great, but they still They need a left tackle right now. So let's trade for a left tackle. I don't know who's the left tackle that is going to be available, but they definitely need one. So, okay, so DeBrickashaw is 30 years old, but they have Teron Armstead as a just what? Depth piece? I was trying to say bench and depth at the same time. We'll come back to that one. That could be our trade. I'm looking for a team that has two quality left tackles. They don't need they don't need either, or they don't need one of them, I guess. That's kind of the goal here. Let's see. Who's got too many left tackles? The preferable would be to find a team like this with the Eagles, where two guys that are decently young. I guess we'll see what happens here. Orlando Franklin, they'd have to re-sign him. I don't know if that's possible for them. Jokel, we could trade with the Jets. It looks like they already passed on Luke Jokel. So you know what? Let's trade for Luke Jokel. He's 22 years old. He's on a rookie deal. The Jets took him, but then already replaced him. And he's probably not going to be worth that much. We could probably get him for like a fifth and a fourth next year and get Luke Jokel on this squad. That might even still have been an overpay for Luke Jokel, but he's going to play left tackle for the Vikings and hopefully grow into a good player. And then they have Roger Saffold, but Saffold's more of a guard, in my opinion. We're actually going to move him into guard. I know it's going to hurt his development, but because he's not going to start then. But I want Jokel to play so that he can develop, because he's actually got a dev trait. So we want him to play. We don't care about Don Barclay. We're just going to cut this dude, this jabroni. He's going to get cut. That way, Jokel and Batonio will play. We might even generate best lineup just to switch them. There we go. There we go. Perfect. So they've got their left tackle now. He's not great right now, but maybe with a full season as a starter, maybe he can turn into something. Who knows? But we're going to simulate the year now. I am going to go and add some money to the Arizona Cardinals because, as you can see, we're negative $57.6 million. So we want to make sure that we are back in the positive by the end of the season, or we will get kicked out as the owner. And I will also load in the 2015 draft class. That is Jameis Winston, Marcus Mariota, all those guys that you are familiar with. We're starting to get into the modern times. This video probably doesn't have many more seasons left to go. So I'm excited about that because this has been a big undertaking, that is for sure. But let's simulate the year and see what happens. The 2014 season has wrapped up, and the Cardinals make the playoffs again. We're on a nice little streak of making the postseason every single year. This time, 11 wins. Not too bad, but nothing like we've had in the past with 15 wins, that's for sure. Joe Flacco has another phenomenal season. He's been unreal for some reason. I don't know why he's been so good, but he's been amazing. The rest of the NFL, who led the league in passing yards this year, did you expect anybody else? It's Michael freaking Vick. He's going to be the greatest quarterback in this entire series at this point. 50 touchdowns as well. 50, oh my God. 3 interceptions. Oh, that's an MVP season. Michael Vick is the greatest of all time. Andy Dalton. Josh Freeman now playing for the Patriots as the starting quarterback. Brady must have retired. I must have not been able to keep him as the quarterback. Jay Cutler, Cam Newton, Matt Ryan, Mark Sanchez. Very interesting. A lot of the same names we've seen for a while now. Vic led the league in touchdowns. Alex Smith, Cam, Sanchez. 20 interceptions for RG3. He must now be the starter. That's good to see, though. At least he's starting. Le'Veon Bell, in just his second season, leads the league in rushing yards with 1,300. Donald Brown was right up there. That's good for him. And he also led the league with touchdown. He tied with Mark Ingram and Marshawn Lynch. But he had 16. He was in the top. Receiving numbers, Matthew Slater is becoming the greatest wide receiver of all time at this point. Michael Floyd, Demaryius Thomas, Antonio Brown. Touchdown leader was Matthew Slater with 23. Defensively, Michael Okwo with 138 tackles. Brady James, Bruce Carter. Tackle for velocity was Dwight Freeney, very experienced, very veteran Dwight Freeney. Griffin was right there, Ndamukong Suh, J.J. Watt, and he also led the league, J.J. Watt, in sacks, 21.5. Good for him. Clay Matthews right up there. Kyle Fuller, 5 interceptions, leads the league. Very good, very good, very good. Falcons are the best offense, no surprise there. Bucks best defense. Cardinals were pretty good in conversions. Steelers most efficient in the red zone. Turnovers, Falcons. Yeah, the Falcons are just good. The Falcons are just good. I don't know why Michael Vick simulates so well, but he has been the best quarterback in this entire video. It's just that simple. He's been the best quarterback in the entire video. Although the Cardinals win the wild card matchup, they go to the divisional round to play the Cowboys, and they lose in the divisional again. That's like 2 years in a row now, right? That they lose in the divisional. It's kind of annoying, kind of upsetting. This Cardinal team I thought was better than they were last year, but they can't get the job done. They can't go to the Super Bowl. But who will go to the Super Bowl? I think the best matchup would be Bucks and Falcons. I think that would be the two best teams playing in the Super Bowl. Never mind, it's not either of those teams. Excuse me. It'll be the Cowboys and the Bills. So I guess we'll jump in as the Bills, and we'll see if they can get a championship, another championship. Didn't they win one again? Wasn't it them against? I forget who they got a championship against. I know they've won one. They won a bunch actually earlier in the video, towards the beginning of the save. I can't remember if they won one in the past couple of years or not. I feel like they have. Maybe they'll win another one. Who knows? Let's find out. The Bills and Cowboys. Obviously, in real life, this has some significance because didn't the Bills lose to the Cowboys like twice in a row during their 4 Super Bowls in a row in the 90s with like Jim Kelly and stuff? I think the Cowboys beat them twice. Maybe not in a row, but I think they beat them twice. 14-10 Cowboys lead into the second half now. 17-10. Bills need a touchdown, and they got one. 17-17. What's going to happen here? This is pretty close. This is going down to the wire here. A minute to go. We're going to jump in. We are going to jump in and watch this final minute. That's not what I wanted to do, but we're going to see what happens. Cowboys on the drive. 2nd and 3. This is Alex Smith, and it's Matthew Slater. And Alex Smith's going to scramble. He's got the first down and more. Timeout called by Dallas. Alex Smith getting the job done. Very crazy. Good for Alex Smith. 43 seconds left. They are at the 30-yard line. Give it to Matthew Slater. They're not going to. It's going to be a handoff, and he's going to get shut down. Shane Vereen. And it looks like Alex Smith has been in the sun a little bit too long with his helmet off. But it's an unfortunate handoff. Gets them no gain. It's 2nd and 10. Bills called a timeout. It'll be another handoff to Vereen, and it'll get blown up again. This time the Cowboys use a timeout. So it's down to 1 timeout, 3rd and 12. The Cowboys kind of in field goal range here. But, I mean, I know they would prefer a touchdown. Smith is going to pass. He stands in the pocket. He's got plenty of time. He fires it to the end zone. Intercepted in the end zone by Buffalo. Oh, my God. The Buffalo Bills, Nate Clements picks off the intended touchdown pass from Alex Smith, and now the Bills have a chance. Andy Dalton. Oh, that's right. Andy Dalton was in the Super Bowl earlier. It was against the Cardinals. Because Andy Dalton threw that pass that got intercepted to win the Cardinals the Super Bowl. That's right. I remember now. But the Cardinals, or the Bills, just ran out all... They had 2 timeouts. Go, Andy! You need to go! Oh, the poor clock management from EA Sports strikes again, and the Bills will tie in overtime. That's crazy. You had like 20-something seconds and 2 timeouts. You should have been able to get more than 1 play. That's diabolical from the EA Sports clock management perspective. The Bills get the ball, though. The Bills do get the ball to start overtime. And in the Super Bowl, all you need is a touchdown in overtime to get the job done. So we will see what happens here. What is going to be the result? The kick return. It'd be funny if this was the touchdown right here. Nope, it's going to be shut down, and they'll start at the 28-yard line. Here comes Andy and the boys. What is the overtime period going to look like? 1st down and 10. A lot of offense from both these teams. Okay, a little cross the middle action. Gets it 2nd and 2. Good job, Andy. I would lose my mind if this was a freaking bomb touchdown. It'd be so awesome. It's going to be a handoff. I think that's Shady McCoy in the backfield. Makes it 3rd and inches. Come on, Andy. Work this offense. What are you doing here? This Cowboy defense I don't think is that good. They're going to motion a receiver and hand it to him. He's going to cut it up. He's got the 1st down. 1st down, Buffalo. I can't tell who that is. Can't see the back of the jersey. Oh, it's Thomas. Oh, that's Demaryius Thomas. They motioned Demaryius Thomas, and they got him to 1st down. All right. What's Andy and the offense going to put up together now? In the pocket all by himself. Chucks it. It's going to go underneath. It's a penalty, a holding call most likely, on the Buffalo Bills. It is a holding call. That's pretty brutal. That is pretty brutal. Pushes them back 10 yards. It's 1st and 20. This is not looking good for the Buffalo Bills. Not looking good. All right, little pass to the running back out of the backfield goes absolutely nowhere. Loses 3 yards. All right, this Bills offense is kind of hitting a wall right now. Come on, Andy. Figure it out. Figure it out, Big Andy. The snap, the quick throw. It's going to be brought down immediately. 3rd and 22, a gain of a single yard. Oh, this Bills offense is tragically bad right now. What are we doing here? Come on, boys. There's the snap. He's going to get hit, and it's incomplete. 4th down for Buffalo. Connor Barwin, the man to get the pressure, and now Buffalo will be forced to punt. What an abysmal drive by the Buffalo Bills. They punt that away. It's going to be fair caught by the Dallas Cowboys. Who's going to win this freaking Super Bowl, ladies and gentlemen? Alex Smith back on the field. He threw an interception last time out in the regulation. Smith is on the run. He throws it away. He had to get that away or he would have taken a big loss there. A lot of pressure incoming from the Buffalo defense. They're maybe bringing some heavy heat. Alex Smith under center now. The snap, the handoff to the running back. And he gets a decent gain. Shane Vereen up to the 31-yard line. It's 3rd and 5. All right, Alex, what you got for me now? You got to do something for me. He snaps, stands in the pocket, rolls back, fires. It's going to be stepping out of bounds before the 1st down. It's 4th and inches. I can't believe this. And they're going to punt. I can't stand this. I can't stand this. I can't watch this anymore. This is out of control. These offenses are so inept. The punt. He'll get to the 34-yard line. I can't watch this. I forgot to change the speed again. All right, we'll watch one more play. Andy Dalton under center to start their next drive here on offense. At this point, it's next score wins, so a field goal wins the game for either team. But we got to change the speed of this, so I can't watch this anymore. All right, we're back to fast. What's going to happen? It's 3rd and 2, 1st and 10. A field goal has won it for the Buffalo offense. Congratulations, that was mind-numbingly awful. Oh, the CPU sim engine is just so bad. What were they doing there? All right, the Bills get the Super Bowl. Congratulations to them. They get themselves a championship. And we will move to the 2015 NFL Draft. We are flying through these seasons right now. Absolutely flying through the seasons. We will take a look at the season recap, see who won all the awards. Demaryius Thomas gets himself MVP of the Super Bowl. Michael Vick wins another MVP of the league and Offensive Player of the Year. J.J. Watt wins Defensive Player of the Year. Kelvin Benjamin and Ryan Shazier are the Rookies of the Year for this year. That's pretty cool. And we will move to free agency to make sure that we can help this Cardinal team out a little bit. Let's advance past the re-sign period. Who's going to be available in free agency? There is no free agency, apparently. All right, whatever. I guess we won't see any free agency. We'll go right to the draft. I don't know if there's really any need to cause any trading for the draft because is Jameis really going to be a franchise type of quarterback? Maybe. Maybe in this he could be. So who's got mock draft or who's got pick number 1? The Vikings have pick number 1, and they do need a quarterback because Vince Young is getting up there in age. So I think I might just keep this the way that it is and just have the CPU draft everybody because I don't think that I would really care where anybody specifically goes, specifically since the Vikings are going to take Jameis. So I'm happy with the way that it is. I'm just going to let the CPU handle it all. I don't need to get my grubby little fingerprints on any of it. But I will jump in just to make sure that they do, in fact, take... Oh, it's because I'm the Buffalo Bills. That's why there wasn't any free agency, because I'm the Buffalo Bills. I didn't switch back to the Cardinals. God, I'm stupid. I'm absolutely stupid. I forgot that I didn't switch back to the Cardinals. I wonder why there wasn't any free agency, because I can't be the free agency. God, I'm so stupid. All right, let's see if the Vikings actually take... Okay, they do take their new quarterback, their new franchise quarterback. Congratulations, Minnesota. I feel like they've done a pretty good job rebuilding. The first year, they got a bunch of pieces to fill the team. The next year, they filled even more holes. And then this year, they get their franchise quarterback, or at least in theory, their franchise quarterback. The Cardinals had a pretty abysmal draft, although they did draft Stephon Diggs, which is pretty solid. It's a pretty good pickup. Jameis goes number 1 overall. Then Dante Fowler, Brandon Scherf. Where did Marcus Mariota go? He went to the Panthers, which I think is a pretty decent pickup because the Panthers quarterback at the moment, I think, was Colin Kaepernick, if I'm not mistaken. And he's probably getting pretty old at this point, so it makes sense that they would draft a young quarterback, and they got themselves their guy. So we will move to the 2015 regular season, 2016 draft, which has like Joey Bosa and Zeke and Jared Goff and Carson Wentz and all those guys. It's that draft class if you're not familiar. So we will simulate the year and see what happens. The 2015 season has come to an end, and we make the playoffs again. Cardinals make the playoffs again, 10 wins. I don't know. I feel like this run is going to come to an end very soon, though. It kind of feels that way. But the Cardinals, 4,200 yards, 36 touchdowns. Another good season for Joe Flacco. He consistently is doing things. And Jay Cutler finally takes the lead as the passing leader with 4,800 yards. Then Chad Henne, then Sanchez. Look at these top three. That's a who's who of quarterbacks right there. Then Cam, Andy Dalton, Alex Smith, Aaron Brooks, who I would assume is going to retire at some point. Same thing with Michael Vick. Phillip Rivers, Carson Palmer, there's Flacco, Matt Ryan. McNabb is still kicking it here. Robert Griffin III is up there. Jamarcus is up there. Touchdown leader was Sanchez. Good job, Mark. The Sanchez gets it done. Cutler has 43. Interception leader is Tim Tebow, baby, with 19 of them things. Good for him. Rushing, Le'Veon Bell again, back-to-back rushing leader. Touchdowns is CJ, 2K. Receiving yards, Des Bryant finally leads the league. That's fun to see. Who's his quarterback? The Jaguars' quarterback is Carson Palmer. Makes sense. Matthew Slater's right up there. Doug Baldwin arrives. Randall Cobb, Stephen Hill, Demaryius Thomas. Touchdown leader A.J. Green finally emerging with 25 touchdowns. Good for him. And then defensively, we got ourselves Brian Roll, 143 tackles. Bruce Carter, 134. Brian Cushing makes it up there for the first time. Brandon Graham, 25 tackles for loss. A.J. Hawks right up there. Jarrell Casey. Sack leader is J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt's just dominating every single year. That makes sense. And he's also got a running mate, D Ford, who had 20 and a half. Oh, my God. That's absolutely insane. Aaron Donald making his first appearance on the list. Aqib Talib had 5 picks. A lot of guys had 4. But it's crazy to see that the Rams have 2 guys who are absolute monsters on the defensive line, both getting 20 sacks. Insane. Can the Cardinals win another wild card game? They do. They seem to be the kings of the wild card, apparently. But then once they get past the wild card, they kind of start to falter. And they do it again. They only lose by a point, but Cam Newton has arrived. Cam Newton might have just got himself a trip to the Super Bowl. He's got to win one more game, obviously, but him and DeAndre Hopkins ends up being a good combination, I would assume. But will he play? He beat the Packers. Cam Newton, after getting drafted a few years ago, will play in his first ever Super Bowl. And this is kind of on point with when he played in real life, right? Because the Panthers played in the 2015 Super Bowl. Was that the 2015 year? I don't remember. I know they played in Super Bowl 50 against the Denver Broncos and got killed. And that was kind of around the same time as this. So that's kind of cool. Kind of matching. But we got to find the Packers here. I might not have control of them, actually. Did I lose control of the Packers? It looks like I have lost control of the Packers. Okay, I want to jump into the Packers. So I'll go through. I'll regain control of all these guys, even though I despise doing this every single time. Actually, you know what? I'll probably just regain control of the Packers, because that's really all that matters. I have regained control of the Packers, and we are here in the Super Bowl against the Pittsburgh Steelers, who I think, if I'm not mistaken, this was the matchup when Aaron Rodgers won the Super Bowl in real life. I'm pretty sure it was against the Steelers. That makes sense. It sounds about right, but I can't remember for sure if that's who they played. But, I mean, it's not looking good for Cam Newton in the past. Speaking of Aaron Rodgers, he's the quarterback of this Pittsburgh team. That's kind of funny. But it's not looking good for Cam Newton and the Packers. It looks like it's going to be a similar situation to what happened in real life to Cam Newton and get blown out. Because we're about 40 seconds away, and the Steelers, 24-3, Aaron Rodgers, Le'Veon Bell, they have emerged and Cam Newton just couldn't get the job done. He loses to Aaron Rodgers. What irony in that. That's kind of crazy. Aaron Rodgers on the Pittsburgh Steelers wins a championship. I think his first as a Steeler. I think. I'm not 100% sure if that's true or not. Let's switch back to the Arizona Cardinals here. I do have to make sure that we add more money to the Cardinals. That's the one thing that's taken so long in this video, is having to make sure that we stay with the positive funds. It takes so long to do that. All right, let's take a quick little peek at the season recap and see what's going on here. So Aaron Rodgers gets Super Bowl MVP. Andy Dalton wins MVP of the league, so he finally dethrones Michael Vick. Matthew Slater wins another Offensive Player of the Year for the Cowboys. J.J. Watt, another Defensive Player of the Year for the Rams. And then Melvin Gordon and Denzel Perriman are your Rookies of the Year. And we've got the 2016. Yes, I understand that I've got the financial probation warning. You don't have to worry. I'll get it figured out. But we have the 2016 draft coming up. We are very close to the end of this video. We've only got a few more years left because obviously we're only going to current day, which would be 2020, probably 2024 with the player portraits. We probably won't do 2025 with like Cam Ward and Travis Hunter and all those guys. Do we want to sign any free agents to this team? We probably don't need to. Terrell Suggs is old at this point. We're starting to get to the point where the guys that we drafted the very first few seasons of this video are starting to get old and retiring. That's kind of it's kind of crazy that we're getting to that point already. But we have gone from 2002, 2003 to already now 2015, 2016. That's kind of insane. We've already gone over a decade in this video, and we're about to go even further. Who is going number 1 overall? That's the big question. The Ravens are going to draft a quarterback. You're not going to draft a quarterback. You have RG3. The Saints, the Bears need a quarterback. All right, let's take a look at the Ravens roster. Let's take a look at the Bears roster. Make sure that those two teams need quarterbacks. I know the Ravens don't need a quarterback, but maybe RG3 hasn't developed the way that I was expecting him to. So if we go to the Ravens quarterback, I mean, he's fine. He's 26. He's got an 84, maybe an 85. He's fine. He's going to be their quarterback. The Ravens don't need to draft Jared Goff, so they will trade their first overall pick. Let's go to the Bears, though. Who's the Bears quarterback? The Bears quarterback is an old Eli Manning, so they could use Carson Wentz as their future. So I'm okay with letting them draft Jared Goff, but I'm not okay with the Ravens drafting Jared Goff. So we're going to switch to the Ravens. We're going to trade down out of the first overall pick. Probably not too far, but we're going to trade with a team that absolutely needs a quarterback at number 1 overall. Who is that team? The Saints could use a quarterback with Ryan Tannehill being there. The Texans desperately need a quarterback. Oh my God, I didn't realize. Okay, the Texans are probably the team. Although the Titans don't have Jay Cutler anymore. Oh no. Okay, where'd Jay Cutler go? Andrew Luck's developing very well for the Lions. Is Jay Cutler still in the league? Or did he retire? Oh, Jay Cutler must have called it a career. So the Titans are in desperate need of a quarterback as well. Is there anybody else? The Broncos and Kirk Cousins could use another quarterback. Jamarcus is starting to develop. That's hilarious that it took him so long to get there, but he's actually starting to play well. The Chargers and Tim Tebow. Drew Brees must have called it a career. Peyton Manning's still out here grinding for the Colts. The Commanders and Garoppolo. There are a few teams that need a quarterback. Who's the most desperate? 49ers also need one. Who's the most desperate? I'd probably say the Raiders also need one. I'd probably say the Titans are the most desperate. Everybody else can kind of just ride it out with who they have for now. But wherever the Titans are, they need a quarterback. They need a quarterback because Jay Cutler kind of left them high and dry. So let's find out where the Titans are picking. They're picking 26, so they're going to need a lot. They're going to have to give up a lot to get this pick. So they're going to give up their second-round pick, their first-round pick next year, and maybe even a 2 in a couple of years just to get this first overall pick from the Ravens, and maybe even a 3 in next year as well. That's a lot, but I mean, trading up for 26 is going to take a lot. So the Titans now have the first overall pick. The Ravens drop all the way to 26, But it makes sense because they don't need a quarterback. They don't need a quarterback. We need to make sure that the Titans take their guy, though. So they're going to draft Jared Goff #1 overall. Then the Bears should take Carson at 3. I guess I wouldn't be upset if they didn't take him because they still do have Eli Manning, but I kind of prefer them to take him, so I guess we'll see what happens. But the Titans are up first. They're going to draft themselves Jared Goff. He's going to be the #1 overall pick, and he is their immediate future. He's number 158 in true value, but I mean, they don't have any other choice. They need to take a quarterback. So congratulations there. And once we see where Carson Wentz goes, we'll probably start doing a little bit of simmy-sim. Bosa goes to the Saints. That's a nice fit for them. What is going to happen here? Okay, at 3, the Bears do take Carson Wentz. So they get their hopeful replacement. Laramie Tunsil to the Vikings, so it looks like they're going to replace Luke Jokel. I tried to get the Vikings, or try to get Luke Jokel a job. He started the whole season, I would assume, and must not have developed very well. The Cardinals took Emmanuel Ogbah, Sua Cravens, Hassan Ridgeway. Okay, they didn't take that many great people, but it wasn't that great of a draft, to be fair. #1 overall was Jared Goff. Then 2 is Bosa. Tunsil at 4. Jalen Ramsey went to the Broncos. That's interesting. Zeke went number 15 to the Jets. It's kind of cool. Hunter Henry, all these boys. Okay, good draft. And now we move to the 2016-2017 season and the 2017 NFL draft, which includes the likes of people. Who's in the 2017 draft? I can't remember, honestly. I guess we'll find out when we load the draft and when we get to the end of the season and we see what happens. I'll see you guys there. The 2016 season has come to an end, and again, the Cardinals are in the playoffs. I don't know if they can stop doing this, but they keep making the postseason. They're not going to ever win a Super Bowl again, I don't think, but they keep doing it. Joe Flacco keeps getting them just good enough. And Phillip Rivers, Phillip Rivers. He made himself into the best passer in football, 5,000 yards. Vic is still going. I mean, you got to commend him at this point. 15 years in the league, he's dominated every single year. Smith, Henne, Matt Ryan, Flacco's right there. Mariota. Okay, Mariota, I see you out here, big dog. I don't see Jameis Winston, though. Jason Campbell, Jared Goff. That's nice to see Jared Goff up there. Where is Big Jameis? There he is, 3,700 yards. That's kind of depressing there, J-Mo. 51 touchdowns from Alex Smith is kind of crazy. And then Ryan Tannehill had the most interceptions. Peyton Manning still going strong. Good for him. Le'Veon Bell, another league lead rushing season. Melvin Gordon, Ryan Matthews, Doug Martin, the muscle hamster. Then we get the touchdowns. Ryan Matthews led that. Receiving, Matthew Slater again continues to build that legacy. 1,700 yards. Jeremy Maclin up there now, finally. Dwayne Harris had a breakout year. Good for him. A.J. Green, another good season. Antonio Brown, Des Bryant. It's a lot of the same names. There are a few exceptions, like, what's-his-face? Dwayne Harris was up there new. Matthew Slater had 28 touchdowns. I mean, this man is just unbelievable. He's unstoppable at this point. He's my GOAT. Defensively, we see Malcolm Smith lead the league in tackles, 145. Suggs is right up there. Kendricks. Tackle for loss leader was Fletcher Cox. It's all about Cox. Fletcher Cox. 21 tackles for loss for Pernell McPhee. Jason Pierre-Paul had 20. And then Tommy Harris leads the league with 20.5 sacks. Good for him. D. Milliner had 6 interceptions. You'll never hear that again. All right, let's take a look at these numbers and then get to the playoffs. Because the playoffs are all that matter. Will the Cardinals actually do the dang thing and get to the bowl for the 3rd time? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. They got to take down the New York Football Giants in the wild card. A perennial wild card team, the Arizona Cardinals, but they finally lose. They will not be playing any more football this year. They lose in the first round to the Giants. That's kind of depressing. Maybe it's time to blow up this Cardinals roster. Who knows? Who actually knows? But we got to figure out who's going to play in the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl. It'll be the Giants, not the Giants. It'll be the Bucks and the Chiefs. Okay, so the Chiefs have finally made it. They were, for a while there, they were like perennial top 3 pick, but now they finally figured it out, and they are going to be a Super Bowl contender, maybe even a Super Bowl champion. And it looks like I have lost control of the Chiefs. No, I haven't. Okay, perfect. I always forget that they're the bottom one there. All right, they are going to be Super Bowl potential champions. Although the Bucks went 15-2, that's kind of insane. I think they have Matt Ryan, don't they? Matt Ryan on this Bucks team. But the Chiefs, Matt Stafford, Luke Kuechly, Julio Jones, we've built this Chiefs team. Let's go see if they can get it done. You see what can happen when Matt Stafford's given a good, competent team around him. He can make a Super Bowl, although I don't know if he can win it. Tampa Bay is a pretty good team. They lead 7-0. We're trying to get into the second half here. It's still 7-0. Now we're into the second half. Tampa and Kansas City going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We're into the fourth quarter. This is a low-scoring game, but the Bucks put another one on the board. Oh, my God. I think it's over, and it is. 14-0 Tampa Bay gets the Super Bowl. Matt Ryan outduels Matthew Stafford. It wasn't that big of a shocker because they didn't score any touchdowns, at least neither passing touchdowns. But the 2008 draft pick Matt Stafford versus the 2008 or 2007 draft pick Matt Stafford versus the 2008 pick Matt Ryan. Kind of crazy, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are back on the football world, back on top of it as champions. Kind of a boring Super Bowl though. I mean, 14-0. That's it. 14-0. Boring. Absolute snooze fest. Who won all the awards though? Who got them? Alex Smith gets another MVP. Matthew Slater gets another MVP or Offensive Player of the Year. Mark Ingram is the Super Bowl champion or Super Bowl MVP. Tommy Harris gets Defensive Player of the Year for the Saints, and Jared Goff, number 1 overall pick, is the Rookie of the Year, and Emmanuel Ogbah for our Cardinals, or for the Cardinals. I guess technically they are our Cardinals, but they do get he gets Defensive Rookie of the Year, so that's kind of cool. That is kind of cool. And now we will go into the off season. I do want to check retirements real quick and make sure that Michael Vick is still around. Is Michael Vick still kicking it? He's still gonna go. I mean, you got to give credit at this point. He's still gonna go. Michael Vick is still going to be a man on a mission trying to regain whatever type of relevancy he had back in the day. Although he's still putting up crazy good numbers regardless of his age, so I guess it doesn't really matter. But we will head to the 2017 NFL Draft. Myles Garrett is the first overall pick, or at least presumably the first overall pick. Jari Evans makes it to free agency. Antonio Cromartie. I don't think there's anybody here that... Oh, Larry Fitz didn't get re-signed. You know what? We're bringing him back because he's a Cardinal for life. For life. He's a Cardinal. So we're going to re-sign him. We do have Stephon Diggs still. We're going to bring back Big Larry. There we go. He's back. He's not going to be as good as he used to be, but he's still a Cardinal for life. So we'll do that. We will advance and get to the draft because I want to make sure that there's no team that desperately needs a quarterback, because this draft has Mahomes in it. So is there going to be a team that desperately needs a quarterback, kind of like last year with the Titans, how desperate they were to need a quarterback? So Myles Garrett's going to go number 2 overall. That seems a little strange. Okay, Mahomes going 8 to the Niners, who I do think need a quarterback. This mock draft's all kinds of crazy. I don't like that at all. I mean, how can the Raiders... Well, who's the Raider quarterback at this point? I don't remember. I don't remember who the Raider quarterback is. Who is the Raider quarterback now? It's Jacoby Brissett. Jacoby Brissett is the quarterback of the Raiders. They could use Mahomes. Do we draft Mahomes to the Raiders number 1 overall? Or do we take Myles Garrett? I think we draft Mahomes number 1 overall. We got to switch to the Raiders. Mahomes is going number 1. I've made the decision. I've made the declaration. Patty Mahomes will be the number 1 overall pick to the Vegas Raiders. It may seem a little sacrilege to some because it's the Raiders, division rival, all that kind of good stuff, but I don't care. This is my script. I'm writing it. I'm writing the NFL script. That's the title of the video. And we are making Patrick Mahomes the number 1 overall pick, headed to the Raiders. The dynasty has been built, or at least has been started. And there he is. He's a Vegas Raider. Congratulations, Raiders. You've got yourself a Hall of Fame quarterback. Now, I'm curious to see where Deshaun Watson's going to go because he's also in this draft. And so is Mitch Trubisky. Mitch? The Broncos should take Myles Garrett here, and they do. The Bears, they take Solomon Thomas. I think we're going to let the rest of the draft just kind of happen. I don't really need to put my grubby little fingerprints on anything else except for the Raiders and Patrick Mahomes. A W of a draft pick, if you ask me. They need themselves a quarterback. Charles Harris, Ethan Pochich, Tariq Cohen. That's not a bad draft for the Cardinals, though. Some pretty solid overall players. All right, so Mahomes ends up being a 77. Garrett's an 82. John Ross ends up being an 81. Yeah, okay. Marshawn Lattimore. So Trubisky ends up going to the Niners at 8. That's where Mahomes was projected. So it kind of shakes things up there. Oh, great. Michael Vick's got McCaffrey now. He's never going to retire. He's going to keep going forever. And the Packers got TJ Watt. Oh, I wish the Rams would have got him. I should have done that. I didn't even think about that. The Rams could have had TJ and JJ. That would have been absolutely insane. But Michael Vick's never going to retire now. He's got Christian McCaffrey as his running back. But we will head into the 2017-2018 season with the 2018 draft right around the corner. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Saquon Barkley. It's going to be a high-action, high-impact draft class. Let's see how the season goes, though. The 2017 season has wrapped up, and somehow, someway, the Cardinals are still sneaking into the playoffs at 8-9, but I think we might be to the point where we need to blow up the Cardinal franchise because I think the winning window might be 1,000% shut at this point for Arizona. It sucks to say because we went on such a big streak there of dominance, but I just don't think that the team around Joe Flacco and maybe Joe Flacco himself are going to be able to get it done in the future. So we'll have to see how it goes, but we probably are blowing it up. Jared Goff, former number 1 overall pick, rookie of the year, leads the league in passing yards. Andy Dalton, Matt Ryan, Michael Vick still, Mariota, Chad Henne's on the Colts now, Nick Foles for some reason, Ryan Tannehill, Jamarcus Russell back, Colin Kaepernick. A lot of changing happened, a lot of changing of the guard, but we do see some cool stuff happening here with some big names. And Vic, I mean, just retire at this point, Mike. You're getting on my nerves now. Stop being so good. Mahomes had the most interceptions in the league. That's kind of funny. Rushing-wise, 3rd straight year for Le'Veon Bell. He's just that good. And then we've got touchdowns, Mark Ingram with 23. Receiving numbers, Kelvin Benjamin, of all people. 1,700 yards. Steve Johnson, which I think is Stevie Johnson? Former Bills wide receiver in real life? I think so. Randall Cobb, Demaryius Thomas, Antonio Brown, Matthew Slater finally has an off year, but he still put up 23 touchdowns and led the league, so I guess not much of an off year if you ask me. Defensively, Michael Okwo still dominating. David Harris dominates. Eric Kendricks, Dante Hightower finally makes an appearance. Bobby Wagner, Shazier. Some big names. Jarrell Casey with 23, 22 for Fletcher Cox, tackle for losses. And then, tackle for loss. And then Jason Pierre-Paul leads the league in sacks or ties with Mario Williams, who's also on his team. I didn't realize both of them were in Tampa, but they both have 22.5 sacks and play for the same team. That's kind of crazy. Darrelle Revis Island has 6 interceptions, leads the league. TJ Watt with 5 as a rookie. That's kind of wild, actually. You don't usually see TJ Watt get that many interceptions, but I guess in that Packer defense, he's going to get some. And look at that. I didn't even realize the Minnesota Vikings are back. So the rebuild that we put the Vikings through has worked, and they will beat us in the first round of the playoffs. And I think it might be time to blow up this Cardinals roster. Maybe even trading Joe Flacco. I know he's been our quarterback for a long time now, since basically we drafted him in, I think, 2008, right? He's been our quarterback for a while, basically a decade at this point. Maybe a little less than a decade, but it's going to be Ravens and Rams in the Super Bowl. We might as well jump in as the Ravens because we have a little bit of a vested interest, more so than the Rams, because we've kind of rebuilt this Ravens team with RG3 at the helm. So it's good to see he actually is developing and making it to the Super Bowl. But can he win it? Let's find out. The Baltimore Ravens and the LA Rams are in the Super Bowl. I think Colin Kaepernick is on this Rams team as the quarterback. So this is kind of an interesting little Super Bowl matchup here. But can RG3 get the job done against the Rams? I don't think it's going to happen. It's 17-0. The Rams are completely controlling this game. Ravens can't even find any sort of offense. And I think they got a touchdown at the end there, but I think it might be too little too late, and it is. The Rams are Super Bowl champions. Colin Kaepernick is a Super Bowl champion. Think about that. And John Ross, who's also on this Rams team, he's got a Super Bowl. The Rams are here. The Rams are ready to go. They are the big dogs of the NFL right now. Super Bowl champions in 2018 or 2017, 2018 will advance quickly to the recap, take back control of the Cardinals, and possibly start blowing some things up. We might very well start blowing up the Cardinal roster, including quarterback Joe Flacco. All right. Will Michael Vick finally retire? It's the ongoing saga at this point. Will Michael Vick finally call it a career after dominating the league for basically like 15 years? He's dominated. View the retirements. Is Michael Vick's name going to be one of the names we see? He's still going to go. Michael Vick is still going. I can't handle this. Just retire. I might force him to retire at this point. Just call it a career, big dog. Give it up. He's like Ric Flair. Just end it. Stop it. Go home. He's still going for some reason. We get to free agency. Is there any free agents that could help in the rebuild process? Marquise Pouncey's available, but he's 29, and he's got a lot of people that we'd have to compete against. I don't think that would be a smart idea, but Taylor Lewan might be an interesting one. We might have to do a little Taylor Lewan contract offer. We do have Alejandro Villanueva, but he hasn't really developed like I was hoping he would. So getting Taylor Lewan right out the gates would be pretty solid. That could really help the team. Is there a free agent quarterback? Phillip Rivers no longer quarterbacking the Bengals. Derek Carr makes it to free agency only after a couple years. He must not have been a first-round pick because he didn't have that fifth-year option. Johnny Manziel, Donovan McNabb's not on the Eagles anymore. Just give it up at this point, Donovan. Just retire. There's Carson Palmer's no longer quarterbacking the Jags. He had a significant drop-off. And his David Carr is there as well, so both of them are... oh, man, there's a lot of names in here. Vince Young as well. What about wide receivers for this Cardinals roster? I mean, there's a couple of names in here, but nobody that really makes me want to go crazy. Devere Posey, Canadian football legend. I don't think there's anybody here that I want to go after. Not even Justin Blackmon. I think we're just going to stick with the possibility of Taylor Lewan and hope that he accepts the contract and wants to come play for the boys. Will he accept? He does not. He chooses the Raiders. He wants to go join Mahomes and protect Patrick Mahomes. All right, well, that's kind of upsetting. We don't get Taylor Lewan, but let's figure out if we're going to blow up this franchise or not. Let's figure it up. Who's getting traded? Who's not getting traded? What's happening here in the 2018 draft, or before the 2018 draft? We need to figure out our running backs position. We've got Stephon Diggs developing. We've got Golden Tate. We got Pierre Garçon, but he's getting older. Cook has gone up to X Factor, which is pretty cool. The offensive line's old, but still good. And then on defense, we've had a lot of drop off here on the defensive side of things. Yeah, we need to blow up this roster with whatever pieces we have. I don't know what pieces are valuable except for Flacco. I guess we could trade Flacco. Who's a team that's like right on the cusp of being a really good team but just doesn't have a quarterback? Who is on the cusp? Let's take a look at teams. So are the Commanders would be first up. Are the Commanders good enough that if they just need a quarterback, they'd be a top team? They got a couple of decent players. I don't know if they're a quarterback away, though. What about the Eagles? They've got Teddy Bridgewater. We've seen them be dominant. Philadelphia's got a really good roster. Now, they got an older roster, but Joe Flacco could come in right here and absolutely take this team to the playoffs again. I think the Eagles might be the team that we trade Joe Flacco to. They're probably a quarterback away from at least playing in like an NFC championship or something. So Let's trade Joe Flacco. We could probably get a first-round pick, maybe even 2 first-round picks for Joe Flacco to help this rebuild. They probably wouldn't need, maybe not 2 first-round picks because they do have Teddy Bridgewater, so they're not like absolutely desperate for a quarterback. They're picking at number 15. We could certainly get their second-round pick this year. I mean, they do have quarterback as their second need, and Joe Flacco's a premier quarterback. I think I could be able to squeeze out an extra first-round pick, plus maybe not a third, but maybe a young player. Do they have a younger player that's kind of gotten pushed down? Not really any wide receivers. Andrews Pete, but he could easily take DeMar Dotson's spot very soon. They don't have a center. They don't really have any offensive linemen. Jahad Ward's going to start for them. I mean, they don't really have anybody that's kind of gotten... Anthony Walker Jr., actually. He's sitting behind Bobby Wagner, who's 28, and he's not going anywhere. So Anthony Walker Jr. I can certainly see being part of this trade. Is there anybody else? Tre'Davious White's not going anywhere. Sean Smith's going to leave pretty soon, so then they'll move Jalen Watkins up. They'll move McCain up. Yeah, corner's not really an option either. Earl Thomas. Yeah, okay, I think that's fine. So Joe Flacco headed to the Cardinals, or headed to the Eagles. We get back 2 first-round picks, a second-round pick, and Anthony Walker Jr. That means they're a quarterback away. Did it go through? Did that work? What happened? It kind of just like glitched out. Did it work? Did we trade away Joe Flacco? I think we did. Okay, we did trade. No, that's the Bucks. Why am I on the Bucks? I think we did trade away Joe Flacco. We did. Okay, so it worked. We don't have a quarterback now, but we have pick number 15 and pick number 20. Plus, we have 2 second-round picks and an extra first-round pick in the 2019 draft. Maybe to get Kyler Murray. Who knows? Okay, so do we have anything else that I want to sell off? Maybe we sell off Jared Cook because he's a little bit of an older, expensive tight end. Golden Tate. Maybe we send Golden Tate to a team that's a wide receiver away. Who's a really, really good team that's just a wide receiver away from being dominant? I mean, the Bucks could use an extra wide receiver to pair alongside Antonio Brown and Matt Ryan, but they don't really have a draft pick that I'm looking for, and that's the problem with looking for a team that's a really good team, because their draft pick's not going to be amazing. The Colts need a quarterback. They have Chad Henne right now, but we've seen the Colts be pretty good. They have the number 2 overall pick right now, and I don't think that Golden Tate would be worth the 2nd overall pick. Who needs a quarterback? Or who needs a wide receiver? I mean, not a quarterback. Who needs a wide receiver? Maybe we get Andrew Luck, another wide receiver. He's got Michael Thomas. He's got Devin Funchess, but he could certainly use a veteran in Golden Tate. And they have pick number 9. I could see Golden Tate going for the number 9 overall pick. Maybe just straight up number 9. I could see that happening. Golden Tate gets us number 9. Okay, so he goes to Detroit. We get a first-round pick for that. The Lions get a wide receiver that they could certainly use. Is there anybody else other than Jared Cook that we could be considering moving? Chris Houston's not going to be worth anything, or at least not worth enough to be able to trade him. Paul Posles, none of these guys are going to be worth anything. The only other guy that I would consider blowing up the team for is Jared Cook. Maybe even Josh Sitton, but Jared Cook I could certainly see us moving on from. And is there a team? The Bears could be that team who have a solid roster but need a tight end. They have pick number 6. I don't know if Jared Cook, but he's got 2 years on his contract. Maybe he could be worth a 6th overall pick. Nah, tight end for the 6th overall pick is kind of crazy. Maybe we could get a first-round pick and maybe a third-round pick this year. So maybe a second-round pick this year, a first-round pick next year, and a third-round pick for Jared Cook. And we've just rebuilt the Arizona Cardinals just like that. Well, we've started the process. So how's the mock draft looking for 2018? Who's going to go number 1 overall? Saquon to the Niners. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Oh no. I thought they had McCaffrey, but they don't. Falcons have McCaffrey. I got that mixed up. The Colts with Bradley Chubb. They could use a quarterback. They're going to pass on Baker. I don't think that's the right idea. I think we're gonna have our fingerprints on this one. I think where's Josh Allen and the boys at? I don't know. I think the Colts need a quarterback. I think the Colts need a quarterback, if I'm not mistaken, right? They have... Yeah, they have Chad Henne, who's 33. They could certainly use a quarterback. So they're going to take... We're going to jump in as them, and we're going to make sure that they take Baker Mayfield. So the number one pick is going to be Saquon Barkley to the Niners. I don't hate that. But then we're going to make sure that the Colts draft themselves their quarterback. Switch to the Colts. They're going to get Baker. I don't know who the Broncos are going to take then. I mean, we could take him Josh Allen. It would make sense because we know, but Baker's going to go higher. So, Baker to the Colts. Who are the Broncos going to take, though? That's the big question. I don't think I'm going to interfere in that. I think I'm just going to let it ride. We'll figure out who goes where. So the Broncos take Sam Darnold. Okay. That was where the Commanders were thinking. So the Commanders pivot to Roquan Smith. I mean, that's not a bad thing to pivot to. The Raiders will grab themselves Jair Alexander. That's a good solid pickup. The Bears grab Marcus Davenport. The Jaguars will take Bradley Chubb. The Saints will take Calvin Ridley. And Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson fall right in our lap at number 9 here with the Arizona Cardinals. So that's a big dub. We can take Josh Allen. We can take Lamar Jackson. Either one is going to be great for us. I think I'm going to take myself Josh Allen and grab myself my replacement for Joe Flacco, and we've just rebuilt the Arizona Cardinals. I didn't have to do anything except for trade Joe Flacco away and trade a couple other people, I guess. And I think I'm going to let the rest of the draft handle it the way that it is. Take whoever you want to take. I know the Cardinals had more picks, but we might as well let the Cardinals do what they want to do. They will take Hayden Hurst to replace Jared Cook, Austin Corbett at right tackle, Dante Jackson at corner. They took some pretty solid people. I can't be too mad at that. That's a pretty solid class. And we got Josh Allen to replace. So Saquon Barkley goes, Baker goes. Where did Lamar Jackson end up getting taken? Lamar Jackson doesn't go first round. Lamar Jackson goes round 2, pick 4 to the Commanders. So the Commanders were, in theory, going to take Sam Darnold, but because we did all that trading and switched draft picks around, it ends up with the Washington Commanders taking Lamar Jackson. Okay. We move to the 2018 season and the 2019 draft, which has got like Kyler Murray and stuff in it. So, but we've already got our quarterback. We've started to rebuild this team. It's going to take a little bit longer. Going to take a couple more seasons, especially on this defense. But we've still got picks next year. We're still looking good. We'll see how it goes. 2018 season underway. The 2018 season is over, and we are fully into the rebuild. 3-14 in Josh Allen's rookie year, and God bless it, I think I saw Michael Vick at the top of the leaderboards. You got to be kidding me, Michael! Just give it up. 3,500 yards and 30 touchdowns in his rookie season for good old Joshy Poo. You love to see it. We're in full-on rebuild mode, and this little son of a gun, I can't handle him anymore. Just retire. Hang up the cleats. Jared Goff dominating, Alex Smith dominating, Tannehill's making a comeback, Derek Carr's on the Bengals now, Cam Newton, Andy Dalton, Matt Ryan, a lot of the same names we've seen. And look at Joe Flacco. He goes to the Eagles, he puts up 4,200 yards and 31 touchdowns. Good for him. Cam Newton leads the league in touchdowns, and Derek Carr leads the league in INTs. Rushing numbers, Le'Veon Bell again. I mean, he's the best running back in football at this point. Mark Ingram keeps dominating rushing touchdowns, but Robert Griffin III had 16 rushing touchdowns. Look at the big dog. And then DeAndre Hopkins finally asserts his dominance, getting thrown the ball from Cam Newton, 1,600 yards. Keenan Allen makes an appearance. Tyler Lockett, Kelvin Benjamin, Des Bryant, a lot of newer names. Then we got 22 touchdowns for Keenan Allen. That's a crazy good season for him. Kelvin Benjamin had a decent year as well. Defensively, Denzel Perryman, 151 tackles. Brandon Chubb. I was about to say Bradley Chubb, but Brandon Chubb didn't click for me, and he led the league with he had 146 tackles. Kuechly did good. Reggie Ragland's up there. Ziggy Ansah. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I dropped my controller. Ziggy Ansah led the league in tackles for loss. And then we had sack leaders with Tamba Ali with 23, J.J. Watt 22, Jason Pierre-Paul 20.5. He continues to dominate, Jason Pierre-Paul does. Sam Shields with 6. All right, some good numbers for everybody around. And the Cardinals, obviously, at 3-14, not making the postseason. But maybe, just maybe, we can have the number one overall pick in 2019 here and draft a future legend. Now, obviously, we don't need a quarterback because we have Joshy Poo. So we don't need to draft Kyler Murray or anything like that. But we could possibly trade out of that pick, get a bunch of assets for 2020 and 2021 because we know those wide receiver classes are kind of legendary. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. It's going to be the Cowboys and the Steelers in the Super Bowl. Both these teams have made recent appearances in the Super Bowl, including the Steelers just last year, I think, right? Winning with Aaron Rodgers. Or maybe it was a couple years ago. I don't remember exactly. But they do make an appearance. We will jump in as the Pittsburgh Steelers. And we will see if they can get the official championship again. Can they get another championship? We will find out. Let's do this thing. This combination of Aaron Rodgers and Le'Veon Bell has turned out to be pretty lethal with this Steelers roster. And this is kind of an old school classic matchup. The Pittsburgh Steelers, the steel curtain of the 70s and 80s versus the Cowboys of the 90s. Like it's a classic matchup. Speaking of classic matchups, that's not what we're getting here. We're getting an absolute dog walk. The Steelers 35-7 absolutely torched the Cowboys to get another championship. Aaron Rodgers completely dominated Alex Smith. Oh, I didn't even put that together. Both quarterbacks in the same draft class back in the good old year of 2005. Wow, that's kind of crazy. They matched up against each other and we found out who the better player was. It is Aaron freaking Rodgers. Congratulations to the Steelers. Another championship to put in their trophy cabinet. But now we focus on Arizona. Now we focus on the Cardinals. We try to get them the rebuild kicked off right. Aaron Rodgers wins Super Bowl MVP. Cam Newton wins MVP of the league. Finally, somebody dethrones Andy Dalton and Michael Vick. Keenan Allen wins Offensive Player of the Year. No surprise there. J.J. Watt, another Defensive Player of the Year. But Josh Allen and Bradley Chubb are the Rookies of the Year. Josh Allen, Offensive Rookie of the Year for the Cardinals. Huge addition to the roster. We made the right choice drafting him at number 9 overall. And I think we're going to give up the first overall pick here, if we have it. I don't even know if we do. I'm just assuming because we went 3-14 that we do. But there could have been a team that went winless. That's also a possibility. So let's take a quick peek at the mock drafts and see just exactly what's going on here. So we do in fact have the number 1 overall pick, and I think we're gonna punt. We're gonna punt on the number 1 overall pick. We're not gonna take it. We're gonna go for 2020. 2020 is gonna be our number 1 overall pick year, hopefully, because that's got like Justin Jefferson in it and all that kind of good stuff, and I want that, don't I? So, is there anybody in free agency that can help this rebuild? Darrelle Revis, Cliff Averill, Keep Talib. There's not really anybody. Amir Abdullah, maybe. Ooh, Quan Alexander, 25 years old. That actually might be a good pickup. And he kind of wants to be here. That's Justin Tucker. Never mind. Wrong person. There's Quan. He really wants to be here. We might have to go all in on Quan Alexander here. Pay him a ton of cash. Make sure he wants to be an Arizona Cardinal. We've kind of whiffed on a few recent free agent signings. They didn't want to end up coming here, so we need to hit on this one. We're battling with the Dolphins. I might even toss a little money at Amir Abdullah just to kind of get a stud running back over an 85 or at an 85 on the roster here. And you know what? I might offer Darrelle Revis just because I'm a big Darrelle Revis guy. He was one of my favorite players back in the day, so I might just offer him just because he's Darrelle Revis. All right, let's offer everybody signed, and everybody signed with us. 3 big additions to the team. 3 big additions to the team. We add a new stud running back. We add a new outside linebacker who's probably going to develop with us and hopefully be a stud in the future. And we also get a nice little veteran corner who is not going to be like a super impactful player, but he could put up some numbers. You never know. All right, so we do have that final first overall pick. We're going to trade out of it. They want us to take Nick Bosa. I mean, that would be pretty good. I'd love to take Nick Bosa here, but we need to get capital. This is all about a rebuild. We can't just waste our number 1 overall pick on a guy like Nick Bosa. Even though Nick Bosa is great, we have to trade out of it. We have to recoup so much value. So who needs a quarterback? Because obviously, if you're trading up for the number one pick, you're trading up to trade for a quarterback or to draft a quarterback. So who needs one? The Broncos could need one. The Browns desperately need one. They've got Tim Tebow and Jamarcus Russell. Good God. Johnny Manziel's in the Chargers roster now. The Colts, they have Baker, so they're good. Commanders have Lamar, they're good. Dolphins are fine right now. Flacco's there. Deshaun Watson got picked up by the Falcons, and he's past Michael Vick. The reign of terror is over. Michael Vick is no longer the starting quarterback for the Falcons. Thank you. Trubisky's in San Fran. Eli, okay, the Falcons or the Jaguars took Josh Rosen, but I don't think he's going to get the job done. Maybe, I don't know. I guess we could figure that out. Patriots could use a quarterback. They've got Josh Freeman, but he's not a stud. So maybe the Patriots are desperate for a quarterback. We could see that. Also, the Seahawks are god-awful at quarterback. I think the Seahawks or Patriots probably are our best bet to be able to trade into the first round. What do the Seahawks have? They have pick 15. What do the Patriots have? Patriots have pick 5. Okay, that's a little bit more reasonable. We'll trade with the Patriots, trade down to 5. We'll get back a second-round pick. We'll get back a first-round pick. And we might even get back a third first-round pick for this number 1 overall. Because the Patriots are that desperate for a first. So, boom, trade accepted. The Cardinals get so much value for that number 1 overall pick. And the Patriots hopefully will do the right thing and draft Kyler Murray. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to make them draft Kyler Murray. So we're going to switch to the Patriots. I should still have control of them, hopefully. I, in fact, do. Perfect. So we'll switch to the Patriots, make sure that they draft Kyler Murray, get their new franchise quarterback, because obviously they don't have Tom Brady anymore. So number 1 overall pick, Kyler Murray to the New England Patriots. Welcome aboard, Kyler. You better learn New England, buddy. The Texans are up next. I don't think I'm going to put any fingerprints on them. I think we might just let the rest of the people pick until we get to number 5 and see what's available. So number 2, the Texans take Nick Bosa. Okay. The Chiefs are up next. They take Quinnen Williams. The Vikings are up next, and they grab themselves Brian Burns. So now we stand at number 5. We stand at number 5 with Devin White, Daniel Jones, Ed Oliver could be a good one, but Sexy Dexy's right there. Hold on, let me take a look at this roster. What is more important, defensive tackle or defensive end? Because we've got different possibilities here. So what's most important? Defensive tackle is more important. Okay, so we need to take Dexter Lawrence with number 5 overall. Welcome aboard, Big Dex. You are coming to Arizona. We could take Christian Wilkins, but Dexter Lawrence is a little bit more valuable, I think. Welcome aboard, Sexy Dex. And he is our new D-tackle. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Now we will go until our next first-round pick. I'm not going to sim these picks. I'm not going to let the CPU handle the Cardinals picks in this draft because I think this could be a very impactful draft to speed up the process of our rebuild. So Hollywood Brown goes to the Commanders. Lamar gets a weapon. Ed Oliver's a Ram. The Saints are up next. They take TJ Hawkinson. Josh Allen, the other Josh Allen, Hines Allen, goes to the Bengals. Devin Bush. Byron Murphy Jr., then Chris Lindstrom to the Falcons, again. Jeffrey Simmons, Christian Wilkins, Jerry Tillery, Sean Murphy Bunting. Didn't mean to click on that. Daniel Jones continues to fall. The Jags are up next. They take Debo. That would have been a nice pickup. The Bills grab Jonah Williams. Packers grab Andre Dillard. And the Cardinals have back-to-back picks now, so we can take whoever we want, literally. All right, let me take another gander at this roster and see what's on the board, because obviously this draft class has like DK and all that kind of stuff in it. So it's a good wide receiver draft class, and we probably do need another wide receiver because we only have Stephon Diggs, if I'm being honest. That's all we got. But we do need another middle linebacker and maybe another outside linebacker and maybe some more corners. Okay, so there's a lot, basically everything on the defense, and then wide receiver is probably what else we need. So we might start with a wide receiver pickup. There's A.J. Brown and DK Metcalf. We might grab one of them. What about defensively? We've got not a lot on the defensive line, at least. Max Crosby's available. D-tackle, we already got our D-tackle. We need another middle linebacker. Bobby Okereke is cool. Might wait a little bit for him. Corner. There's not really a corner I want to go after. Safety. No, I might take A.J. Brown with this pick. I know it seems a little bit like a reach because he's round 2 to 3, but A.J. Brown is going to be our wide receiver to pair alongside Stephon Diggs. That's a nice little 1-2 punch. And now we go back to back. And with this pick, we probably should grab... I mean, we could go Darnell Savage. That's a possibility, because we could always use a safety. We could go Josh Jacobs and secure our running back. We already got our wide receiver. We could just go back-to-back wide receivers and take DK as well. We already got our wide receiver. I'm not going to take Max Crosby because in the first round it's a little bit of a reach. Is it a reach to take Jermaine Pratt or Bobby Okereke this early? I think it might be. We might not end up getting either of them because I passed on them, but I think it might be a little bit too much of a reach. I might take Darnell Savage with our second round pick, or our other first round pick, our third one. So there we go. We got our D tackle, we got our wide receiver, and we got our free safety all in this first round. That's pretty amazing. We have the first pick of the second round, and then we have another pick in the second round. So we're sitting pretty comfortable right now. Josh Jacobs is still available. I don't know if I can pass up on Josh Jacobs. I think I might have to take him here. Let's grab ourselves Josh Jacobs. Seems like too obvious to pass up on. I know we just signed a running back, but it's too obvious to pass up on him. Dwayne Haskins goes to the Texans, Jonathan Abram to the Chiefs, and then Cody Ford. And we're back up again. We probably need to grab ourselves a middle linebacker now at this point. Jermaine Pratt and Okereke are still available. Which one do I want? Good stats for Jermaine Pratt. What about Okereke? He's a little bit of a better athlete, slightly better, but I think Jermaine Pratt's the better of the two, on paper at least. So we're going to grab Jermaine Pratt with that pick. He ends up being no dev trait, but he should be good for us. And now we don't pick again until the third round, so we might as well let that go. And we have the first pick of the third round. Who is going to be available? I don't know. Hopefully Max Crosby made it all the way here. I don't think he did. No, he did. Okay, perfect. We'll take Max Crosby in the third round. We fixed the defensive line. This has been a really good draft for us. It's been a really, really good draft for us. We are hitting on all of our picks. And I'll probably just use this fourth round pick and then sim out. We could go offensive line here, but we have pretty decent offensive line depth. Nobody left at tackle. The centers are all gone. Maybe there's nobody left that I want to take it at the offensive line position. Yeah, there's no offensive lineman that I want to take. So we'll move on to somebody else, which it could be another linebacker like a Dre Greenlaw. That might be a nice pickup. I might actually do that, unless there's a corner. I mean, there's a couple of decent corners in here. And the CPU might take a corner anyway, so. The CPU might take a corner anyway. I think I might grab myself Dre Greenlaw. Boom. Dre Greenlaw, welcome aboard. He's another offensive piece or a defensive piece to add to this roster, and we are going to let the CPU handle the rest. Boom. What a draft for the boys in 2019. And we got a bunch of first-round picks from the Patriots anyway, so we're ready to go. This rebuild's going to start hot. So Dexter Lawrence ends up being a 77, 75 for A.J. Brown, 74 for Savage, and for Jacobs. Pratt's a 71, Crosby's a 66, same thing with Greenlaw. They took Tony Pollard in the sim. That's fine, I guess. Kyler Murray goes to the Patriots, Nick Bosa, Quinnen Williams. Okay. This Cardinals roster is not necessarily back just yet, but they're in a lot better position now, that's for sure. A lot of a better position. They're super young. This Cardinals roster used to be old, but we got rid of some pieces. We've got some youngsters in here, and we are ready to go. This team could be right back in the playoff push. That is for sure. We need to add some more corners in the offseason, this upcoming offseason. We need to add another defensive end to replace Jared Odrick. But other than that, we're looking pretty good. We are looking pretty good. I will see you guys the end of the 2019-2020 season, and we'll see how the Cardinals do in the rest of the NFL. The 2019 NFL season has wrapped, and we improved. We didn't make the playoffs, 7-10, but the Cardinals do improve. Josh Allen to A.J. Brown combination along with Stephon Diggs seems to be working a little bit. The numbers are fine for Josh, and we will go to the NFL. Jared Goff leads the league with Alex Smith right there, Josh Freeman. So it looks like Freeman started over Kyler Murray today, or this season. That's kind of interesting. Tannehill, Matt Ryan, Derek Carr, all this good stuff. What about touchdown leaders? 41 for Sanchez. And Vic is still... Why? Why did Vic start? It should have been Deshaun. Oh my God, Deshaun didn't even start. He was a higher overall. He was a higher overall, and Vic still started over him. He's out of control. He threw 21 interceptions. Get this man into a nursing home. Le'Veon Bell again. He just continues to dominate. He's unstoppable. He also led the league in touchdowns. Receiving numbers. Keenan Allen had 2,100 yards. Are you serious? Oh my God. Alex Smith went nuclear. Just force-feeding Keenan Allen the football. A.J. Green, Antonio Brown, Calvin Johnson. Wow, absolutely insane numbers. And Kelvin Benjamin put up 21 touchdowns. Well, Keenan Allen's obviously winning Offensive Player of the Year with 2,100 yards. I mean, that's just absurd. Absolutely crazy. Tackle for loss leader. Geno Atkins finally makes an appearance up here. Sack leader was Cliff Averill. Good for him. We might do a little tradey trade between the Patriots and trading away a couple of different people, because the Patriots traded for the number 1 overall pick from us last year to get Kyler Murray, and then they start they sim the whole season with Josh Freeman as their starting quarterback. So maybe what we do is we trade Josh Freeman to a team that is a quarterback away, kind of like what we did with Joe Flacco, traded him to the Eagles. Maybe what we do is we trade Josh Freeman from the Patriots to a team that is a quarterback away from winning a championship or contending for a championship, and all they need is just to put a quarterback in there, and they can go. And then Kyler Murray could start. The only other thing that we could do, I guess, is trade away. And look at that. The Eagles are playing in the Super Bowl with Joe Flacco. Congratulations for that. And maybe we could just trade away Michael Vick, because I'm tired of him at this point. We're jumping in as the Eagles to see maybe Joe Flacco get a championship, not in an Arizona Cardinal jersey. I don't know how I'd feel about it if he gets a championship without us being the team that he does it with. But hey, here we are. We traded him to this team for a reason. We knew that they could be a championship team if they just get a quarterback, and they got a quarterback, and now they're a championship team. Look at that. Eagles, Titans. Let's go see who wins it. We are here for the Eagles and the Titans in the Super Bowl. Joe Flacco trying to win another Super Bowl, his third of his career, but first outside the city of Arizona. Can he do it? I don't know. He's down 10-7 in the third quarter. He's driving, but the Titans get the ball back. This is going to be pretty intense. I don't think he's going to have the job to do it. And look at that. It's 13-7. We will jump in. We will go slow speed, jump forward to the end of the game. 27 seconds, and Flacco's got all he needs. Can the Eagles do the job? All they need is a touchdown, and they win the game because it's 13 points instead of 14. So they go underneath. No timeouts, though. It's a little risky. The accelerate clock has killed them. They're down to 7 seconds. You got to go, Flacco. This is your final play, most likely. Chuck it, Joe. Just chuck it, Joe. What are you doing? Wide open. Oh, my God, he's wide open. But he took too long. And the Eagles will not win the championship. The Tennessee Titans are world champions because Joe Flacco took too much time, and Jared Goff, the former first overall pick in 2016, we are only a few years removed from that. He already won Offensive Rookie of the Year. He's now won... Did he win an MVP too? He might have won an MVP as well, and now he's got himself a Super Bowl. Jared Goff, I mean, the Titans, you could say they won with that first-round pick, that first overall pick, because he has led them to a championship, and it's all because... Joe Flacco didn't know how to time manage. He doesn't know how to time manage. He completely screwed that game by those 2 plays. Took way too long. The recap, Jared Goff is the MVP of the Super Bowl. Cam Newton wins another MVP of the league. Keenan Allen obviously wins Offensive Player of the Year with 2,100 yards. Jason Pierre-Paul, Defensive Player of the Year. TJ Hawkinson and Quinnen Williams are your Rookies of the Year. We are only a few short years away from wrapping up this video. We are in the year 2019, headed into 2020. Technically, we are in the year 2020. And Rodgers said he's not coming back. I don't know if you caught that right before I went into the upgrade screen, but on the right side of the screen, Aaron Rodgers said he's not coming back to Pittsburgh. After all the success that they had, he's not coming back? That's crazy. I wonder where he'll sign. That's actually insane. But we are only a few short years away from ending this video. Zach Ertz is in free agency. I don't see. Okay, there's Rodgers, but he is 36, 89 overall. I don't know if anybody's going to want him that bad. I might offer a little contract to Joe Hayden. That might not be a bad thing to do. We could always use extra corners, and Joe Hayden kind of wants to be here. So I might offer a little contract to Joe Hayden. Get a little 90. It looks like Ed Reed. Darrelle Revis has officially retired. So if we are able to pull off the Joe Hayden deal, which we are, we get an extra corner. That helps out. I know he's over 30, but that could be a pretty interesting signing. And Aaron Rodgers has chosen the Jacksonville Jaguars to be his new team. The team that has had Carson Palmer for a long time. He was no longer there for the past few years, but he's probably their most significant quarterback. And now we make it to the 2020 NFL Draft. Obviously, this is the Joe Burrow draft. Who is in need of a quarterback? The Texans are the number 1 overall pick. I'm assuming they're going to need a quarterback. The Texans and the Panthers are the 2 teams that have the top picks. Also, Seattle is up next at 3. So let's just take a look at these teams. Panthers don't need a quarterback. Never mind. Panthers, I forgot they had Mariota. The Seahawks need a quarterback. The Texans need a quarterback. Okay, they took Dwayne Haskins, and it says he's a future starter, but I mean, this is Joe Burrow we're talking about here. This is Joe effing Burrow. You need to trade for Joe Burrow. I love Dwayne Haskins. Rest in peace to the king. Rest in peace to Simba. But you need Joe Burrow, and I think we're going to make that move so that they trade up for the number 1 overall pick. I forget who had the number 1 overall pick. The Texans have the number 1 overall pick. Yeah, the Texans have the number 1 overall pick. It was the Seahawks, so we don't need to trade at all. We just need to stay with the Texans and make sure that they take Joe Burrow. They need to take Joe Burrow. So we're going to make the first selection. You're not taking anybody else. You're taking Joseph Burrow, number 1 overall. Joe Shiesty, Joe Cool, Joey Burr. Welcome to Houston, big dog. You are the number 1 overall pick. You are their franchise. When you have a generational quarterback like Joe Burrow, you don't miss that opportunity. But then we're going to go back to the Cardinals to sim the Panther pick because the Panthers are probably going to take Chase Young. I would assume they would because they don't need a quarterback. They have Marcus Mariota. So I guess we'll figure out who they take. They do take Chase Young, but then we'll jump back in for Seattle because Seattle needs a quarterback just as bad as the Texans do. And they might take Mr. Herbo. Can I switch to the... Oh, I'm already the Cardinals. What am I doing? I need to switch to the Seahawks. There we go. I don't know why I kept trying to switch to the Cardinals. I was already the Cardinals. We need to make sure that they take a quarterback, and it could be Justin Herbert. It very well could be. They need a quarterback. It could be Tua. It could be Herbert. Maybe they take Tua. You know what? Let's give them Tua. Tua is number 3 overall to Seattle. They get their quarterback. Welcome aboard. Tua, turn the ball over. The Broncos are up next. How bad is the Bronco quarterback spot? Do they need Herbert? Quarterback, they've got Sam Darnold. He's 23. I think they want to let Sam Darnold ride a little bit. So we're going to go back to Arizona and let all the other teams handle their own business. I don't know who's going to take Herbert, but we're going to let the teams handle their own business here. So the Broncos grab themselves Jerry Jeudy, just like in real life. Jeff Okudah goes to Minnesota. The Commanders grab C.J. Henderson, and we come up at number 7 in a prime position to take a stud. Andrew Thomas is right there. That might be our guy. Also, Jedrick Wills is available. Henry Ruggs is available. CeeDee Lamb. There's Justin Jefferson. How many first-round picks do we have this year? We have 2, right? We have pick number 7 and pick number 27. I think I might take Justin Jefferson at number 7. I know that sounds a little bit crazy, but I mean, it's Justin Jefferson at the end of the day. He's a god. Let's grab Justin Jefferson, number 7 overall. Welcome aboard, Jay Jettas. So now we have a wide receiver core of Stephon Diggs, A.J. Brown, and Justin Jefferson. Henry Ruggs goes the very next pick to the Buffalo Bills, then CeeDee Lamb. So it's a run on wide receivers. Good thing we got ours. Ravens grab Chason. Kaylavon Chason. I never knew how to say his first name. The Browns grab Jalen Reagor. Oh, God, good luck with that. A.J. Terrell goes to the Bears. The Jags take Andrew Thomas. Brandon Ayuk goes to the Jets. Herbert's still on the board. I'm thinking we go linebacker with our next pick, or maybe corner. I don't really know for sure. Tristan Wirfs goes. The Bengals take Jedrick Wills. Then you got Patrick Queen. That was kind of my leaning. That's where I was leaning, but the Patrick Queen goes to the Rams. Igbenogany goes to the Lions. Jeff Gladney, Michael Pittman Jr., Isaiah Wilson, Jordan Brooks, and now the Cardinals are up again. So I'm thinking either corner or linebacker, or I guess we take Mekhi Becton. That could always be a possibility, but what are we looking at linebacker? A lot of the top linebackers already got grabbed. At corner, you got Jalen Johnson and Trayvon Diggs. Okay, I could see either one of these guys being our other first-round pick. Or maybe Twan. Maybe we go Antoine Winfield. You know what? Let's take Antoine Winfield here. I know we took Savage last year, or a couple years ago, whenever that was, but we can always move Antoine to strong safety if we have to. We sim to the next round. Texans are up again. I can't see the draft board because this game is just perfect, isn't it? Of course it is. I might just let this, if it's not going to fix, I might just let the CPU handle it. Okay, it might have fixed itself, or are we still on? Okay, we're still on freaking, whatever. I don't even care. We're just going to end the draft. I don't even care. I don't even care. Just let the CPU handle the rest of it. Who'd they end up taking? Who did they end up taking? So we got Winfield. They took Herbert. Why would you take Justin Herbert in the second? I shouldn't have let the CPU handle it. They took Justin Herbert. We don't need Justin Herbert. We might trade him. Joe Burrow goes number 1 overall. Chase Young. Oh, well, that's kind of frustrating. We probably should trade Justin Herbert now because we have Josh Allen. We don't need Justin Herbert. So, and he's just going to sit on our bench and do nothing if we have him. He might as well get some starting minutes or starting run. So we'll trade him to a team that needs a quarterback here. And I won't ask for anything too crazy because we shouldn't have had him in the first place. Okay, so who needs a quarterback that's desperate? I'm told the Broncos are going to stick with Sam Darnold. The Browns have Dak. Okay. Johnny Manziel, Baker. The Commanders still have Lamar and Jimmy Garoppolo. They need to move on from Jimmy. Let's see. Who needs a quarterback? All right, this is clear. If they start Michael Vick again, he's 40 freaking years old. Start Deshaun Watson. My God. Who needs a quarterback? Who's desperate for a quarterback? Actually, the league is looking pretty good right now with quarterback depth. Tua's right there behind Cook. The Saints are probably the most desperate team. No, the Steelers. I didn't get to the Steelers yet, but they have Jalen Hurts. So maybe they're not as desperate as I thought they would be. And the Texans have too many quarterbacks. We probably have to jump to the Texans and trade some quarterbacks from them. Okay, so the Steelers are desperate, but they have Jalen Hurts. I'm going to let them ride with Jalen Hurts. The Saints need a quarterback. So the Saints are going to be who we trade Justin Herbert to, and we'll just ask for like a 7th-round pick or something because we shouldn't have had Justin Herbert in the first place. The CPU shouldn't have taken him, so we'll give the Saints Justin Herbert, and he will hopefully get a chance to start there. But before we go into the season here, I want to turn to the Texans because the Texans got too many quarterbacks on their roster. They drafted Joe Burrow number 1 overall. They still had Dwayne Haskins. We knew that going in, and they still have Nick Foles. So what we're going to do is we're going to move Nick Foles to a new team, probably to the Steelers, I would think. We're going to move Nick Foles over to the Steelers so that it opens up some room for the younger guys. And I know that they have Jalen Hurts, but they need a quarterback in the immediate, and it's going to be... They're not. I mean, they're desperate for a quarterback, but it's Nick Foles at the end of the day, so maybe like a 3rd-round pick for Nick Foles. Nothing too crazy. Okay, so the Steelers get a quarterback for the immediate time being. The Texans are now open to start either Joe Burrow or Dwayne Haskins. They'll probably start Dwayne because he's a higher overall, but at least now there's not 3 quarterbacks on that roster, and Joe Burrow gets buried. So we will go through the season. It is the 2020 NFL season. The 2021 draft is coming up. That's the Trevor Lawrence draft. We'll see you guys there. Well, not there, but we'll see you guys at the end of the 2020 season. The 2020-2021 NFL season is over, and yes, this season did not have any pandemic restrictions on it like in real life, but we do not make the playoffs again. The Cardinals do not and I've got to quickly make myself some money real quick. So I'm going to go and do that before, I guess I should have done it before I cut back the video, but I didn't realize. So we're going to go and make some money with the Cardinals, and then we'll come back to see the stats for the Cardinals. And for the rest of the league. Okay, so I've given the Cardinals positive money again, so we're not going to get probation or anything like that. And we can go take a look at stats around the league and see how the boys were doing. Josh Allen had another pretty solid season. Like to see it. And we go to the NFL. Yes, finally! Somebody other than Michael Vick is quarterbacking the Atlanta Falcons. Thank you, God. And yes, it does happen to be Deshaun Watson, but still, at least it's not Michael Vick at this point. And talk about a 1-2 punch at quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons. Michael Vick, Deshaun Watson. I'm just kidding. Colin Kaepernick's number 2. Andy Dalton, Jared Goff, Joe Flacco, Matt Ryan. Maybe Joe Flacco's having a career resurgence, you could say. Sanchez, Dwayne Haskins up there. Derek Carr, Alex Smith, Mariota. Good news for those guys. Kaepernick leads the league in touchdowns, and he does have a Super Bowl championship, so good for him. Then Dak Prescott leads the league in interceptions with Dwayne. Rushing numbers, finally somebody has surpassed the god that is Le'Veon Bell, and it is Melvin Gordon. Dalvin Cook's up there. Touchdown leader David Johnson. Receiving numbers, Jarvis Landry on the Rams, and then Antonio Brown, Keenan Allen, Demaryius Thomas, Robert Woods, Bobby Trees, Devontae Adams, all the good guys. Antonio Brown and AJ Green, both touchdown leaders at 22. Defensively, Justin Houston, 140 tackles. Darren Lee with 135. That's nice to see. Love to see a good Buckeye. Back-to-back Buckeyes. James Laurinaitis, baby. Reggie Ragland, Devin Bush. We got ourselves Aaron Donald with 28 tackles for loss on the 49ers. And Fletcher Cox, he leads the league with 26 sacks. It fits that Fletcher Cox would have the sack lead. Myles Garrett with 22.5. Then you've got 5 interceptions for a bunch of different people. Okay, some good numbers for some offense and defensive players around the NFL. The Cardinals, once again, are not a playoff team, but that's okay because we are still kind of in the rebuild. Although I do think at this point we are entering non-rebuild mode. We are kind of leaving the rebuild and maybe going to slight contender. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Because we still have one more draft where we have the New England first-round pick, I'm pretty sure. So we will wait and see how this draft goes. It's going to be the Rams and the Jaguars in the Super Bowl. Didn't the Jaguars sign Aaron Rodgers? I feel like the Jaguars signed Aaron Rodgers. I'm pretty sure that's what happened because he left the Steelers, signed with the Jaguars, and he's got him in the Super Bowl. Aaron Rodgers is a Super Bowl contender again. And it's the Rams now who won another one with Colin Kaepernick. Who's going to win this one? It's going to be pure chaos. I have no idea. It is the Super Bowl here, Rams and Jaguars. Colin Kaepernick versus, I think, Aaron Rodgers, if I'm not mistaken. And we will see who gets the job done. Would this be back-to-back for the Rams? Were they just in last year's Super Bowl? I don't remember. They're up 14-10. It is Aaron Rodgers, by the way, as you can see him right there. 14-10. Rams are leading. It's back and forth action here. The Jaguars have a chance. Will the Jaguars do it? I kind of skipped a little bit too far there. That's my bad. Will the Jaguars do it? We will find out. 37 seconds from the 1-yard line. What's Rodgers going to do? A chance to win it. The clock's going down. 2 seconds. Rodgers, what do you got? He scrambles, fires, incomplete, and the Rams win the Super Bowl. Oh my God, Aaron Rodgers sold the bowl. And the Rams are Super Bowl champions. Aaron Rodgers from the 1-yard line. All he needed was a touchdown. All he needed was 1 yard. And he could not get the job done, and the Rams are world champions. I think for the second year in a row. They could be maybe twice in 3 years. I can't remember. I guess we can check when we sim into the season recap. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's back-to-back for the LA Rams. The LA Rams. Yeah. Let's figure out what happened here. So we got a little season recap. What's going on? Is it back-to-back for them? It is... It's actually not back-to-back. It's been 3 years since they won the Super Bowl with Colin Kaepernick. So it's 2 out of 5, I guess? I don't know. But Jarvis Landry, Super Bowl MVP. Deshaun Watson's MVP of the league. Antonio Brown and Fletcher Cox are the players of the year. And Brandon Ayuk and Chase Young are the rookies of the year. And we will move to another off season And we are wrapping up this video, man. I mean, we've got the 2021 draft, which is coming up next. We've got the 2022 draft, the 2023 draft, and the 2024 draft. So that is 4 drafts left, plus a 5th season, because we have the 2024 draft and then the 2024 season simulate. So there's not many more seasons left to go here in this video. I know it's been an unbelievably long video, but that's kind of what happens when you're doing a video like this in my style. And it feels like Eli Manning is calling it a career. He has retired, so he is no longer the quarterback of whatever team he may have been on. Eli Manning has retired. Is there any free agents for this Cardinals roster? Calais Campbell, Clay Matthews, Jake the Snake Butt. Jake the Snake Butt. That's crazy. Let's offer Jake Butt. I know he's a Michigan man, but we need a big-time tight end. We haven't had one since Jared Cook, since we traded him away. So let's offer Jake Butt a contract. I might even offer a little contract to Calais Campbell. I might even go a little cray-cray on the Calais Campbell deal. Offer him a contract. Do I want to go anybody else? Do I want to go anybody else? Maybe Clay Matthews. Just bring a bunch of old people. Let's go very player friendly. I don't ever use the already preset contract things, but we might as well use it right there. And it works. It gets all 3 of the guys. So we get a bunch of older guys on the defense in Calais Campbell and Clay Matthews, but we do bring in a younger tight end to help this offense out. I mean, we already have the wide receiver core that we're the best wide receiver core we're ever going to need. We just need to figure out the rest of this team to be able to get this Cardinals roster back in position. So this is our final year with 2 first-round picks because we have that Patriot pick, but I think the Patriots are pretty good. The Commanders are going to take Kyle Pitts, number 1. I know they don't need a quarterback because they have Lamar Jackson, but are you sure you want to take Kyle Pitts? I mean, he might be good. They have us taking Micah Parsons. Oh my God, yes please. Are you sure you want to take Kyle Pitts? Are you sure? I mean, Kyle Pitts is a good player, but Jamar Chase right there. Jamar Chase right there. What kind of wide receivers do you have on this Washington Commander offense? What is Lamar Jackson working with here? So at quarterback, you've got Jimmy Garoppolo and Lamar. We're going to trade Jimmy Garoppolo. You need to get out of here. At running back, you've got TJ Yeldon. You don't have a good running back. Okay. But wide receiver, you've got Corey Coleman, Hollywood Brown, and T.Y. Hilton. You could certainly use Jamar Chase. Now, it's not like top priority, but you certainly don't need tight end. Or maybe you do. But not number 1 overall. I mean, who are we talking about? What are we talking about here? We don't need number 1 overall. So, we're going to trade Jimmy Garoppolo for you. Because it's time for Lamar to start. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo is a fine player. He's not Lamar Jackson. So we are going to switch to the Commanders, take control of them, and trade Jimmy Garoppolo to a team who needs a quarterback that is good enough to get you to the playoffs. I don't know who that's going to be. Who's a team that's contending that needs a quarterback? Sam Darnold's on the Vikings, or on the Broncos. The Buccaneers are kind of losing Matt Ryan. Jimmy probably would start over Matt Ryan, but we're going to let that ride. Chargers could use a guy over Johnny Manziel. The Cowboys have Daniel Jones. You know what? Cowboys are going to be the team that we trade Garoppolo to. Sorry, Danny Dimes. No hard feelings, but there's a bunch of hard feelings. You're going to go to the bench. Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be the starting quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. The Commanders get a second-round pick in return, and we will draft Jamar Chase with this first overall pick for the Washington Commanders, because that makes the most sense. I mean, yeah, they need a tight end, but you can't take Kyle Pitts number 1 overall. It makes way more sense to take Jamar Chase. So welcome aboard Jamar Chase to the Washington Commanders. I don't know who the Chiefs are going to take because they were projected to take Jamar, so I have no idea what's going to happen with them. And we will kind of just ride it out with the Cardinals and see where everybody goes. We're going to probably take Micah Parsons. Probably going to take Big Micah. Kyle Pitts goes number 2 to the Chiefs. Then the Jets take Penei Sewell. That would have been a nice one to fall to the Cardinals, but he's not. I didn't think he was going to. J.C. Horn goes to the Browns. You've got Jalen Waddle on the Seahawks now. And then you've got the Niners taking PS2. That would also have been a nice pickup for us. But we're going to grab ourselves the biggest of all the dogs, Micah Parsons. Where are you? There you are. Micah Parsons, welcome aboard to the Arizona Cardinals. What a stud. Saints are up next. They grab Rashawn Slater. The Chargers grab Devontae Smith. The Titans get Alex Leatherwood. Oh, no. And we are back up again for another first-round pick. Trevor Lawrence still on the field, or on the draft board. There's a lot of good linebackers in this class. What do we need? We just took Micah Parsons. What does this defense look like? Because I think the offense is probably pretty good. Unless we need offensive linemen, because there's still some decent offensive linemen available. What could we need here? Oh, we need a right tackle. We also need some guards, possibly. We just drafted Micah, so that's good there. Okay, so we probably do need to take an offensive lineman here at number 11. I don't know who that's going to be. Maybe Elijah Vera Tucker? Could be. Or maybe it's Christian Darrisaw. Probably should be Christian Darrisaw, shouldn't it? Because we need a right tackle more than we need a guard. So welcome aboard, Christian Darrisaw. You are now a member of the Arizona Cardinals. We're going to simulate to the next round and then skip to our pick. Jahmai Davis goes to the Commanders. Then you've got Landon Dickerson. That would have been a nice pickup for us to get in the second round, but he goes to the Chiefs. All right, a couple offensive linemen going, then Odafe Owe, then Aaron Banks, and now we are up again. Who's on the board here? Who's on the board? Justin Fields still on the board. Javon Holland. Asante Samuel Jr. might not be a bad one. We could use an extra corner. I think I'm gonna go Asante Samuel. Asante Samuel Jr. We could always use an extra corner. Nice little pickup. We'll skip to the next round. Najee Harris goes to the Chargers. We'll skip to the next round. We'll see who's available at the offensive line spots. If there's nobody really of value, then I'll probably just grab some random guy and then sim out of the draft. Divine Diablo goes, Tutu Atwell, Andre Cisco, and now we are up again. Who's available? Okay, not a lot. I mean, Paulson Adebo, I am a big fan of. It doesn't look like the offensive line has much talent, does it? Nobody at tackle. Kendrick Green's not a bad one. Wyatt Davis probably wouldn't do much. I might take Kendrick Green. He's not a bad one. He can play center. He can play guard. He can do a bunch of different things. But I'm going to sim out of the draft now. We killed it with our first 2 picks, getting some studs. I'm okay with the draft. I like it. This Cardinals team should be a contender, I would think, at this point. You'd think that they'd be a contender. We took Micah Parsons. We took Christian Darrisaw. We took Asante Samuel. All those guys are pretty studly. They also took Zech McPherson and Jonathan Pinnock. The rest of the NFL, Kyle Pitts is 83. Yada, 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 yada. Okay, whatever. We will sim to the end of the 2021-22 NFL season. The 2022 draft will be loaded in. That's not the Kenny Pickett draft, is it? I think it might be. But that is where we are at. We are very close to the end of this video. I know it's been a slog of a video. It's been super long. I appreciate everybody that stuck around to this point, but we are only a few seasons away from ending it. Let's get to the end of the 2021 NFL season. The 2021 NFL season is done, and we go 7-10. So we're not really contenders just yet for some reason. I don't know why this Cardinal team can't figure it out, but they are still not contenders just yet. They miss out on the playoffs again. Jared Goff continues to dominate. Andy Dalton, Deshaun Watson, Cam Newton, Trevor Lawrence, look at the boy replacing Matt Ryan. Joe Flacco, Dwayne Haskins, Baker, Jimmy Garoppolo, Mitchell Trubisky. Mitch? All right, very interesting. We haven't seen Patrick Mahomes very much at all. How did the Raiders even do? 3,300 yards? Oh, man. Mahomes been in the league for a while now, and he has not done diddly with the roster that the Raiders have. Nick Foles threw 17 interceptions. Ha ha, I hate you. Melvin Gordon and Zeke were at the top of the rushing numbers. The Todd Gurley touchdown number, Todd Gurley leads that. Receiving, Doug Baldwin. Dougie Bald? 1,700 yards, and then Bobby Trees. That's a 1-2 punch for the ages right there. Antonio Brown, Tyler Lockett, DeAndre Hopkins. Then we got Tyler Lockett leading touchdowns. So it seems like whoever is in that Falcons playbook absolutely torches the league. Kiko Alonso again, Logan Wilson, Nicholas Morrow. We haven't seen Nicholas Morrow in a while. Ray Maluga, Shaq Thompson. Quinnen Williams leads tackles for loss along with Sheldon Richardson. 22.5 sacks for Fletcher Cox. J.J. Watt right there. Interception numbers, Byron Jones with 6. Kuechly's up there. Good for Kuechly. And we will move to the playoffs as we take a look at the season numbers for teams in terms of who was the most efficient, who was the best overall, all that kind of good stuff. Cardinals miss out on the postseason once again. Since we started this rebuild, we've kind of been on a little bit of a slide, but that's the whole point of a rebuild. Now, we don't have any more New England picks. We used all of those up. So now we're kind of just on our own. But we're getting to the end of this video, and we need to hope and pray that we got the team that can take us to the championship. Now, it's Titans and Packers in the Super Bowl. Titans and Packers in the Super Bowl. Packers be going crazy. Cam Newton returns to the Super Bowl. He hasn't been here for a minute, and the last time he was here, he lost and got absolutely crushed in it as well. We'll jump in and see if he can get it done this time, though. Packers and Titans in the Super Bowl. We'll see if Cam can actually get it done this time. He's got a better team than he had the last time he was in the Super Bowl. It's been a long time ago, though. 7-0. It's kind of a defensive showcase right now, but the Packers put up another touchdown. Touchdown for DeAndre Hopkins. 14-7, Titans come back. 17-7, Packers. 17-10, Titans coming back. Packers put up another touchdown. I think it might be too late for the Tennessee Titans, and it is. The Green Bay Packers and Cameron Newton are now Super Bowl champions. Finally, Cam has ascended the mountaintop. It's about time. That was former number 1 overall pick versus former number 1 overall pick, by the way. That is a nice surprise to see Cam Newton take home a trophy for the first time. He finally gets it. He'd been trying for so long. He got there a long time ago, but got absolutely brutalized in the game. And now he gets it done this time around. So congratulations to him. And we will move to the offseason. We got to take a look at that season recap, though. Deshaun Watson, another MVP. Tyler Lockett and Fletcher Cox are the players of the year. Trevor Lawrence and Kelvin Joseph win the rookies of the year. Okay. Those are good numbers. Those are very, very good numbers. We got to take a quick peek at free agency, and then we can fly through. Some of these, we don't really even need to do much in the offseason. We can kind of just fly through these seasons pretty quick at this point, because we've already kind of done everything we need to do in this universe. All the teams are pretty much set in their ways with their quarterbacks. There's some pretty good quarterbacks around the league right now. Pretty much every team's got a good quarterback. We are not even going to sign any free agents this year. We're just going to move right to the draft. Might not even do much in the draft. I don't know what our pick is going to be at 7 and 10. I'm not sure. It is the Trayvon Walker draft, who went number 1 overall in real life. We can take a little peek at what the mock draft is going to say for us. So, Trayvon Walker to the Steelers. I mean, this is not a quarterback class. So, anybody that might need a quarterback, don't need to take one in this class. And they have us picking at 8, Jordan Davis. I don't hate that. We could also need Evan Neal, though. But Jordan Davis would be pretty solid. Also, Charles Cross would be pretty good. Do we need offensive line more than we need defensive line? Let's take a quick look at what the Cardinal roster looks like. What is more of a need for us? Offensive line's a pretty decent need. Defensive, we do need defensive line to pair alongside Emmanuel Ogbah, but offensive line I think is a little bit more important. So in the draft, we're going to go with an offensive lineman. And you know what? We might actually trade up one spot to take ourselves Evan Neal. That might be a little bit smarter of a pick. So we're going to trade number 8. I think it was the Texans who had 7. No, they have 13. Who had 7? Oh, it was the Broncos that had 7. All right, we'll just swap 1 for 1. We don't have to give up too much more. The Broncos just move it down 1 spot. That's not that crazy. Okay. So let's start drafting. We should be able to grab a tackle in Evan Neal. Number 1 overall pick. Trayvon Walker goes to Pittsburgh. So he still goes number 1 overall in this. Hutchinson goes 2 to the Dolphins. That's a big pickup. Stingley goes 3 to the Seahawks. We've got Aquanu going 4 to the Commanders, so Lamar Jackson gets some help on the offensive line. Sauce Gardner goes to the Jags. The Vikings grab themselves Kayvon Thibodeau, and we come up with our pick, who's going to be Evan Neal. Hopefully, Evan Neal actually pans out instead of being a sucky suck boy like in real life. All right, Evan, welcome to the Cardinals. You need to be a good tackle for us. And I think I might let the CPU handle the rest of this draft, because really I only needed the tackle. I mean, we do need other positions, but the CPU knows that. They'll take other players. We're kind of just on cruise control at this point. They took Fidarian Mathis, DeMarvion Lee. Okay, they didn't take very many people that were good. Maybe I should have drafted for them. Trayvon Walker, Hutchinson. All right. People going where they need to go. We will simulate the 2022 NFL season and then go to the 2023 NFL draft, all that kind of good stuff. We are ready. We are willing. We are Gable. Let's get this done. Let's simulate the year. The Cardinals are back, baby. The 2022-23 NFL season's in the books, and the Cardinals are back in the playoffs. The rebuild has been completed. Well, not fully because they haven't won a championship, but the rebuild has gotten the Cardinals back to the postseason. We haven't been there in a minute. And now Deshaun Watson continues to dominate the NFL. Cam Newton, Baker, Jared Goff, RG3, Trevor Lawrence. A lot of guys that we're familiar with, but Josh Allen finally starting to make his name known in the NFL. It takes him a little bit of time. 47 touchdowns and 8 interceptions for Deshaun Watson. He's probably going to win another MVP. Oh, and then Justin Fields leads the league in interceptions. Rushing numbers, Le'Veon Bell climbs back and claims his title as the best running back in football, right in front of Dalvin Cook. And my man, James White. I love James White. Touchdown leader was Aaron Jones, kind of a new face in the league right now. Receiving, DeAndre Hopkins, 1,700 yards. Tyler Lockett also had 1,700 yards. Touchdown leader was Kelvin. Kelvin Benjamin's been getting a lot of touchdowns in his career. Defensively, Leighton Vander Esch leads the league in tackles, 138. 137 for Kuechly. McMillan, Raekwon, Buckeye. Let's go. 135. Fletcher Cox tackles for loss, 26. Big John Hankins, another Buckeye. 23 sacks for Emmanuel Ogbah. The GOAT has taken over as the best sack getter in all of football. And Robert Kimdiche, he gets 20 sacks. Myles Garrett's right up there as well. And William Jackson III, some new names. It's good to see some new names performing in these seasons, because we've gone a long time. We've seen a lot of names. We have definitely seen a lot of names throughout these years, and we will simulate the playoffs because the Cardinals are now a part of the playoffs again for the first time in a while. It feels good. It feels good to be back in the playoffs. Always nice. Will the Cardinals actually win a playoff game now that they've returned, or will they lose? They lost. Of course they lost. Yay! It's kind of crazy that Joe Flacco's been the most successful quarterback in the team's history at this point. That's kind of crazy. All right, we'll see who's going to win the Super Bowl this year. Who is it going to be? It is the Eagles and the Raiders. Speaking of Joe Flacco, and funny enough, I just was clowning Patrick Mahomes last year how he hadn't done anything. Patrick Mahomes is the quarterback of the Raiders, and he is now finally making his name known in the Super Bowl. Will he get it done, or will the Raiders fall to a veteran in Joe Flacco? Let's find out. Can Mahomes and the Raiders actually get the job done and beat Flacco and the Eagles? I don't know. The Eagles are just too much of a force, I think. It might be too much. It's 14-10, though. Eagles driving. They get a field goal out of it. I'm kind of rooting for Mahomes here. He's a former number 1 overall pick. He wants to ascend to greatness. Can he do it? It's 20-10. Eagles driving, and the Eagles are Super Bowl champions for another time. I mean, the Eagles are one of the more successful franchises in this save at this point. And I did see it was Teddy Bridgewater instead of Joe Flacco. So Joe Flacco no longer the quarterback of the Eagles. He must have retired or something, I would assume. But that's okay, because the Eagles are still Super Bowl champions. So Mahomes couldn't get it done. He falls in his first attempt at a championship. That happens sometimes. You're not always going to win the championships, even though the Cardinals are 2-0 and the things that we've done. And I've been kicked out. I didn't think they were going to fire me. Okay, we're going to have to quickly create a new character. Sir Juicington III is going to have to retire. We're going to have to be the Cardinals head coach now. Okay, here we go. So we're no longer the Juicington III. He's been forced to sell the team, basically, is how we got to think about that. He's been forced to sell the team. He had too much debt. He was gambling too much. He had too much debt. And he's been forced to sell the team. But we are back, and we are trying to finish up this video. We've got how many more years left? We've got the 2023 draft right now that we're going to get to in a second. We've got the 2023 season to simulate, then the 2024 draft and the 2024 season. So we've only got 2 more seasons of full simulation left before this video is over. That's pretty crazy. This video has been going on for a while. It's the longest video I've ever made in my history. But I hope you guys are enjoying it. We're going to sign Nick Bosa. We need another partner to go alongside Emmanuel Ogbah. We're going to go after Nick Bosa. Apparently, whoever drafted him, I don't remember, whoever drafted him didn't give him an extension, which is kind of crazy to think about. But we're going to go for Big Bosa, and hopefully we can grab him. He has chosen to sign, and he has chosen to sign with us. Nick Bosa Emmanuel Ogbah's got a new running mate in Nick Bosa. That's a pretty big addition to the squad. I will say that much. That is a pretty big addition to the squad. Now, we're not going to have that good of a draft pick because we did make the playoffs. But this year is the Bryce Young, CJ Stroud draft. I don't know if there's a team that absolutely needs a quarterback. The Cowboys are up, and I do think the Cowboys need a quarterback because Alex Smith, I think, is gone. And CJ Stroud, where the heck is CJ Stroud at? Oh, man. CJ is way down here. He's number 30 to the Chiefs. That's kind of crazy. I don't know why CJ would fall that far. Are there any teams in the league currently that absolutely are desperate for a quarterback? We're obviously not. Johnny Manziel's grown to an 85. Let's see. Who's desperate for a quarterback? The Giants. It hasn't panned out with Rodgers. It has panned out for Rodgers, but he's old. Jordan Love is here. I guess we could let them live with Jordan Love. Justin Fields. The Jets don't have a backup plan for Mark Sanchez. They got Gardner Minshew, but he's not a backup plan. Who else is available? The Saints have Justin Herbert, so they don't need another quarterback. Man. Every team's basically got a quarterback. Or a backup plan, at the least. So, I guess we try to see if who was it? The Jets? Are the Jets in position to trade up for to draft CJ Stroud? Do they have a pick higher than where CJ Stroud was projected? Because he was projected to go like 30 or something. The Jets are at pick number 25. So if CJ Stroud doesn't get taken by pick 25, I'd say the Jets take CJ Stroud. But we're going to start the draft and see where it goes. I'm not going to jump in for anybody except for the Jets because I think everybody will just fall where they need to go. The Cowboys need a quarterback. They get Bryce Young. I think Jimmy Garoppolo is starting right now, but Bryce Young will be the future for them. And we will get all the way to the Jets at 25, and they should take themselves CJ Stroud. If he doesn't go beforehand, he might go before. I guess that's always possible. He might, in fact, go before. Gonzo goes to the Commanders. That's a good pickup for them. Kalijah Cansey goes. Then we got Jackson Smith and Jigba to the Dolphins. Another good pickup for them. Paris Johnson to the Texans. Falcons are up. They grab Bijan. So the Falcons still end up with Bijan. That's kind of funny. Jalen Carter to the Seahawks. Darnell Wright. Broderick Jones. Dalton Kincaid. Deontay Banks. Zay Flowers. Jordan Addison to the Patriots. I like that pickup. Quentin Johnson to the Colts. Jack Campbell. Joey Porter. Okay, so the Cardinals are up. We might as well grab somebody here. CJ's still available. So is Skoronski. I might grab myself Skoronski here. I know that Jahmyr Gibbs is available, but we're not really in the market for a running back. We need offensive linemen more than we need running backs. So let's grab Peter Skoronski, and then we'll switch over to the Jets when their pick is available, which is right now. So let's switch over to the Jets. Nope, this is the wrong thing. The menus are so laggy in this game. That's why it's taken so long to get through all this stuff. All right, let's switch over to the Jets. Switch to this character. And make sure the Jets draft CJ Stroud, because they do need that franchise quarterback, and CJ Stroud is most certainly that. So CJ Stroud is now the Jets franchise quarterback. He should develop whenever he gets the chance to play. And we will sim out of the draft, basically, at this point. I don't think we need to be doing anything else. We can just let the CPU handle everything. Get out of the draft. And we've only got one more draft remaining, the 2024 NFL Draft. So 2 more seasons of simulation and 1 more draft to go in this video. Skoronski, they took Marvin Mims as well. And then nobody else really that important in the draft. Good draft, though. I like everybody took who they took. I think they're all good fits. And we will go to the 2023 regular season. It should be another good season for us. We should be able to hopefully make the playoffs again if everything trends the way that it's been trending, and maybe even like win a couple games in the playoffs, maybe make it back to the Super Bowl. Who knows? Let's find out. The second to last season, the 2023 NFL season, is in the books, and unfortunately, the Arizona Cardinals do not make the playoffs. They kind of regressed slightly, which is a little bit annoying, a little bit concerning, considering the amount of talent that we have on this team. But they couldn't get the job done. Deshaun Watson again, Jared Goff again, 2 of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. I mean, it's the same people every year. It's what you expect. I mean, 55 touchdowns and 2 interceptions is just diabolically gross in terms of how good that is. So you shouldn't be allowed to do that. That Falcons playbook is nuts. 1,300 yards for Melvin Gordon. He might have asserted himself as maybe the best running back in football right now. Le'Veon Bell nowhere to be found. Jarvis Landry, 1,800 yards. Good season for him. And he also had 31 touchdowns. Oh my God. Him and Tyler Lockett both had 31 receiving touchdowns. That's legitimately insane. 31 receiving touchdowns for 2 wide receivers. I guess if you simulate long enough, you'll find some crazy stats. Interception numbers, Rock Ya-Sin had 8. That is 31 touchdowns for 2 different receivers. Crazy numbers. We don't make the playoffs, unfortunately. So we're on the inside looking, or we're on the outside looking in again. And at least the Cardinals have gotten 2 championships in this video. I feel like a lot of different teams have gotten Super Bowls in this video. I mean, we've gone, like 20 plus years? We've gone crazy. And the Falcons are in the Super Bowl against the Baltimore Ravens, who I don't remember who the quarterback is of the Baltimore Ravens. Oh, it's RG3. That's right. RG3 is the quarterback of the Ravens, and obviously Deshaun is the quarterback of the Falcons. We'll jump in here. This is one of our last chances to jump in. We'll jump in as the Ravens because they're the first team that I found. And we will see if the Ravens can win the Super Bowl or if Deshaun will get his ring. Super Bowl time, Ravens and Falcons trying to get the job done. Both teams won a championship. Who's going to get it done? Who's the better team? You'd think the Falcons were, considering their regular season numbers they put up. Absolutely insane. 31 touchdowns for Tyler Lockett in the regular season, and they're down 7-6 to the freaking Baltimore Ravens in the Super Bowl. We'll see what happens. They score a touchdown. It's 14-14. Oh, my God. It's getting out of control here the final minute. Who is going to win it? Win it in the final minute. Deshaun Watson. Clock is running. What's he got? He fires across the middle, incomplete. He went to Tyler Lockett, I would assume, as they show Jake Elliott warming up, trying to maybe win the Super Bowl with a field goal. They got a few yards to go. They don't have a guaranteed field goal by any means, but they have all their timeouts in 44 seconds. Will this Ravens defense tighten up? They find a man across the middle. He's got a first down. That's a massive play and a timeout called by the Atlanta Falcons. 40 seconds remain. They've crossed midfield, and now they're in dangerous territory for Jake Elliott and his leg. They're going to no, the play action. They fake it, and they go to the sideline here to save that timeout. They only get a few yards on the play, though. 5 yards, 2nd and 5, 35 seconds left. A lot of fives. And there is a handoff. They're content. They're content handing the ball off to McCaffrey, draining clock, but they got to hurry. That accelerated clock might have killed them right there. They got to be patient, or they got to be paying attention to what happens here. McCaffrey goes down. Timeout called. 5 seconds to go. Can Jake Elliott drill this field goal? This is a deep one. What is going to happen here? And the Ravens call a timeout to ice Jake Elliott. 5 seconds. Falcons make this. They win the Super Bowl. If not, they go to overtime. It's up. It's got the distance. It's good. The Atlanta Falcons might have just drained a field goal to win the Super Bowl 17-14. The Ravens will be smart not to take this out, and they do not. So they have one play. RG3 down by 3 with only one play left. What's he got in the tank? He's going to heave down the sidelines. Almost caught, but it's incomplete, out of reach, and the Atlanta Falcons have won the Super Bowl. Deshaun Watson is a world champion. That seems a little crazy to think about, but he has done it. The Falcons have done it. Did they do it? They must have done it with Michael Vick at least once or twice. I can't remember exactly. It's been a long time. But they must have done it before. We will switch back to the Arizona Cardinals, and this being the final year, there's not really much we need to do at all. This is the final year of Sim. This is the final draft. This is the 2024 NFL Draft. Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, all of the good guys that you expect. Drake May, obviously. So there's not really much else that we need to do. And it looks like Deshaun, that's their first one. With all of the stuff that the Falcons did with Michael Vick throughout this entire save, they never won a Super Bowl. Deshaun gets them their first one. He also wins MVP. Jarvis Landry and J.J. Watt win Players of the Year. Michael Mayer and Drew Sanders are the Rookies of the Year. That's insane to think about. All of the production, all of the yards that Michael Vick put up in these seasons. He was putting up 4,800 yards, 4,900 yards, 5,000 yards. He was putting up thousands and thousands of yards and hundreds of touchdowns, and he still never won a Super Bowl. And they got it done with Deshaun Watson. I mean, that's crazy. He was winning MVP after MVP. Kind of crazy to think about. We're just going to sim straight to the draft because this is the final year. The final draft, the final year of sim. We're going to find out what happens. Simming right to the draft. Getting to the good stuff. Getting to the good stuff. I'm not even going to take a look at what's happening because it's not going to matter. We're just going to go straight to it. And then we're going to sim the first pick. It's Caleb Williams to the Dolphins. I think they had Russell Wilson as their quarterback for a while. Jaden Daniels goes 2 to the Giants. They had a bunch of different people. I think they had Aaron Rodgers at one point. I don't remember exactly who was starting this past year. And Marv goes 3 to the Texans. The Commanders obviously don't need Jaden Daniels. They have Lamar Jackson. They take Latu. The Seahawks take Malik Neighbors. Who is going to take Jaden Daniels? Drake May headed to the Broncos. I don't remember who the Bronco quarterback was. Rome Odunze going to the Chiefs. The Niners take Dallas Turner. Who's going to take Jaden Daniels? He's still available. Joe Alt goes to the Panthers. I guess we could take him, but we obviously don't need him because we have ourselves... we have, obviously, Josh Allen. We could take J.C. Latham. We could take Fashanu, or we could take Brock Bowers. We know how good Brock Bowers is, but we have Jake Butt. I think I might take J.C. Latham here. Get another offensive lineman, a big stud. He's number 4 overall. And you know what? Let's just sim out of the draft, and we'll figure out in the draft recap who took Jaden Daniels with this final draft of the video. I can't believe we're finally here. It feels like forever, because it has been. So we ended up with a pretty solid draft in terms of like overall-wise. But who took Mr. Daniels? He ends up going pretty far down. Did he even go first round? Oh my God, Jaden Daniels did not go first round. Where is the boy? Jaden Daniels, did he go second round? He didn't go second round. Did I pass? There's no way he went third round. Hold on, let me go by name so I can find him. Where's Jaden Daniels? I must have passed him. I must have just missed him. He went, oh. He went number 2 overall. I'm pretty sure I even said his name. God, that's how long I've been doing this recording session. I completely just forgot all about. That's my bad. It's been a long recording session, one of the longest ones I've ever done. And yeah, that's my bad on that one. Okay, so the offensive line looks a little bit better. It's a lot younger than it used to be. We've got some decent running back. We got a decent quarterback. We got a decent wide receiver room. The offense is perfectly fine. It's the defense that might give us a little bit of problems here, but we'll figure it out. The final year of simulation, the 2023-24 or the 2024 NFL season is upon us. What's going to happen in the final year? Let's find out. So the final year, the 2024 NFL season, did not go very well for the Arizona Cardinals. Did not go to plan. They did not have a good year, but it went well for some other people, including the Atlanta Falcons, who I think had another crazy good year. I mean, look at these numbers. Deshaun Watson has put up unreal numbers in his career. Absolutely unreal numbers. Trevor Lawrence putting up great numbers. Derek Carr, Cam Newton. You know, a lot of the big names that we would expect to see up here have not become the big names you would expect. Like Patrick Mahomes never has been at the top, which maybe it's just the Raider playbook. It shows you how bad that Raider playbook is. I don't know. But it's kind of crazy to think about how some of these big names that we've come accustomed to know in real life have not dominated like they did in real life. Kerryon Johnson, third best running back in the league in terms of yards. Cam Akers leads in touchdowns. We've got receiving numbers. Tyler Lockett again. He puts up 31 and then 29. My God, he's having a career couple of years. Amari Cooper finally arrives. Paris Campbell, good to see another Buckeye. George Pickens making his presence felt. I think Derek Carr's throwing in the football over there in Cincinnati. Some big numbers for some interesting offensive weapons. And then Devin White leads the league now. Tevin Wallace, a rookie, comes in second in tackles. Fletcher Cox has 25 tackles. And Danielle Hunter has 21 and a half sacks. Myles Garrett right up there. All right, very good. And the final time we will look at the offensive numbers or the team stats is what I wanted to say. It's been a long recording session, ladies and gentlemen. I'm kind of starting to have my brain melt a little bit. But we got to power through for one final playoff run of these boys, and then we'll take one actual look at like the legacy leaderboard overall wise, maybe some career numbers, and obviously the season recap for the entirety of the save. We'll take a look at all that. But this has been an insane video, and it'll end with a familiar matchup. The Eagles and the Titans. Two of the best teams of this entire video. The Titans more so recently since they got Jared Goff, but the Eagles have been a prominent Super Bowl team basically the entire 20 plus years we've been doing this. So for the final time, we will jump in and see who's going to be the final champion of this video. The final Super Bowl of the video, Tennessee versus Philadelphia, both 13-4. So they're pretty evenly matched, and this matchup has happened in the past in this save. We'll see who gets the best of who. Eagles 14-7 lead, 21-7. I'm not sure who the quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles is at this point. We know that Jared Goff's still quarterbacking the Titans. It's 28-10. Eagles, they might have it. And they do. The Titans just didn't have what it took. And the Philadelphia Eagles will finish the series on top. And it is Teddy Bridgewater as the starting quarterback. I wasn't sure if he was still there, if they had replaced him. But Teddy Bridgewater is still the quarterback of the Eagles, and he gets another championship for Philadelphia. They've got to be the most successful franchise in this entire video, right? I guess maybe the Bills at the beginning. The Bills at the beginning of this save with Drew Bledsoe were unreal. So maybe the Bills were at the top of this. I don't know. I guess we'll take a look when we take a peek at the full season recap. We'll take a look from the very beginning and see what happened. So let's do one final upgrade. We'll do one final upgrade of the players, and then we'll take a look at the full season recap of what went down. So here we are. Teddy Bridgewater, I mean, they won 5 championships. I mean, obviously not all of that has been in this save because the Eagles had championships before, but I mean, they've won 4 because they only had 1 by the time the Madden came out because they hadn't won the one they won in real life, obviously. So they've won 4 in this video. Teddy Bridgewater MVP, Deshaun Watson another MVP of the league, Tyler Lockett, Danielle Hunter are the players of the year, and Marvin Harrison and Trevin Wallace are the players of the year. So we got to go all the way down to 2024 to find the first champion. It was Peyton Manning in the Colts in year 1. In year 2, it was Tennessee and the Titans and Steve McNair. They got their first championship. So in year 3, it was the Eagles and Donovan McNabb. And you can also see all the MVPs and all that kind of stuff as well. In year 4, it was Buffalo with Drew Bledsoe. And now we start the emergence of Michael Vick as well. In year 5, it was Buffalo back-to-back. Year 6, it was Pittsburgh and Joey Porter. Year 7, back-to-back for the Steelers. Rondé Barber this time MVP. They had 3 straight, but in year 7, the Cardinals arrive, and they get a championship with Joe Flacco. In year 8, Donovan McNabb gets another one. In year 9, the Titans return. I think this is now Jared Goff. No, it couldn't be Jared Goff. This has to be still Steve McNair. In year 10, it becomes another Cardinal victory. In year 11, it is the Chargers back on top of things. In year 12, it is the Bills. Year 13, the Steelers get another one. That was Aaron Rodgers, by the way. In year 13, it is the Bucks getting one. Year 14, it is the Rams. Year 15, it's the Steelers again. Steelers might be the most dominant team. In year, 16? Year 16, the Titans get another one. Then the year 17, the Rams get one. I might be a year off. I can't remember at this point. The Rams get another one. In year 18, the Packers get back and get one. Year 19, or maybe this is year 20. This might be year 20 because it's 2020 or 2044. Year 20, the Eagles get another one. So the Eagles are definitely successful in this. And then in year 21, the Falcons get one for the first time. And then in year 22, the Eagles get another one. So the Eagles with 5 Super Bowl championships, 4 in this video. I mean, that is just absolutely insane. Obviously, we know some of the greatest people of this save. Michael Vick is obviously one of the most prevalent ones. Deshaun Watson becomes another prevalent one. Let's see all-time stuff here. So quarterbacks, Michael Vick has a 63,000 legacy leaderboard score. He never won the Super Bowl, but he won 30 yearly awards. Insane. Donovan McNabb comes in second, then Alex Smith. A lot of these guys won MVPs. That's why they have a lot of legacy leaderboard, legacy score. Andy Dalton, Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers, Cam Newton, Joe Flacco's up there. Good for Joe. Mark Sanchez, Carson Palmer, all these guys in the Hall of Fame. Joe Flacco makes the Hall of Fame, by the way. Mark Bolger, Phillip Rivers, Robert Griffin III. There's Drew Bledsoe, got 2 titles himself. Jared Goff only got 1, but he played in 3, I think. That's David Carr in the Hall of Fame. That's kind of crazy that David Carr makes the Hall of Fame. Eli Manning makes it. Dante Culpepper's in the Hall of Fame. A lot of these quarterbacks are going to be in the Hall of Fame once this is all said and done. LaDainian Tomlinson, the best running back in this save. Then it's Le'Veon Bell, who has not been in the league that long, since, 2013? So maybe a decade he was in the league. Deuce McAllister, Melvin Gordon, Clinton Portis, Amon Green, Edgerrin James. A lot of the older running backs are at the top of this list. Then we've got wide receivers, and it is Antonio Brown, as you would expect. Then Kelvin Benjamin at number 2. Des Bryant, A.J. Green, Demaryius Thomas, all these guys are in the Hall of Fame. Slater, look at my boy Matt Slater, man. What a GOAT. Hall of Fame wide receiver with 14 yearly awards and 2 AFC championships. Good for him. DeAndre Hopkins is next. Tyler Lockett. Marv Sr. is there. Calvin Johnson Jr. didn't really have the career that numbers-wise, or prominence-wise, that he had in real life, but he makes the Hall of Fame regardless. Wes Welker makes the Hall of Fame. Terrell Owens makes it. Tight ends, Todd Heap is the best tight end of all time. Then Kyle Rudolph, Jimmy Graham, who I didn't realize was still in the league. Zach Ertz, Eric Ebron. A lot of weird names up here. Jake Butt's up there. A lot of weird names, not like Tyler Wright. Where's Travis Kelce and all those guys? Obviously, they didn't have the careers that they had in real life. Jonathan Ogden at left tackle. Tyron Smith, Andrews Pete, some big names there. Mulitalo, I don't know how to say his name, but he's the best left guard in football ever. Then we've got centers. It's Marquise Pouncey, or it's Mike Pouncey. I think it's Marquise. It could be Mike. I don't care. There's your centers. Then David DeCastro at right guard with Quentin Nelson right behind him. And then Davis at right tackle with DJ Humphries. That's kind of crazy to think about. Cliff Averill, the best defensive end, as I back out on accident, the best defensive end, or at least the best left end in football. Jason Pierre-Paul's right up there. Khalil Mack's making a case. Tommy Harris is the best D tackle. Then Fletcher Cox. Makes sense. We saw a lot of those guys' careers pan out. And Ndamukong Suh has a Hall of Fame career. Justin Smith is the best right end in history. J.J. Watt I thought would be higher, but I guess they gave it to Justin Smith somehow. Or just I don't know how he did it, because J.J.'s got 2 Super Bowls and more yearly awards. So, strange, but they're both in the Hall of Fame, and they both are really good. Calais Campbell, Mario Williams. There's a lot. Look at all these Hall of Famers. It just keeps going. And obviously, these 2 guys are going to be in the Hall of Fame as well. So it just keeps going for Hall of Famers. Clay Matthews is the best left outside linebacker. Terrell Suggs is right up there. Von Miller. A lot of guys. Kuechly's the best middle linebacker. Bobby Wagner. Shazier. I think Dante Hightower just retired this season. So we'll see what happens with him. Well, we won't see what happens with him, but he just retired. DeMarcus Ware is a Hall of Famer, and he's the best right outside linebacker in history. Then you've got corner is Andre Dyson, the best corner. Dre Bly. All these guys are Hall of Famers, obviously. Best free safety is Herring with 15,000 score. And then Landon Collins, the best strong safety. Out of all the strong safeties we've had in this save, it's Landon Collins. Kicker is Matt Prater, then Steven Gostkowski. Pat McAfee's right up there. Justin Tucker's up there. Where's Vinatieri at? He might not be up here because maybe he just retired too soon or too early. I don't know. There's the punters, and there is everything else. Here's head coaches as well, if you care. I don't know if you care, but Mike Tomlin is the best head coach. Then Callahan, then Sirianni, all the boys, everybody that you expect. Here's Jonathan Gannon. He's got 2 Super Bowls. Good for him. All right. That is going to do it. Man, this video has been the most extensive, longest, most in-depth video I've ever done. I've ever taken and tried to do. This video is crazy. I don't even want to think about trying to edit this video or uploading this video, because it's going to take days probably to upload this video. It is going to be so long, but I hope that you guys stick around and watch. I know that it's so long. I know it's a long video, but I really put a lot of work into it, trying to do all this. It takes such a long time because the menus are so slow and all that kind of stuff with Madden. It just takes a long time. There's no streamline to switching to different characters and all that kind of stuff. It just takes a long time because of all the extra steps you have to take. So that is one reason why it takes a long time. But I do appreciate anybody that stuck around and watched this video. Man, I mean, this is a massive project, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, leave it a like, subscribe to the channel, join the Juice Club, and let's just say I'm not going to be doing a video this long, maybe ever again, but certainly not for a while. That's going to do it for me. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. I need to take a nap. Peace.